cutter man here who is not there any longer. But the good news about that, chat, is it's time for new villagers. We had not enough, and now we have plenty. Do I have enough wheat to be able to get this done? I'm actually going to breed some sheep first. I think we've got a healthy number of sheep. But we can do it. Whoa, look at that, chat. Oh, it's the trees above the clouds. I should turn off clouds if they're going to be as buggy as they are. Chat, have you heard vibrant visual texture packs are coming to Bedrock? It's something very exciting. Hey, it's red sheep. Now I can breed the red sheep exclusively. You could be dead. I have the burning urge to tell you, I told you so. Rightfully so. Rightfully so, if you ask me. So this would be a good person to say sell hay bales to. I think buckets would be a bit too far. But I'm definitely going to buy spruce logs from him. Look at that. It's just free wood, chat. It's amazing. And then I'll put my cherry logs away. I've got a lot of cherry logs, apparently. And I got a whole bunch of spruce logs, too. Isn't that nice? Yeah, that's a real bummer. These guys are the perfect ones to breed, though. They already exist together. I don't think I want to give them wheat. I think I want to give them anything else. If I have it. Yeah, I don't think I do have it, though. And I don't have enough grass to actually make a ridiculous amount of wheat. So that might be a problem. It's your penance for not dying when you fell. Yeah, and I can see that. Minecraft is punishing me. You know, it's like Final Destination. The universe knows that some lives that should have been taken weren't, and so now it's making sure that the death toll is paid one way or another. And you know what? I think that's decent. I think I would much rather villagers be dead than me. You know, I am like a medieval king. I would rather thousands of peasants die before myself. And now we just put our seeds in there. We're going to get a piece of bone meal from this. Isn't that nice? Oh, no, it goes into the hopper. But that is also still kind of nice. Okay, plenty of wheat and no trees. I mean, I should just bone meal the trees so I can keep doing it continuously, right? Rather than having to run around like a madman. Let's just, like, make a stack of bone meal. Or, in fact, let's use our freebie stack of bone meal. And let's just, like, do this. But in the daytime, because nighttime is scary. So we'll breed our villagers first, because that's like a long term. It takes them some time to do their stuff. Minecraft would be so silly if they didn't make the October 28th really... market October 28th really heavily. Customizable shaders coming to Bedrock is a huge selling point. I think there's a funny thing. Maybe this is like loss of trust in general, but I really think that like if you see something being marketed, it almost like reduces your propensity to buy it instead of increasing it. Like when a big corporation is marketing something, especially amongst, you know, gamers and like certain demographics of the population, like you are told to do something, you are immediately skeptical of it. Whereas if someone you know tells you about something, you're way more excited. So cat to villagers, some of you may die, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Please light it up. What am I going to light up? Oh, certainly not this area, it looks like. So let's now come in at the top. And we'll just keep chopping down the trees and immediately replacing them so that we can get our pile built quickly. Also, Victory shouts that there's something addictive about the chaotic way that Toycat plays Minecraft. Yeah, it's an interesting thing, actually. I think a lot of YouTubers like to hone their craft to be, you know, like you instinctively feel like you've got to be the best at something, and so many YouTubers, I've seen so many, like borderline breakdowns on like, they think that the only way that people like them is because of their building skill. And so when you make a build that's slightly lower than your standards, or even just worse than last week's build, or worse than someone else's build, it like breaks you. Hey, diluted Dante. Make some more dirt blocks by growing a 4 sapling tree on moss. Then you can grow more wheat. Wait. Are you right about that? I don't think I have any moss, though, right? I'd have to buy moss from the Wandering Trader. Do I have moss? I'm pretty sure I don't. Or, oh, I can only get... Okay, so first of all, this could be my first copper helmet. It's not. Okay, I'm going to make sure there's no creepers around. Very scared about creepers. But yeah, now we can immediately place our saplings back down. And we'll grow it as soon as it's ready to grow. And just right into the next thing, too. And that way we can just get this done consistently, continuously. Oh. Hey, perfect. Do-do-do-do-do. Hey, victory shout! I'm glad you are that addicted to how chaotically I play Minecraft. Because 433 channel members. Love it. Thank you very much, chat. A surprising number of people now are like, yeah, I don't actually watch the live streams. I'm just in it for the members only Let's Play. It feels like old school YouTube, and I love that. And I want to say thank you to everyone. You know, even in those camps there. But yeah, thank you, Victory Shout, so much. I think as ad revenue falls, members become a higher and higher percentage of the channel. You know, I was thinking about something interesting. It was a thought that I had because of when we were talking about Mr. Moist Critical and how he said, I've earned $35 million from YouTube ads. I don't need to take your money from donations, so I'm just going to turn off the feature. One of the interesting, like, side conversations from that I've, like, genuinely had in my brain a bunch, but I want to share right here, because I think about it a lot. It's like, you know, memberships on a channel don't scale with ad revenue. Like, the memberships are basically the number of people who are, you know, like, committed viewers versus the number of people who are casual viewers. And so, if our, you know, like, if our viewership, like, tripled, the number, like, this is something you'll notice on streams that have 3 times as many views. You won't get 3 times as many, I don't know, regulars or nice comments or members or whatever else. And so, is there an argument that actually, you know, if you got 10 times as many viewers, should you turn off your memberships? Is there a number of viewers where you should have the thing where you're like, yeah, well, now the membership program doesn't make any sense, and therefore it's for everyone? Or is there an amount of, like, does it have value outside of the support? Because a lot of people love tipping just to have their message read out. Sometimes they like, I was going to say dumb message, felt a bit rude, but actually some people love that their messages are dumb and that they get read out anyway. That if they could only have smart messages be read out, they wouldn't enjoy the system. Okay, chat, I'm gonna crouch down the staircase this time. I've learned about the perils. Yeah, I see the mistake that I made. I'm not gonna be making that one again. In fact, I'm gonna try to make that a harder mistake to make as well. But yeah, let's get in here, break a bunch of blocks, get this done. This is a nice comment. Thank you. There's a spider on you. Ah! Okay, there's no spider on me, chat. Turns out that username was a lie. It's okay, I didn't check. There could be a spider on me. By the way, chat, do you want to see how bad my, So again, I feel like big audience, I can't make this reveal to you. Small audience, or at least dedicated audience, I could say. Like, smaller audience. Skygloo was one of those series where I was like, 1,000,000% sure everyone would find this as crazy as I do. But instead, it's like, yeah, if you like Toycat live streams, it's a lot of people's favorite series, but only a small % of people watch it at all. You know, that you get me? Like, it's the people who do like it a lot, but not a lot of people like it. Oh, that sounds mean. But also, for some reason this time, the blocks didn't come back correctly. I think I should put some torches up on here, maybe. And then put some ice back down. Anyway, also, Toycat, have you heard what Linus Tech Tips says about memberships? How YouTube advertises memory videos to non-channel members and how he dislikes it? So, also, thank you, Pickled Witch. Read out my dumb message. See? Some people love it. Some people, that's all they want in life. Well, seriously, it's thank you, Pickled Witch. I appreciate it. And so, like, by turning off donations, you're removing people's ability to do that. Because you're not going to be able to read out every single chat message. And if you filter by only dumb chat message, you know, there's an interesting way that actually, like, it's like fast passes. I am not wealthy enough to shut down a theme park myself, but I have, on more than one occasion now, bought a ride fast pass. Oh, I do not like the way the clouds and ice interact. And it's like, yeah, let me to the front of the line. It's messed up that anyone can go to the front of the line on some level, right? There's an argument against, you know, there's a fairness argument that says everyone should wait in line. You know, let's charge everyone the same price, you know, in other words. But also, even as someone who waits in that line most of the time, or even as someone who flies economy class, you know, most of the time, I like the existence of everything else. Also, wow, Dasher, good point. Darkness close to villages, where you remove the torch next to the ice window. You don't want all you guys dead, do you? Oh, I removed a torch and there's something missing from it. That's interesting. Yeah, okay. So let's get in there and let's make sure that there's no torches near my ice, but also no darkness near them. So I'll place my torch like here. I don't think it's real darkness, Dasher. I think it's Vibrant Visuals darkness. Like it's a shadow. Also, interestingly, you can see the sun does come through the ice. Is this a shadow from the sun through the ice? I think it is. No, I don't think it. I think it's coming from the roof there. I think the sun isn't coming through the ice window. At least not that I can tell. Which is interesting. Okay, glad we got it. I hate to be that guy, but I'm underwhelmed with Mounts of Mayhem as it currently is. Yeah, I think it's going to be the smaller... Honestly, I think every time we have our expectations set for drops quite high. I think outside of the Copper Age, they haven't really over-delivered. Perhaps the ice window is a treacherous idea. Yeah, honestly, it might be. It might be that this is a terrible, terrible, terrible idea. If we made it out of blue ice, it would glow, because on Bedrock, it does that. But the alternative is having a wall, so it's still better to have that, I think. Can't believe I've got some dead villagers now. Anyway, so yeah, I have to feed these guys more wheat, because they haven't made a baby yet. Can you give them wheat, or are they just not... Oh, do you have to craft it for them? Okay, let's make it for them like this. Yeah, I think you can usually give them wheat and they'll craft it. Maybe that's a Java exclusive. But yeah, Markiplier definitely doesn't need money and everyone knows that, but he still gets noticed all the time. It's not about money, it's about support and feeling good about yourself. But then isn't there an inherent, like, well, when you don't get tipped, you will feel bad about yourself? I think everything is, like, this is where I want to come back to with regards to, like, how gambling and shopping are actually, like, similar things and get marketed in surprisingly similar ways. I think there's some things that just feel good. They hit a part of your brain, and especially when big companies work out how to hit that big part of your brain, they can effectively make their business something that is as rewarding as, you know, smoking or drinking or gambling. Video games work this out by literally just taking every cue from gambling. Have you tried to buy mine coins recently? What is a mine coin worth? Oh, is it tricky to work out? Does that make it really hard to attach a real value to the currency, therefore making it more likely you'll keep that real currency sat there, therefore making it more likely that you won't spend those coins and that they belong to Microsoft? Wow, that's a fun little fact right there, isn't it? So, yeah, I think that I think the jumping place. Maybe the big streamers are doing more bad than good by turning off monetary options, making smaller streamers who rely on it look like bad people who don't understand. Yeah, I mean, I actually think that's why you know, like, I think a lot of people, I would argue there's an argument about the reverse, right? That like by keeping tips open, they are, you know, if a Markiplier, I don't know if he's genuinely so wealthy that he doesn't need the donations, but let's, you know, whoever's a PewDiePie has donations turned on. Every donation that PewDiePie gets is arguably, you know, a donation that Markiplier or a tiny streamer with 8 subs can't get. Or me, you know, maybe if you watch both me and PewDiePie, you got a $5 budget for the month for tipping streamers, and you'd much rather have the Swedish man read it out. So you could argue that there's like a competition element to it. But then there's also the argument of like saying like, yeah, this is only a thing that you do when you want to take people's money because you're a jerkbag. And so now do I take people's money because I'm a jerkbag? Oh, also, I think it's my guy who sells diamond axes who just died. I think that was an amazingly bad string of luck. But I think it did just happen that way. Do I have more diamond axes yet? I have one that is also basically dead. That is a struggle, chat. Am I going back down to iron axes? I hope not, but it looks like it. Wait, is it? No, it's you. It's you. Okay. I can buy another axe. I have to sell some of my wood to do so. But that's totally fine. 13 boats. Sell all of these. Sell some more. Good to go. And then that's exactly... Wow, what a perfect little coincidence that is. Now I've got a brand new smite axe, and I don't need to buy an iron one. And, yeah, I could even combine these last two together to get a Smite 5 axe one day if I want to, which is nice. You're not sure that qualifies as luck. It's like a series of random events that has perfectly worked out, and that's nice. Anyway, each dollar for PewDiePie is a dollar taken from Toy Cat. I think it probably works better with, like, streamers with more overlap. Chat, do you want me to find out right now who are the YouTubers that I have the most overlap with? Because YouTube tells you this, weirdly. So, in the meantime, let's look at some ice freezing, but from a safe distance. Okay, so... Honestly, it's annoying that there's no, like, leave... Okay, if I... What's the easiest way to, like, freeze Minecraft? Look at a different window without messing things up. Like this? Okay, look at... It's terrible. Look at my inventory. Tell me how to manage it. I'll tell you right now. I'm going to go right in here. Analytics. Audience. Channels your audience watches. So the largest one is Camman18. All 4 of these are Shorts YouTubers. It's all of them. The Dashpum, Prism, Urat, and then Minecraft. On 2, we've got Mogswamp. Ben Escherich, I've never heard of this person. Does he make... He makes videos for the unemployed. Your local below-average YouTuber. Oh, I guess my below-average video attracted his viewers. Not Rygar, Just Say Steven, Eclipse Theo, Kylo, Phoenix, Specular Bulls, Mumbo Jumbo. So I guess Mumbo Jumbo... I think Camman is a streamer, and I think Mumbo Jumbo is probably not a common streamer. But I'll use them both because they both have 10 million subscribers. So and they're also both very popular, like getting tens of millions of views a month. Ergo, you know, presumably making some good money. Okay, so in theory, or you know, let's just use the unemployed guy because I don't know him and therefore it's not offensive. Every time someone tips that unemployed guy money, because a statistically significant % of his audience watch me, and vice versa. Right now, the tip on this stream, I've just taken away your tipping ability for the below average unemployed YouTuber. I like the below average video. That means you have below average taste. Yeah, Polly E said earlier that if she sees something being marketed too much, she just assumes it's not very good. And I think there's like a name for this effect, but it's a very real phenomenon that like. It is reasonable to assume that if someone is trying to get you to do something so bad, that it is not very successful in its own right. So all good marketing makes it look like, yeah, this is just what it is. It's something I enjoy doing. I guess you could do that too. It's why influencer marketing is so successful. Which actually, you know, okay, this is fascinating to me. A lot of I see a lot of like marketing types and marketing on my social media. The big change that I think everyone has noticed is that I knew this was happening, but I didn't have the words to describe it. Social media has gone from a marketing channel to like a type of advertising. You advertise that influencers like your product on billboards or in Instagram ads or wherever else. And so you don't actually need to, you don't pay for the top dollar names. You pay for, you know, a guy with 800 subscribers that makes high quality content. Be like, wow, I love me some Disney or whatever else. I watched a Mogwon stream once. He read a few of my messages. I was surprised. Yeah, Mogwon's a great guy. We have a collab coming out fairly soon. Also then you have below average taste, Lamau, good one. I mean, it's factually accurate. Like you like below average stuff means you like below average stuff. It's a one-to-one thing right there. Also, don't understand unemployed. Is Toycat an unemployed YouTuber? I mean, that's what the YouTube analytics are telling me. People who like unemployed YouTubers like me. I do kind of I think that if I had a regular job, I would yearn all day to be unemployed. I have one of the few jobs where I feel like I get about 25 to 50% of the benefit of being unemployed. And I don't really want the rest. Like, I crave it sometimes. Like, today, chat, I was just like... I've been reading a decent philosophy book. I've been reading the Map Men book. And I'm still not all the way through the Silo books. And I've also wanted to read Game of Thrones for a while. I'm like, there's a lot of things I would love to read. But I feel like I don't have the time to do it. But as I recently, you know, I've been recently going for like a reframing of like, do I not have enough time? Or am I just using that as an excuse? Because, you know, when I go on holiday, I have an infinite amount of time. It's like, it's all my time again. But also, I still am not reading. I read a little bit a day, but not a lot. It made me realize, like, rather than having to... Hey!
Toy Cat is yes, PewDiePie is no.
Thank you, Vera, for choosing to give the $10 you could have given for the PewDiePie to me. I mean, it goes even deeper than that if you really, really think about it. The, any money that you spend on me is money you can't spend on Minecraft. And any money you spend on Minecraft is money you can't spend on me. Unless you spend it on Minecraft on me, which is a real category. Thought you turned this off, lol.
Thought you turned this off. Liar. Little as you know I am simple and below average viewer.
Are we the below average club right here, chat? Is that what's happening here? Yeah, I get zero joy from Netflix and Disney. They are my wife and kid. Donations to Toycat make me happy. That's awesome, said Six. Tell me what makes you happy about them. And I'll tell you what, I'll try my best to make you even happier. Because who doesn't love that? Being unemployed sucks, though. Wish I could work. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, Ruby. I do think that unemployment is overhyped by people who are slightly overemployed. I mean, like, it's... Whether it's good or bad, I think a lot of people... whether it is good or bad, a lot of people do quite like the idea. I don't know. Like, I think the economic system we live in forces us to work a certain amount. For some people, that's, you know, a starting point. It's not enough. A lot of people are really happy working 60, 70, 80 hours, if only for a short time. But definitely there are points in your life where that is an appropriate amount of time to work for some people. And some people are like, yeah, I work a 40-hour-a-week job, but I spend about 15 hours of those, you know, looking at a computer screen and wanting to die and not actually achieving anything. I think that's one of the reasons the 4-day work week is such an enticing but struggling idea. Is because for some people it's like, oh, everyone else wants to slack. And for some people it's like, this is a representation of what I'm already doing, man. If anything, I might be more effective at work if I only had to show up for the number of hours I actually did productive things. Very echoey tip reading. Oh, I've got my speakers turned back on again. I need to consider that they can't be at a level where they... because okay. they can't be at a level where they will come back out of the microphone. We want to support the non-overly energetic fake YouTubers. Exactly. Your boy does not have a job faking his enthusiasm. You can be rest assured in that. Your philosophical views on life in Minecraft. You know, I'll try my best to deliver some of that. Because I've got this problem, right, chat? I really hate being told what to do. I mean, that's one of the reasons I love being unemployed. And, you know, I hate being told what to do so much. There's, like, so many scenarios from my life that are like that. Any of you in chat the same? In fact, chat, do you have any situations where, you know, you... could you tell me about a situation in your life where you didn't want to be told what to do? Could you do that right now? Of course. No, you couldn't. Sorry, that's my bit. That's my comedic energy for the stream. Hope you enjoy it. Toy Cat is better than a salted caramel frappe from Costa. Oh, a salted caramel frappe sounds good. I'm going to be on a road trip to the north tomorrow. Do you want to hear about my life, chat? I'm going to see my biological father. Actually, I want to have your advice. I'm visiting my... No, I can't say this out loud, chat. It's one of those, like, I will dox myself by saying this. So instead I'll say, yeah, I have a funny... I think there is this funny thing about family. In that it's, like, a bunch of people who you would, like, never willingly, like, choose. But yet that is what makes it interesting. Right? Like, so, like, you know, kind of like how being unemployed feels like the dream. Because every day you'd be fully in control of your schedule. One of the weirdest truths is that we all want to be in control. But a lot of us are unhappy if we actually are in control. A lot of us are happiest with the idea that we are in control. Not with the actual doing it ourselves. Seriously, you're half my age and have insights on things I never thought about. Thank you, Said6. I genuinely, you know, I feel like I hope you believe I'm not just saying this. That's the sort of, like, saying that you like that sort of stuff is the type of comment that makes me think, like, you know, it's my favorite type of comment to receive. Also, can't be doing this, apparently. I've got to go fill up my boat. But I'm going to do so as carefully as I can. Don't want to mess this one up. Okay, so... Yeah, I really like the kind... You know, one of the things that always really stuck with me of early YouTube is the kind of, like, mildly philosophical dive. I think a lot of philosophy is very, like, dense and dull and, like, tricky to, you know, deal with, if I'm being honest. But there's so many ways in which it is important to think about and know about and consider. I don't like being told to like and subscribe. I do it if I want to, says a man chooses. Make sure to unsubscribe from the channel and dislike this video. There you go. Yeah, what are you going to do about that, huh? What are you going to do about it? Hate being told what to do, but I also don't have much internal motivation. Yeah, it's, you know, the reality is that a lot of cool things happen when someone tells you what to do. You know, not all the time, not all to be trusted or anything like that, but still useful. Philosophy light with Toycat. Yes, I'm here for that also. It's not just your Minecraft skills, of which I have many. As we all saw, I am a boat fishing master. I'm an absolute king of boat fishing. It has been proven. It has been tested, proven, tried again. But yeah, let's jump in. Let's mine a few more bits of ice. Just the easiest bits, I think, is always the best way in here. Mine some ice, run up out, and then we're going to finish up our spruce logs today. Which means I can afford to spend some of them, at least, on making boats to sell to your boy. I think I have some boats in one of these chests too. There they are. Let's take out the boats. And let's give them a little sell. Because now I can afford to get back to this, to get back to the emeralds. Because I'm going to need the stuff that comes from them soon. Chat, I don't have a baby villager. I'm very glad that I only lost 2 villagers and all. Maybe 3. But yeah. The sad truth is that many of us are happy letting others do the thinking. I don't think it's a sad truth though, right? I think that's a very... I think it would be sadder if we all had... You know, this is a weird thing. This is like a triple layer, right? On the surface, it's sad that people don't think for themselves. And in lots of cases, it is genuinely like, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you think just like a little bit about what you're doing and how you're doing it or anything like that? But, you know, that's the surface level. And then a little bit of a deeper level. It's like, you know, a lot of people are just... I'm going to use the ice. It'll be fine. On a bit of a deeper level, it's like, yeah, actually, a lot of decisions work really well when we synchronize them effectively. We can create things from nothing if we all believe in them together, and we all go and get it done. You thought the type of fishing he'd be best at would be catfishing. You know, let me reveal to you all right now, I am not in fact a Teletubby. I am in fact IBX Toy Cat, and I've been catfishing you this entire stream, and look how many tips I got from it. Yeah, no. But yeah, I think that genuinely, okay, so this is something I would say. If try planning a party, you know, do you hear that, chat? Is that Minecraft? Maybe it's my PC fan. I hear like some weird noises. Anyway, so I think like if you ever tried to like plan a party, or even just not even a party, plan a social outing where you invite someone like, here is a fun thing. Would you like to go to dinner and then to mini golfing with me? And you quickly realize like, oh man, this is a nightmare. Like, if you try to do distributed planning, I want to tell you, this is one of my like formative experiences, chat. I got a voucher to go and do, I think it was go-karting. It might have been paintballing, maybe? Yeah, it was paintballing. It was one of those like, and I was like, man, everyone's going to want to do paintballing if I say it's free. Like, no one's going to say no to free paintballing. I've got a slam dunk right here. And so I messaged all of my friends. I had like an extended friend group. You know, like 4 or 5 people you're super close with. And then people who are close with those people. And, you know, it was like a big group that all hung out at college together. I just invite everyone in that group. And I was like, go-karting somewhere in June to July. What's everyone thinking? And just the response back is nothing. And I was like, but this is so... Like, guys, all you got to do is at least respond saying, I'm not... Like... People don't even give their like feedback on like, oh, yeah, I don't think I want to go paintballing, or oh, can you pick a date because I'm away in Alicante in June, or you know, no one gives you anything. This is like, I don't know, maybe this is like a me problem, maybe it's like an introvert problem, maybe, but like it was the first time I ever just tried to plan something where I was like, oh, I've got an awesome thing I could provide for some other people. I got this free paintballing voucher. You know, like I imagine paintballing is usually quite a bit. All we're gonna do is get ourselves to this place. But actually, it's like, no, yeah, people don't want to have to look at that and think, okay, so what time am I free? How are we gonna... People want to be told, look, paintballing's happening on this day, this place, this is what we'll do after. They want you to think about it, and for them just to go, yes, that would be fun, or... Oh, no, it wouldn't be. And it's really fun sometimes if you know you've got someone that you can trust to make a good plan. Because you can be like, I'll just go along with it. I don't have to think about anything besides having a good time. Sorry, the space in your walls is enough for me to sit comfortably. I'll move less. It sounds like you're back there, Dasher. I mean, I know we got a thing hunting for Russians right now, but I didn't realize it had gotten that bad. Yeah, but yeah, chat, I'm not a Teletubby. I'm someone who's very bad at planning events. But actually, that made me realize, like, yeah, so now, you hit people up, and even if you give a vague plan of, like, meet at this time, burgers, cool video game pub, people are like, yeah, awesome. And there's also, like, a level of, there's, like, decorum in how you invite people. Like, you know, the friends of friends would be better invited by me being like, hey, hey, Vicky, could you invite, you know, Jordan, see if he's free on this day? Like, just shooting it out to people, it's the wrong way to do it. And also, no, planning social events is like herding cats. It's not just you. Yeah, it really is. The first time you do it, you're like, whoa. People who do this for you make it look so easy because they're doing all the thinking. You know, arguably, right? Like, this stream is me... Ah! What just happened? Does anyone understand? Also, this dog is really upset with, I assume, this llama. Okay, not gonna think about it much more. Just gonna make myself some boats. Because I now have the spare shopping capacity for them. Very lovely. Is he spitting at me still? Or is he spitting at the dog? What is happening here? Something that isn't good is all I can say. But yeah, I go-kart paintballing, real life Mario Kart. That's the double dash theme. It will be continually in my head forever. Oh, what did I just make? Nothing. I think the llama spat at the dog and hit you, but why did the llama spit at the dog? I've got a lot of questions, and I don't know that I'll receive all the answers that I actually want. But maybe that's something I should accept. So let's grab a few more ice blocks, especially like... Oh, compressed ice? Chat, did it change its name? Or is this a British English thing? So I'll go and grab a bunch of this ice, put it in the boats, and then go immediately and mine some more. And then in the morning, we'll set off the boats. Easy peasy. Organizing multiple people is hard. That's why event planners exist, I guess. Yeah, it's really hard. And so, yeah, like, I know in theory, planning a party is one of the, like, biggest... I know, like, it's like, oh yeah, how about instead of us all going somewhere where I have to travel, what if everyone just come to me, and then when they're done, they all leave and go home by themselves? You can eliminate travel time by hosting a party, but you lose that time of travel because you have to plan, you have to make sure that everything works, you have to accommodate, like, oh, this person doesn't like board games, so maybe can we play Cards Against Humanity instead? And you're like, that's a weird request. Yeah, I think planning around multiple people really quickly helps. Also, look how invisible water is, chat. But yeah, planning an event with multiple people will just quickly realize, like, oh yeah, people hate thinking, but almost I think I know there's a lot more depth of like, but also the way that humans interact is much more deep than that. You know, like I know, like spending a lot of time with someone is a lot more deep than is a lot more tricky than having a conversation with someone. It's one of the points I made in my most recent members Let's Play about like, oh yeah, hanging out outside the house does not prepare you for living with someone inside the house, because of all the obligations you now share. You know, if you think about marriage, right? That's sharing the obligation of your entire well-being and everything else. And it's like, yeah, you can really balls that up. You just need a group chat for every event. Oh, but you don't even. You need... Everyone assumes if they haven't done it, like, oh yeah, but you just give it a group chat. There's a bunch of group chats I'm in, and when I get invited to things, I say yes. There's a whole swath of the population who will only respond to a direct message. If you put something in a group chat, they're like, probably isn't for me. And it's like, so you put in the group chat, this is for everybody. And they're like, yeah, but they'll just assume that they should know that I'm not going if I haven't said anything. And I've got someone else who's like, they should know I'm going if I haven't said anything. There's so much that goes into organizing people. And yeah, it's like, I think it's because, like, reasonably, I want to go out and do social things, but I don't want to stress and plan that. You know, it's nice if, like, it's nice to have someone that, you know, like I said, I got a Merlin head. If he puts in all the work into being like, we could go to Alton Towers on these days, it won't be very busy, it will be really good for that. It's like, yeah, then it's my obligation to say yes. Or at least no. Or at least I can't do then, but how does this time work? I don't know. Maybe I'm dreaming too big, though. With that said, there's no planning for a great party and no planned ending time. I do think, I personally think a good party has very little planning, but there needs to be a vague structure. Maybe this is something that varies for everyone, but it's like I think I also have like an above average number of friends who are introverts. I try to be, you know, the most extroverted introvert that can, you know, bring as many cool things to the introvert. You know, like I like to be the introverted caveman that can bring back, you know, a nice juicy saber-toothed tiger for everyone to eat. Anyway, but yeah, I think I always plan like a little bit of parties. Like, okay, here is a silly game that we're gonna play. Then they're self-eliminating. Don't even talk about planning Christmas. Oh yeah, I'm glad I don't. I'm glad I don't. It is I think the handiest thing you can have if you like planning events is just like, yeah, this is a standing agreement that unless we cancel, every Thursday we're gonna go and do this. Unless we cancel, every Wednesday, let's just go. I think that's why like low stress, low energy, you can do it all the time. Energy, like let's just go to the pub once a week. Every Friday, go to the pub. Really easy. You can be there for an hour, or you can go there for the cautionary hour. Choose to stay for more. You know, like I'm only going for 1 drink as a can be code for going for 6, or it can be, yeah, literally all I can do is this 1 drink. I've got to be going after that. It's really cool. So yeah, I like planning. It's hard, but it's a skill I've built. You're not Charles Wallace. Can you be my events planner? Can you plan my life and my schedule? I think that there's lots of I don't know, like I'm gonna try and be like as good as I can with this. There's a lot of like when I first switched to having editors chat, I resisted the idea forever. I didn't really, you know, I think anyone who's a YouTuber or anyone who makes anything creative is like, I can't outsource part of that process because they're not going to be as good as me. But then I eventually did learn to outsource it, and I learned that like a lot of really cool decisions can be made by editors that aren't made by you. And so at first I made this decision, this cool that like, yeah, I'll let all of the creative decisions be handled later, basically. Which is a really hard thing to give up, but I made the call. But one of the things I've kind of like gone back on is being like, no, a lot of things you have to, oh, sad. A lot of things you have to do yourself. You just have to. It's just how it is. You know, someone else is either, you know, if they're not having as, there's a lot of ways we don't want to think, or that we will think differently to how someone else thinks. And yeah, if you value those thoughts, you gotta like take back a bit of control in that. As a 30-plus-year-old person, I sometimes find myself touching the phone less and less. Sometimes I'll spend an hour on it total throughout the day. Oh, that's awesome! Tank Girl, you put a little colon / emoji. That's awesome. You've solved. You've created a solution to one of the biggest problems. I think phone addiction is a struggle for many. The idea that I can't turn off my phone, that I need to use it for 8 hours a day. If you're using it for an hour or less a day, that's like healthy. That's good. You've done things right. A lot of people don't go to the pub anymore. A lot of pubs are crap now. I think that is true. I think there are both really nice pubs, and then there's Wetherspoons. And it's when everything that isn't one of those two things kind of sucks. Which I would argue is some of the problem with the thinking. Like, if you want to go to a good pub, you've got to, like, know the good pubs. I've gone to... I think I have, like, 8 pubs within a 5-minute walk. And one of them's really nice, but it's like such a cool view. And it's so old and so beautiful. But it's like, last time I was in there was a couple visiting from Texas who loved my Buc-ee's shirt. I wear American gas station merch, and apparently that means Americans love me when they visit. But there's a pub that I really love, but it's a really bad pub to take people to, because it's busy. It's always 90 to 100% busy, and when it's 100% busy, it's like the parking problem. You get somewhere and you know, when I'm by myself, if I go to the pub and there's no one else, there's no seats, fine, I'll leave. If you're with people, you don't want to disappoint them and be like, we can't go here, sorry. Why? Because no space. There's no space at the pub. Yep, no space at the pub. Weird how that works, isn't it? So yeah, I think I shouldn't be using more of my bone meal on this, really, if I can avoid it. So let's hope that my trees have grown, and if not, I'll just use the little saplings. Also, I like planning parties, but like Polly E said, it often seems underappreciated. Oh yeah, everyone has, like, I think so at least. I think everyone has that moment where they're like, I put in so much work for this, and, you know, like, people who are there will treat it like they are doing you the favor by showing up. And it is, you know, you are both doing each other a favor. That's one of the tricky things about so much of the social contract is like, I am doing you a favor, and you are doing me a favor by letting me do you a favor, even sometimes. And it's really hard to... I mentioned one of my favorite examples of this, chat. It came up really recently. I had a friend who invited me to a concert, but they were like, but in exchange, I need, you know, like I need potentially a 3-hour ride home. I'm like, I can't drive. That'd be 6 hours round trip for me. I can't drive more than 4 hours in a day, and I hate driving at night, and so I'm not going to commit to a 6-hour drive at midnight for you. Sorry about that. And they're like, but I really only wanted to give these tickets to someone who would drive me home. They were like, yeah, so I'm doing you this favor, and now you need to do me a favor back. And I was like, but it's not, you haven't actually done me a favor. To you, this seems like a big favor. And that's one of the tricky things about life, is sometimes you feel like you do people a big favor, and to them, they feel like either you haven't done them a favor, or they feel like they've done you a favor by letting you, by, you know, like, it's really, really complicated, I guess. Humans are really, really complicated, actually. I guess we could say, to make that even clearer, that sometimes what seems like it is so easy is not. And when we have differences in expectations, that can lead to lots of problems. Like, chat, you know, am I doing you a favor by streaming this right now? Or are you doing me the favor by watching? Like, it's really hard to define it as one or the other. Like, obviously, you know, if you weren't, like, obviously, without you here to watch, this stream wouldn't happen. If it had had 0 viewers the entire time, I'm probably silly enough that I'd have kept it going. But like, I would probably do it less in the future. I had a video I had to stop making so I could make this. I had to blow my whole £6 Temu budget on a costume just for this video. I did a lot of things for this video that I probably wouldn't have done were people not here to enjoy it. And so you have done me the favor of watching the video so that I can continue to do this. But on the other hand, you know, am I not doing you a favor? You know, if said Six says that he loves the philosophical takes, then like, I'm doing something good for him. You know, whether I'm doing it, you know, like, and you get into a real mess of like, I think in a lot of cases, they're not doing something nice for you. You're not doing something nice for the. You know, it's not one of you is in the debt of the other for what's happened. I think in a lot of situations, it's like, you should do nice things for people. You should do nice things for people that you don't expect a reward for. And then you should also try to thank people, even if you don't necessarily love... Also, beetroot seeds? No. Acacia saplings? Yes! Wow, that's a big one. That's a really, really big one. A potion of invisibility is silly, so we don't need it. Yellow horn coral blocks are interesting. But I'll buy all of the wood, and that's the only thing I'm sure that I'm locking in. Yeah, acacia saplings, chat. I can now officially grow acacia wood, which I will do right now. I'm gonna have to destroy some of this first. Let's do it anyway. Let's grow our first ever orange wood block. Won't that be beautiful? You need to drive more in the US to increase your driving tolerance. Oh yeah, I drive, like, okay, so people in chat, by the way, responding to that. Said Six says he drove 6 hours to Florida and 14 hours to visit Minnesota for family. It's not a big deal, but it is. That's a day of your life. That's a whole day. And I think if you drive in the least stressful way, so I'm assuming, you know, interstates or major routed highways, traffic-controlled highways, I think, if we're using the most correct term we can. If you're driving in the least stressful way possible, it's chill.
Nice things for people to.
Am I doing nice things for you, or did you do something nice for me? I am living a life where I can argue I get 25 to 50% of the benefit of being unemployed, but I am getting paid still, chat. I'm still making money, and is that not as a result you doing me you one of the biggest favors of all-time history right there. You know, but via both watching ads and people who tip and all this sort of stuff. You know, who is doing who the favor? And I think the real way to think about it is you've just got to say that you should try your best. Like, you know, I have a friend, chat, who they had a really long-term friend. You know, I'm gonna this has come up in my life very recently. So I have a friend who I used to know, they're part of my college friend group. They didn't respond to my paintball invite 13 years ago. Don't hold it against them, but I should. So I need to get more bone meal, but okay, the tree's grown, thank God. Maybe I should just get more dirt that I dedicate for tree growing. Anyway, so I have a friend who didn't come to paintball 13 years ago, and I'm still mad about it. I rarely think about it, just a couple times a day. But so I've got this friend, and 10 years ago, he refused to be friends with me because of something I said that was actually...
Hey, Toy Cat. Hope you're well. Just wondering which of the Teletubbies are you, because I've been
you can't spot Poe at...
Wow.
Terrible.
Emoji.
Also, woman face smiling emoji is hilarious. First of all, thank you very much, Sophie Hawkins, for doing a nice thing. Or, indeed, for getting your message read out. You know, thank you. You're welcome for allowing it for just the small price of £10. You know, we could flip it that way. But more seriously, that relates to the conversation we've just been having, if you just dropped in here. For anyone joining the stream right now, you're 210 days too late. Give up and watch the video in the description instead. But for anyone who isn't joining right now, I am in fact Poe, and I have done this wonderful thing, partially because I figured that people would enjoy it, and I love that people did. I loved seeing immediately everyone being like, Toy Cat the Teletubby. But partially because I figured it would be fun. And it's cool to have that dual purpose. It's cool to have something that I enjoy doing be something that you enjoyed seeing. You know, like, and conversely, if you don't tip, I'll probably still keep making the video. You know, if you don't leave a nice comment, if you don't leave any comment, or if you don't even subscribe or do any other, you know, merch, you know, like, we have IBX, we have lots of ways that you can support the channel. If you don't do any of those things, then, like, yeah, you're still being great by watching. I think the YouTube stats say I think there's about 1 million people who watch every month, like unique people. The views are obviously higher than that because people watch on average more than one video. But there's about 1 million people who watch the channel every month, and by you watching, you provide 1/1,000,000th of the ad revenue, and that ad revenue is a great amount by itself. Also, after 30+ driving in Canada, now driving in London, OMG, it's a nightmare. Why are the roads so small? Yeah, on my drive today, I had so many situations where I was like, there's a road that's just about wide enough for 2 big vehicles, but people are parked on both sides, and so it's just about wide enough. It's actually like just about wide enough for like 1 and a bit cars. And so I had to like either squeeze past or I had to get in a parking place. I had something that's never happened before, chat. So I was down a one-way road that had enough space for 1 car, and it was parked on both sides. And there was police behind me. And I panicked because the police had been there. I'd heard the sirens for like 20 seconds, only just saw them behind me. But I pulled off into like a parking space, like kind of tightly. And the police people thanked me. They were like, thank you. They gave me a little flash of the lights. Oh, a little honk, rather. And I was like, that's fun. What a nice... The flash would have been the opposite, actually. They were so nice. They were thanking me before I even moved. They kept flashing their lights at me to show me how appreciative they were of the gesture I was about to make. Yeah, I thought that was fun. It seems stressful, but it's like, it's you do something enough with an instructor in the car, and then you do it enough without an instructor, and life is good. Okay, so my friend chat. I have a friend from a long time ago who refused to even respond. You know, just drop a simple "I can't do it" to my my paintballing invite, and this friend recently came back into my life. He asked if we could hang out. Or actually, I asked him proactively if we could hang out. The last time that we spoke was we'd hung out a lot. Like, we were the only people from my school that went to my college, so we hung out a lot. We found the same friend group together, etc., etc. And I made a silly joke at the expense of a political figure that he disliked, and he said, "I think I kind of hate you now, Andrew. I think I kind of hate you." And after that, he genuinely didn't send in a message for a decade or something. And so he's an interesting character, very interesting character, quite self-obsessed, I think, or like but not in a way where he doesn't like get it. I think is interesting. But after like a bunch of years, you know, I feel like he's lost like a long-term friend, so he's like he's just lost the job. He's going for a lot of stuff all at the same time, and so my instinct is like, I should offer something like, let's hang out. You know, let's just do something simple, easy, low format. If you need a friend, I'm gonna go be that friend. But I think that it's important with something like that you've got to see it not as I am doing a big favor for a guy, but instead as like, oh yeah, I enjoy just, you know, low energy hanging out. It's because of the fact that organizing things is hard and getting people together is hard. Most hangouts are by definition high energy. If you're lucky enough to live 5 minutes from someone, you can just go to the pub together or whatever else. But even then, you're spending £7 on a drink, so there's a certain expectation of what you're gonna get in exchange for that, right? If you're not a Weatherspoons, at least. But so it's, you know, it's like, actually, I am going to offer someone what they probably need most in this moment. Selfishly, I'm gonna offer them a version of what they probably need in a way that I would like to. Come on, give me some emeralds. And I think that there's an interesting, like, I think the best way to look at life is there are lots of things that you can do for people that are big favors. Like, appreciate people who appreciate you, do the best for people who appreciate you, and, you know, start to learn people who eventually are not appreciative, because there is a big difference in the world that you will find. But I think that that's, like, the simplest way you can work out, you know, who, you know, if my friend, just like with my paintball invites, either says no or says, like, oh yeah, I'll do this, you know, as a favor to you, then I'll roll my eyes and, you know, hopefully it'll be good for them anyway. But if it's not, then also head on the Combine Harvester on a single track country road. Oh yeah, country road, like, people hate London roads, but really, like, London roads are just country roads, but with more, at least the parked cars are movable and sometimes aren't there, so you can park in their space. Country roads are a nightmare. You have to. I've reversed for so long before, and I've had to have like cars in front of me reverse for so long. I've had really good luck in general though. I've in the like 3 years I've had my license. 3 years? Yeah, 3 years now. Closer to, I think I'm about to hit 4. So in the 4 years I've had my license, I think I've had to reverse with people like twice, and people have reversed me like 20 times. It makes me feel like, you know, which makes me sound like I'm a bad driver, and maybe that is just true. But it's actually like, or at least I'd like you to believe it's actually, like, you know, the closest reversing spot for them is like 2 seconds back, and mine is like 20 seconds back. It's been really good. Also, good friend screen. I'm gonna offer my friend that we can dress up as Teletubbies and throw microwaves off railway bridges or something. It's gonna be a good activity we can do together. Does he hate you in particular, or hate everyone but himself? I mean, that is something we should all ask ourselves about those that we avoid. But yeah, more boat sales, more emeralds, more good. Okay, chat. I'm feeling pretty confident about my odds of filling up both ice boats. I think the one ice boat being full isn't enough by itself. But with the pathway I've already got and everything else, hopefully it will be. I feel very lucky to have a few friends that are brilliant low energy hangouts. Sadly, they live too far away. See, so you're not very lucky then. You're very unlucky. You got the friends and then you lost the ability to low energy hang out with them. That's like saying I'm really lucky that I've got new batteries for my remote. They're in Cambodia right now because of shipping delays. But I'm lucky that I technically own them. It's like, no, that doesn't help you at all. You're very unlucky, Holly Naraska. I am apologetic for the loss that you are effectively going through. Okay, so this chest is now full. That's a good feeling. And now we'll start to fill up another chest. Low energy hangout can be a voice chat maybe on the internet. We all live 5 minutes away from each other. It just isn't this. I think the reason for me, I'm a big I'm really good at single tasking. Or at least I like most when I'm single tasking. I'm really good at accidentally multitasking and ruining my life because of it. But I really like single tasking. It's my go-to way to do most things. If I'm gonna read a book, I'm not gonna put on a podcast or music in the background. The book I'm reading though has like accompanying music they recommend and a Spotify playlist. Don't like that. Not for me. If I'm watching a TV show and it's one that I care about, I'm not on my phone at the same time because then I'm not going to absorb the TV show or my phone as well. You know, like stimuli maxing has value for some people, I am sure. Not value for me. So I feel like low energy hangout should be like, yeah, let's both be here intermittently. Maybe sometimes you get on your phone, maybe sometimes I get on my phone, maybe sometimes I'm playing a game, maybe not. I know, I feel like it's tricky on the internet because you are effectively absorbing a decent percent. I mean, I guess when someone's physically there, you're absorbing a percent of their time because there's no way out, you know, without them saying, I'm going to go now. And I guess it's much easier to go on a voice call than anything else. The average American drives about 12,000 miles a year. That's a zillion kilometers. Yeah, my car is 10 years old. It's driven 89,000 miles. And it's substantially more driven than most cars of its, like, year and type. So that'd be, like, what, 8,900 miles a year? Yeah, that's pretty close. My car has driven as much as an American. Almost. But yeah, I'm going to make more boats. The boats have to be made at some point. Why not right now? So I'm going to go get some more spruce just on the off chance that I need some to go in my inventory and then we'll be ready to go on this. I am on my phone to comment while the stream is on this TV screen. Yeah, that's a common use case actually. A lot of people who watch my streams say they do that. Or use a laptop or something as a second screen. Man, I wish Discord VCs still worked for me. Stupid government. Oh, you can't Discord voice call? Wait, chat. One sec. I'm gonna do a voice call of Dasher right now. Let me get this one. Actually, I was gonna like call a fake contact instead of Dasher, but I'm gonna voice call Dasher to see what happens. Do 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 do. Okay, it was meant to make the noises. That bit was meant to be much funnier than it was. Wow, what a great low energy hangout we're having here together. By the way, while you're here, would you like to go paintballing with me soon? Yeah, that sounds amazing. Thank God that you're putting so much work into planning this. Although I would like to say I can't do June 17th because I'm busy doing damaging things to my country's infrastructure. My 2009 car hasn't hit 90k yet. Yeah, I feel like I told my cousin how many miles the car had. She's like, they still sell them at that amount? she was like, ah, so it's dying soon, huh? Sun Desha collab, wow. Discord VCs are a pretty great way to play multiplayer Minecraft with someone. You take the problem there that I don't play multiplayer Minecraft. The closest thing I get, the arguable low energy hangout I have, chat, are these streams. They're kind of quite medium energy, if I'm being honest. Maybe, I think some streams can be quite high energy. If I'm like trying to beat Minecraft, I can't tell you enough, chat, how stressed I am about like, yeah, I'm locked in. I've set up a challenge. I've told everyone the date and the idea, and I know if I fail too many of these challenges, no one has any reason to watch them anymore, because they don't, you know, if I don't take them seriously enough, even, then the whole concept falls apart. So I stress a lot during them. Also, buying a used car in 100k miles in America would be a miracle. Yeah, that's a funny... Okay. I think this is a... Here's a piece of philosophy I've been mulling over. When something is an option, it is awesome. When something is an obligation, it sucks. And I think that driving... The fact that you got to say, like, yeah, my family live 12 hours away... So I spend a day of my life driving each way. How many days of your life have been gone to this? If you like spending those days driving and you stop and you see stuff, or even if you just like being in a driving seat with the music blaring, with the air on your thing and a giant 7-liter slushy next to you, if that's what you like, that's an awesome way to spend a day. I've spent a day, I spent 20 hours on a train from Chicago to New York once. I love that day. I would love to do something like it again. I'm looking into booking the Caledonian Sleeper and getting like an 11-hour overnight train to Scotland because the train is fun, even though it's a less efficient use of my time than getting on an hour-and-a-half flight. You made my Discord freak out. But yeah, I think that the moment something goes from being something you are choosing to do because you like it to something you have to do because it is demanded of you, things get substantially less fun. Oh, I don't have space for the snow block. Okay, let's sell as many boats as we can to your boy. Okay, that's as many boats as I can. Not very many, but it will do, I guess. And then let's chop down all of these. And then we probably should get some oak trees in there or something to buff up the amount of oak saplings we use for stuff. Oh, I kind of want to start using different blocks. It's just tricky because I lost my stonemason. Woo, Scotland. Yeah, I want to go on one of those beautiful trains that goes to like the real deep highlands. I think that'd be fun. Many Americans commute 1 hour to 2 hours each way to work. Yeah, and that is sad. I mean, like, I think there are real benefits of it to some people. Like, I love having a car because it means that if I wanted to, instead of taking an 11-hour train or an hour plane to Scotland, I could drive for 12 hours to get to the Highlands. And if I really want to stop at a bunch of places along the way, the train's not going to stop at Doncaster for me. Train's not going to stop and, you know, help me, you know, I don't know, like, pay my respects to some dead in my family. Or it's not going to allow me to go to a fancy farm shop or get me in a good place for dinner. You know, if I want to make all my decisions point to point, the car is great, but... You know, the car also isn't going to drive itself, sadly. Not for a while, legally speaking. So I have to be there behind the wheel. Can't be on my phone. Can't be watching Netflix. Can't be reading a book. I think you should be able to read books if you're on the motorway. What's even the point of modern safety standards if you can't? But, in general, it is accepted that you cannot. And so, yeah, I think that... I thought we were going to hear the Russian accent from the stream of Toy Cats. Yeah, that could have been the perfect 1000 IQ play of Dasher, like, and I will have my voice be heard. You know, she picks up and she's like, there's no issue of voice calls in Russia. I made that up, you idiot. By the way, insert propaganda here. You know, could have happened. Could have happened. It's a 5-hour drive from Edinburgh to Stoke. Yeah, that seems impossibly long to me. Like, it's a 4-hour train from here to Edinburgh, and here is a lot further away than Stoke-on-Trent, which is, I'm guessing, Alton Towers is the drive you're referencing. Funny how you're talking about cars in a Minecraft stream. You know, funny guy, I'm glad that you find that good. I'm glad you like it. Answer me this, Toy Cat. Why do people in the UK drive on the opposite side of the road? This will blow your mind, Lego Show TV, but it's actually people in America who drive on the opposite side of the road. You know, whoa, 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 what's that? you've been doing it the wrong way the whole time. Because you drive on the left because your dominant eye is on the right. You've got a way better eyesight to your right than to your left. If you have a gear stick, your gear stick is on your left. You have way better turning ability of your right hand than your left. You don't need to have fine motor function for your left hand. It's the same reason your guitar, you strum with the... How do you use a guitar? Do. Which hand is for strumming on a guitar? Which hand do you use to strum on a guitar? You use your dominant hand. Well, that goes against my argument. I guess we do drive on the wrong side of the road here, huh? Anyway, so yeah, I'm glad you love it. Mojo says, also I bought a 2012 Camry in 2013, 32k miles. 13 years later, it's great. I love that you still watch content. I watched your videos when I was 10 years old. I'm 18 now. Insane dedication. I mean, if not to do this know you thing this whole stream, but like, isn't the insane dedication on you? Aren't you the one who has the insane dedication for watching 8 years? Like, I have a above average dedication, maybe. But you're the one who has consistently come back to a YouTube. You know, where the internet is begging for your attention, you have given me a slice of it for 8 years, half of your life. By the way, you know, I guess my viewers were all 9-year-olds at some point. Well, I mean, I guess actually every one of my viewers has been a 9-year-old at some point, unless they are below the age of 9. So that's a different point I'm making now. Yeah, but when we can start doing car jousting by driving on the right side of the road. Yeah, car jousting, you would have to drive on the left, right? You would, otherwise you... Which, by the way, car jousting sounds so cool. That definitely exists somewhere on the internet. I just drove to Brighton. It was nearly 6 hours. Not doing it again. And I love driving. Saw so many dead Bambi on the M11. Oh, the M11 is... That's one I drive a lot. It's my least favorite... It's my least favorite motorway. It's got the coolest junction with the M25. See, look at this. We're talking about roads now. This is a sign the stream has truly died. Yeah, but okay, you know, this is hyper specific UK driving law. The M25 is most people's least favorite motorway because you don't get to do a lot of driving. You get to do a lot of parking on it. If you Google UK's largest car park, it will come up with the M25. But the M25, as long as you're there at a not super busy time of day, pretty decent. You know, it's one of the few roads where it's like got enough lanes that things are moving most of the time. It's got enough speed cameras that traffic levels everyone's going about the same speed. And what's really cool is the moment you finally get off it, you're like, oh, and now we're on the real motorway, not the fake one. We're on the one where you can pick your own speed. We're on the one where actually the lane discipline matters again. You got to start moving back to the left lane. It's like, ooh, this is the driving they teach you about in school. And you got to go through bad to get good sometimes. You gotta experience awful things before you appreciate good things. Anyway, with that said, I hope you all enjoyed. Hate the motorway so much. Just glad there isn't many in Scotland. Oh, motorway is the best driving you can do. You just drive fast in a straight line. Maybe that's why it's the worst. I really like scenic drives. I went to Cheddar Gorge recently. I'm going to empty out my entire inventory, fill it with oak log or with spruce logs. I have a whole chest of full ready of these, and then I'm going to be making a long pathway out to negative 8,000 on the Z and positive, I think it's 11,000 on the X. This is a very important thing. It's something I did have to test before the stream because I have built long pathways in the wrong direction before, and it's going to be a long stream, and so, you know, grab yourself a beverage, or don't. You know, have a dry mouth for all I care. But if you want to have a more enjoyable stream, just know it's going to be a big one. So first things we're going to do is we're going to unload our inventory because every single slot is going to count. I need to place 19,000 blocks, and so legitimately every single spare inventory spot is going to be crucial, which means we're just going to unload everything and anything that we humanly can into here. Okay, that's easy step one, I guess. Then step two is going to be loading up all of the ice and other blocks that we can. I've got a ton of ice here, I've got a ton of ice here, and I've got a chest boat that is filled with even more of it, and that should be enough for us to make it most of the way to where we want to go today. So, yeah, just to confirm, Dasher asked the coordinates. The coordinates for where we're going is 11,000x minus x,000z. So you've got it mixed up in your message there. Probably because I communicated it z first and then x second, which is confusing on my behalf. Anyways, we're going to mine our last bit of ice for a few days, and then we're going on a big voyage. And so join me for a long one. You know, let's be honest, we're only going to talk about Minecraft the entire way. So if you're looking forward to a mildly philosophical discussion, or, you know, you enjoy the hanging out that happens on a long session like this, nope, it's hardcore Minecraft. So the whole way I'll just be going, oh no, am I going to die? No, I'm not going to die. Oh no, I might die. It's going to be the entire way. It's going to be great. I'm looking forward to it. I've emotionally allotted about 3.5, 4 hours, but I have no idea how long this could maybe even take. So this is a full chest full of spruce logs, and this is a full chest boat full of ice. And between these two things, we should be able to get some decent progress made. It's still going to be beyond terrifying. I'm going to use a controller because there is some issues of mouse and controller right now. I should really check my controller batteries are fine. Yeah, if they die at the wrong moment, I would be dead. But yeah, we're going to go on a little bit of a voyage right now. Ooh, along this long pathway. And yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. So yeah, with that said, good evening, sir. How are you this evening? Good to see you, Polly. I'm doing good today. If I fall off this, a reminder, I will die, and the entire 212 days of hardcore will be for nothing. That would be bad. I mean, in my personal opinion. Okay, so here we go. Here we go. We got this. We got the air. We're moving places. I usually am not this cautious of ice, but today I feel like we have to be a little bit. So I previously built this ice pathway, and it takes off 1,000 blocks of our journey because I wanted to go to a jungle. And so it's just a nice little feature. But one of the weird features of building the pathway out of ice is that mobs do spawn on ice. And so you can sometimes find polar bears! And it's very important you don't find polar bears. Although they can't get in a chest boat, so it's actually fine. We'll just slide right past them and hope no children spawn. Polar bears and regular boats would be a nightmare because if babies spawn near them, they'd hit me, I'd fall off. Life would be a disaster. Honestly, I learned that on Bedrock, mobs can spawn on ice. It's one of those facts that just, you know, should be standard knowledge, but I never really thought about it. I just assumed it was a bug or a... But because mobs can spawn on ice on Bedrock, this is actually the most dangerous way to do a pathway. Bottom slabs would be the safest way. And so this is going to be a bit of a risky route at first. And I'm very, very aware of that fact. But it's just got to be okay. It's just got to be okay. We have no other choices, and so it will be okay. So yeah, this is my little midway point station. And this midway point station exists right here to allow me to go off to the jungle, which is great. But also, it's going to be where I leave these resources. And simply, I'm just going to unload the ice every time I need it by coming back here. I could bring it along with me, I guess, too. That wouldn't be terrible. But yeah, let's just be very careful picking up this boat. I have been careful, but I have no inventory space because I just filled it up. So we'll drop a pile of ice on the ground. Hope that doesn't go anywhere too dangerous. Oh, it really flies. Then we'll place this boat on a little pillar here just to, you know, decoration reasons. And then we're going to start placing... Oh, no, 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 no. Let's go. So yeah, I don't have any beds with me, which is a bit of a flaw, really. I could bring this bed around with me because I don't need respawn points. So we'll probably do that after we've unloaded. Okay, chat. The bridge begins. You ready for 19,000 blocks of excitement? I bet you are. So, yeah, what a jump scare. My palms are sweaty. Perfect timing, right? I just spoke about the issue he presents, and then he presented an issue. Or rather, I'm being very gender role specific to polar bears. How do I know if it's a he or a she without any children around? Well, I mean, even with the children around, how would I know? But it is a funny thing that in society we name like things we care about women, you know, like ships and cars, and things that are like aggressive and mean, like men, you know, like a volcano, and or like hurricanes, right? Or a hurricane's named after women. No, Katrina is a woman. I think they used to be named after men, and it like cycled around. Anyway, I have to be very, very careful about this, but I think as long as I crouch, I'm going to be entirely fine. So I don't worry about a polar bear spawning close enough behind me to catch up with me. We just have to get through this absolute wasteland of a ice biome. Because once we're out of the ice biome, I feel like everything will look up for us emotionally. If we find new biomes, we'll be able to take the biome-specific things from them. So we could only find bamboo by fishing in a jungle. There are benefits to being in a savanna biome, for example. Benefits to being in a desert that I think we could take advantage of, particularly with camel husks. Camel huskies is what my brain wanted to call them, but camel husks are coming soon. So there's a lot of benefits that we'd love to take advantage of. That would be great. Oh, also, I only brought 7 cooked chickens with me. That's not going to be enough. That's just not going to be enough. So what I'm going to need to do right now is go all the way back now. Because I need to go to sleep anyway. And then what we're also going to need to do is be very, very specific. So I think I should make a chest here and put all my ice inside that chest, by the way. And then take my chest boat back home to prevent anything from sleeping around me. Then I'm also going to put some slabs around here to make sure that nothing can kill me in my sleep. Because or rather that I can't wake up dead. Because that is a real, genuine fear of mine. As it should be of yours. I mean, I guess it's the most irrational fear, because like, what's the problem with waking up dead? It's how everyone pictures themselves dying. Not everyone likes to picture themselves dying, but if you do, you like to picture it happening in that way, I guess. Anyway, it's going to be a really, really fun project today, in terms of just the scale of it. But that's also what makes it so daunting. Like last week, I had to even postpone this project, so I was like, yeah, we need to be like fully ready and prepared. This isn't like a casual, let's just do it and see what happens kind of project. Which is sad in its own way, really, isn't it? So, they name hurricanes both masculine and feminine, but I don't know how they choose from the list they come up with. I think it's alphabetical, and they go all men and then all women. So, for a little bit, hurricanes will be men, and then for a little bit, hurricanes will be women. You know, that's called gender equality. You know, like, but I think what should I do about this? I guess nothing. Let's just get back in the boat, rotate it in a nice, safe spot. And then we're going all the way back home because I forgot food. I've been preparing for this voyage for so long, chat. But like any long journey, I feel like the moment, you know, you have such a desire to like, let's just get going, that you're always going to forget something. At least I do when I leave the house. Does anyone else have that last minute fear of like, did I shut the door? I don't remember shutting the door, so it feels like, you know, I must not have done that. I met my biological father recently, chat, and he lives like 3 doors down from a pub. Like literally, I'm not like that isn't like a British expression. Like if he lives at number 12, the pub is number 4, right? If you can picture the street. So yeah, basically, while we were in the pub, he had a moment where he was like, I don't remember if I locked the door, and I was like, you know, like, and he was really distraught about it, and he's like, yeah, did I? And he asked his wife, and he's like, I don't remember you doing it. And he's like, oh, no, I have... I better go back. And I was like, oh, you can get a video doorbell. He's like, I got a video doorbell, but now I don't remember if I've put any batteries in it. So I thought it was like a funny moment on that level. But it's also kind of the fun thing about, like, one, no matter how many precautions you take, you're always going to be, like, fearful of something. But, which, you know, theoretically could be solved by technology, but isn't. But two, I would like to point out, like, the odds of chat, it's scary. I'm getting goosebumps all over my body doing this. Because again, it would just be such a waste of so many days. I rarely make mistakes on these pathways. It's very, very rare. I think the brain is pretty good at self-correcting. But with that shield being so big right now too, I think we need to... Oh, I can't move my shield while I'm in a boat. It's not one of your options that you have. It's not the Java edition out here. Polly, Toycat, did you know your mods are amazing people? I hope you appreciate them enough. My mods really are amazing people. I'm very lucky to have the ones that I do have, yeah. Ooh, there we go. Slot it in right there. Call it a day, and then we'll take that one back, I guess. I mean, we probably need to also take the ice, but we'll take that boat over, and that will save me at least some effort in the future. But anyway, yeah, chat. I think one of the weirdest bits about, you know, community in any sense of that word is you get a bunch of people, and when you have a bunch of people, you inevitably get some who are like actively, you know, distressing in how they interact with the world. You get some people who are like, man, this is someone who is calling for help, and the best they can do it with is us, and, you know, it's kind of down to you to how you can interpret with or deal with that information. But you also get all sorts of people who genuinely are trying their best to just help. And it's really cool to know that there are people who genuinely are just like, yeah, this is something I like. How do I help it? It's like, it's a challenge in its own way to like make sure that you notice and appreciate that for sure. But yeah, do you have the mouse bug where your mouse cursor can go off the screen? I've been having that forever. Weirdly enough, I don't think I do have it here. Yeah, I've been having that forever, KMB, but I don't have it right now. But I'm playing with controller just to make sure that I don't make any mistakes today. Because it's a high-stakes stream. It's not one we can be making a giant mistake on. Okay, back to the bridging. This is the nature of Skygloo. I'm going to pick up a few extra ice blocks. Might help the path go a little bit further out. So I beg you, don't put any torches near that ice. Yeah, I need to... I think ice melts at light level, is it 7? So I need to keep the torches at least 6 or 7 blocks away. Hey, Dantio4! Thank you so much for becoming the 395th channel member. I tell you what, if we get this stream past the 3-hour mark without dying, how about chat? I'll promise to do that for you. Nice long stream. If you can get me to 400 members, because that would be enough to make me feel, ooh, a little extra good, I think. Okay, so we're going to bring this out with us now. There we go. Yeah, easy peasy. Let's go. Okay. So it's always terrifying to do this, but I think I found my stride earlier this time, at least. Yeah, we're good. I just got a monitor to play with, by the way, right when this bug happens. Yeah, I have a second monitor, but it's just my, it's, what's the name of it? Like a prompter? But I don't really use it as a second monitor. I think I should. Like, I should put chat up there so I'd look you in the eyes when I'm talking to you. But it's slightly too small for that. I think I need a bigger one. I'm broke to buy member, says G-Star. You know, if you're broke to buy member, then what you can dream of. You know, honestly, so again, I'm going to say this, like, in general, for any YouTuber you care about or any Minecoins or whatever you want to buy, Google Play Rewards is, like, the best way to be able to, like, get stuff without having money. Like, I don't know, like, I think there's, like, different types of broke, right? There's, like, I'm broke and there is nothing I can do about it, and there's nothing I want to do about it, so please stop telling me. And then there's I'm broke because, you know, at my stage in life, there is no money available to me that is not being used on something. And I feel like if it's that, like, second type... Like, Mechanical Turk, I think, used to be a real good one, like, 10 years ago. Nowadays, you know, might not pay first world per hour rates, but if you just want, like, some stuff in video games, I find Google Play Opinion Rewards is incredible. Why did we start so late for such a long stream? Nasha, I tried to start. Honestly, I'm having a real crisis of getting streams. Like, I think this is something... I think I am too... Oh god, I can't see when the ice pathway ends, by the way. Like, is it going to end there? Yeah, ice and clouds are not a good combination for the sake of this right here. I do not like this in the slightest. Yeah, I've been having a... I don't like to admit this. This is kind of following on from what I said in my... I feel like there's like two ways to deal with things, right? One is to like outwardly and openly beat it and make it clear, and then everyone and yourself are on the same message about it. And that is like a valid way to deal with a lot of things. But I feel like I really like streaming when it feels like an option. When I have a stream that I know I need to do, that I think would be a good one to do all in one, I'm like, this is stressful. I have to do that at some... Like, it becomes a to-do rather than a... And so, like, can you disable clouds on Bedrock? Yeah, I usually don't, but I think for the sake of this stream, I think it might save my life if we just disable clouds. So, let's go to video, disable clouds. Where is it? Render clouds, no thank you. Don't need to be doing that. It makes my life a lot better. My QOL is going through the roof right now. So, yeah, look at this terrain, by the way. Beautiful stuff. I made a World of Outsheets for the first time, and it's so fun. Man, I'm amazed that you are doing that for the first time. I cannot stress to you how much more fun Minecraft is when it is a more challenging game. I can't stress to you how much more fun life is. It's something that is so hard to learn because it doesn't feel true. But life is about challenge. It's when something is too challenging that it's not fun. That's awful. But you want to find that, like, sweet spot of challenge. For me, the sweet spot of challenge is, can I place 19,000 blocks in a row? And we'll see. I was going to stream, but then I saw you streaming, so thanks for that. Eh. See, that's good. My stream has... I mean, I would argue, actually, that's doing a bad thing for the world. But the challenge for this one is going above Y200. Exactly. We do not go below Y200 for any advantage. That's the name of the That's the name of the game. The frozen ocean is more beautiful if the ocean's completely frozen. Yeah, it's so ugly. It's so ugly. Someone at Mojang was like, yes, this is the change. I am starting to really fall down heavily on the opinion that the drop system is causing Mojang to rush things. Because how else do you explain, you know, the Bedrock update coming out with such major flaws in it? How else do you explain... Oh, we're going to be going back to get more ice perfectly in time to be able to sleep, by the way. Oh, the darkness is coming in so quickly. So it's a good time for me to have ran out of ice in my inventory. Ergo, tactical decision. Perfect. What I like to see. But yeah, we've made it through... I really have a weird feeling that, like, something will just go wrong today. I don't want it to. But that's why I'm feeling good that, like, you know... We made it today. Okay, so we want to really load out the inventory and then put in some logs. Load out some more inventory. That's why I'm feeling really good that we survived day 213 and or rather day 214. Because look at that. 214 days survived. And our bridge is now 1250 blocks long. We're definitely going to need a boat just for getting along the bridge. But because of the polar bears, I'm going to still do this via foot. It just becomes, like, more and more of a questionable decision to do it via foot. Clary Frey says, was it good? Oh, I wonder what they're talking about. Maybe the frozen ocean should be completely unfrozen. Yeah, you know, there's a weird philosophy in life that says that actually a lot of things are better rushed. You know, people always like to say good things take time. But you know what else takes time? Bad things. And you know what's better? Making one good thing, or rather making one bad thing in 6 months, or making 10 bad things in 6 months. Always making the 10 bad things, especially if there's a chance that one of those 10 bad things might be a good thing. I think basically every slogan that is popular that describes how things should be done has like a 99% chance that you can flip it around on its head. Like, you know, the idea that, like, absence makes the heart grow stronger and out of sight, out of mind. Directly contradictory phrases. Because we just like to describe things, and we like to believe that it's some profound knowledge. But, you know, actually, I don't know that it is. I feel like, you know, working on a 19,000 block road seems like it's something, you know, is this a futile task? Or is this actually... the cool, you know, Minecraft is all about placing blocks. Am I getting to do the coolest bit of Minecraft 19,000 times in a row? Kind of an argument, right? My stomach is not watching this. This is distracting slightly from the infected tooth. Sorry to hear about your infected tooth. Man, an infected tooth sounds really not fun, by the way. I think Minecraft... Oh, it crashed! Let's hope I'm still alive. That's a new one. Has Minecraft ever just crashed while I've been playing Skygloo? So yeah, okay, perfect example of how Minecraft feels a bit rushed these days. Minecraft rolled out a bug fix update, then they rolled out a bug fix update to that bug fix update, and in that bug fix update for the bug fix update, there are so many bugs that are like fundamental bugs. Please don't be dead. 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 Yeah, we're not dead, chat. I probably lost a few blocks of placing, but I will always take that over not being alive. It's a bit weird that it spawned me so far back there, actually, isn't it? Wait, did it spawn me really far back? I think it might have. I'm stressing the hell out. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna do my best to de-stress everyone right now. And remind us all that Minecraft is the chill game. And that placing blocks is one of the most chill parts of it. In my opinion, the most chill thing is when you got a long, easy project, you know what you're placing, and you can let your mind go to ease. And while your mind is at ease, you can wonder, you know, what is it like being dead? Is it like before you were born? Or is it a bit different, you know? Is it like dying eternally? Or is it even worse than that, actually? You know, can the conscious mind deal with not being conscious anymore? I heard recently something fun. That, like, you know, the idea of your life flashing before your eyes before you die, some scientists have, like, measured that actually happening in the brain. That it is, like, your memory sensor, or the parts of your brain that store memories, they light up like crazy just before you die. And and I heard the theory about why that is that your brain is desperately thinking through every other situation you know, that you've been through in life, trying to think about a way to get out of this one. Because, you know, if you're being faced by a polar bear, if there's some knowledge about the last time you faced a polar bear, that'd be pretty good. That'd be really, really good, I think. You only lost 10 blocks of progress. Yeah, very chill. Playing hardcore is very chill indeed. Honestly, if you don't let playing Minecraft hardcore be chill, then Minecraft hardcore wins. You know, listen to this music. Isn't this nice? Isn't this beautiful? Isn't this something by itself? The clouds are back. Oh, that's funny. It must be turning off the clouds that crashed Minecraft. It's the only reasonable conclusion that I can draw from this. So we're actually, yeah, we're going to make a bridge that's like 2,000 blocks long. And so I'll have to make a boat just to get back. Realistically, I think. It's horrendous pain getting extracted on Thursday. On Thursday. Man, that's if there is a day, that'd be the worst day, right? You know, it's Friday as we record this. You're like, don't worry, it's getting out on the next calendar day. But the furthest away day that can be named without saying next, you know, insert day here. Terrible. But yeah, I've heard this thing that your brain will, like, flash your entire life looking for, like, an answer to the problem that you're in right now. And on the surface, that's kind of cool and evolutionary, makes sense. But it's also something to be terrified of, right? Like, you know, all the times that you were, all the worst times, all the times you were closest to death, is that the last thing you see and then nothing? It's nice to, it certainly makes you realize that having a hardcore world, sure, the last thing you see is that, you know, the last thing you see is that little menu that says, like, ooh, you died. Do you want to spectate the world? It makes you realize that, you know, that would be nice. That'd be a nice way to picture it, right? Instead of, like, playing a forceful montage of all your dumbest moments. For me, it'd be the time that a polar bear attacked me, followed by the time I fell off and survived by half a heart, followed by the time my Minecraft crashed. I think it's much nicer just to be like, you know, it's over. How's that going? And so what I'm saying here is I think that if we'd like to make a religion, if we'd like to believe what's going to happen next, I think we should do so based on the Minecraft value system. That is to say, I think that we should believe in a world where you get to spectate for a little bit, and then you get to choose when you... Also, the clouds are all going out. No, they're not. Also, turning off clouds crashes Minecraft now. How broken can a game be? I like to believe it's unrelated, but it is a bit suspicious. By the way, looking around, I think it's important we make note of any biomes we pass in case we see any good ones. I mostly do want a desert, but I do see a village over there. So using the right tools, I could take the blacksmith chest. They might have something good for me. There's a ruined portal there that I could also scoop up using my flying machine. But as far as biomes go, I think I have nothing unique. Despite having now headed 1,700 blocks away from my spawn, it's still this exact same frozen ocean biome. That's not even a very good frozen ocean, chat. Mr. Toycat, I need peace. Please stop bridging, so then you won't die while I'm away. How about I just take a pee at the same time, and I'll take a pee facing this way. Is it take a pee? Take a pee break, I guess. Take a pee feels a bit juvenile. Or a bit like a juvenile who really enjoys their vegetables but doesn't like paying for them. Anyway, I've been having a stressful day thinking about a long stream chat. Only because I feel like the way I get through most things in life is by being like, this is a 2-hour task, but I could do it in 90 minutes. Or at least, you know, like, I find it really hard to be like, this is something that is just really long, and it just has to be really long. Like, streams I enjoy because we talk about, you know, death and Bedrock, and, you know, other things that are similes too. But I think the block placings reminded me of a certain moment where you jumped into lava to escape a ghast while 1 million blocks away from spawn. Yeah. One of my favorite moments to this day. The pain, in the moment, the pain was infinite. In the moment, I'd been speaking to YouTuber friends who were like, wow, that was such a cool idea for a stream, going 1 million blocks out. How'd you come up with that one? And in my soul, I was like, what a stupid idea this was. You know, anyone who thought this was a fun stream idea or a clever stream idea, they were stupid. They were stupid. Oh, Dasher says, what's your favorite thing about socialism, Toycat? So, you know, the problem with no politics today, chat. Not until we've made it to the mountain. Then we can go off on the world's most cancelable Minecraft stream. But yeah, right now, not in the cards, I think. Also, hi Toycat, me and my girlfriend are making a round for you to review. Are you thinking about doing a Valentine's couples round review? I would love to do a Valentine's couple round review. I am working on a big one for either early December or late November right now. Like, I think that's something I want to do a few of before the end of the year. I talk about this a lot, that like December, because I was sick last weekend, I had 3-ish days where I basically got to live like it was Christmas. I had all the food leftovers because I hosted a Halloween party that no one showed up to. I had all the food leftovers. I was on the sofa playing video games a lot. I think I played like, you know, 12 hours of Outer Worlds 2. And it's been exclusively via, you know, like 1 a.m. sessions while I've been wearing a Teletubby onesie. It's been great. Yeah, it was a good little moment. And it made me realize, like, you know, this is the moment I would love to like chew my teeth into a 3-hour, 4-hour long YouTube video about something I was passionate about. And that made me realize, like, you know what? I think that it's my duty to make one of those. I think it's my duty to make one of those before the year is over, so that when it's when it's December 28th, whether you look for it and you remember it's there or you see it in your sub box, you get that thing about your favorite specific interest. And so yeah, I also intend to do a round review a bit bigger to account for the fact that we do them less now. And yeah, I'm basically having some fun coming up with those ideas. One of my favorite moments in Minecraft is being bad at building. Okay, G-Star, I'm glad. Also, I bet you're glad I read out 3 of your comments today. Make your 4th one something special, something that you want the world to see. Also, Kurt says, I think my message got drowned out, but I asked your opinions on the mid-offs, the speedrunning tournament run by Tobo that won an award at TwitchCon. Oh, that's fun. I haven't heard anything about it, so my opinion is cool. Hope it's successful. It sounds like it is. So yeah, what we're going to do is we're going to make a little... Now that we're at 2,000 blocks, we're going to just place a bottom slab there. And then off that, we place... Okay, I'm going to go down to the bottom slab. Then another bottom slab. Oh god, chat. What was that noise? Oh, it was the wood. Okay, it's just the wood. Then we're going to make a place for a bed. Ah, I hate that noise. Chat, does anyone like that noise, I guess, would be the more interesting question. Ah, okay. My controller was low on battery, and it picked the perfect time to let me know. but also an imperfect time because I am standing out here in the middle of nowhere. My batteries I've recharged them so many times, they've stopped recharging. Didn't know that could happen. I'm going to be very, very, very careful about this. Chat, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Someone yell if you see something important. Oh no, I don't have any fresh batteries. Yeah, I got these. I've started using a lot more batteries recently, and it's causing me all sorts of problems. But one of them is that some batteries are just not recharging anymore. So these are 2 fully charged batteries, but they're not actually going to be fully charged. Yeah, they don't do anything. So I don't have a controller, which means I have to deal with the mouse and keyboard issues that exist on Minecraft Java right now. I'll just throw these batteries out, I guess, but they're never working again. Risky. Also, pause. You're right, pause exists now. I could actually use it. So I'm going to place a few more blocks out this way. Chat, does anyone know at what light level ice melts? That should be fine. That should cover my... I bet that's fine. Yeah, I bet that's fine. I bet that's being more than cautious enough. And then I'll place a slab here too, just to make sure we've got options. And it is nighttime, so heading back makes some sense. But I kind of like the idea of, you know, let's head back anyway. Okay, let's do a run. Let's do a big run. Do. Man, this is one of my favorite Minecraft soundtrack songs. Anyone know off the top of their head what it is? It's like it's one of the newer ones. This is like beautiful. I'm glad I turned on the Minecraft music again. I turn it off for most of my videos. Solely for the sake of fun edits. If you play windowed mode, the mouse bug isn't there. Oh, yeah, windowed mode. Coming in big. I play exclusively windowed mode. I know this is a crazy one to believe, but I play on one monitor because I am a YouTuber. I used to have a 4-monitor setup, and I loved it. And then I switched to an ultra-wide and a regular monitor. And then even the ultra-wide was giving me issues. And I was like, okay, just one reasonably large monitor. It's QHD, so it's got, like, basically the same as 41080p zones. It allows for a lot of things to be good while recording. But yeah, I think that's just me being a weird, like... I think there's a lot of things in life where you have to concede you are doing them because you're fitting in with the masses, or you're doing them specifically because you're not trying to fit in with the masses. Can mobs spawn up here? So they can spawn up here, but weirdly, none are. I'm guessing that, like, by the time they're within my simulation distance, they're too far away or something along those lines. But it is still quite confusing. Toycat, have you seen that video of the guy beating Minecraft on a smartwatch wild? No, but I love that. I love seeing people beat Minecraft on more and more inventive devices. Aaron Shiroff, My Goat. I don't think the song is called My Goat. Featherful? Is it Featherful? It's a nice one, that's for sure. But, yeah, chat, I've got to say... Oh, I used to play on a windowed mode when alt-tabbing for full screen would kick you out of servers. Now I don't need to have the new GDK version. Yeah, I think that... I understand that full screen is better for most people in most situations, most of the time. But I like being able to, like, keep an eye on... Like, windowed mode allows me to play like I've got multiple monitors on one monitor. And that you don't have to have, like, the bezels between them that are super ugly. It's like, you know... Full screen mode makes sense in a monotask world, but in a world where you know, dopamine is handed out like crack, and the mere concept. Okay, I've now got enough. Ah! How? Okay. Thank God for this zombie being the most docile thing in the world. I should be dead, chat. I'm going to be very careful in the future to make sure that I am not dead like that. So now I'm going to break my bed. Again, there's no respawns. It's hardcore. bring the bed. And now we've got the perfect inventory to bring this out with me as I extend the bridge, or extend the boat. Yeah, no, the bridge for the boat. Let's go. Oh, don't love doing it with mouse and keyboard, but oh, we're perfectly straight. Oh, I'm zooming, chat. Oh no, I'm not perfectly straight. I'm very slightly off center. Sadly, getting boats perfectly straight is one of those like billion-dollar Minecraft problems to solve. Oh, on a keyboard, this sucks. I can't do this, chat. I can't do... A and D, like, binary is not the correct way to steer. Ah, it's terrible. How does anyone use a keyboard and mouse for steering a boat like this? You tap A for a microsecond, and it's like, yeah, would you like to go flying off the edge? And it's like, no, of course not. So I have to get myself in third person just to make sure. I could be... Okay, I'll pause. My batteries. Why do I not have any batteries? I had so many, chat. Okay, we just have to be good. I just have to get good. Okay. Oh, okay. This is awful. I talk a lot about how like I like controller as an input method, and people talk to me like I'm crazy. Like, well, you know, because mouse is better than a stick, right? And you can argue the mouse is better than a stick. Yeah, I would argue it's definitely more precise. But a stick is way more precise than a binary A and D button. The fact that my whole movement, I can't do it, chat. I don't want to do it. I hate the keyboard as an input device. What? No! I can't. I don't want to do it. I don't have any choice. I'm gonna grab my mostly dead batteries, and I'm gonna put them in just to get me out of this situation. This is as bad as it gets. Okay. I've got one fully charged battery, one partially charged battery. It'll do. Just plug it in like your cell phone charger. Oh no, okay, so I bought one of these. It's a battery pack that allows you to charge your controller like it's a phone or something. But Xbox controllers, everyone I've used at least, is like, no, we're not actually... Like, I feel like PlayStation controllers get that better than Xbox controllers do. One thing I'd have to check before I started the stream. I guess there's a lot of things I got slightly wrong. Mum spaghetti. Stuff it right, meow. You can connect okay, so you can connect a PS4. Oh, I don't know what's happening. Nope. Okay, batteries aren't actually alive. So I could try and plug in. I don't even know why that went so wrong. Yeah, chat, I boned myself. I have not got the correct batteries for the predicament I'm in. This is dumb. I have nothing to say besides just look at this, right? Control, you wanna move left and right on a keyboard? Oh, there's not actually a choice. WASD is for... Oh, there we go. Walk for... Strafe left, strafe right. What if I want to, like, very minorly strafe left or strafe right? What if that's my decision? For the love of God, stop this nonsensical madness. Yeah! Sorry. I'm too on edge today. I'm too on edge. Yeah, I've got a PlayStation controller that's fully charged. How do you connect that to a PC? Do you just use a wire? I've got wires. I've got lots of wires. So, okay. This is why like everything being wireless sounds really good until you realize that means everything needs a battery. Okay, so this is a cable. This is my PlayStation 4 control, PlayStation 5 control even. Oh, it's hefty. It's nice. I'm gonna plug this on this end. This is what happens when you don't take my advice. I've got a battery pack. It doesn't work. Oh. Okay. I plugged in my PlayStation 5 controller. It is claiming to work right now. So I'm a PlayStation pony for the rest. What just happened there? Chat, how does plugging in a PlayStation 5 make that happen? You're all hearing this, right? I'm not... Like, that's not... In what part of the software... Oh, that's the part of the software. It's, there's a microphone in the controller. Yeah, this is great. This is really stupid. This is the most stupid I think a thing could be. There we go. Why? Why is there a microphone in the controller which automatically activates? That is the wildest thing. Okay. So now I'm gonna have to resume game. Then we're gonna have to... Oh, it's been too long since I used a PlayStation controller. Okay, look at this. Okay. So now I want to move slightly, right? And I tap the controller. Do you see how I'm slightly tapping? Oh, you see how I'm slowly moving? Which allows me to be precise. This is something that you just don't get. Wait, do you hear that noise? I hear something. Okay, so I think that's just a you issue. Mine battery set I sent you for is brilliant. I like the idea of having like a place I could leave my Xbox controller where it would always be charging. Okay. Yeah, so it's a little tricky to like get out of this situation. That again, I only got in because of how bad an A and D button are for controlling something like this. But look, now we go forwards and you just need micro adjustments. I think a lot of being good at using a controller is knowing how to use the movement 1 degree. In the same way, a lot of being good with a mouse is knowing how to, like, use your wrist, not your elbow. Don't lose your world. This is all way too dangerous. There's no danger unless if I have control over what I'm doing. All the danger you're perceiving is the on-edgeness I feel about things not working. It is, I am the anxious person, and you're all feeling my anxiety. Oh, there we go. Yeah, look at this speed. Look at this speed. We can pick up that speed, and it's fine. And you know why it's fine? Because I can... Look at these micro movements. It's not even like I'm like, oh, yeah, I have to really consciously focus on it. It's like, yeah, my brain can just... I think this is how human movements work, too. Have you ever noticed if you push someone... If you push someone, they should fall over, but their legs will instinctively adjust. Or like, when your head is moving to the left, but something else is moving to the right, your eyes and your head can, like, adjust together. The body is really good at micro movements that just become, like, natural. And so, okay, yeah, it's a little terrifying when you over-tap. Again, this is a new controller for me. I haven't used this to play Minecraft in forever. I'm only using it specifically because my thing is dead. But now we can get out of the boat. I mean, I hope it will let me out of the boat without killing me. Basically, let me out of the boat without killing me. And now we can leave this here, or we can bring it along with us. But I think a little bit of a break from the boat would be good for me. So let's get this out. Let's place a block or two, like, here, maybe. Yeah, just like a few blocks on both sides. I think that would go a long way for my sanity. And then also, I think a crafting table, but I can't place a crafting table yet. So let's just stop. Get back to the bridging, chat. Back to the bridging. The secret to using a controller is not having a blown analog. On my controller here, I don't know what blown analog means. I'm assuming you're not, you know, making your analog feel like a very special controller. But I can't wait till they add pipes to Minecraft. You'll love David. I worked with someone who makes add-ons specifically to add smoking to Minecraft, solely for the benefit of one short. Take your shield off. I think the shield makes sense to stay on. It blocks vision, way too much vision, by the way. Like, I think I would love to download a resource pack that makes the shield reasonable. Like, if you're playing on a mobile device, maybe this makes sense. But on a PC, like, I don't know. So, yeah, rumor has it, Toycat hasn't responded to an email since 2021. Yeah, I declared email bankruptcy. I realized, like, every day I spend half an hour responding to emails. And only 1 or 2 emails a week have anything valuable in them. So why am I doing... Like, imagine any other form of work going that way. Like, imagine if you had to do laundry every day. Not because you wash clothes every day, but because you worried that if you didn't clean your clothes every day, the washing machine would get haunted and stop cleaning your clothes. Actually, that sounds like a joke, but I had someone living in my house that had to wash the washing machine before they'd wash their clothes in it. But you know how, like, demented that is? You know how, like, concerning of a set of behavior that is? You should know, and if you don't, then you're part of the problem. And so, like, I was realizing, like, oh, I don't enjoy emails, so they're not for me. It's like, if you like sending emails, then other people who like receiving emails and then sending emails back, those people and you can send your emails to each other all day long. But you can't say that I have to send emails, you know? You know, like, I think it would be antisocial to say, I think, you know, like, I think it is a maybe problematic stance if I was to say, like, well, but I think everyone should respond to my emails. But it's like, no, I get it. I used to be, I'm such a big believer that the world should just operate on emails. Like, isn't it kind of crazy how many services where you want to get in touch about something, and they're like, yeah, just give us a call on this number. And you want to be like, but I don't want to talk to a human being. I just want to get the information that I need and then move on in my life. I'd rather DM Toycat once a month. Send me an email once a month, like a real person. Also, David definitely put a real personal heartfelt message in the tip, and he won't see it. Oh, thank you, David. Wait, oh god. Okay, so now we need to move this along, but I can't move this along. I mean, I can move it along. I've just got to continuously get out, and no, it's not going to work. So I will put down my bed, though. No, I'll put down the bed where I go next. It's almost bedtime, but that's fine. Let's go. Let's get some distance covered today, chat. Let's get some real distance covered today. David says he likes emails. I'm a believer in emails in the sense that, like, I like that it's asynchronous. And I like that, I like in theory that everyone in the world, you know, like, it's like the digital version of letter writing, but I hate that emails have become, I think, you know, some people will blame AI for this. I would blame, you know, I would blame the nature of people who see email as a marketing tool, because the more people, like, I know, I think this is true for, like, you know, influencers, but like influencers who would call themselves influencers as opposed to, you know, content creators or enthusiasts. But now, if you are an influencer and you talk in that one voice that kind of sounds a bit like this, it's very softly spoken, then, like, it's implied that what you want to do with your life is you want to do advertisements for places to eat or go or whatever else. Your job is to make places sound good so that your followers will go and eat, consume, or whatever there. I have 60k unread emails in my Gmail alone. Yeah, I hit, I think 30,000 when I switched email. I think you have to, like, this is the reality, right? Because as soon as a medium becomes a marketing, like, as soon as a medium becomes right for marketing, it ceases to be as valuable for person-to-person communication. And I think this is probably true even if it doesn't become a marketing one. I hate emails because I feel so obligated to make it professional. Then I get back like a reply like, okay, John, sent from my iPhone. Yeah, I think outside of if I'm doing something that is like, I think 99% of my emails are sent super informally, super, like, I'm just trying, you wanted information from me and I'm going to give it to you. Which I've heard is a common, like, flaw in understanding human conversation. And I think in person-to-person conversation, I understand now quite well that when people ask you something, they don't just want you to share information with them. It's a common social faux pas to answer someone's question factually, rather than, you know, like, to use it as a ping pong ball that they can hit back at you. Also, hey, I was trying to reach you about Black Ops 7 codes from Little Caesars. I don't know if they work for you when 6 came out because of your location. Oh, I remember that I did get codes from one version of Call of Duty and it didn't work. But I remember there was another one that did work. I love Little Caesars, so please send me a Little Caesars pizza instead. I know that's a controversial opinion. I think, I think that in the same way, honestly, I think that pizza is just cheese. That's what makes it good. Cheese and pepperoni. The bread and the tomato sauce are just there so you can argue that it's a meal. All I really want in life is as much cheese and tomato sauce as possible. And I feel like only Little Caesars gets me. Only Little Caesars gets me. Yet marketing is what killed email and SMS is next. Oh, yeah, I guess it's a thing, right? That, like, even if the number of marketing versions of blank stays the same, because fewer and fewer regular people send them, you get far less, you know, mileage from it. Like, chat, no one I know texts anymore. I had to text someone recently. I forget who I had to text. Let me find out. It's fine. I'm crouching. I had to text someone recently. It was my, I had to text a solicitor. That's lawyer in American English. And, thankfully they were super informal about it. Also sent me an email for a change. You know, new Toy Cat stream, for every $5 I get, I'll send you an email. It'll be in the proper form of like, oh, dearest Dasher, it was a delight to catch up with you this recent winter's eve. You see, there has been a problem at the emailing department, and I've noticed that I've not been sending any. I'm sorry for any inconvenience this causes. If you have any issues with my lack of responses, please refer to the former. Yours sincerely, Mr. Toy Cat. That's why I never answer phone calls. It's never someone I want to talk to. Oh yeah. I think, like, this is a rule that can't work, but it's definitely the best rule if you want your life to go best. Like, never respond to an inbound text, phone call, or email. Only respond when you have sent out a message first. Yeah, you know. I almost want there to be a function where, like, although, you know, I've missed a few important phone calls recently, chat, because of this. I will say, like, I called my, I got a call from my I called my doctor, and they said they put me in a queue, and so I put my phone down, and then 5 minutes later came back, and they'd called me, and I was like, it's the end of the day. I missed, because chat, I pooped in a bag, right? I pooped in a few bags. And my doctor was like, yeah, these will determine whether you're okay or not. And I sent them to the doctor, and I've heard nothing back about it. Which is just, you know, like, I feel like the amount of effort, you know, feeling like a cat, pooping in the shower, I just want to feel like I get a message back saying you don't have bowel cancer, and I can move on with my life. If a solicitor is a lawyer, what do you call someone who comes to the door to sell things? Oh, that's a lawyer. No, yeah. I think they are also soliciting, right? I always answer the phone, like to talk to randos. See, do you actually, David? You know, that's gotta be contrarian. There's no way that's, I do like answering the phone when I guess you just have to go into it with lowered enough expectations where you're like, yeah, I don't care. I think any medium you can go into where you don't actually care makes life a bit better. But yeah, also, wait, we selling Eat Boy poop on the store now? Look, sometimes you have to expand into new business models. It's a changing world out there, and people don't buy the t-shirts like they used to. So I've had to start pooping in bags. I'm on my bestie Jaden's stream. He sometimes calls me his manager. When I have a problem with me, he says I should talk to his manager. It's fun. I like that a lot. Being solicited means something very different in the US. I mean, you know, sometimes I do see the also, It's literally all upside. Someone wants to scam me, I'll scam them right back. Yeah, I do think that scammers need to be scammed a bit more. I think that's a good rule for life. You'll get a letter back. Anyway, I did after I pooped in a bag. I never get letters about anything. Like, okay, chat. So I committed a traffic offense 13 days ago now. I for the first time in my life, I ran a red light, and I've only ever seen in the UK like 2 red light cameras, because who runs red lights? But it's just so happened the second red light camera I've ever seen happened to catch me as I'm, you know, it's like it's one of those like it's one of those lights that's like round a corner, and by the time you see it and it's gone yellow, you're like, if I did a full emergency stop, I would still be over the line. So I'm just gonna keep going, and then it went red just before I went over. Camera flashed me, whole nightmare. And I looked it up, and it's like, oh yeah, that's a £90 fine. Plus you get, you know, more expensive insurance. Plus you get some penalty points on your license. Get a few more of those, and you're gonna be boned. It was a really interesting like experience. But like, so I'm waiting on this letter about that too, chat, because I'm 100% sure that what I did was legal, meets all the criteria, etc. But I've also looked into it, and I've learned if they don't send you a fine within 2 weeks, it's not legally valid anymore. And so every day now I'm like looking for a letter, but also like desperately praying that it's not there. Like, because once it's there, it's like locked in, it's understood. There's no more uncertainty in my life. But now that it's day 13, I'm like, you know, I hope there's a post-boy strike going on soon or something like that. So yeah, that's what I would love a letter about my poop in a bag, but I'm sure I'm actually going to get a letter about my traffic offense. What's that lit thing to the right? It's a portal. I think that's a lava pit down there. On the left, there's a village, which is nice. It's kind of cool to cross a world at night here. But yeah, look at that. After 3,000 blocks almost, chat, we're going to leave the snowy biomes that we spawned in. You're supposed to slow down in case you need to stop at the lights. Yeah, well, you know, I think that is like probably advice I'll follow from now on. I definitely concede that I started really over-aggressive on red lights, so when it was yellow, I would slow down quite a bit. And you get so close to rear-ended enough times that you're like, actually, given that there's a 3-second leeway after the red light, it's better to go through on a yellow, even if you have to accelerate, than to stop, than to stop and like have someone hit you. I've definitely kind of taken that logic, and now I've taken it to its extreme, and slightly went through a red light. You know, it's like it's funny because when it comes to speeding, everyone has their own rules, right? I think an analog rule, to go back to analog digital. So the reason I hate digital so much, or maybe the reason digital is so good, you could argue, that is to say on off rather than continuous states of on, is like everyone agrees that speed limits are a bit of a fudge. The speed limit, when it says 70, that means if you're doing 70.5 miles per hour, you're committing a crime. But most people do more than 70. Usually only 71, 72. A lot of people do 77, 78. A lot of people do 80, 85, because they're like, well, you know, if it says 70, that means 80. And if it means 80, that means I could probably do 82, 83 on my speedometer. So everyone has their own views on this. This is why I hate crossing the road. But so this is like, that's the same thing though. Like that, have you noticed when you cross the road, the cars will be stopped for what feels like an infinite amount of time, and then you get a green light. It's so they can ensure that even if someone runs the red light by a full 3 seconds, you don't get hit. Speed limits are like blood alcohol levels, just got to use your judgment. That is not a statement I will be reporting for court purposes. Be repeating for court purposes, sorry. Anyway, if they hit me, they're too close anyway. I'm the if I die, we all die camp. I think like having a smaller vehicle, I really love it when it comes time to like leave the vehicle behind, which is what I do with it most of the time. But sometimes when I'm in it, I'm like, oh, this person could kill me and then be fine. They might not even notice they hit something, honestly. And something about that makes me realize, like, I think I would rather run the risk, you know, apparently, you know, hitting a red light if it's dark around a bend at a high-speed junction in North London, was passed by a giant lorry a month ago doing 100 miles per hour in a 65 mile per hour zone. See, that's bad, right? So everyone agrees that there's a 15 over is the rule, says Birdfly. Everyone has the 80 also means it's not acceptable to go 30. Everyone has their own rules about what digital means. But what's interesting is traffic lights aren't a analog rule. You know, the speed limit is analog. It's saying 70-ish. 69 is fine, 71's not. 70 is like, you know, there's some amount of wiggle. And that wiggle then immediately becomes subjective. That wiggle becomes immediately, ooh, it's raining. That's nice. Oh, that's all of my ice gone. It's a fun moment to have it happen. So at this point, what I actually have to do, I think, is I'm going to switch out to placing, because I don't have enough ice. Even after all the breaking I did, I need to go out another 5,000 blocks worth of ice. I don't have it, but I might want to do that 5,000 blocks later. So what I'm going to do is I'll make my little bed spot here first. So that here, you know, enough spaces for a bed like this, and then all fully surrounded by these. Rain is theoretically very good because I could make myself the trident, but I haven't made myself the trident. So right now it's just a menace. And then we'll place down a bed, and I can't sleep in that bed yet, but I will one day. And then we'll just place a bunch of blocks over there, as well as like one to connect them. Later I'll remove this, it'll be fine. But now we're setting off on the fun part of the voyage, which is the part where I'm going to be placing slabs instead of ice. This is much safer because no mobs can spawn in it, and it's much more dangerous because, I don't know, I'm placing far more of them. Really, ice melts in the rain? Ice doesn't melt in the rain. Who said that? 10% plus 2, you're safe. Yeah, Days of Dana, you get it. You live in the right part of the right country to understand what I do. So I was driving, I think, 77 in the 70, knowing entirely that I had my plus 2 buffer functioning fine. I think I'm gonna turn off the clouds again. It might break Minecraft, but I think it's still worth doing. So video, clouds, render clouds off. There we go. And now I can run along this fairly safely, I would say. Is it nighttime again? Or is it just cloudy? It's probably just cloudy. So, yeah, I'm going to be very careful about running. Ooh, back into the snow. Where, by the way, my ice definitely won't melt. And we're going to go pick up that big boat that has all of the logs. Oh, I do not like this. There's like a bit of an optical illusion happening. Because the snow looks like it's not moving in front of me. But it is, I can assure you. But yeah, like, so traffic lights are this firm red. Everyone agrees don't go through in a red. No one says like, well, go through in a red if it's dark, or if you know, you've had a bit to drink, you can go through on the red. Or like you specifically haven't had a bit to drink. No one says like, oh yeah, it's like the red plus 2 seconds is fine. Everyone universally agrees that like, I don't know, like, even if, you know, if it's 2 a.m., you haven't seen a car in 2 hours, and you know, and there's a red light, and you can tell that it's for no reason, you still waited it. The red light has power in a way that a speed limit sign doesn't. And I think the best theory for this is something I've heard at least, is that, yeah, we respect firm yes-no rules, and we immediately, when we see a rule that has, like, a number attached, be that a fine, be that something else, they're like, well, that means you can sort of do it. That means you shouldn't do it. Because is 71 much worse than 70? Whereas going through a red is much worse than not going through a red. Won't snow layers mess up the ice red? I don't think snow can fall on it. I don't think snow can fall on it. What really annoys me is when I get taken in the 30 and 30 zone. I get it on motorways and stuff, but we're in town. Slow down, mate. Oh, yeah. People are definitely... I think, I live in London where it's all 20s, and people are aggressively like, hey, what are you doing going 24 in a 20? We all know that 20 means 29 miles per hour, so get up to that speed, damn it. And it's like, maybe I don't know that. Maybe I don't think that. Maybe I don't want to take the risk about that. Yeah, I think it's weird, though, because, you know, speed limits are one of those things where, if you think about it, they're kind of illogical. But even if you remove them, I think that makes a lot of situations more stressful. Because you know, the reason I would, you know, the reason I would run a yellow is because I don't want to be hit from behind. So if I was doing 70 and the guy behind is right on me, I would do 80. If I'm doing 80 and the guy right behind's right on me, I think I might do 90. And, you know, like, I think 100 miles per hour is definitely more risk of an accident than 70. But I would end up doing it just out of social awkwardness. Whereas rules and laws... Oh. Chat, there's no noise, right? Oh, I bet that's just it's playing out my controller or something dumb. Oh yeah, my volume just turned off for no reason. Weird. Yeah, I can't hear anything. Okay, so usually that's a sign that your Minecraft's broken. In my case, I think that plugging in my PlayStation controller just really ruined something. So I'm gonna quickly find out what that was. Output device? Yeah, it's the side of my output device should be my controller, which is not what I want. Oh wait, but also my input device is my... Okay, that's also incorrect. Okay, chat, can you hear me correctly now? Was it using the controller microphone before? I hope it wasn't. Cars are terrifying. Oh, cars are objectively terrifying. I think, though, you know, okay, this is a crazy opinion. I would have been much happier living a life where I didn't need to drive. That's my first, like, controversial take. I think a lot of people feel like cars are great for them. But now that I've kind of learned to, like, appreciate that, like, maybe like a lot of other things in life, I feel like driving is this real... You know, we like to think of it as a game of rules and a game of, you know, like, we like to think of it as like, yeah, you're driving these death boxes around, so here are the rules to make sure you do it safely. But actually, driving is this huge game of negotiation. Oh, it's so scary to ride this boat at speed through this cloud of snow. But I'm doing a decent job, chat. I'm doing a decent job. It's really this huge game of negotiation, like working out... You and all the other drivers on the road are working together to get the same job done. You know, you're all getting to your destination safely. And in that sense, it's like incredible how much non-verbal communication cars do with each other all the time. You know, the universal sign of like someone pushing for an overtake when there's no safe overtake, pushing right behind you is like, you should go faster because that is how I will get to my destination faster. Whereas, you know, conversely, flashing your lights is a sign for like, oh yeah, sorry, thank you, you can do this, etc. This is a non-standard maneuver because you are only meant to flash your light. You know, it's a single binary form of communication, but it gets so much done. Okay, so this is a scary place to get off my boat. I wish I hadn't done that. Sorry for yowling at you, chat. You deserve better than my ass. I'm going to put another couple blocks here just because my sanity. Then I'm going to sleep in this bed, which I still can't do, amazingly. So now I'm going to place down a crafting table because I'm going to have to make a lot of slabs. Too many slabs, that's for sure. And then we're going to grab a lot of these out. But we have so many still. But that's totally fine. So I actually should probably go for about half. I think that many. And then we'll do this twice. And now, spruce slabs all the way. So we make 2 piles of logs, 1 pile of slabs. 2 piles of slabs. But then that creates this problem, but it's fine. And we make 1 more of these. I don't even know what to do about that. I think I just lost the log, but it's chill. And now we start bridging. And it's going to be a really long bridge. In the last hour, we've only covered 2,000 blocks. So I'm very worried about that. Where I live in the PNW, at least flashing lights can be a message that someone's lights are out. Yeah, it's a funny but dumb way to say, like, your lights are out. Look, I'll use my lights to show you that your lights aren't working. But I guess for some people, very effective. So we put these together, then there we go. Yeah, nice. Whew. I think they should definitely add a mob that takes away your... Ooh, what are they going to take away? I wonder. I look forward to reading that as soon as it shows up here. Okay, so I'm going to make some more of these. And then once we get to a round number that will turn into slabs, we'll make all of those into slabs. Easy peasy. And then we still got this 1 extra block. I don't think it's ever going to round. No, if we take this and 2 more of those, that creates 9 of these blocks. which creates 18 slabs. Boom. It's got to be nighttime now. Yes, thank God it is. But yeah, I think driving is really good as a skill because it teaches you about this like art of negotiation. Everyone's life is at stake all of the time, and it's still a relatively chill negotiation. Whereas relatively like simple situations can become tense negotiation. You can be I was at the tube barriers chat. So if you live in a country where you don't take public transport, or your public transport is it's patrolled by like people on the trains, to get into the underground in the UK, to get on our trains that go across our nation's best city, you have to go put a ticket, or you have to tap to get through this barrier. And so everyone has to like, everyone on the train has already paid for the train because entry to the train is paid by itself. It's an interesting concept that it's fairly recent and it's very effective in making people pay. But I was at a very busy station on the Elizabeth line, and for some reason they shut all but 2 of the barriers in. I think it was really dumb. I still don't know why they did it, but they did. So I got on this, as I was trying to get on this very busy, trying to get through this very busy barrier to pay for my train, there was a guy at the front of the line who was a little bit angry. It was a Korean guy who was really upset. He was like, "Hey man, get out of the barrier if your ticket's not working. Like, let everyone else through," because I think the guy was like continuously trying and something wasn't working. And the guy, in response to this simple piece of feedback that if he's going to inconvenience everyone else, he should do it later, he threatened to, so he was, if it's relevant, the man was of a Afro-Caribbean descent. The Afro-Caribbean man gave a very strongly worded reply about how he's not going to do that to the Korean man. And the Korean man just kind of like shrugged, gave a little like, ugh. And then in response, the other guy continuously threatened to fight him. Like, straight up was like, we're gonna fight about this right now, right here, over and over and over again. And it's interesting, right? That this, like, it's just two very different people, both, presumably from very different parts of the city, having a simple disagreement over how should we pay for this. We both want to do this thing together. We both want to pay for our trains, presumably, or at least we want to be allowed onto the trains. And I thought it was really interesting that like such a serious interaction occurred because of something so dumb. And it's interesting because if you try to do that when you're driving, if you try to be like, "Hey man, why are you telling me to go? Screw you. I'll drive home and kill your children." It doesn't usually happen. And that's because we, like in general, you're all meant to agree that this happens. Although, it's interesting because you need a driving license to drive, right? That's part of why people might argue that people drive better. But you don't need like a parenting license. I've spoken about this a lot. Or also saluting you with my Oyster card. Thank you, David. You need a driving license to drive. But you don't need a parenting license. And in most jurisdictions, besides Northern Ireland, it's the British way. It's, I feel like it's meant to be dealt with via tuts. The way, when that man was upset, he should not have said something to him. He should have just been like, or, that's pretty extreme. He should have been like, come on, man. Happiest Londoners. Yeah, I was pretty happy. I'd just been to a lovely little comedy venue, and I was like, well, isn't it nice getting on this train? It's transportation and it's a show. I get to watch a fight, and I get to get transported to my destination. Got into an accident once because I was in a turning lane, and a very old lady was trying to also get in the turning lane and bumped into me. It was only a scratch, and we went our separate ways. See, that's not. I feel like genuinely, you get out of your car after an accident. Both of you are like, "Ah, we don't really want to be here, do we?" Whereas, you bump through a tube barrier at the same time as someone else, and you're like, "Ooh, whose honor has been insulted, and who's gonna get murdered for this one?" Has to be one of us. Can't be neither of us getting murdered. That would be absurd. In this city, at this time of year, entirely localized in this tube station. Okay, so I think we can make 4 stacks of these. But We can go a little further than that, it looks like. There we go, yeah. So if I get to 30... No, if I... Oh, yeah, we can perfectly make a stack. As long as we then take... Ah, okay, uncrouching. Sorry to my neighbors for all the arring noises. I am very on edge. It's a thing I should look into, I know. It's a problem on the inside of me. No clouds and still no crash. A miracle. It truly is a miracle when you think about it. I 100% would have tutted and acted like it wasn't me. Yeah, exactly. That's the correct response. I think both people were just too confrontational, and you know, I think it's terrible. But yeah, isn't it crazy you don't need a dog license, chat? You know, has anyone ever like dealt with a dog? Like, I think I'm a cat person. I'll lay my cards on the table. But whenever you deal with someone, like, especially like you know, someone like, it's always a friend of a friend or a friend like that, whose dog is like, they have to be like, oh yeah, you know, forgive his behavior. You know, he's you know, like so, you know, sorry for that. There's always some like giant like explanation of what you can't do around them, like you know, just make sure whatever you do, you don't pet them because they will go berserk. This actually happened to me the last time I tried to pet someone's dog. They tried to bite me. They got very aggressive and stared at me for the rest of the evening. And I'm like, my bad. I didn't realize your dog didn't like being petted. But like the whole thing about dogs is people always try to like justify their behavior by being like, oh, but they're such a lovely dog. They just get, you know, they're just like that when they're around people. And I've always thought that that's like the craziest defense. Like, the whole point of a pet, the whole point of anyone, you could argue, or of behavior more broadly, you know, is that you do it around people. Unless you're me playing, you know, Outer Worlds 2 in a onesie on the sofa, there are going to be other people around at some point in your life, and this is how you'll be measured on your behavior. And so I would say, also I need to renew my dog license to drive my dog. Parenting license should be made mandatory. Uneducated parents ruin their children way too often. Yeah, like people, you know, the worst you can do in a car is kill yourself, and maybe a bunch of other people. Worst you can do with your child is you could raise someone who kills an entire group of people. You know, if just maybe, in Austria the parenting was a bit lighter, that wouldn't have happened. You know, maybe if the art school funding was just a little bit better. Anyway, yeah, I think it's crazy that people say, like, yeah, a dog's great besides being around people. It's like, how else would it be good? Like, every animal, like, a polar bear is great if it exists in a dimension surrounded by no people. In the void, a polar bear is a lovely pet. The problem is all of the other times. Also, I love cats. I love animals who establish boundaries. Yeah, when a cat wants to love you, it wants to love you. There's no like, oh, yeah, I know you don't want this, but I'm going to force you. I mean, sometimes I'll do that with cats, but... Chat, on the way home yesterday, I met up with a friend. So I met up with a friend. You know, if you wanna learn my friend's life story, in 5 minutes, you know, I won't tell you my friend's life story in 5 minutes. That's deeply personal. But what I will say is I met with him. It was very good. He's changed his life entirely in the last 3 months that I've met him. So looking forward to meeting him in another 3 months and seeing the same things happened. But my dad had a dog like that when I was a baby. The behavior wasn't due. You know, I've got to move around my things so I can read the bottom half of these messages. My parents being bad dog owners due to mental problems, likely from a previous abusive owner. Yeah, that's the thing about people too, right? Like, I don't know, like, I don't want to get too, like, relationship advicey here. I'm a Minecraft YouTuber after all. But I really feel like a lot of like relationship woes basically come from people like struggling with how each other were raised. Because there's a lot of things that you think are just the default of being a human that are actually a default of being a human in your household. Or rather, a compromise between what your parents did. Yo, how's Kobe in history doing? He hasn't posted in a while. Oh, he got married, David. He's half of a business of a corporation now. Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. Also, it's good to see you digging truths. There was in fact some artwork you missed out on. It was beautiful. It was very MS Paint, and sadly, it's gone and it's never coming back. Okay, so let's make 3 stacks of these, then 6 stacks of slabs. And then maybe after that, we'll go back in. Honestly, I don't think we ever need to go back home. We still could, maybe. But yeah, I think we've got to make a decision about whether to turn back now or do it later. I think what we'll do is we'll place a bridge going back. This is going to seem insane, chat, but I'm going to have 2 bridges on the side of my ice for a while. I think it will just look kind of satisfying. And it's basically just as fast as walking home. I don't know that it actually is. I think this might be a terrible idea. Guess who's sticking for it anyway, though? But yeah, Cobean history. He's living a happy life. Oh, he just got a dog. It's really good. Like, it's not great around people, but I haven't met the dog. I'm sure he's not good around people, though. I'm sure he's great around the right people. Okay, let me pause the game. Let me move my chat so I can move it correctly. The very dog that bit you. Yeah, you know, this is where you find out Kobe's actually my dad. But yeah, we've gone 3,700 blocks so far, Mr. Balo. Speaking of Balo, Noah Barton says, why, hello. Why am I giving you money? I'm crazy. Thank you for being crazy. In just the right way, though. Specifically, the giving me money way. There's a lot of ways in which being crazy is a problem. Something to be looked out for. Something to be, you know, something to raise the alarm bells about. But when it's the type of crazy where you just love to give people you care about money, can you ever really be that bothered? My parents are horrible dog owners. Had one that literally bit everybody. They put him down after he bit my brother in my neck. Oh, yeah. That's rough. Yeah, weirdly, I think one of the... I've got a friend who's very messed up. Because I think I think their childhood... Maybe their cousin was, like, mauled to death by a dog from one of their family members, unruly dog owners. And as much as you can, like, process it and say it over and over again, I don't think you're ever going to be okay if you see a dog kill someone. I think I guess it's one of those interesting things, right? That, like, goes back to how when your parents, you know, what a lot of what you assume is a default is kind of what your parents raised you to see as the default. If one of the first 50 dogs you see is threatening and scary and is akin to a gun, more than anything else, you're gonna learn to see dogs like guns. Whereas if you see dogs that are the size of poodles and that do cute tricks, you're gonna see them as like a little robot. Like, oh yeah, I want to make friends with a little robot that sits when I tell him to. This seems like a massive waste of wood. Then again, Toy Cat. Wasteful resource use as a part of a stupid project is a Toy Cat speciality. Oh, I love using resources wastefully for my projects. You know me well, Balo. Good to see you, by the way. You know what, Balo? I'm going to do something crazy here. I'm going to pitch you specifically on becoming a channel member. Have you considered becoming one? Have you heard of all of the great benefits? I had a dog try to kill me when I was like 10, but everyone else is good boys. That's impressive. I mean, I think if it tried to kill you, that might be easier to rationalize, right? Because you didn't see the dog killing you, you felt the dog killing you. Like, I do think weirdly there's a difference when something happens to you. At least to me, like, I never like. I feel like you experience the world through so many senses, but if you see something, chat. So I mentioned I went to comedy a couple nights ago, and so I want to listen to some like up and coming comedians. It was kind of good, and one of the guys was a really friendly looking guy, and he's doing some riffs on the audience, and he says to this one guy, like, because this one guy like stumbles over, He's like, had a few too many drinks tonight. And the guy's like, he looks really, really drunk. And just responds by like doing that. Someone in the audience had to yell out like, that man has cerebral palsy. Apparently it was actually a brain injury or something. But there was this awkward standoff where this guy with a brain injury keeps interrupting the set to say, you. And it's just the worst feeling in the world for both that guy and for the comedian, right? There's no healthy world where they go, well, let's agree on our differences here. Let's agree to set them aside for the... It's like, no, this is terrible, and everything about this is bad, and I feel bad. Also, I'm going to put away the second stone shovel, maybe even the sticks, and then grab another pile of spruce logs. I think that just makes sense. Then grab this as well. And then I can come back for that, inevitably, on the way home. But let's get running again. Which one will you finish first? This bridge or the lava river? Should I make a video on the list of projects I don't want to finish? I could probably... with the power of shorts, I think I can do that. I was going to check on her puppies, and she was protective, so I understood. Ripped out half my hair, though. Never grew properly on that side for a decade. Yeah, that is a long time to be scarred from a dog. It's a very long time. But yeah, so this guy was... there was this awkward exchange between someone who was trying to tell jokes and someone who was like, no, stop your show and screw you. And I was just staring at it, and it was like 15 seconds maybe. But they were the longest 15 seconds of my life. It's just watching this conflict between... Because I don't do comedy. But I feel like I understand this concept of like, you are trying to feed an audience emotions. And so anything that gets in the way of that hurts. You know, if my controller dies while I'm trying to feed you emotions about... I don't know. What was I talking about at the time? Driving. Then, you know, it sucks for both of us. Oof, I may make a list of craft projects to finish off. That would help me. Yeah, having a list of anything helps. It's weird that making a list is such a hard thing to convince your brain to do, given how useful it is. But yeah, which will I finish first? This or the lava river? Given the current timeline on this, it's looking like it will never be finished. But that's like most projects, right? You gotta really find your stride. You gotta hit your ideal moment. We haven't died, and that needs to be said as the best thing about what's happening here. I'm not dead, and I could be, but I'm not. And that's just great. Whew. Do you do conflict, says Casual Gaming? Oh, I hate conflict. But I think I'm good at doing conflict with people I know. I think I like doing conflict with people I know because it has to be done. I think I'm a believer in this idea that people are better off getting their words and their feelings out there. And so I believe from that sense of words, it has to be done. And so I would rather facilitate it. I would rather make sure that this happens. But at the same time, it's also a bit like, even though I know it needs to be done, it doesn't mean like I want to see it being done. I don't do comedy, says man who has multiple pieces of political satire using Minecraft villagers. Is satire comedy though, or is satire a deconstruction of an idea? You know, like I'll concede this is kind of like a lecture. We talk a lot about philosophical ideas. It's kind of like having your slightly too talkative friend in the room with you. Chat, do we have any conflict that we need to resolve? Chat, do you have anything you want to get out in the air about me right now? Should we do some conflict together? I went to a comedy show and started having a coughing fit due to asthma. I had to time my coughs to the laughter as I was scared to be picked on. Satire is a type of comedy. No, it's not, Dasher. You're wrong. Look, let me do. Look. I'm satire. I'm specifically not telling a joke because I was trying to do a piece of satire about satire. Like, oh yeah, I'm satire and I'm so important because in lieu of jokes, I just make true statements about the world and wrap them up as if they're really deep. Whoa, we're gonna hit our first mountains, chat. Oh, it's gonna be great. I'm gonna have a place to settle down. It's gonna be cool. You really are a funny guy. Is this the conflict that we need to get through? You know, okay. You know what, David? I think I'm not a funny guy. I think whenever I'm around funny people, I realize like, oh yeah, I'm just someone who is able to. I think I'm better at like making. Also, well, now I have conflict with you. Yes, you don't read my DMs. Resolved. I would say it kind of comes down to the email thing, right? Of like, there are very few forms of communication that I check regularly, and the biggest reason why is because I am, in any given moment, I'm making this decision about what is the likelihood of me getting something bad, and sadly, I think like there are very few places where that is not true. But also, as a result, there are very few places I can tell people to message me. So chat, I quite like the guy who dropped in yesterday and was like, leave a comment on my video, I'll give you $50. But, you know, I feel like that person made a big deal of the fact that they're like, look, I speak to this guy's dad every single day. I think it was Technoblade's dad. And I'm like, does he message him every day or does he send a message to him every day? Is this guy going to send a message to me every day? Specifically so he can brag about sending me messages every day? Because that's scary if so. I don't want that to be in a place where I could see it. Chat, a guy 8 years ago, a guy offered to help me with a server, and then kind of half did. I asked for some extra help, he didn't do it, but he did the first bit, so it was fine. And so then the person sent a message, and then another message, and then another message, and then another message. And I was just overwhelmed at that point. I'm like, these are all weird. I feel like borderline inappropriate. Like, I don't know how to talk to you about these things, so I'm just not going to. I've been receiving message. It's been like a bit of a social experiment. I've had a message multiple times a month from this person for 7 years, chat. The person, and you know, like 2 years ago, they were like, oh, I just got my first car because I can drive now. I'm like, how old were you 6 years ago? But also, how have you not grown out of this behavior if you picked it, I don't know, like, makes it extra inappropriate as I'm confused how a 12-year-old managed to set me up a Minecraft server. Even though I had a lot of conflict with Toycat like a year or two ago, I got over myself. Yeah, get over it right now with me. I would never send you anything bad. Oh, what I mean though is that it's not the say, you know, Instagram message with you, or like Discord is another example. I don't have any ill will to anyone who sends me a Discord message, but the Discord messages are also where all my ill will comes from. I've recently moved over doing a lot of my work stuff in Discord. So now for me, Discord is the work social media, I would say, more than anything else. So make another pile of that, another pile of that. Oh god, did I do this right? I don't think I did this right. Imminent Mountains. Okay, we got this. I have a person like that in my life.
Imminent Mountain money and Door Comedy money. You decide.
Yay! Thank you for saying I'm funny. I mean, I do think that, but first of all, I appreciate it. The Imminent Mountain money. Yeah, it's exciting, right? Look, it's right there. I'm actually there's gonna be new blocks for me to mine, chat. Also, I would argue these are slightly closer by mountains than the ones I did actually go to. This is why forward planning is important. If I had just gone to these mountains first, like, think about it. If I had been to these mountains ahead of me first, then I'd have been able to make my bridge to the dripstone way shorter. I didn't know dripstone was my goal at the time. I'm very much playing this as a fly-by night, fly-by seat. I don't even know. He made fun of me and hurt my feelings. I put a comment, Miss Pat responded to it. I got over the issue. Had to sit and think about what it was. I think I've had that a lot recently. I think my whole thing is I like, you know, having that little fun, like, banterous back and forth. I really enjoy doing that with commenters, because there is a certain, like, as a streamer, you're meant to be like, wow, Canyon, you make such a good point, and you are very smart and intelligent. Deanna says, you probably get lost messages. It might be a little draining, so thanks for chatting with us. Deanna, you are very smart, intelligent, emotionally capable, and I appreciate you. But, you know, what if I want to be like, you know, all of those things are true, but what sort of a name is Deanna? Like, are you like the Anna, but you're like in slang? Nito says, I feel sorry for the poor editor who have to render a time lapse of this bridge. You chat with people with multiple hours at a time, multiple times a week. Having lots of people emailing you and DM you separately would be too much. Oh yeah, I get emails, I get DMs, I get Discord messages, I get Facebook messages still. Oh god. Every time I load up Facebook, I'm like, oh, I forgot to check this one in a while. Chat, have I mentioned before? This is like, you know, let me get some conflict. I need to get some conflict with a dead person out of the way now. I used to try to respond to everything. I would respond to literally everything besides Xbox messages. Just because I figured like Xbox messages are like, you know, it's the Wild West out there. So I responded to everything, chat. I responded to YouTube messages back when those were a thing. Also, my real name is Dana. Shush. Oh, that's a cool name. You know, no, I want to be, sorry, that's not a, I'm being too normal of a streamer. That's a name that someone has when they're trying to copy the world's famous princess, the world's favorite princess, but they're also bad at spelling. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. So chat, I want to sleep somewhere on this mountain, but also I have to be very careful about this mountain. I think I just wasted snow. So I've got a silk touch pickaxe. I don't know what I'm going to do with all this stuff. I need to make sure I'm not knocked below Y200 by something. So just place a torch here. I'll make a little bed slot for myself over here. And I'll put the bed in it. Easy peasy. As long as I don't spawn in the mountain and fall up, I'll be happy to check your messages for you. But yeah, I'm sorry about whatever messages it was that I left that was aggressive. But it was all your fault, and you should feel bad about it because I am flawless and perfect. And see, it's really easy dealing with conflict, chat. I don't know why people don't do it more. Okay, let's make some snow blocks. I do want to kind of peek around. Chat, look at this. How often do I get to, while making a bridge, get to like have a little snow day and look at a mountain? I genuinely didn't know this was coming. Which is a bad thing on a different level. But I'll take it for the sake of this. There's gravel here, which I can use to make dirt. Yeah, this is incredible. Let me tell you about it, chat. It's a good sign that I'm in this place. It is a great sign that I have found this place. So let's bridge over to there. And honestly, if I finished today with a 4,000 block pathway in gravel, I'd be happy. It's not where I'm finishing today. But just so you know, everything past this point is already a nice bonus. This is a piece of terrain that either didn't exist when I was testing the world, or which I didn't know it existed. Oh yeah, look at that. There's more. There's a lot more. So I could switch out to planks. I can switch out to stone slabs if I want to be really weird. But instead I'm going to make myself a chest. Just off the main highway here. So just to confirm, the ice highway will go through the right bit here. And then there'll be a crafting table there. And we'll also put a chest on top of this, just for now. Because I'm going to need to store this stuff for later to pick it up on the way home. For now, this looks great. And then let's make 3 piles of logs. Oh. Make 3 stacks perfectly of these. Then make 3 stacks of slabs. Oh, yeah, perfect. And then we can make like a few more if we want to. Just for the fun of it. Perfect stuff. Oh, beautiful bowl. Yeah, it's a really beautiful piece of terrain. Really, really beautiful piece of terrain. I've not used Facebook in 8 years. Thanks for reminding me. I seriously think most old people and mums use it. Yes, it is very. It's old people's social media, and it's really sad because you'll see your friends on there, and you'll be like, "Oh, you are the friend that social media left behind. No one ever told you about Instagram or Snapchat or Vine, and so you've just been here since you were 17. You just never grew." Sorry to anyone who uses Facebook. It's a wonderful social media, and you're all wonderful people, except the ways that you're not. I used to respond to all my Facebook messages. Just an insane thing. I won't pretend that it was like, this holistic, wholesome, this generous act of You know, like the reason that I would respond to every message is because I believed in my heart that this is how you build a, you know, you build a social media, you know, like empire or whatever you want to call it. Like I think it is good that people have a interaction with me, and even though it takes so long for each one of these, it will be valuable in its own right. I still don't know if like that is good advice or not, but I did it either way, and it was like a worst case. It was a good way for, you know, a lonely 20-year-old to chat with some people in some very different backgrounds, and argue that it was work, right? And so I had some really weird messages from some people. You know, I had some very strange ones, but I also had a message from a girl who was like, "Oh yeah, your videos helped a bunch," and I was like, "Oh, that's cool. Yep, went for a real hard time, but the video's gonna be through." And so I would chat with them like on the on-off basis. And then, like, I remember being like, "Oh, it's been a few years. Let me go back and check on this person who says that, like..." They made the comment that I saved their life, but I was like, it's something you just say, right? Like, "Oh, yeah, eating Nesquik saved my life." You know, "Oh, yeah, like, going to the gym saved my life." Or Minecraft saved my life. But, yeah, there was something, like, really gut-wrenching about someone who I'd had maybe 20 messages with ever, learning out that, like, going onto their profile and seeing that they weren't around anymore. The last message was someone being like, "Every year we miss you, Jesse." And yeah, I think that's one of the weird downsides of social media. I think that's one of the weird downsides of getting to know strangers, which you shouldn't do, by the way. Stranger danger. It's not just stranger danger. They might put you in a van. It's stranger danger. You might get attached to someone and then learn that they have died. And do you want to learn that people have died? I mean, I guess you don't want to not know they've died. Yeah, it's crazy, actually, when you really think about it. What % of people you've interacted with on the internet at some point or other are now dead just through, like, you know, time having passed. Wow, depressing thought, huh? Look how good look how good the comedy streamer is. So many laughs. So, okay. Gotta be very careful about this. But, yeah, okay. We get into the top of this one. Yeah, it's a weird thing, and I feel like there is a little bit of like, this is the, you know, it's like the most selfish view you can have on someone else's death, but also it is the closest thing to a reminder that, like, yeah, no matter how, like, you know, like callous or, you know, no matter how we can pretend like, oh yeah, it's your life, so live it, there is a bit of an impact on everyone else. Chat, have you ever, you know, have you ever seen when someone dies and on the news, every single time without fail, they say like, "Oh, they were such a great person. They were always the life of the room. They were always blah 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 blah." There's always good things they say about people when they die, right? It's always the most positive things, because when someone dies, you have to say the most positive stuff. You know, I like this person I spoke to. I mean, I don't know if I even liked that. I mean, they were fine. I didn't hate this person that I spoke to that it's now no longer with us. But so Cat, watch out for the goat. Oh yeah, the goat might actually get me. So let's be very careful for him. Where is he again? Where's the goat? I saw a goat. I didn't imagine it, I'm pretty sure. Looks like I did though. So there's a rabbit over there. But that's just about all. So there's actually not a lot of gravel here. I was hoping for a whole bunch of gravel, because more dirt would be a massive boon for me right now. But no gravel. That's okay. The goat is facing the camera. You forgot to watch the news when O.J. Simpson died and you could insult him without a libel lawsuit. That doesn't show up on our news, but maybe I should have watched it specifically for that moment. Oh wait, can you not posthumously sue for... Is that how libel works then? That you can only like insult an alive person's reputation? Don't think to have a conflict of view, but you've said things I didn't think were good, and I've tried to be reasonably contrarian to. Yeah, I think that's an interesting... So, you know, let's get this all up in the air, chat. Also, I don't want to be new gen, but what's the bridge for, and what does it think about this whole thing? The bridge enjoys being used for my mountain purposes. Let me tell you. I assume it likes being used this way. You know, its opinions don't really matter to me. In the US, yeah, don't know about the UK. Thank you for that not legal advice. Saved me from saying a lot of dangerous things about dead people. I feel like we're a lot less of a sue-heavy country in the UK, which is interesting because my whole life it's been a point of pride, right? Like, oh, in America they would sue you for saying that, and that's real bad. Actually, I'm kind of a believer that like actually a good legal system, you know, like frivolous lawsuits are bad. Oh, okay, there's goats down there, chat. There's 2 of them. But there's no gravel anywhere. The only gravel I've seen was just up there, but that's not fun. That's not good. It's not what I'm here for. But yeah, chat, I wanna share something of moderate insensitivity because I watched I watched some news here in the UK about a mother whose child had just died. It was actually, they died 5 years ago, but they're still talking about it because they're trying to encourage the concept of a graduated driver license, which is to say that when you learn to drive, you should have really heavy restrictions for your first year because their child died in their first year of driving. And it was like they were making fun of the concept of how parents prescribe to their children. Because usually they're like, they were such a sweet child, they were the nicest person, blah, 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 blah. Whereas in this case, I'm not going to be kidding you when I say this. This is literally quoting. She was like, oh yeah, he was such a sweet child. You know, he passed his driving license, you know, saying, you know, left turn there, right turn there. And then he could drive at 70 miles per hour. And, you know, it's funny because he would always say, like, I'm here for a good time, not a long time. And, you know, what happened to him. And everyone in our family always loved him. He was always sharing his, you know, his fun conspiracy theories. And I'm like, man, you know, I think that death is a terrible thing. And I think the amount of pain it brings a family is awful. But, like, I feel like, you know, if it has to happen, right? If we're like a believer in the... Oh, my controller just paused for no reason, chat. That's concerning. It's very concerning. UK is much more suit heavy when it comes to speech. US is about suing restaurants for serving hot coffee. Yeah, it's interesting. It's a stereotype, right, that we don't have freedom of speech in the UK. But it's just we don't have it as an enshrined right. You have the right. It's the same way as even though you have the enshrined right to freedom of speech in America. That doesn't mean that you can. Oh, it's really fun actually. I've looked into this, and people always say, well, you can't yell fire in a crowded building, but actually that isn't one of the restrictions to freedom of speech. Weirdly enough, you can yell fire in a crowded building. There is no law against that. But libel is still a crime. You can use your free speech to do harm, and you can be held accountable for that harm. Maybe even if you yell fire in a crowded building. Oh god, I need to get this place lit, by the way. Yeah, I'm very scared that I'll be knocked down and go below Y200. Again, even though we're saying we gain no benefit from going below Y200, I'm not intending to go below that height anyway. Whoopsie, that's fine. So there's some strays out here, which is fun. You don't see a lot of those in the world. And, oh, I could die from some of these heights. Yeah, so there's a decent amount of, gravel in this building. So much so that I'm not really worried about the rest. Also, I don't know how many torches I have. I don't think I should be using them so willy-nilly here. So let's get down and let's just tunnel through this, I guess. Easiest way. The concept of free speech is such a strange one to me. Was it originally about free journalism? Oh, the original... I mean, you could make the argument that America's quite a... like, because a lot of... especially in the Northeast, I want to say. A lot of Americans come from religious minorities that felt persecuted in the UK. Whether they were or not, I genuinely have never looked into. I'm not making some comment. It's just, you know, people like minority groups of all thought. No, that sounds offensive. But like people who are not the majority like to believe that they are being persecuted. I know this of every type of... I am a small business owner, and I like to feel like I am being persecuted. One of the biggest reasons that it's dumb to be... so what do I do about this, by the way? Okay, that works. Everyone loves to feel like they're being personally persecuted because the world feels like that, you know? When I have to pay £100 because I gave a landline phone instead of a mobile phone when I filled out an application, and my only alternative is, I don't have the thing that you need, feels persecuted, when actually it's just, you know, bureaucrat being a bureaucrat. Okay, so a lot of Americans come from that, like, from a religious minority that felt like they were being persecuted for what they were saying. Whether that is true or not is a different point, different time. Chat, I don't want to get too close to this because those skeletons will knock me down. I don't know how to avoid that besides running away and coming back. Maybe. Yeah, like what else are we going to do? Okay, let's do it. Let's run all the way around. It'll be a nice run. I can show you my new mountains that I've collected. It is nice to have new mountains, right? It's very nice. Gamers are the most oppressed people. Honestly, okay, so this is an interesting case. Okay. I feel like in the aughties. Oh, is that a pale garden on fire? That is, right? That's a pale garden on fire. But it's like so far away that the fire's not animated. That is odd. Okay, so now we'll run all the way this way. And by the time we get back, the only mobs that should be able to spawn will be friendly, and therefore I won't die. Okay, so, yeah, so, everyone in chat's talking about the lawsuit for the McDonald's thing. You're free to say anything you want, but you have to answer for every word you say. No, so, okay. I'm gonna go back to that before I come back to gamers being a persecuted minority. Because it feels very true that you are being squeezed for everything you are worth by giant corporations. Whereas it used to feel like, you know, gamers were being, you know, persecuted by governments. That is going to have huge electoral ramifications. That now, you know, video game players hate giant corporations because giant corporations have ruined many video games for them. That is going to have a huge knock-on for the future of the world. And if I were Microsoft, being, you know, if I were Microsoft, I would have the most consumer-friendly practices I could. Just for the sake of, like, you know, that's like the cheapest election buying you can have. Like, take one, you know, like, what is gaming as part of Microsoft? Like, 5% of the business? Take 5% of the business, make it so consumer-friendly that your customers love, you know, capitalism and corporate entities like Costco. And they'll be like, wow, I would hate any politician that infringed on that right. But it's not what they went for, and again, I think that's going to have huge, damning electoral ramifications in the future. But yeah, so okay, so freedom of speech is. I'm going to talk about it from my perspective. I'm not American. I am a British person from whom America was founded by fleeing. But the concept of freedom of speech is really important when you're thinking about the 17th and 18th centuries. The concept of free democratic governments are the standard now, very, very rare then. And so it used to be quite common that if you were doing something the government didn't like, that they would just say, you're not allowed to do that, and they could do anything they wanted to you as a result. In totalitarian power systems, I have no slabs left, we have to go craft some. In totalitarian power systems, the government can just say, whoa, why are you saying things we don't like? The government says that it's really good if West Asia is at war with East Asia, and so we would like it if you agreed with that. Okay, make a bunch of slabs. Plenty of slabs, great. And then we'll even make some more. So the you know, like that is something that is very commonly shared. Whether that's true or not depends on your leanings and how you believe that totalitarian governments actually work. But so a lot of people who were moving to free democratic countries believe that their government shouldn't have power to persecute them for the things they said. That, like, alongside a free and fair legal system where you could represent yourself and where you'd be heard by a jury of your peers, it's also important to say that your speech should never be a thing that is used to harm you by the government. The concept of free speech usually, again, from my perspective, is not meant to imply I can say anything and no one can be mad for me. So, You know, I think that Sonic did 9/11 is my speech that I can exercise. But you can be upset with me if you think that I'm diminishing, you know, Osama bin Laden's role in the plot by implying that it was actually Sega's hedgehog that did that. And also, Sega should be able to say, you cannot be spreading those memes about our hedgehog because he did not do that. And so they could say, they could try and sue me. But, crucially, they can only sue me if it is factually inaccurate. If I said Sonic did 9/11, and we've got proof, we've got pictures of him at the base of the tower, and it's widely accepted, the reasonable man on the street could believe it, you can't even be prosecuted privately for that. But yeah, you don't have the freedom to lie. You don't have the freedom to make up things. The hedgehog or the convenience store. You know, here's the controversial... Fun fact, truth isn't a defense to libel in the UK. Is it not? I thought it was. Maybe I'm getting it mixed up with the other one. Like, there's libel and there's the other one, like, corporate harm. But I think if you can prove something is true... This could be me, like, picking up Americanisms, but I've always understood it that Oh, no. What I think it is the onus... Again, maybe I'm mixing up something here. I believe that in the UK, the onus is on you to prove what you say is true. And in the US, because of freedom of speech, the onus is on the defendant to say what you're saying is a lie. So if I say Sonic did 9/11, Sega has to prove Sonic did not do 9/11. And by the way, they're awfully not forthcoming on that evidence. So I'm just saying, make up your own conclusions. Do your own research, people. Slander? Yeah, slander is the other one I'm thinking of. It's slander, not libel. I swear it's for defamation. I need to study it again. You know, Xavier, you are the closest thing we have to a lawyer here. Please tell me about it. The lower sentence is guaranteed. Winning a case isn't. But in a plea deal, a stipulation is that you can't appeal to a higher court. Oh, that's fun. Free speech is the government can't be mad at you for saying things. Society can be a different case. Yeah, exactly. I think though when you live in a country where the government can't be mad at you for saying things, and that corporations have to prove that you did things, I think that then creates a society where people are more open to saying things and less scared of saying things. Like, if you go to anywhere in Eastern Europe, I don't know what it's like to be able to speak freely in public. Yeah, so there's an interesting... she made a joke about anxiety that I missed, so maybe I'm going against your entire thing. A lot of people from the former Soviet bloc, like, even a lot of people in Germany, like, going that far west, but a lot of Europeans are deeply scared about saying things that are critical of the government, because for so long, you've been able to say whatever you want. It's just that when you say the wrong things, you happen to disappear. It's probably not related to what you say, though. Say whatever you like, citizen. Like, it's the most interesting thing to me. If you look into... Like, a lot of people don't understand why it is that authoritarian regimes in Eastern Europe are so scary. And it's because, you know, they think that these rules are enshrined in law. That like, oh yeah, you're just not allowed to insult the government. And it's like, no, you can insult the government. You can mobilize against them. But there will be people watching. There'll be people snitching on you. There'll be people, you know, everything. It's I don't know, like if you look into how good intelligence services can be against foreign governments, think about what happens when you apply that to your own population. So, hi Tocat, hope you're doing Desert World State. Can we get percentage completion on the journey up in the corner? I'm gonna level with you, Brian Harshman. We're 4,600 blocks into an 18,000 block journey, and it's been 2 hours, and we started with 1,000 of those blocks. I think that our chances of full completion went from, yeah, that'd be nice, to like, oh, that's not happening. So, oh, I didn't bring my bed with me. It makes sense to go for it now. Yeah, now is the best time to go for it. So I'll do this, and then I'll just remove that. I'll just build the second bridge going backwards right now. I'll do it without crouching just to scare people for a few seconds. Do you think it'd be faster to build it from this side, though? Okay, let's build the bridge over there. Get that perfect slot ready for the ice in the middle. Barely anything done, says Akash Warrior. I found 4 new mountains today. Just add in Minecraft instead of allegedly. Oh, has my video come out yet, chat? Oh, I knew I should have been checking on something. Oh, it's not. Wait, no, it is. It came out an hour and 20 minutes ago, and people are liking it. Okay, so the maths at this point is 22.3% complete. Yeah, I could probably get something that reads my on-screen coordinates and then uses those on-screen coordinates to do something. What would happen if we unalived all the world's dictators? I mean, I am one of those people, maybe not the most fun of people, but I am of the belief that if you unalive, say, the most famous dictator in Europe right now, then what replaces him tomorrow could be worse. Like now, like I think that like power systems are scary to really think about. But in particular, what that means is that... Do I have a bed on me? No, I didn't. It's a silly thing to not bring. Like, I knew I would need the bed again. Don't know why I left it. I should have also brought in more beds. That's a lesson to learn for the future. By the way, isn't this beautiful? Looking at that mountain being lit up. It is actually inspiring to run towards at night. I am very glad we have that. But yeah, I think people mobilize around a system. Like... You know, when a dictator goes away, what happens is another dictator replaces them. I was just learning about the civil war in Sudan today. It was a conflict I didn't know anything about. I knew that Sudan it already has a country that split away from it, and I know from people I know that like, oh yeah, the UAE is involved in some way. But I just didn't know really anything beyond that. And so I looked into it, and it's like, oh yeah, it's a country that had like 3 coups in the last 5 years. Now, once you do that enough times in a row, the rules become, whether you make it formal or not. Oh god, oh god! The rules of that country, whether they like it or not, have become... If you want to rule the country, you overthrow the government who exists there already. And that's a really terrifying thing. Because it takes a generation for people to believe, like, oh yeah, but this is the permanent government now. This is the real government. This is the real deal, not just the people who overthrew the last guys. Okay, let's make 3 piles. Should we go for more than 3 piles? I think we'll start with 3. Spruce slabs, spruce slabs, spruce slabs. Go crazy. And then we'll make another, like, 48, let's say. See what that creates. And then... Oh dear god, we've got a problem here. Put this there, and then this there, and then... There we go. Make the rest of that in slabs, and now let's go again. Okay, oh, look at this. We got a lovely little section of terrain here. And a goat. Kind of scarily. Northwest and Northeast Sudan next. Good 2-cat video. Glad you liked it. As of late 1804, the journalist Harry Croswell lost a series of prosecutions and appeals because truth was not a defense against libel. So in New York, truth became a defense in 1805. So that's like, yeah, that's interesting that it wasn't a defense before that. Coal for more torches. Oh yeah, more torches would go a long way. I probably won't need them too often though. I'm hoping I won't need them too often. I might regret that decision, but we'll see. That's how kingdoms used to be run. Yeah. There's, like, our modern foundation of democracy is built on so many layers of trust. Like, I trust that when I cast a vote in an election, that whoever I vote for has one more vote. I trust that whoever wins the election, the civil service and the police and the head of trains, they'll all start doing what that person says. That is not a guarantee. If the head of trains really wants a government that nationalizes the trains, and then the train minister comes in and he goes, you know, we're going to privatize these trains and there's going to be 15 million train companies, a train company for every citizen in the UK, they're going to say no. They could say no. They don't, though. I trust that they won't. there's so much trust that you require to go into a system that you care about. And so if you ever look into, you know, not any offense to, you know, nothing again, always have to be clear, not the Russian people, but the Russian government. If you look into the misinformation the Russian government will share, because they're a system that don't have trust, they're really effective at exporting that lack of trust to the world. Like, oh, yeah, sure would be a shame if your government was deliberately letting votes come in fake via, I don't know, postal, I think is the thing people don't like. And so, like, but the problem is because sometimes we do have to be distrustful. Like I am fully trusting chat. Genuinely to the point where my life would be ruined if this trust were misplaced. I am trustful that if I am taken to court for a crime I didn't commit, I am pretty confident that a judge would see I didn't commit it. You know, as long as, like, if there was a conspiracy to, like, make it look like I did something, I'm boned, I guess. But if, like, someone says, hey, you killed my girlfriend, I think I could prove, like, look, I was streaming Minecraft that day. I couldn't have killed his girlfriend. I don't even like killing women. I mostly kill dogs. Here's a picture of a dog I killed. I haven't killed any dogs, and Sonic didn't do 9/11, just to be clear. But yeah, I don't trust any of it, but I participate in the hope that I'm being too cynical. See, even that though, that's healthier than what a lot of people around the world believe in. The majority of the world does not live in a healthy democracy, where they actually get to have a say in how things are run, where systems are actually run for the benefit of the people, or at least the majority of the people. How does a penguin build its house? No, that's a fun. Why don't you talk about autism? Says Oxycage. So Oxycage, get this. There is a really easy way you can learn about it. So I uploaded a video yesterday night called "Why I Don't Talk About Autism Publicly," and I did it in a members only video just because I felt like, you know what, I want to get this off my chest, but also I'm deliberately not talking about this publicly. Yeah, interestingly, I want to talk about that video. For anyone who's watched it, great. If you haven't, I spoke about my opinions very frankly. And immediately I got some people who are like, oh, but you didn't say this, and therefore that's bad. And I thought that was a really interesting... I've wrestled with that quite a bit, actually. That, like, oh, no matter... I shared my rawest side, like, the side that I felt was least represented about this. Like, when people talk about representation... there was a thing recently where you could only join this Minecraft team if you were, I think it was the Pride event for maybe MCC. But anyway, the only way you could join it is if you were LGBTQIA+ or whatever. It's like, oh, so you are now forcing everyone to confirm that, you know, like that's actually like a problem in itself. Like, to force people to use because I'm a big labels have values, but they are not all the values. They are not most of your values. Labels are a way to find like-minded people, but the moment they become a requirement in the same way. Also, should I have not invited 500 people over for a watch party? David, did you just commit an act of mass piracy and then admit to it on the internet? Guess who's suing you in court for not slander, but lost earnings, piracy? Can you sue people? But yeah, I also, how did penguins build a house? It glues it together. Great joke. It wasn't piracy, it was friends having a good time. I mean, I would argue most actual pirates were probably just friends having a good time, committing a few crimes here and there. Yeah, I think I should have waited till I had the ice for this chat. I don't think I was ready. But I do like what I'm finding. I found a savanna biome. Savanna biomes are going to be great for savanna villages. But yeah, hi Tocat, this is my first stream. I've watched you for years, and now it's my first live stream. Happy to see you. Happy to see you too. Yeah, I think that, oh yeah, look at this. Look at where we are. Isn't it just beautiful? I think whenever you share any position, there's so much nuance that you can't easily get into. And I think talking about controversial topic reminded me of that. So Ad and Sony early was talking about like, oh yeah, you've had some opinions that I like bashed, locked horns with. And I appreciate following up by saying like, and I don't hate you for those opinions. But it's the really tricky thing about talking about controversial subjects is kind of inherently like, unless you really thoroughly research your position and really carefully word it, you're going to seem like you are stepping on toes deliberately or not. Like, what's an easy controversial topic off the top of our head? Chat. Who did 9/11, right? Hypothetically. Like, if I say, like, look, I'm not going to say, I don't know that, I know that it happened, and I know that suspiciously there wasn't a Sonic game released in 2001. Sure seems... Also, hey, Zane Smed, thank you for 396 channel members. Is it just me, or do you look way higher than 200 blocks? I think it's the render distance that does that. Maybe I'm wrong. It does look like I'm massively high up, but it's 140 blocks above the ground. If you're curious. I stopped watching it when you said it's because it's a spectrum, everyone's autistic, but I will try and finish. It's a phrase that annoys me, but I want to see to the end. I see, but even that, I think I said, yeah, if it's a spectrum, basically everyone is, outside of the people who have, and I think that in itself is a problem, and I think that is a part of the dumb discussion. And, I think any big topic, the more you talk about it, the more you have to break down the pieces you're talking about. So, like, what is autism is a thing that you start by saying, like, yeah, I guess we have to trust, like, doctors, and so doctors would all get it from, like, the DSM, but the DSM's quite, like, they only release them every so often, and then that's assuming that it's a medical exclusive term, and the DSM is, it's for diagnosing things, and so, like, is it a bad thing because it has to be diagnosed? Can you be autistic without being... So, like, you just literally just talking about can you even be something is controversial in itself. But that's why I figured, like, okay, I'm going to just do this members-only video where people aren't going to be... Because, okay, to this day, chat, last time I spoke about something controversial, the thing that still shows up if you Google my name on all sorts of subreddits who don't like, like, oh yeah, here is the actual full thoughts. They're like, here is one thing he said. I didn't say that, by the way. But here is a thing that he said, therefore he is a bad YouTuber. It's, like, crazy just how shockingly common that is for people to, like, jump aboard something because their feelings made them think they heard something, as opposed to them actually hearing something. And so I felt like a members-only video was a good place to, like, avoid, some of that. And it's kind of a shame that it has to be that way on the internet, but I guess it's the, the flip side of maybe the commercialization of the internet. The fact that we have such attachments to people we watch online means we would like it if they had a lot of shared beliefs on us on places where it is important. And when people can't live up to that, then we just want to burn it all to the ground, don't we? Okay, so bunch of slabs. Now I could probably make like another stack and a half, I bet. Like stacking 36. Make it all into slabs, and oh dear God. Okay, we're gonna be fine. We're just gonna keep on making these. I'll put those on the ground and then hope that they're not all gone. And then, I could have just put these piles together. And then make a bunch more. And then I've got 2 slabs sitting around. What do I even do with that? I'll leave the 2 slabs on the ground and just pick them up now. Oh, I did something wrong there. So, I think the Minecraft inventory should automatically reorganize when stuff like this happens. But it didn't, and that's fine. Okay. Onwards we go, chat. Gotta go to a dance lesson. Thankfully, looks like you'll be streaming for the next 18 hours or so far. Okay, so at 2 hours-ish, we're at about 4,000 blocks placed. So... yeah, chat, this isn't working. I scheduled my day wrong, and I am regretful for it. I do sometimes hear my feelings. It's a slippery slope. Yeah, it's the hardest, like, honestly, it's really hard to undo hearing with your feelings. And what's worse is then you'll start talking with your feelings and you'll say actually hurtful stuff. And on the internet, it doesn't matter. Like, if you say hurtful things to me, like, you know, I'm apparently here to absorb those hurtful things. Things are always hard to look at objectively when we have emotional and personal attachment. Yeah, it's so hard. Like, I don't know, like, there are things that are really important to me that when people say things, I'm just like, yeah, I'm not. The exact details of what you're saying aren't what I'm absorbing. I'm just absorbing that you hate me right now. It's really hard. Isn't everything a spectrum or a range? Yeah, and then that's an even more interesting point. That if everything is a spectrum, then nothing is a spectrum. Like, yellow is a spectrum. This stream is a spectrum. You know, Minecraft is a spectrum. I would argue playing hardcore Minecraft is the most Minecraft. And playing, you know, like... playing the Vibrant Visuals Adventure map, it's technically Minecraft. Or the Dragon Ball Z map. It's like, it's Minecraft, but it's not at the same time, right? We aren't on a spectrum. We are nodes on a fractal. We are identical, but infinity apart. Yeah, one of my like realist beliefs that I intend to express over and over again, even when people will be upset. I thank you, Ruby Doo, by the way, for the well thought out comment too. Is the range of people with no autism, people with severe autism? I mean, if you say it's a spectrum, that means there is someone in the world who is the most autistic, right? But no, the whole concept of the whole thing I think is most important. This ties in freedom of speech, autism, and everything else that I will ever discuss. Is that above everything else, you are an individual. Above everything else, you are an individual, and grouping yourself is something you choose to do, and you get to choose to do it because you're an individual. People grouping you on your behalf is always quite bad. Like, I think even, like, I think objective terms are, like, fine. So, I am, you know, I am a Minecraft YouTuber. Even then, that's not quite true. I'm definitely a YouTuber, right? But, like, you know, some of my income comes from streaming. And, you know, Josh Jones gave me $20 earlier. We had David tipping. So I get money from tips, and a few people become members. That's a big thing. But also, I sell add-ons on the marketplace. I had a year once, chat, where I earned 1/3 of my money from selling books. It was before I had a very big YouTube channel, but it was still, like, you know, am I an author? Like, why do you get to define me as a Minecraft YouTuber? So there's already a level of that, but I think, like, that's fine enough, right? If you say I'm a YouTuber, chill. If you say, like, I am white, I mean, like, factually not, right? I like, you're making a skin-based assessment there. Like, I am, you know, a quarter Sri Lankan. I am Asian. British Asian is my correct designation. But, like, when you picture someone who is that, you don't picture me. So therefore, is it useful to use that term on me? And if I describe myself as that, am I broadening the definition of the term? Or am I just making you know, am I broadening your definition of the term when you understand it? Or not? The semantics of what a category even is really break down quickly for me. Like, I am, there's a #1 globally ranked player for autism out there somewhere. But then there's the interesting thing of, like, even if we wanted to find out who that was, how would you define it? Then it's really, really, really good. My favorite colors are all on the blue spectrum. It's been pretty chill so far, thankfully. I am glad to... Yeah, I think everything is tricky to... like, you know, I am IBX Toy Cat because that is a name I have chosen for myself. I am not innately IBX Toy Cat, and IBX Toy Cat does not innately mean me. It means that if you have heard that name and you can tie it into my videos. It's midday, that's great. Also, day 222. Didn't even appreciate it till just now. We're going over an ocean now, which is a bit of a drag, but that's totally fine. Thanks for saying I'm critical of the government, not the people earlier. By the way, I appreciate it. I think it's important as a... Like, You know, okay, so this is my like I want to reiterate it a billion times, even when you're not like specifically I you know, this isn't like me pandering to you because you're in the room, Dasher. It's my real like I think it is really important. What do you tick when it comes to your race ethnicity? It depends on the form. It depends on the form. I like the correct definition is British Asian. But you know, for an easy life. If I think it would benefit me, I'm sure I would just tick English or whatever. But I'm only half English. Or even half British, actually. Bridges are meant to connect two places. What places will this bridge connect? Great question, Bearded Man. But yeah, I believe that the like... We too often focus, especially as the world is getting quite nationalistic, right? You know, I'm not going to point fingers, but we're getting quite nationalistic, and we're talking about the concept of refugees, etc. Like I heard something. I heard someone, a friend of a friend of a friend, or something like that, is a British. I don't know if this story is even true, but so like someone told me that they knew someone in America. No, actually, I think I heard this at comedy. That's where I heard this. Chat. Someone told me that they knew a British person in America who was there illegally. They're an illegal British immigrant, and the guy made the joke of like, yeah, you know, you got to admit that's funny because like most people, if they get deported, that's their life going downhill. If you get deported, then, you know, it's chill. It's just a flight back home to the UK for free. But there's an interesting point that a lot of people would say, like, oh yeah, yeah, even a lot of people who are really, you know, like pro enforcement of whatever would say like, oh, but like not for people like, you know, that's different, right? I feel like there's this weird Western glob, you know, where how broadly you want to define it is up to you, but like all of Europe, even the rogue bits these days. Certainly most of North America, most of Australasia, and even most of South America, I think people would say, is like, oh yeah. Maybe South America is more controversial depending on who you speak to. But like, isn't it crazy we don't have some system where it's just like, oh yeah, we can all freely live and work in each other's country? Like, wouldn't that... I think how many Russian problems would be solved if there were a hefty number of non-Russians living in Russia, you know, from Germany and, I don't know, Lithuania and Ukraine. Oh, no! What'd I just do? Can't have been good. Okay, it's fine. So then we'll just make 3 more slabs. I'll just drop this on the ground. It can't be that important. But yeah, the number of problems that would be solved if there were just large numbers of, you know, like... I don't know. Maybe that's me being like too simplistic in my own right. It's probably important to declare your Asian heritage on medical forms. Yeah, like there are different diseases that affect different ethnicities, right? I think I learned this from a Netflix show, but you get sickle cell if you are... I don't even understand how it can be true, but you're more likely to be lactose intolerant if you're East Asian. You get sickle cell if you're, you know, African origin. White people get alcoholism a little bit easier. Even as a crime, that's a spectrum of sentences. yeah. Wait, did I place that on my bed yet? Genuinely though, right? Like legitimately in a non-sarcastic funny way, there's like, what does it even mean to be British for the sake of that comment? What does it mean to be an immigrant? What does it mean to... What do I mean when I say the West? Because Russia is about as far east as you can get when you're using the term East and West. We have plenty of immigrants from Central Asia and Moscow, a bit less in other cities. Okay, we're alive still. Life is good. So I'll drop this again and hope it's still there when I come back. And now we get back to the bridging, chat. Man, I'm amazed at how long it takes to bridge. But it's fine. Also fewer. Very Stannis Baratheon of you. But yeah, the spectrum of what it means to be a European is even quite broad. Being British is liking being British, liking Yorkshire puddings and complaining about the weather. See, maybe that is true. So, you know, Ruby do you like Yorkshire puddings? I think they're pretty good. I think they're really good. Yeah, but yeah, I think I think that there is this like broad Western blob that like generally everyone is like, oh yeah, chill. You know, at the extreme ends, you know, there's always a bit of people who dislike them. But yeah, New Zealand is considered part of the West. Yeah, New Zealand is so far east that it falls off maps, Jaden. New Zealand is so like it is. You are in a time zone so far east that you pretend you live in New Zealand when you want to access things a day early. Like, and at the set, you know, like that is true, and yet that is part of the West. Whereas, you know, you take like I don't know, Mexico. Which is like my editor Nito lives 8 hours west of me, and he lives in the east, whereas Jaden can live 13 hours east and he's in the west. What logic are we using to define these terms? Honestly, most of the west isn't even in the west. It's like just like it's a dumb term. I think most terms are dumb terms. I think most categorizations are dumb categorizations. Whew. Okay, chat. If I'd have done this bridge originally, I could have found my jungle, and I could have found my mountains from the same pathway. This is why planning is important. This is why planning is so important. I have roast dinners with Yorkshire puddings, then make more stuff to do leftover roast dinner. One of my most controversial opinions is I like my Yorkshire puddings medium rare. Like, so often you go out to a pub or something to get a Yorkshire pudding. Because Yorkshire puddings are a spectrum, chat. Yorkshire puddings are such a spectrum. It might seem like it's just butter, milk, and eggs. I don't know what they're made out of. That sounds right, though. But you can get Yorkshire puddings that are like a piece of crackling. It's just like... It's like biting into a piece of burnt bread. And you can get Yorkshire puddings that's like stuffing. You know, it's like... when the sun rises in the west, New Zealand, and sets in the east, Mexico. New Zealand is Atlantis confirmed. The amount of maps I've seen sold in NZ that don't have New Zealand is crazy. Yeah, I have a I have a new map for my bedroom, and I look at it at night. It's good. It's achieving the thing. I love Yorkshire pudding in all states. I can't judge you on that. Yeah, weirdly enough, I struggle with should you put. See, this is another way. Look, let's talk about the intersectionality of Yorkshire puddings. Because Yorkshire puddings are a spectrum in how cooked they are, but also how much gravy you put on them, but also the size. You can get Yorkshire puddings that are so big you put your entire dinner in them. You get Yorkshire puddings that are closed off, so if you wanted to put stuff in them, you couldn't. You can get Yorkshire puddings where you know, like they're basically made for gravy. Where if you don't have gravy on them, it's like kind of a disgusting snack. And you get Yorkshire puddings where it's like, yeah, if you put gravy on them, you're gonna ruin the. Where do I get a medium rare Yorkshire pudding, chat? You have to make them. I bought the Aunt Bessie ones from the store. Aunt Bessie is not sending her best, let me tell you. I think the sickle cell might come from old plumbing, though. That can't be true, because I mean, unless it's like, you get it genetically from... You know, I don't even know what that is, James Weston. On the radio, they were discussing what we would identify as being British. Like, for French, there's that music, croissants and baguette smell, but do we do the same for us? We don't have a food for being British, although I'd argue the roast dinner and beans on toast have done a pretty good job, culturally speaking. And, you know, like, we have good food, but then we also have, like, weird food. Like, black pudding is, or if you live in Scotland, haggis, or if you live in Northern Ireland, white pudding, or if you live in Wales, you know, like, sheep. We have food. I think we have music, like, I think I would have to concede, like, the Beatles is probably generic British music, but also, like, I know a lot of classical music. What's that one song? Like, you know, I'm not going to do classical music for you right now. But we have Grand Theft Auto is British, if I'm not mistaken. I'm, like, 99% sure GTA is British. I do feel like we have... I think that the UK has a problem of we are a bit of like a compromise of a country in some ways. Where we're like, oh yeah, you can be anything you want in the UK. And that's like a fine way to run a country. But also, yeah, I think we do need to like specifically rebuild some form of what it means to national. Like, you know, like we had a discussion about, you know, there was a discussion about whether using flags is offensive or not. And it's like, well, I mean, how do you have a country without being able to display a symbol of what it means to live in that country? Sheep's not weird. Lamb is reasonable and delicious. Rolling Stones, generic British music too. Pudding means so many different kinds of foods in Britain. It's not like the American dessert. Yorkshire pudding, but the American dessert sounds great though. Sign me up for that. Gravy flavored. What would it be, like Jello? I'm in. You have me already. Okay, so we're getting some real distance made now. Okay, I'm gonna quickly pause. The game didn't pause, it just ticked away. Okay, that's weird. Unexpected. Am I still crouched? I'm still crouched, I think. I'll crouch and uncrouch just to be sure. If you go below 200 blocks, the sea is low-keyed amazing. Cameron, is the sea amazing, or are you just seeing it from a different angle than you usually do? Genuinely ask yourself that. So, Kat, would you be interested in playing Pacific Drive? No. I played it for a bit, and I just had such a bad time. I never want to pick up that game again. Never again will I. I don't know what constitutes pudding as Europe, because I've seen so many different things called pudding. Oh yeah, I just called black pudding and white pudding pudding, and they're very different to the dessert pudding, which is very different to the American pudding, which is very different to Yorkshire pudding. Yeah, it's a fun word. Pudding was my nickname as a child. Not from my parents, I think. I don't know if that was offensive. I do like pudding, and I probably was a tubby 5-year-old. I love food, chat. I love food. I've been recently trying to work out, because like my default is like I need to entertain people. People love being entertained by food. I'm trying to work out like casual activities for all groups and ages that are not food. I mean, Yorkshire pudding's just pancake mix but cooked differently. Yeah, you are right about that. I feel like there's some flour in there. Maybe, I guess there's flour in pancakes too. It's very interesting listening to you. You're so smart and I'm envious, says Zane Smed. Thank you for saying I'm smart. I don't believe... I think that I have such barely above average intelligence. And I only think that because I go on public transport and see people listening to TikToks of AI voices. Like, that's the only thing that convinces me it's that way. I think expressing yourself is hard. I think if you're keeping up with everything I'm saying, I bet you are inside your brain thinking much smarter things in response, right? I think what I am saying right now is probably scratching the surface of what is inside your own brain. I got chubby in my mid to late 20s. Now I'm getting help losing it. Yeah, I recently had a bit of a crisis where I'm like, yeah, I've continuously been accepting a slightly higher weight. I need to have like a big reset. And so that's something I'm going on soon. Actually, I feel like I've been having an effective enough week with it. Okay, so you know what, chat? I'm doing something fun tomorrow. I don't wanna dox myself or anything. But I'm going to I think it's a pickle festival. It's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm gonna eat so many pickles. And the fun thing about pickles, this is a pro tip for anyone with an eating disorder, is you can eat as many pickles as you like, and they don't have any calories. So pro tip, infinite pickle glitch. They don't want you to know this one, but I want you to know this one. So 21 makes 42. Then we'll make another. It's too much of a nightmare. Let's not do it. I'm gonna need to sleep soon, so I could set up my bed then run back for it, but I just won't do that. Actually, I will. I'll use an entire stack and then I'll get this done. My IQ is challenged every time I have to formulate a chat message. My smarts are all about food now. Ah, Dunderline, that is my favorite thing. Pickles like celery, dang. Yeah, there's quite a few. Like this is if you love food, it's really useful to just learn like instinctively. I think we're surrounded by a society. Hey, 18 quid for 18k and the Royal.
18 quid for 18k and the Royal Realm Review Fund. Cheers.
Cheers, Brian Harshman. Massively appreciate it. Shy Guy, I love you. Toy Cat, what about Project Zomboid? What is Project Zomboid? I have... No clue. Don't like that. Don't like this at all. So I'll make my bed spot here, I guess. Yeah, we'll make a little bed spot. Really don't like how that played out. But that's okay. Life is about things you don't like sometimes. Whew. Okay, so it feels like blasphemy to add sugar to cucumber pickles. Oh, that's a point that'll make you some friends in certain countries, Hannah Joys. I love pickles so much. I love a pickle. I eat them from others' Big Macs. Oh yeah, the McDonald's pickles are so good. I don't know what they do in that. You know, I don't know how they make them so good. I just know they do. It is truly incredible. So okay, I'm gonna bribe you to play it one day. Okay, let's find out. And Sonny, I take your comments with a very heavy. If you want to know, now that enough time has passed, the comment that made me private the video because I was like, okay, this clearly needs to go in the review pile. The last comment I read on February's video was from you. And the first comment that made me like consider like looking at yesterday's video was also yours. You have great power, Adam Sony. Use it wisely. Okay. Project Zomboid. It's an open world isometric game by British and Canadian developer The Indie Stone. Okay, so we need to pick blocks some more. So it's open world. It's set in a post-apocalyptic zombie in... Oh, okay, you know, I like that. Oh, it's in Kentucky. Ooh. Where the player is challenged to survive for as long as possible before inevitably dying. That sounds pretty fun. Oh, it looks very rough. Looks very rough. Okay, so... You are so high, sir. I'm the highest I've been in a while, that's for sure. I swig the pickle jar sometimes. Oh, I love the pickle jar. I drank some olive juice recently and it was really good. You know, that's a sign I'm getting old, chat. Also, minus 6666. That's a milestone, chat. That's a milestone. Also, there's a big desert here if we needed a camel. I kind of do like the idea of having a camel. Like, how could I not? Camels don't spawn in mesas, do they? But chat, we finally found the desert biome. It took 7,000 blocks. What other benefits do I need to get while I'm here? So, obviously camels and husk camels would be nice. What else can I get? So where is this bridge going to? Oh, I'm just building the bridge for fun. Yeah, son. It's not going anywhere. Don't worry about it. Pickled carrots are really good. Oh, pickled anything's really good. Pickled beetroot, I find, can be pretty decent. I've been drinking olive juice and pickle juice since I was a child. I won't stop. Yeah, it's so tasty. Armadillos. Oh, yeah, armadillos. We can get some of those over here, too. That'd be nice. Gold. I think we'd have to go down to the surface to get gold, and that might break our Y200 rule. It'd be cool if the mountains could generate this high, but you can see, like, these biomes are just so flat by comparison to the mountains. We're not finding anything anytime too soon. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Thanks, Toy Cat. The actual answer is there is a mountain range where there is a... did I forget to bring... No, I've got the iron ingots, thank God. But yeah, the thing that I need most is a cauldron. I'm going to put some lava above the cauldron. Didn't bring the lava. Oh, I did bring the lava. Thank God I remembered to bring the lava. I almost forgot. So we'll put a dripstone and some lava above the cauldron. We'll farm lava, make an infinite lava farm. It'll be great. Pickled eggs, olives, peppers, beet, cucumbers. They're all fantastic. Yes, they are. I could travel home via Nether Portal, actually, if I grow enough lava. Oh, that's fun. That'll be a fun little journey away from home. Kind of strange, but I like pickled eggs on my ramen. I like tea-stained eggs. That's my secret. You know what, chat? I like tea-stained eggs so much, I'll lose 95 days of Minecraft progress over it. Don't ask me more details about that hypothetical, because it is just a hypothetical, of course. My favorite of the flavors is definitely savory. I don't care for much sour, spicy, and I'm only mildly interested in sweets. Oh, I have an addiction to sweets. I think, you know, what I was saying about I love food, but the thing about food is society sees food as being a very utilitarian thing. And so the most widely available good food, or easy food, maybe good and easy food, it's usually very high calorie. Like a Big Mac is designed to give you a meal and a bit's worth of food. Add in some fries and a drink, and it's you know, like, it'll get you through most days. And so your body craves that because it's like, oh, are you gonna forget to feed me later? Give me a Big Mac now, and then you won't need to. And like that's great for people who are specifically like, you know, for most of human history, malnutrition has been a huge problem. So the fact that we've gone from malnutrition being the problem to like, oh yeah, I eat too much. I have enough resources, and there are enough food options that I can unconsciously, or if I'm being honest, it's conscious, but I pretend it's unconscious. I can unconsciously eat enough food for that to be fine. Also hypothetically, we definitely didn't see anything. Yeah, it's purely hypothetical, just a, you know, educational exercise, we could say. Yeah, by the way, I'm loving how this journey has gone. It's like a really beautiful look for a Minecraft world. I love that we've gone so far from where we started that it looks like it's a different world. Very beautiful. I go back and forth where I have lots of salty and then I want sweet and so on and so forth. Yeah, I think that... thank you, by the way, Ad and Sony, for letting me know about Project Zomboid. It's very grindy. Honestly, I kind of take this view, though, of, like, I like Minecraft as my grindy game. I do play a lot of games that require hours, but I see them as, like, vices. It's like, you know, if I eat a Big Mac in a day, even though I see, you know, the Five Guys burger on the way home, I'm like, no, I can't eat that too. I'll eat some pickles. I want to eat pickles. Tell me about good pickles you found, you know? Or drinking the olive juice or pickled eggs or whatever. And like, you know, I eat McDonald's for a job and it's great, but it's funny, this isn't even a hypothetical. This isn't an analogy. I do eat McDonald's and it is my job, chat. Don't you play RuneScape? Yeah, I go in and out of phases. I think I've been out for phase for a while. I think I'm gonna end up in an in phase soon. When is Sailing coming out? They've got to give it a date by now. Sailing release date RuneScape. November 19th, 2025. Whoa, that's in 2 weeks, chat. Add that to the calendar. Dude, a huge juicy burger is a dream. Oh, I love a... Yeah. I think burgers have... The burger tech has gotten so good in our lifetime. You go to a Burger and Beyond. You go to a Honest Burgers. Oh, Nathan Den! 397. Chat. Our dream of 400 members might be coming true. Thank you, Nathan, for becoming a channel member. How many blocks are you at? So I just passed 7,000. It's a lot. I wonder what my title is. Are you a McDonald's secret shopper, Toy Cat? No, I just record videos of me eating McDonald's. I'm a McDonald's fluencer. It sounds like a joke, but I'm just describing reality and then laughing about it. Fatty fish is my true weakness, though. Oh yeah, I could eat fatty tuna all day. I landed in Japan, took the monorail, immediately ended up eating some fatty tuna on the side of the street. It was great. So Cat, I truly think playing that game would get you to 2 million subscribers and it would bring people to Minecraft. Oh, I think the playing other games to... I think I'm very lucky that I have one game that is, like, very popular in this way. I think a lot of people are very... I think that such a wide percent of people will just tune out, no matter how much they like the creator, if it's a game they don't like. Like, a variety channel is this, like, hard-fought idea. It's not the default. You could say sadly, but I would say that's just how it is. You know what I think I'm going to do now? We're at 7,000 blocks. I'm going to make a diagonal pathway now to get me to 9,000. But just because I'm going to have to build this in a straight line later out of ice. I'm going to save myself some pain. I'm going to do it diagonally now, chat. I'm going to do this. It sounds silly, but I'm just going to do it. I'm going to bridge diagonally. And then we're going to try to get to a... Oh, no, this is the wrong way. Dasher, what are the coordinates, if you would not mind? Because I think I'm actually going that way. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's positive 11,000. So I'm glad I caught myself early. I'll deliberately build some of these blocks so that they can spawn camels, maybe. There we go. Now it's a deliberate something. I can also put a torch down over here. Yeah, that'll make sure camels spawn, right? And now I can put blocks down here and there and everywhere. And it means I can comfortably sleep here without being worried. Make sure you go in the right way for sure. Yeah, that only 36 wrongly placed blocks, and now it looks like I just have a cool place to sleep. It's weird that it's not nighttime. So I'll make some slabs in the meantime. Need to do that, obviously. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, I'm getting so many slabs per craft now. Definitely gonna be running out of everything soon. But that's okay. So 60 is a good amount to make into slabs. Perfect. Go to sleep now. Okay, so the coordinates were 11,000 positive minus 8,000. So yeah, we're going to bridge over here. Make sure this is clear. Maybe place a few more blocks that way too. And then from here, start bridging out this way. So yeah, we're just making a 1,000 block tangent. Just to make the journey more enjoyable. Oh, I didn't bring my bed with me. I need to bring my bed with me, chat. I can bring my bed with me. This looks very messy, but it is organized, I assure you. So, pick this up. Don't lose it. Can't lose it. Okay, let's go. And we're over here. Let's go. KFC UK has the Zinger Double Down. Oh, the Double Down's such a clever thing. Don't camels only spawn in a village? Hey, Victory Shout, New Zealand. I've got some great news for you. They changed it. Camels will now spawn anywhere in the desert. So if I place some blocks like here, camels could spawn on this, theoretically. Gonna place that there just to maximize the odds that they do. So yeah, camels can now spawn anywhere in a desert if it's full blocks and it's lit. There might be a height requirement, but I've never heard of it. Random time to say it, but I appreciate that I'm appreciated by this YouTube channel. You know, appreciation is a spectrum though, Ad and Sunny, so you should really consider that when feeling appreciated. See, this is the fun thing. I could have had a really wholesome moment, but it was way more fun to make a joke at the expense of everyone, myself included. I diminished my own personal connection, but actually didn't really, because people know that is how I am. People appreciate the funny in it, and that makes it more powerful. Because you can only say I hate you to a friend. You can't say I hate you to someone you hate. Someone you hate, you go, oh yeah, you're right, man. It's the rules of polite conversation. Okay, this is actually messing me up. I don't think I could do this all day. Yeah, I don't think I could do this all day at all. But we'll do it for another bunch of blocks anyway. If only for a bit of variety, right? I guess we could just bridge straight forwards. No, we can't. You do have to change the camera or that happens. So you gotta like... It can be very slight, I'm guessing. There we go. Yeah, a little change here, a little change there. But it looks like this is a faster way to bridge, technically speaking. Because of this fact. Oh, no. Tricky to stay on track, that's for sure. But it's working. Yeah, I mean, it's working outside of the times when it's not working, which describes everything ever. Toycat's love language money, and Toycat's way of appreciating people is mocking them. Exactly, Deshay. My favorite common chatter. I'm getting dizzy watching. Slow falling potion increases the height you can gain from a single firework rocket in Bedrock. Who knew? Oh, that's fun. I find it funny and like it. I got the Boss Blitz add-on and keep forgetting to use it. Oh no, Olden Fox! I mean, that's like good for me on a sales front, right? You're showing me your love language on one front and then going the opposite on the other way. Hello, I'm late. Hope the bridging is going fun. Bridging is going great. Thank you for asking, Kit Kat. I will go feral for a McRib, says Magnus. You don't need to go feral for a McRib, but it's nice that you want to. Yeah, I've got to say, the diagonal bridging seems like a fun system. Does eventually not become one, though. I think now I've committed, I do have to go a full 1,000 blocks. I don't think I have any other choice. I think the bridge just must go this way. And that is how it will be. If it gets me to a different biome, I could, like, justify it that way. I think maybe once I get to, like, 250x, then I'll just continue alongside it. And then we can argue that it's good. Or maybe I'll eventually get used to this. Maybe this becomes better over time. Maybe you'll get used to it too. Kiwi burger, goated beetroot on burgers is top tier. Or, that's a controversial opinion. That's a pineapple on pizza opinion. Don't look at the dizzy screen chat. In the chat. Chat in the chat, chat. Yeah, chat in the chat. Don't look at the screen chat. You can do it. I believe in you. A friend made barbecue backyard smash burgers a month ago. So delicious. Oh, yeah. I have a friend who thinks that smash burgers are getting scammed because you get so much less burger for the same price. But you get the crispy bit of the burger rather than anything else. That's the good bit about it. Burger talk. Oh, you want to talk about the best burgers? So first of all, again, McDonald's is pickle. The best pickle in the game. I think this is what McDonald's does so well. They standardize something so unique that it doesn't matter if it's cheap, it tastes like McDonald's, and everything else is irrelevant. So far ahead of the game on that one. But, I think that another, like, key ingredient is, like, sauce. I think that, like, having a good sauce in a burger really is the make or break sometimes. Like, you need to have some good tomato to, like, balance the flavor. Lettuce is good for a bit of crunch. You know, cheese can add a bit of that smooth fattiness you need. But what you really want is a good burger sauce. Or mayo. That works fine too. I think mayo, ketchup, and mustard. Add all three together. You're on to a winner. Relish if you're feeling like a bit of a outdoor burger feeling, you know. Best burger goes to Wendy's, hands down. So the first time I ever went to the US, I went for like 3 days because I found a $99 flight to Boston. And then I caught the train down to New York from there. Because I thought, like, oh, I'll see the US by train. That's a thing you can do, right? And for those two cities, it was. Anyway, so I went to the US, and one of the things I wanted to do when I was like getting on that same train, I was like, I need to try Wendy's. I've heard so much about them. I feel like I don't know what it is. Like, it's got to be like some people were Wendy's children and some people were like McDonald's children. I feel like they also I don't like McDonald's pickles. I'd give you mine, but I already promised them to Chantal. Chantal deserves your McDonald's pickles more than me. Chantal has been through the trenches to get her McDonald's pickles. Let me tell you about it. But yeah, it's okay, so we got still more spruce slabs, so that's good to know. So we've now traveled just under 8,000 blocks, chat. Looking at the time so far, that means that it's about a 6-hour journey to do all of the blocks. Being reasonable with that, I think that makes this a two-parter. So with that in mind, if this is a two-parter, because I've still got so much to do, you know, can I posit that my plan is, chat? While it is still November and not December, where things get super busy and there is no such thing as a day off, I've been trying to take at least a day off a week again. I think every YouTuber concedes eventually this doesn't work. Like, it's too hectic of a job for that to be a long-term arrangement if you actually care about things. But yeah, for me to be able to both have tomorrow actually off and then be ready and able to make a stream on Sunday, I think that means I have to finish at the halfway point today, chat. So if I'm going to stop this halfway through, how do we make that reasonable? How do we get to a halfway point where it actually makes sense as a halfway point? Because I think we also have another huge problem that I haven't properly considered, which is I only have 6 stacks of spruce logs, like 7 stacks of spruce logs. Every spruce log is worth 8 blocks, or 8 planks. So every one of these is worth 512. This is only enough to get me 3,500 more blocks. I need to go back, chat. So do we go back at the end of today? Do I hit my 9,000 blocks and then I run home? Or do I run home now so that I can get to 9,000 blocks? And then we start smooth and clean for the next one. Finish the slabs you have. Oh, do I finish the slabs I have and then go for the turning around point? That could be clever, Ruby Doo. Yeah, this is definitely... This has been a journey. It's been a really cool one to see a lot of a Minecraft world. End it by going back. Number of blocks to travel divided by 2. Oh, yeah, that's a clever way to remind it. So if I need to go 9,000 blocks, I need to have 18 stacks of blocks. If I don't have that many, I'm not going to make it. Without, I don't know, like cheesing it or doing like... I could remove a lot of the slabs from this to help me get there, but I don't think that's a very effective long-term strategy or anything. So yeah, chat, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we have to turn around and go really far, pick up the rest of the logs, and hope that we have enough logs to actually make it. Because right now we're at exactly 8,000 blocks away, meaning there is still another 10,000 blocks to go. I'd be curious what the world size is at the end of this, to be honest. Last time I bridged so long, things did get big. To mark the halfway point, go down to the surface and plant a British flag. That's a nice idea right there. So this is... Oh no, I've got one more stack to go. Okay, so I'll place a block over here, just so I can torch it. And then we'll keep going this way. Nice diagonal route. It is a nice change to be going diagonal. It's like active working. You should get a donkey to carry more wood. Yeah, that's not actually a terrible idea. I can't get any horses or... I mean, I probably can if I do it over a plains biome long enough. I definitely should bring back all the gravel if I'm calling this a halfway point. But I think that getting the dripstone has to be my next objective. Everything else has to come second to that. Okay, so chat. This is my point where now I think I start running back home. Yeah, I run, not back home, but I run back to where I last stored logs. And I go and pick them up now. There probably was a slightly more effective time to do this. But now you're going to get to see the entirety of what we built so far. Or at least a decent proportion of it, all in one run. And this diagonal run is really satisfying too. Although it makes me worry I'll fall off one of these gaps, but I'm just not going to think about that. 225 days survived, chat. 225 days. Yeah, it's so beautifully built. Even though there are little offshoots off it, it's still so nice to look at. And it feels a little less disastrous than running along a single... Like, it's effectively a 1.4 block wide pathway. But it's kind of more like 2 blocks wide. This feels good to run along, actually. I'm going to drop that controversial opinion. I quite like this. It is a really long run. Just to get back home, though. So it's going to be a ludicrously long run to get back to my resources. And if it's that long to run it, think about how long it is to place it. We're going for a while. Do you have lava on this world? I've got great news to share with you. I do. I could do some silly things with it if I wanted to. But I don't. Okay. Yeah, just to run the 400-ish blocks diagonally to get back to my long, flat pathway. This is an adventure by itself. The diagonal does make a nice pathway. Thank you, Katie. Appreciate your comment. I'm glad that you like it. Okay. Okay. Just angle a little more right and we'll be good. Do you see how like micro movements like that are so crucial? And that's why a controller is so handy. Doesn't matter what platform. Just matters that there is some. So now we're going to be very careful not to fall through any of these gaps. I'm going to place my bed just over here. Make my life a little easier. Whew. Because in the daytime, it feels less scary running. You know? You know what I mean there? If you don't know, that's okay. See, I wish there was like a way to like crouch but only left to right while running. But I think I just got to leave my... Yeah, that's about as centered as we're getting. And we'll just minorly adjust it every now and again. No looking at chat when running at high speed, says Dasher. I mean, says my imaginary friend, who is called Ivanka. Yeah. Is that a nice Slavic name? I guess no. Like a good Russian name would be like. I always forget them till I know it. Like. Also, live life on the edge. Beautiful. Dash is right. It would totally be a Toy Cat moment to fall off during this, says Trayvon. Thank you for your comment, Trayvon. That's great. So far, I'm only in episode 7. I'm glad to hear things are well. Yeah, things are well, Zanesmed. By the way, thank you so much for becoming a channel member. I mentioned this a few times, but as the channel matures and as it becomes like harder to attract new audiences, it's really, really crucial, or at least helpful. I would say crucial though, if I'm being honest. I would go that far. To work out how to find existing audiences that like something enough to support the thing. And I'm glad that you do. The time will be soon, Andrew. Skill. Thank you for saying I've got skill. It's a useful pathway. As long as my controller doesn't get unplugged, we should be good with it too. Chat, what do you think about socialism? Evil, right? You know, Balo, you did not respond to my social guilt. This is my new sales strategy, directly targeting people like, hey Balo, why aren't you a channel member? You ever consider that maybe you should be? I hear you're a regular around here. Might benefit from that green name, from that monthly subscription that I can use to buy kebabs with, and further the wealth inequality in the YouTube dynamic we're building here. Dearest Andrew, me and my boyfriend typed in chat about how you didn't review our realm. I am a man, I can legally drink, and I'd be greatly appreciative if you looked at it. Yeah, I'd love to look at your realm. Oh, you are a man with a boyfriend. Congratulations. It'd basically be homophobic if I don't look at your realm after you clarified that so clearly. I won't become a member for a bit, and I refuse to get guilt-tripped. Now that it's worked on you, Xavier, I'm going to do it exclusively to other people. Like, Smegmeister, sure would be great if you put some money in my pocket, and then I could put some of my love into your pocket. Yeah, I've got to say, wow, Smegmeister and Balo. Smegmeister, Balo, I'm a Mr. Miser, that's why. I'll just wait until someone gifts it. Gifted membership's not the same, and we both know it. It is interesting now that we've, like, the members-only Let's Plays are a really interesting, like, mire of content. For that reason. It's interesting how many people want to watch them. I had a couple of people be like, yeah, I remember just for this. And it's like, that is interesting. Of course, I watch you so long, and it seems fair to support you monetarily. You're like Netflix, but I actually watch you. I watched a new show on Netflix recently, chat. It's called The 4 Seasons. And I think it's a good example of how to do, like, just having fun as a show. And I kind of liked it. It felt like, you know, like sometimes you watch YouTubers and it's like, oh, they did this so they could tax write off their trip somewhere. It felt like that, but for actors, and I found that charming. You know, there are some ways that you actually want actors to be like personalities or whatever. Oh, a brand new block. That might help with my pathway intentions. Oh, my hands are so sweaty, chat. But yeah, I don't see myself making any giant mistakes here. If I do, I feel good that I've survived 226 days. At the start of the stream, I was so on edge. I was like, oh god, everything today has been a little all over the place. And so it's good to be in something like we are right now. Right Guy McMurphman says there are more members that will stay when there's a feeling they're getting something for their money. Yeah, that's... I kind of took the view that if you give... Like, now I'm effectively saying it's a Let's Play series that you pay £1.25 an episode for, right? Or, like, maybe £1.50 an episode or something like that. And that feels like when you give objective ways to create value... Yeah, I know, I think it's a weird way... It's like when YouTube Premium had original series that you got... It used to be when you paid for YouTube Premium, or YouTube Red as it was called, you would not just get ad-free viewing, you'd get a bunch of exclusive shows. Oh, my hand's so sweaty, chat. My hands are just on fire. It's such a long run. It's such a long run. But weirdly, that made it feel like worse value. Because the shows weren't very good. And I'm not saying my members' content isn't very good, but specifically, I want to make sure the point of the membership is you're helping to make things free for everyone else. The content is a bonus. The content is stuff that I would like to make, etc. I like being a member because I get to watch the member-only video of Toy Cat throwing frozen burritos at homeless people. Oh, that's one of the classics that you'll get if you become a member right now. Balo999. I'm sorry for guilting you, Balo999. You can be a miser. That's what the point of the internet is. Honestly, it's kind of going away, right? I think this is okay. I've been really putting some thought into this. Okay, we're running a bit too far left now. I put some real thought into this, actually. That, like, when the internet was first created, there was very much this idea of, like, yeah, we're making it so that there is a cool thing for people. It's kind of like, I don't know, when any form of art is first created, when artists first start singing and touring. It's like, yeah, we're doing this for love. Like, why wouldn't we be? People get into that for that reason. But as more people get into something trying to make money, as more websites exist and apps exist, not as ways to provide a service, but as ways to make a $1 trillion or $1 billion company unicorns. By the way, isn't it so cool? Look at these mountains as we run past them. I love the way this world looks. It's incredible. Do you not have an Elytra? Where would I get an Elytra from without going below Y200 real flow? Give me the answer to that question, and I've got a stone shovel, for God's sake. You think I've got an Elytra and a stone shovel? I've got bad news for you if so. Yeah, yeah, Adam Sony, to your comment, I wanna respond to your comment from yesterday's video right here before finishing my own thought. Because you said something along the lines of, like, when I had to describe what I'm like, I say I have bad autism. And I thought that was a really interesting point, because it's like, yeah, actually, the descriptor itself, I feel like the best way to actually understand people usually is with, like, oh, it's like this, but it's not this. Here's something you know that it's kind of similar to, but specifically not the same as. Yeah, chat, I think I'm going to mine some gravel while I'm here. I should technically mine the gravel with a Silk Touch hoe, because every gravel that turns into flint is a giant cost to me. But I'll just use the shovel. Nah, let's not be crazy. Let's do this the best way that we can. Stonerite shovel. Yeah, I think when you enchant a stone shovel, it looks pretty cool. I've been using enchanted stone tools for my my beta videos for a few weeks. No one's even noticed. Everyone just assumes that they're enchanted netherite tools. Or everyone just assumes that it's the sort of thing I do and therefore it's not notable. I'll concede it could be that one. Hey, thank you, Dazed and Confused. I'm gonna go pick up that gravel. I want to bring it, even if I just bring it to a boat to bring home. That's one massive task to, like, remove from right here, right now. And so that's a useful thing I will do. Okay. Oh, I think if we use a torch, it will have the same effect, right? Yeah, we won't be able to get... Okay, go. You're not able to get flint when you use a torch, which is a really useful tip for maximizing your gravel intake. Chat, I want to get so much gravel because every piece of gravel can be turned into dirt indirectly. So to find a bunch of it just while on the way somewhere, incredible find. The best find. And look at that. I've got 1 piece of flint for 29 pieces of gravel so far. This is the sort of odds you only get when you're speedrunning and you desperately need flint. But I got it while specifically not needing flint. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. I'm going to have so much dirt, chat, for the first time in forever. Honestly, I think maybe it's worth seeking out gravel specifically for this reason. So I can make myself like giant sheep farms or whatever else I want to look for. Also, I am getting flint from the blocks breaking, I think. So maybe I'm wrong about that effect. Also, let's go to sleep before any mobs spawn, for anything bad happens. Do Gifted not play music anymore? Oh, is it? Did it not play any music? I heard some music. There's definitely an irony in me not getting a membership, isn't there? Yeah, do you see? Xavier was like, oh, yeah, you guilted me and it worked. And you were like, no, never. I'm just saying, the magic algorithm, which I don't have any say in, decided to pick that way. So pick up those torches again. Yeah, is it just the blocks I'm breaking that are giving them to me, or is it more of them too? Okay, so I'm definitely going to end up with too much flint, which is a problem in its own right, don't get me wrong. But not the world's biggest problem. We'll pick up these single blocks because there's not really anything else we can do about it. And then these single blocks. And then back to using torches. Yeah, to end up with 95, 93 gravel. Oh, plus more. I think that's a pretty good return from today. I think I'm not going to be able to use this for like hours of gameplay. But I love that I've got it ready for when I am. I've got it ready for when I'm ready. Which is great. Is that the only pile of gravel that I found here? Disappointingly, it looks like it, right? Yeah, it was the same pile of gravel I saw on both sides of the mountain. So, but still, 96 gravel. I'm happy with it. I'll take it. That's a win from me. Gotta be careful not to take too much damage, but I'm not that bothered otherwise. Yeah, there's 2 goats there, which is fun. I did get a goat horn, which is extra fun. But stone, snowballs, snowballs, stone. I'll take it all back with me, just for the fun of it. Okay, let's go. Almost back at the boat, which has all of the wood that I actually need. Like, it feels intentionally spiteful. I know it's just random, and therefore, yeah, I think when you most need things is when the world feels most spiteful for not giving it to you. You know, I would love a Nando's black card, chat, or a whatever. I would love a KFC black card. I'd take any fast food restaurant's black card. But the fact that I would use one is probably one of the biggest reasons why they would not want to give me one. Whereas you give it to Ed Sheeran or insert famous celebrity here, and it's like, how often are they eating fast food? Let alone your fast food. Let alone eating your fast food and thinking, oh, I've got a card, let me pay for this. You know, chat, actually, I got free tacos yesterday. I had my closest thing to there's a Mexican place in London, Club Mexicana, and I ordered like I ordered like 2 burritos from them and some nachos. Like it was a big order, and they just spent hours spinning around and doing nothing. And so I got a £5 credit from Deliveroo for like, sorry about that. We're meant to deliver food, and we just didn't on this occasion. And then also, the restaurant messaged me and were like, oh yeah, you can have some tacos on us. And then when we went in to get the tacos, also got some nachos. And it's like, man, I just got £30 of free food, plus £5 in actual cash money I can use for more food. I was feeling very rich, let me tell you. Yeah, people in chat will know when I have a job. I'll be a consistent member. I hope you're doing well, by the way. In your current state, Xavier. Also, were they real tacos? Oh, not to a North American sense of that word. I think if you're picky about your tacos, you will never like a taco that comes from outside of North America. It's just a fact. It's It's not a happy fact, but it is a fact. Whew. That's a weird way to say nachos. Nachos? Oh, nacho. Oh, I love my nachos. They're so good with my tacos. I love when you put them together. Like, I put my tacos together. I open up the tacos, and then I put the little nacho chips in there. Yeah, it's so good. Let me tell you about it. The only thing I like more than that is I love when you have to drive 30 minutes to the grocery store. It's so good. You get to refresh your mind on the drive, you know? I don't know what this accent's become, but it's definitely not a Valley Girl anymore. I'm having some health issues that I need to address again, but things are looking up otherwise. I'm glad to hear. I don't know if it was you that said you did this, but I did a spin class recently, and I was like, this is the most exhausting hour of my life. So anyone who's pulled that off, great job. Also, £5 taco. It's free for £13 though. So that's only £4.30 for each. I think it's actually £13.50. That's only £4.50 each. It was never a Valley Girl. I love when the Mexican taco truck pops up so I can get cow tongue tacos. Going a bit Irish and Canadian there. No, every time I try to do Irish, if I don't do top of the morning Irish, I go Indian. It's an evolving American accent. By the way, we finally made it. That was a journey. Okay, so every stack is 500 blocks that we can go. Okay, keep that in mind, chat. How many blocks? So put it all in there. How many do I have? Right now, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's call that 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 17-ish. I'm going to be able to go 8,500 blocks of that, meaning I'm not going to make it. Chat, I'm glad that I found this out, but at the same time, this is awful. I need to go back and I need to get more spruce logs. But then where am I going to put the spruce logs when I go back for them? I could bring the stone with me, but that's not going to go very far. I could bring these 15 logs with me, but it's not going to go very far. I think I miscalculated the amount of spruce logs I'd need. And I'm paying the price for it. I could hope there's another mountain along the way. Oh, I am boned on this one, chat. Okay. I need to make a big decision. And if you are watching this, let me know in the comments down below. Today I placed just under half of my 18,000 block pathway. I wanted to do it all in one stream, and I have failed. And so you can leave a comment saying you failed. But how do we move forwards? Do I make the gamble that I'll find some blocks along the way? Keep in mind, a single mountain would get me all the blocks I needed. Keep in mind, anything, some trees, or wandering. I've got enough blocks here. Let me just really double down on my maths. Yeah, I've got the ability to go just under 9,000 blocks, and I need just over 9,000 blocks. So, I think what we're going to do... Thank you for saying well done on almost 9,000 blocks, by the way. We forgive Nuts Reznald. Good to see you, by the way. I am going to finish this. I think I should just do a double check on the route. But you know, we're going this way, chat. Next time, you're going to see me. I'm going to go back for the mountains because I think they're beautiful. Next time, we are oh, wait. I've placed this gravel away. There is no reason to bring this with me. I'll bring the stone with me, though. You know, just to be... No, I shouldn't bring the stone with me. I'll leave the stone where it is. But yeah, chat, I've got a full inventory. I'm ready. Should I bring the stone? No, I'm not bringing the stone. I'll leave that stone there. I can mine more stone if I want it. Okay, chat, I'm taking the gamble. We are going to place 9,000 blocks of wood. And in those 9,000 blocks, we need to find a mountain, which we can use to mine the next 1,000 blocks. I think that's a reasonable hope, because we only need to mine 500 blocks from a mountain. and then we can make them into slabs to get the rest done. Plus, I'm also not calculating the extra 12, because I'm saying 500 blocks for every block, but actually, it's 512. So the rounding probably gives me a decent margin of error. But yeah, next time, that is when we're doing. Live streams are not for risk-averse viewing. Yeah, next time you're going to have to watch a lot of jitter, left, right, etc. It's going to be a lot of fun, but I'm looking forward to seeing you that time. So that's going to be next Friday or Saturday, depending on, I don't know, my social life. I'm also trying to catch up with everyone I know due to my, having this day off every week. But yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. So make sure to catch me in that next one. As for what else we'll be streaming, on Sunday, I'm intending to do a pay-to-lose Minecraft stream, or pay-to-win Minecraft stream. Depending on how you count winning, I guess, really. It should be a lot of fun. And so make sure to see me in that one. For now, I just want to make sure we get the mountains back in view. Because I want a nice motivational shot. We placed so many thousands of blocks today. And what I learned is what you learn about any Minecraft world. That there are different ways you could have done things. But I love that we have this same Minecraft world that we are slowly developing. And we are working towards this one-day goal of having ourselves... Again, it's going to be incredible. But we will one day have nether portals that connect us all. And these bridges will become the relic of the past. At least I hope. I've gone through an entire inventory worth of spruce logs, and now I must go through all of these, but even this won't be quite enough to get me there, which is why I'm specifically going to mine out some of the stone from this mountain to add to the pile. It's gonna be a wild time, but join me for it. It'll be fun, I hope. And if it won't be fun, I might die. This is my longest hardcore world, so even if you're the sort of person who likes cheering against something happening, then just know that if I lose this world by falling down, which, just to be clear, that is instant death, as well as instant fail. But what's crazy about it is the fact that if I do die, this will be my longest hardcore world death, but I have no intention of doing so. This series has managed to survive against all odds, and we'll be doing great. So with that said, hello everyone, great to see you, Kat, Vera, Tujova, Antonia, and Chilius Bean, as well as Werp Person, that's a new name. And they need to make a new YouTube update where you can click people's names to reply to them on streams. Yeah, I'm kind of torn about... I think that chat is a really interesting place. Because in theory... Okay, I have a lot of, like... This is, like, just, like, my convenience vibe. I feel like chat would be best if everyone was, like, saying something that I could read out that would be beneficial to the stream. If you get what I'm saying, right? I hate when I read a chat and it's like, oh, this person is just giving me the alphabet in Wookiee. Or, oh no, this person has decided, that they're trying to look for a recipe for a cake. Not a lot that I can do about that or get from that. And, the same is true when someone responds to someone else. If someone says, oh yeah, how are your kids doing? But to someone else, I can't respond with how my kids do. Let's ignore the fact that I don't have kids for the sake of this one, but I can't respond with how my kids are doing because they weren't asking me anyway. I'll give you some good advice. Don't die. Thank you, KMB. That is the advice that I need. This is a terrifying one, to be totally honest, but it'll be fun. It's good to see you though, KMB. We played some good GeoGuessr yesterday. It was very, very fun. Honestly, I've got to say, playing GeoGuessr with a group helps you to realize that, like, oh, it's not that, you are very smart all of the time, or very good at something all of the time. I like activities where, like, because some things you can just be good at or you can be bad at. I think that's probably true for, like, running. I think that there's no such thing as someone who's really good at running, but only on Thursdays. If I race against Usain Bolt 100 times, I have to hope that Usain Bolt gets bored if I want to win. Whereas, if I play chess against Usain Bolt 100 times, I don't know who's going to win, but I bet eventually I might get one. And if we go GeoGuessr, then I might be better than Usain Bolt at GeoGuessing. And indeed, despite that being true, I bet he still beats me every now and then. Have you been able to fix all the issues of PC Bedrock, by the way? No, I'm finding more issues of PC Bedrock, if I'm being, like, brutally honest. So, the most recent issue I found is when you close the game, sometimes it doesn't acknowledge that it's closed. And so you can't restart the game because it's like, it's already open, you dummy. Why are you trying to open Minecraft? So yeah, my list of issues is sadly growing, but they're all relatively, you know, they're workaroundable. I can still play Minecraft just fine. Weirdly, I can't get over this, chat. So while I was playing GeoGuessr yesterday, my PC was constantly crashing. And while I record Minecraft, my PC constantly crashes. While I'm streaming, it does not. And I don't want to tempt fate on why that is. I don't want to think about it. I just want to say thank God that is how this be. So yeah, we're just mining a few blocks of stone. If you're curious, because a part of me thinks like, but shouldn't we be preserving stone? Now that we have access to lava, if we can get infinite lava, we can make a cobblestone generator. And if we can make a cobblestone generator, we can smelt it using that lava. And so we never actually need real stone again. Stone is just an illusion, is what I'm saying. And 2 stacks of it should get me a lot closer to where I'm going. So I'll start with my stone stacks. No, I won't actually. I'll end with my stone stacks. I'll use my regular little sprucey slabs right here. Let's make sure we don't go below Y200, and let's be on our way. So yeah, later this will all be a giant ice highway, which will be fun. But yeah, this is one of my biggest challenges I've ever attempted on a challenge seed, chat. I don't know. I still don't know how the ending will be to this. But I have high hopes. And can you blame me? So now we'll just make a stack, more or less, and then make that. And that's enough to get me going some distance. I think we need to recheck IBX2Cat's credentials. I won the GeoGuessr, just to let everyone know. It's true, Canby did win the GeoGuessr. So self-centered, he doesn't want us to interact with each other. Thank you for saying that directly to me, Antonio Xavier. Much appreciated. No, I do. What I would like, though, is I would like for everyone... I love when communities forms around things that they enjoy. And a little part of me, you know, my ego does enjoy the fact that, wow, I cannot believe that I'm lucky enough that for some number of people, that community is something related to what we do here. They found it because of me. You know, like, I love that, right? It makes me feel good. I think that one of... In a not, I hope not self-serving sense, I do think that when you really try to plot all of human problems, we find really easy scapegoats, but the real thing that's dragging society away today is the lack of social connection. I think I hate social connection more than the next guy, and I hate that guy for not hating social connection more, but then I also would say that it's one of the most important things, and so the fact that, you know, anything we do here contributes any amount to that is good. The already running issue happened with every GDK Minecraft app. Oh, so it's been around for a while, huh? Very interesting. I'm going to quickly pause. So we get one last little view of this mountain, chat. So enjoy it while you can. We are going far away. Oh, I'm looking at chat that's old because my window is too big. But yeah, it's happened with Dungeons and Legends too. That is interesting to know. So the mouse cursor bug is still in the game. I have not experienced it, but I don't play full screen, so apparently it's not for me. I'm very happy that it's not for me, by the way. So yeah, I'm surprised you bought a new iPhone to play Minecraft mobile game because I thought you were moving to Malaysia at the start. So many people made that assumption, and it's funny because genuinely, like, I right now I didn't like. Also, thank you Mega vs Prime for becoming the 404th channel member. It's actually, I think we're at, like, usually the member numbers go up between the streams. When I last looked, we'd actually managed to, this is shockingly impressive, but we managed to gain 20 members in between the stream. So as much as I'd love to say you're the member not found, Mega vs Prime, you actually were the 424th because of people who joined off stream. Usually it's like a very slow patter down of, like, gifted memberships expiring and stuff. But yeah, it's been a good time. So Debad Llama says, long time, how is life? Life's pretty good. Yeah, to me, I don't know, it's one of the paradoxes of life is if you really ask me to describe why I'm liking right now in particular, it feels like a low responsibility time. And so, you know, there's a YouTuber who's coming through into my city, chat, and he's like, oh yeah, you wanna meet? And I'm like, sure, let's grab it. I like being in the moment where I can just be like, oh yeah, on a Monday at 9 a.m. sure, why not? Today, chat, I went to a boxing class. I have less interest in boxing now than when I started it, but I was like, you know, that's fun that I can just do that. I feel like a certain amount of spontaneity is like what makes me feel good about life. But also, you know, it's weird because I feel like where people seem to get meaning is from the things that aren't spontaneous, the more required things. So there's a bit of a complication in there, for sure. But as I am right now, things are good. Thank you for asking. I have a bed on me, so I think I should just sleep in it to make sure, just to minimize our risk of anything bad happening. Because if we stay awake, then maybe something spawns, maybe a fan. I don't know what happens. I don't want to have it, so we won't. Thank you, says Megaversus Prime. Thank you for becoming a member. It is, I think, I'm really enjoying, weirdly enough. I've hit a real stride with the Let's Play, and I think making the members only ones is what has helped that. Like, being able to have a format where I'm like, let's talk about some stuff, not because I think that anyone will necessarily... I don't have to worry about, like, okay, how does this tie into people who don't know Minecraft, or, you know, don't watch Minecraft videos, or don't watch Minecraft videos. We can just be like, let's really sink our teeth into a big one. I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed it a lot. To Bad Llama, fair enough. I'm glad life is still good for you. Life is going good for me too. Kiwiland is still Kiwiland. No change to that. I've heard a lot of... I've heard New Zealand has one of the worst emigration rates in the Western world right now, actually. I know of some New Zealanders that don't live in New Zealand anymore because of that. I know multiple New Zealanders, yeah. And I think that's really interesting because... You know, like, anecdotes are, like, a really bad way to get a better feel for everything. To get a, you know, like, anecdotes are just a way to get a feeling, not a fact. Also, isn't this beautiful? Look at the way that warm ocean becomes cold. I'm liking revisiting this pathway, because we get to enjoy it rather than fearing falling off the edge. But it really is something, huh? It's, yeah, looking at it now, it's really, really cool how that vibe works. I've kickboxed on MMA for a while. If you stick to it a few months, you stop getting beat so much, and it's fun. That is meant to be true, right? That the goal is I've never had that first session someone beats me up thing. I wonder if that would inspire. Honestly, that's what's I've been doing 5K runs, chat. I don't know if I've mentioned that, but every Saturday I do a run around a park, and they give you a ranking. Not just, like, a time, but literally a ranking. They're like, there were 427 people here today. You came 400th. And for a lot of people, that's demotivational. I love it. I love hearing that I'm in the top 56%. Because I'm like, okay, I can do better. And I think it's really good to do better versus yourself. But versus yourself in a crowd can be inspiring, too. Like, I think most people do badly with this. I've learned this from, like... Especially if it's recreational. A lot of people, it's just like, measure yourself versus yourself. You'll be the happiest. This is still the best advice if you want a happy life. But if you want to get better at something, in my case, like, if you want to motivate yourself to move your body when your body's like, nah, just sit on the sofa and eat donuts, mate. But, Parkrun, well done. Thank you. Yeah, I had a pretty good one recently. But yeah, it's, like, having that, like... sense of like I need to do this has led me to do some fun things. It means my Saturday mornings are a little you know, more hectic and have less sleep than they would otherwise need to be, but weirdly they are worse and now they are better. The moment I've finished, you know, running around, I'm like, you know, the moment I've got my time and I'm exhausted because I have to sprint to the finish line, I'm like, oh, and now it's done, and now I am not running for another week. Since when did they Squid Gamify parkruns? So, they don't kill the last 10 people, sadly. Honestly, though, I would love to see the speed people ran. I think everyone would be crying, so that might put the mood down a little bit. They'd have to shoot you also for crying. But if the last 10 people got executed, do you know how much healthier the population would be? Do you know how... even if you just said you'd execute... I mean, you'd have to execute some number of people to keep the system working, but... I feel like Squid Gamify parkruns is a good idea. That's, There's the thinking. So, yeah, I'm gonna make this into a little thing. No, oh no, I can't waste slabs. I can't be doing this. That is not... Every slab is gonna be required for this, chat. I cannot be wasting any of them. I was gonna go through... Hey, I love watching your streams of videos while in my survival world. Keep on trucking with some toy cat attacks. I will keep on trucking. I'm gonna try and get one of my slabs back now. Oh, I got both of them. Just to make sure that it's a nice flat path. because I hate those in the way. Thank you very much, Stride, for saying you watched the... I'm surprised how many people do that. But also, I think it's probably... Like, you know, part of me's like, but this is a video, enjoy... But no. I like, even if it's not me, watch a podcast while doing a big Minecraft build. I've said this before, but there are so many games that are podcast games. I think Black Ops Zombies that I was just playing, it's like, the only way I'm ever going back to that game is with a nice podcast on. I think having some podcast game space in your life is important. I don't know how much podcast game space I have right now, but like, yeah, having like half focus, it's really good. It allows you, it's like, imagine if you could read, like reading on a train is better than reading in a field, because you're doing something while you're doing something. It just hits something in your brain when you're like, I am succeeding in 2 domains. It's the reason why we should squid gamify parkruns. If you were to have people not just be exercising but fighting for their life, they would do both things better, and you'd feel way better at the end. You know the relief that would come when you weren't being shot as you come past the finish line? As you watch as I get shot so that you get to make it over, you'd be like, oh, my life is precious now. This is the plot of the Saw movies, but it's probably also real. I have appointments to get ready for. It's 8:30 a.m. in New Zealand. Yeah, oh wow, happy morning. Good to see you, Debad Llama. So Kat, do you ever have a build idea that's hard to build in freehand survival, that you plan it in creative? I had my first recently. Weirdly, right, I do have a puristic view that, like, it shouldn't ever be necessary. But sometimes I do find it's useful to just, like, I can't even picture it. So I try to picture it and create, you know, and I find that is actually quite useful. So this is my diagonal path. It's very scary, chat, but it does work. You're just going to trust me when I say that this works. Although we should probably move this off the main pathway, right? Oh, yeah. Just make sure that it still zigs and zags correctly. Okay, back to it. Oh, yeah. This one feels way worse. But I've learned that you don't actually fall off it any easier. But I do have to watch chat a lot less. People with anxiety would be anxious about the next time instead of relaxed. Maybe that's true. We can tell you don't plan a lot of your builds in creative. Isn't it so much better that, like, I just recorded the Let's Play for tomorrow today. And, yeah, as it came out, I was like, oh, this is fun to watch. There is a part of, if you built something in creative, it becomes work rather than creative. And so I like to, again, for really complicated builds, it's like you can't avoid it. But it's still work. Like, it's like, I don't know, it's like if you're really into writing, you should try writing in a sketchbook or something. Even though it's like worse because you can't backspace. There's something about things being simple that makes them more, like, creatively freeing, I guess. It's weird to think. Also, wait, what is this, says the astronomy guys? Great question. So this defines a lot of things. The Merriam-Webster, no, I think that, yeah, you're getting in the way of my podcast questioning. Speaking of podcast questioning, I got a tip, but I can't see it right now. Ah, there we go.
Podcasts are certainly my fave, and watching your vids/streams is something I certainly do a lot whilst working on my Minecraft realm. Also, toy cat tax should be the only tax.
Yeah, my man. That's advocate for that. You know, it's a little bit, you know, throw the tea in the harbor. I'll concede. But, you know, if all tax worked like the toy cat tax, where you paid it when you wanted to, how you wanted to, and if the government, you know, if Keir Starmer's up there doing a press conference, why, you know, if Trump's up there and you've paid $16,000 in tax this year, he should be like, oh, shout out to my boy, Homie Nation, 646. He wanted me to say right now, you know, thanks for the great work, keep it up. You know, thank you, I will. You know, if you had that, you'd be like, wow, what great value. But instead it's like, here is some money we will demand from you. You know, it's interesting actually, right? I think a lot about moral relativism, which is the concept that we think we have absolute morals, but we have morals that are applied to our current situation. So as silly as I'm being about tax, for most people, it is accepted, and it would be silly not to accept the idea that, like, yeah, well, whenever you earn money, whenever you go out into the world and do something, obviously, some of that money, you know, like as long as unless it's cash in hand, or unless you are earning below a certain threshold, or unless, you know, you have the correct way to sneakily change that into a capital gain rather than obviously some of that money, it goes to the government. That is known. That is a known quantity. You'd be silly not to know that. Also, make a petition. I'd sign it. Yeah, I think even if it's like, oh yeah, every year you get a 10% chance to get your name read out, that'd be great. Another idea, right, is this is one I had. I was watching The Running Man yesterday. I think I took the wrong message, economically speaking, from it, but it was okay. So I think I'm gonna make a little space for a bed, but it still makes sense to have the crafting table. Yeah, I think the crafting table bed spaces are it's a good dual use of space. So I think we're going to keep doing them. So slab up there, and then just to make sure we don't fall off in the night, all the way around we place these. And that is a good benefit. And then we'll place another block there, just to be extra short. We'll put the bed down. And chat, we've now survived 230 days. So yeah, I just watched The Running Man. And while I was watching it, you know, the whole thing is very heavy-handed metaphor. Yeah, understandably, I guess. Oh, so I think I should make these stones into slabs first. At least one of the piles of stones into slabs. Let's make it all slabby. And then let's get back to everything else. Yeah, I'll just have some stone slabs here. It'd be a nice place for them. But yeah, I was watching this movie and I was like, you know what? I think a lot of people do feel like, oh yeah, isn't it crazy that you do, you know, like it's a concept that is kind of, it's here and we all accept it's here because it is here. But there's a lot of things like that people look back on and go like, oh. So so that's the idea of moral relativism, that there's things that are abhorrent by today's standards, and there's things that aren't abhorrent by today's standards that we kind of know will be in the future. I talk about eating meat a lot. I saw a video of a guy just tearing apart a live crab and eating it, and I was horrified by this video, chat. And every one of the top comments were all like, "This is the most monstrous thing a person has done. This person is evil, etc., etc." Right? And it was really interesting because they are correct at how I feel about that. But despite how I feel about it, it doesn't change. You know, like it hasn't changed at the very least the amount of factory consumed, or the factory farming that, you know, like you have enabled. It hasn't changed the. So I think if I make this into slabs now, I might as well keep all the stone slabs in one place. That seems logical to me. Whether it is or not is a different question. I've got 2 extra stone blocks. I'll just throw them on the ground, and then maybe if I'll leave them there. Future me can come pick them up. But yeah, chat. Oh, be my. See, okay. I don't think that that's okay, right? I think just to be clear, my Squid Game shoot people at the end. It's not like some fitness regime, right? I guess it is a fitness regime, but I think okay. You know, sorry, this comment has triggered me on a whole separate tangent, because I have full, you know, I grew up with a very, I grew up with an overweight mother. Like, I don't know what BMI category she would be in. But like, whatever the highest one is, right? But like, not like by a ludicrous amount. And what I thought was really interesting was that she would always be the one making fun of fat people. I don't know if this is the same for everyone else. The people who make the most fat jokes are either like 2 very quiet people in the corner of a room, pointing out some, or it's fat people making fun of fat people, right? There's I've heard that this is true for lots of you know, groups like that. When people fear that society is making jokes about them, they'll make jokes about themselves first, or something along those lines. I don't get it, but if you really think about BMI sucks as an estimation of health. Yeah, it's I think it's like the way I see it, it's like kind of going to the relativistic idea, right? Is I think that before we had the science we have today, before we understood how germs actually work, moral relativism is really good and well to say that right now we think that eating animals is fine. Maybe in the future we won't. But I think there's relativism for like how you should run a society. So 500 years ago, we figured like, oh yeah, what if we, like the ways we ran society were messed up on these ideas. We used to believe that miasma was true. So if you look at 15th century aristocrats, they'd have things to cover their nose during the plague because they're like, if I smell the plague, I'll get the plague. And that's really, really basic human instinct. Humans have been for thousands of years worried about it. Like an interesting, I read this from Yuval Noah Harris's anthropology book, but like Sapiens, I think it's called. The idea, if there is like if there's a giant poop on your kitchen floor, even before you understand germ theory, you would know to clean that up. But if you ask someone why to clean that up, why they're cleaning up, they would say, well, it's filthy, the germs. They would have the language to explain why it shouldn't be there. But the actual reason they're cleaning it up is because it smells gross and everyone just knows instinctively there shouldn't be poop in the place where you prepare food. And so in the I think that's my argument. But I think that when it comes to like physical health, if you have one of those really fancy scales, I think you could probably decently approximate, all the factors that will actually make someone healthy or not. I don't even know if I believe the fancy scales. If I'm really leveling with you, actually. But if you have one of those really fancy scales, then you'd be able to. Okay, so these stone bits have to go somewhere, and I don't know where somewhere is, chat. So I'm just gonna drop them and hope that they land. Oh, they did. Perfect. So, in fact, let's just put the stone shovel down for a second. Pick up the blocks and just place them down. Oh no, that's bad. That's bad. So get that back. And, I guess I've just got to use up these 20 slabs first, and then everything else will be fine. So that's what we will do. And I'll leave my slot filled with them so I remember to go back. What you describe as not moral relativism, that's the elevation of societal norms. Moral relativism is a scourge on society. Ooh, so you're saying, I think that's a really interesting... are you saying that moral relativism is a scourge on society because of the society around you, though? Or would it be that you always found moral relativism to be terrible? But yeah, I think that that we have a lot of measures right now where we don't I think GDP is another good example. If you're into economics, everyone understands that GDP is like the best measure we have to work out how big an economy is. An economy is like the most important part of that leads to how much, if not wealth creation, how much stuff is being produced in an economy. But yeah, everyone knows that GDP is flawed. If you look at like Ireland's GDP, it's way too high because the amount of money that flows through there but doesn't really flow through there. And there's the classic joke that like two economists walk in a forest. One of them sees some poop and says, "Hey, I'll pay you $100 to eat some poop." And then the guy eats the poop. And then later they see more poop. And the guy says to the other guy, "Hey, I'll pay you $100 to eat the poop, since it looks so... You seem to enjoy watching me do it so much." And so the guy gives the guy $100, and he eats the poop. And then, then after a little bit longer, they're like, "Wait a minute. So if I gave you $100 and you gave me $100, did we both eat poop for nothing?" And then the economist goes, "No, that's wrong. Actually, we added $200 to the GDP." With the obvious implication there being that, wait a minute, yeah. You can measure GDP for... it's the same way that if you look at, like, NVIDIA, OpenAI, the, like, endless money around. If you just keep passing money back and forth, that's not doing anything. But actually, that's all we do. GDP is by no means the best measurement. There are multiple other ones. Well, you adjust GDP usually, right? GDP, PBP. That's the one that I would use, at least. Maybe if you think there are other ones too, then that's really fun. I didn't learn about this in my economics class. Oh, you didn't learn about the two guys eating poop? It's an essential part of economic theory, honestly. Am I going the right direction? There's no Dasher here to let us know. Hopefully we are, chat. Hopefully we are. If we aren't, we'll find out in a terrible way. But yeah, I think that's like an example of like, yeah, that's as good as we have right now. Although, and I think we have that for like standards, and I also think we have it for like, because you know, there's a certain amount. Also, I love the endless money quip. Economists in the forest. Yeah, depending on the amount of poop those economists eat, they might turn their small island nation into one of the wealthiest countries on Earth. But no, yeah, it's weird because if you actually look at GDP, if you imagine cash, right, because it's easier than card, I withdraw £100 from the bank. I spend that at the nail salon because, you know, need to get my nails touched up. And then the person at the nail salon spends their £100 on, you know, like a really, really expensive 4 lobster rolls for them and their colleagues. There we go. So they buy 4 lobster rolls, and then the person at the lobster roll stand spends that £100 on, you know, their rent because they need to do it. And guess who's the landlord? Me. I own all the lobster rolls. So in theory, I didn't give any money away, and yeah, I ended up with my nails done, and they look fabulous, don't they? But actually, you know, like everyone benefited from that. The lobster roll guy gets somewhere to sell his lobster rolls from. The nail salon gets lobster rolls, and I get my nails. It's a weird premise, really. Also, this slightly digs into my stats of how many blocks I'm placing. Chat, there is a real chance we don't make it, and I am now terrified. And probably should be. So now we have to put this with that, and then we'll make this into 2 piles. I'll just make a stack all at once. Oh, it didn't correctly do it, but it's fine. And now I'll come back after we place 52 more, since I need to go to sleep at night anyway. So, are you planning on eating any more lobster rolls, says Mermaid Plush? I was surprised. I thought there would be so many people in chat being like, what are you doing? You can't just eat a lobster roll for 20 minutes during the stream. I've never felt so loved as everyone was just like, yeah, this looks good, Toy Cat. This is perfect. You know, I feel like I'm glad that we live in a society that says that's okay. Money's a proxy for labor being provided to make trade easier. Yeah, but then if you think about it that way, yeah, right? Then the money is a worthless metric. The real metric would be how many shoes do we produce, how many lobster rolls do we produce, how many nails do we produce, and how many businesses do we have. And when you think about it like that, it starts to really sink in that, like, oh, we do this in an objectively bizarre way, huh? You know, if you're an economy that only sells shoes, or only, I think houses are a great example, because I think right now we are chronically like starving most of the West of houses and or places to live. But if you look at houses, and if we build 100,000 houses a year, but we add 1 million people a year, and as a result and they all start doing work and stuff, etc., etc., then the amount of money goes up a lot because the value of the existing houses goes up a lot. But it would be better if the same thing happened, but there were more houses. But that doesn't show as neatly on a GDP graph. But then that's what, you know, as much as people hate the measure, it's the same thing as BMI, right? Like BMI is a bad measure, but at some point, because health is so many different things. Like you can be diabetic and allergic to the sun, and be really, really skinny, and that's probably concerning. More concerning than if someone is slightly overweight but is in otherwise, you know, great shape. It gets really confusing. By the way, chat, I got a drink today. It's Sprite plus tea. Oh, I'm so worried. Sprite plus tea. You ever seen this before? I feel like I've heard about this somewhere. But I found it in my local American section of my store. It's actually from Canada. So it says Sprite plus tea, and then Sprite plus thee. Or Sprite plus the, I guess is what that really is saying. With a weird little thing on the end. But yeah, I'm going to give it a little try, chat. Ooh, smells like Sprite. Oh, it tastes like Sprite. Yeah, Ooh, it's got like tea aftertones, though. You'd figure what could make a drink better, add tea to it. Very British response, but I am liking it so far, I've got to say. So we'll make another stack, and then we could probably just, yeah, that'll make a whole extra stack, and then we just have to take the rest of these, make 6 more slabs for each of them. And then if I've done my maths right, that should be fine. Oh, no, it's not fine. So now I have to drop something on the ground real quick. The least important individual item I have is my shovel, I guess, actually. And then we'll pile that in there, and we'll be fine. So I have to come back for this. I'll come back for it on the way home. I'll regret not having it, but it's better that I'm going to need every single one of these blocks, chat, so it's really essential I get this right. It's no surprise that people like your lobster roll eating. Food channels are very popular. But then you could say, like, you know, I used to kind of be down with this logic. But if you think about how many channels there are for any given particular thing, like, I really, really liked making, like, 10 years ago, when I was getting into travel, I tried making travel videos. Admittedly, like, you know, not following any trends or anything. But it's like, yeah, no one wants to watch it, because there's so much of it. Like, you can use the argument that it's so popular as the argument why no one would want to watch me. Like, if someone wants to watch it, they'll watch someone who's already doing it. There's already a tea in Sprite, says Grimbly. Oh, you make a very good point there, don't you? There is a tea in Sprite. But no, yeah, imagine why... So I accidentally think I said an offensive thing by implying that we should execute people who perform least in an exercise ritual. And actually, you know, without any duress on me to come into this, I think I would like to say that... Okay, so I'm going to go back and get more slabs. Because I think I do want that shovel. I'm worried that I want the shovel, but it's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. But, yeah, chat, I think that I'm going to do this just entirely just to correct the record. I'm not particularly bothered about, you know... There's a type of thing that is only offensive to say to other people who have put it in their head that it's offensive to say, you know? You know, there's a really interesting debate around, like, okay, who is allowed to say, you know, like, what things about... There's really interesting fun things about this, that, like, when you really boil it down, who are you really offending? Are you offending the people that you think you are, or are you offending people who are easily offended? And I think that if you want to do well in life, you've got to not just avoid... I think it's important not to offend people on a specific level, but also to be clear that you're not offending people for some things. Also, it's good to see you, Dasher. We were just missing you. I was about to go to your coordinates to find where you're at. Good evening. Hope you're having a good Sunday. Are we going the right way? Dasher, that is the question I needed to ask. I sure hope so. I sure hope so. We are 1,000 blocks in, and so if we're not going the right way, I have to just assume that there will also be things here. Also, great to see you, bread and cheese. It tastes like anger. It tastes pretty good, surprisingly, actually. All things considered, shockingly decent. I think that is something that should be said. But yeah, I think I want to correct this, just my own right here. I think that, like, physical... I think there's a lot of, like, baggage around it. But I think that, like, physical health should not be the determinant. But then if you think about it, right, like, that's how you kind of want... If you think about, like, society as a whole, it kind of works that way, right? Like, but... And then... Because I thought about this a few times. Every time I watch a piece of media, like, especially when it's made by Hollywood, there's always, like, a strong message that an author intends. And The Running Man is the movie I just watched. It's about a dystopian future where the only way that people can make money is by going on game shows where they'll probably die. No one has ever not died on this show, but people go on it anyway because they're in rough situations. Because, you know, it's the corporation's not paying them enough or whatever, right? So the original book, I'm pretty sure, based on the fact that it's Stephen King, has, like, a really strong political message, and they kind of have to neuter it to make it, like, work. You know, some Hollywood director, it goes through a lot of things. So they have the point, they make a lot of, like, really weird mixed messages in there. Because actually, even if you are trying to make quite a, you know, like a anti-corporate point, quite a, in the case of this movie, like pro-union or pro-distributionist point, you kind of have to like start. I think everyone like starts with a different like beginning place on that, right? Also, okie dokie, I'll check the previous stream. Be right back. Did you watch the new Running Man or the proper one? Oh, you think the new one is bad? You don't think it's as good as the 1970s? You can't even say the 1970s is the right time to be alive, Polly. That's not even. You weren't like you weren't a real person when that movie came out. Also, Squid Game. Oh, Squid Game has an interesting message too, right? But yeah, I feel like any time that a piece of media gets good enough, the like message below it has to be a bit jumbled. Because I think for media to be successful, it has to be like massively broadly appealing. And even when you have a really clear dead tone message, to make it so clear in dead tone to be like, oh yeah, this person has no luck. There has to be multiple like, oh yeah, he has repeatedly you know, failed for insubordination. He repeatedly has anger issues and kills people because of his anger. You know, you have to present a flawed protagonist is the most interesting one. And then that flaws the entire thing that you're going through. You're making a... Like, there was a section in the movie chat. I want to mention it. There's a new one. Yeah, it's out. It's been out, like, 3 days, maybe? It's a really interesting movie. It's a really, really interesting movie. I didn't realize it'd only been out for a few days. Now I don't think I can spoil it. So I'll just say, there's a section at the end where everything falls apart. The movie goes from being like this cool survivalist thing to like, they're making a point about how the media works and about how, you know, there's a guy, he throws away his gun. It's like reverse Chekhov's gun. Like he gets a gun really early on in the movie and then he never uses it. He just throws it away. It's terrible. And there's this woman who's clearly meant to take on like the role of the audience, and it gets really messy. Also, Rude, it was 1987. I was 15, and Arnie is awesome. Really, 1980? That isn't that long ago. You know, I'll concede. If 15 is old enough to be a real person, just about. I'll give you just about. Love when the big corporations make the anti-big corporation propaganda. Yeah, it's a really, like, I think that's the funny thing, right? Is to get, like, the Squid Game to get on Netflix, it can't have that deeply anti-Netflix a message. If the message behind the next Black Mirror episode was pirate your Netflix content, I think they would have a hard time getting renewed. And so if that's the message they really want to share, they can never actually really share it. When this movie was really anti like TV shows, making stuff up, really anti like film, and then, you know, at the end they have to make it all about the one villain who, you know, like, I don't know. It was a really, is it worth watching? It's worth watching in the way that like, no, I think it'd be worth watching as a movie so you can skip it. I got to this one bit where I was like, I think I should fall asleep and then wake up when it gets interesting again. Because I was gripped by this premise. The idea, the Running Man, the idea is you have to not be found in a city for 30 days. But there's people on your tail who are out to get you. It's really tricky to not be found in a city. I can only imagine. And it's really fun to like... I know, it's like it's like actually watching the game show. Because you have to... You're seeing how he uses it to survive and how he's like throwing them off at every turn. It's really good, and then it just falls apart for a bit. And so if you could avoid the falling apart by skipping forward, that'd be better. So I'd wait for it to be on Netflix or whatever else. Or they don't know their power is so strong it doesn't actually hurt anything. But yeah, I think that very, very, very weird. I got it confused with The Long Walk. I think that's also a Stephen King movie that came out fairly recently. So apparently Stephen King's just killing it. But yeah, I didn't realize that was the premise. It's pretty interesting. Yeah. So you have 30 days in a city. You have, or rather, what it is you get set loose. You get a 12-hour head start. It's just hide and seek. But the people coming to seek you have guns. They only find people who are criminals. to do this. The criminals have to hide in the city. But every day, the criminals have to send in a tape of them for, 10 minutes. It's 10 minutes off them. It's such an interesting premise. It could be done so well. I was gripped by this idea. They bring up the idea of like, but what if you pre-record the tapes? And then you wouldn't, and then they just don't, they mention it 3 times, and then they never do pre-record any tapes, or at least that it never comes up that they did. It's so long and weird. Also, yeah, if it was, like, I think everyone has the thing in their mind, like, if it was actually fair, if the people on their tails were following the rules and not using, like, surveillance or, like, tracking them, then it would, like, it would actually be really easy. Hiding in a city and not being found for all that time would be really, really, really easy. I just got here. What are we talking about? Says Pickled Witch. We're talking about The Running Man. It's a brand new movie. It's pretty good, but like not that good. It's a good movie that gets wrapped up in confusion and it gets lost in itself, I guess. I looked into it, and apparently it's because they tried to faithfully adapt the books. And so to make sure they had every key scene from the books in the movie, they had to like really make the movie work in weird ways. Like Michael Cera's in there as a revolutionary. It's a confused movie. It's a confused and confusing movie, I would say. But yeah, I got really invested in the premise, and then they just kind of give up on it halfway through. They get halfway into how is he hiding, and then they stop. Also, you really think that'd be easy to hide for 30 days while people are actively hunting you? Okay, so the one twist they throw in the show, well, it's not a twist, but they don't properly explain it, is that it's like the most popular show on TV, and so everyone is out looking for you. But yeah, I think Wacky Pilled, if you're in a city and you have to hide for 30 days, in reality, it would be quite easy. Like, all you need is a decent disguise. Once you get a decent disguise, you will be fine. So you just need a decent disguise. And as soon as you have a decent disguise, you then just need to find the most, like, no TV interested part of society and camp out. Or, honestly, go into the woods and camp somewhere that no one will find you. Because think about it this way. Like, again, without surveillance cameras, if they're playing fair, if they're actually looking for you using clues, there is no clues that you went out into the woods for 30 days. So go buy a bunch of food. Buy, like, 10 bottles of olive oil. Buy some... Like, buy the bare minimum you need. Buy, like, 5 liters of water. Buy the bare minimum you need. Survive in the woods. Basically doing nothing for 30 days. You would always win. Because every city has woods in it, right? If you want to go, like, well, you can't be in the woods, Toy Cat, because that's not the city. Then it's like, okay, go find, like, find a hotel, get to the hotel, you'll do good. Dogs can track you in the woods. But that assumes that the dogs have your smell already, right? Where are they getting your smell from? There's a UK game show that did this, I think it's called Hunted. Also, I did not hear Pickled Witch. Thank you for letting me know. Is Hot Fuzz accurate to an English village? Yeah, Hot Fuzz is... The thing that makes Hot Fuzz most accurate is how the council rules everything. And how there's a bunch of elders who get to decide on how the rest of life is lived for everyone. Small side note, by the way. I just want to point out, I found my first pale garden. That's actually pretty cool. This is a very rare biome. So to accidentally just stumble on one on my way somewhere, actually kind of cool. Oh, we don't need the crafting table yet. So I'll still just... I'll go a little further. Are they not allowed to... Yeah, they have... So they have cash. They have cash. Hot Fuzz is so funny. Yeah, Hot Fuzz is one of the better... I like Shaun of the Dead. I think Hot Fuzz is like a little better personally. But yeah, I think that... Except now I know to look for you in the woods. Yeah, but with a big enough woods, you still wouldn't be found, right? With big enough woods, it still becomes impossible. Because in the show, in the actual movie, there are people who actively every day they're out in public, surrounded by people. There's a woman who has like 10, you know, like ladies of the night with them. And they're going out to nightclubs and casinos. And it still takes them 11 days to find them. So like the entire thing yells, yeah, it is... Either these people only start trying after day 20, or something else. Also, are you excited for Bedrock being playable? I wanted to mess with conversion a bit more. Yeah, I like it. Again, for me personally, if I'm leveling with you, Dasher, I think the improved input response was fixable for me already, and the mouse cursor, thankfully, I guess technically, like I think there's a weird thing where once something's broken long enough, you start using workarounds where you forget that you even have to fix it. The US has so much woods. Yeah, if you told me I have to pick I don't know, it's very easy to not be found. The reason why people don't go and get lost when no one can find them is because they care about the services that you can only access when people know where you are. Like, if you want access to McDonald's, you need to be somewhere near a McDonald's, and McDonald's aren't in the middle of the woods. At least not yet. I've yet to see one. So let's put my bed down. Oop-de-doop. And then we're good to go. So second Pale Garden, there was one by the Ring of Mountains you found last time. Was there really? And I just didn't even pay attention to it. I think I'd like to go like over the Pale Garden to get that like pale effect. But I guess we're good how we are. So 3 more stacks. 3 more stacks. Perfect. And then we can make another 2 and a bit, it looks like. So I'll go for 48. And then hope that I've got that number right. Oh, it's more than right. So we'll go for another 30. Oh, 36, I guess. And then 72. And then there we go. Nice. Okay, so we're starting to get in our stride with this, which is great. That's what I want to be able to say. I am still a little worried that we get a little short of our distance here, but we'll be fine. Wasn't there one on fire? Was the last? Oh, was it the Pale Garden that was on fire? That's fascinating. And how many blocks out do we start talking about socialism again, says Pout? I won't do it. I won't bring it up. We're going in the right direction, by the way. Hey, chat! Good news. We don't have to turn around. I was correct that it was positive X. I mean, if it was, you know, I'm very glad. We get a nice bit of ocean to look at, another jungle, and a really big Pale Garden. This is like a cool collection of biomes. It's got to be said. Is socialism just being social? Yeah, that's the real socialism crisis, Josh Jones. No, I've been thinking about this for a while, and it's not catchy, and it doesn't help with my vibe that the thing that is ruining the world is other people. So I don't like that I think this is true. But I do think that basically every major problem we have societally is down to how little we connect with each other. And I think you could maybe you can point to a lot of things for this. But like there's no like have you ever heard this thing like if you think about like how do people date, like how do people find a life partner or a girlfriend or a human being to cuddle and watch movies with before the internet? And it's like it's actually kind of weird to think about. Like how would you? And the answer is like, well, you find people through friends or through work. That's like or through like if you're religious, like church or a club or you know like some hobby like that. But it's always one of those 3 things. And so it's kind of weird when you think about it that I think one of the biggest things that school does that is good is it puts you around a bunch of people your age. And I think that's like a surprisingly useful thing. But I think the other thing that it does that's good is like, oh yeah, by being around those people, now you learn to interact with standard human beings. There's something down the pub in it, says Pickled Witch. I can't imagine meeting a girlfriend down the pub in it. Like, that feels a bit wrong. I slapped my husband in the face at a house party. Okay, chat, you've heard it here first. Slap someone in the face at a party, and you'll have you'll have love. Maybe even a marriage. Maybe even some kids if you believe in yourself. So don't slap someone in the face at a party if you don't eventually see yourself having kids with them. Anyway, though, I think there's a book called Against Empathy, which makes an argument that overconnection is bad as well. That's a... Weirdly enough, I would say, as someone... I've tried to force myself, like, within introvert circles, I try to be the most extroverted person. I think that's like a... It's a hard thing to do. It's like, it doesn't come easily for me. I'm too sensitive. You know, like, I told that story about the party chat, and I'm like, yeah, I don't ever want to host anyone at my house ever again now. Like, I'm just not going to. I'm gonna be like, yeah, you want to meet? Let's go somewhere that's fun for me too. Let's meet somewhere where if you say you're not going, I'm still having a good time. That's my new, like, you know, it's not gonna last, but it's how I feel. So I feel like, you know, to reach out to people inherently means putting yourself out there and putting yourself at risk of rejection or whatever. But yeah, the 1 year I went to public school, I was 10 or so, I learned that I didn't like people my age as a generic observer. Yeah, and you wouldn't like people your age if you don't go to school. I think that's a self-fulfilling prophecy. I think if I went to... If you put me in the equivalent of a school right now, I would hate it. I'd be like, oh, look, who are all these people? But then I also think it would help me understand people way better, right? And crucially also, I think I would make a friend or two eventually. The closest thing you have to school is an adult chat. Outside of a work, right? If you have... I don't have a normal job with colleagues in that way. I have an issue... I feel like YouTubers are tricky people. I feel like now it's a bit better because, like, running a YouTube channel is a bit more like a business. So it's kind of like, oh, let's speak to other fellow small, medium enterprise owners. But, like, yeah, feeling like there's room for a nap while watching a movie is not a good sign for me, says M. Yeah. Yeah, it's very much... you know, it's good though, like, sometimes you want to nap and you don't want to have to pause your movie for the nap. So if you think about it that way, it's a good thing. Anyway though, so I think that school was the trial of my time in hell. I found my husband when I got off the streets. I was placed in a shared house and his brother lived in my shared house. Oh, that's fun. That's a friend of a friend, indirectly, right? Bit more tragedy involved, but still. But yeah, I think if you think about it that way, the closest thing you have, the closest thing you have as an adult to like a proper school situation, if you don't have a hobby where you meet strangers, or you don't, or like at least a club, or you don't have a workplace where you meet people, the closest thing is jury service. And so when I did jury service, at first it's this room full of people where I'm like, I'm gonna vaguely remember their faces, but by the end I was having like, you know, we went through. I think this is one of my real beliefs. I think going through good things together, way worse for building friendships than going through bad things together. When you go through some bad stuff with some people, that bonds you way better. That's like something... It's a better glue than good stuff, at least in my opinion. And so yeah, at the end of the jury service, it was really, really interesting to like talk to the other people. Like, such different life experience. And I found that to be fascinating. I didn't date anyone from the jury chat. You'll be pleased to know. You know, after their performance on that jury too, I've got to say I would not. I would not. Gotta, you know, those women let down the justice system that day. I've got to say. Anyway, yeah, I think. What about going through Toy Cat streams together? You know, I do think. So we reference this a bit, but there's a fair amount of you know, negative emotion in these streams. I don't promise like, oh yeah, if you show up to a Toy Cat stream, it's all solely good and there's never a bad thing. There are explicitly bad things that will happen to you if you watch one of these streams. Yeah, I think that's a thing. Does anyone know what the coordinates Ari's going to, said work person? I'm going to X 11,000 and then about the same Z as I am right now. I think it's actually Z like 8,200 or something like that, negative. But it's roughly those coordinates. Okay, our blocks are running out faster than I thought, chat. I am starting to worry. But maybe I needn't. maybe I needn't worry. If I make another stack, it's going to put me in an awkward situation. It did. So if I now put this there and that there, and then, oh, I've really got to work out what I'm doing here. So 7 there, and then, 7 there, and then we'll take an extra block to make that, and then that makes too many slabs. Oh, it does. So we now have to make more slabs instead of the shovel again. This is a classic dilemma, but it's fine. Okay. Ooh. So is it nearly nighttime? Because if it is, I should think about resting my head. If it's not, then full steam ahead. So I got my shovel back. I've got my full inventory of slabs. Life is good. Yeah, life is good. By the way, I'm still in a lot of pain, more than usual. I have my jaw broken from moving infected too. Oh, they broke your jaw. Oh. It's a positive experience, but I feel like we're all somewhat bonded here. So you think it's a positive experience because you've gone through the trauma, Dasher. You're like, yeah, I like when he stresses us all and makes us all anxious. Also, did Toycat just threaten us? Yes, exactly. Just saying, there won't be a jury for for what happens to you later. That's for sure. Just ran the numbers. Blocks are running out at the approximate rate of 1 per block traveled. Wordfish trombone, nailing it. Hello chat, no socialism yet, it seems. Indeed, no socialism yet. Socialism kills the cat, and this cat has survival instincts. Oh, yeah, it is amazing how long this series has gone on for. I'm impressed that this is my longest hardcore world. I do think the premise of a hardcore world is just a bit too overdone. Like, I already think before hardcore blew up on YouTube, it was a bit overdone, because everyone was like, yeah, it's like the hardest difficulty, what's not to love? But now it's like, oh, hardcore, like, there's so many hardcore series that it makes no difference if you play on hardcore or not. Because from a viewing perspective, if you don't die, it's the same as a non-hardcore world, except maybe a worse non-hardcore world, because you have to play so cautiously. Yeah, we all lived through Toycat jumping off a cliff in the Nether without his elytra 100,000 blocks from spawn. Yeah, that was... See, weirdly enough, that was a negative experience we went through together. You had to all go... You had to deal with that. Also, it's great to see you, Xavier. Thank you to whoever gifted memberships last stream. Also, hey, I'm going to be getting a MacBook so I can play Minecraft Java for the first time. Isn't that fun that Mac is one of the 2 platforms where you can't play Bedrock? Yeah, you enjoy your... I can't even say your regular sized salmon because they added that to Java. I started the Skygloo seed on Friday, and boy was it difficult getting to that starter island. Super fun though, and sets the Christmas vibe. Yeah, chat, this is something weird. Because of the gaps in this series for, you know, getting the videos put out there. This series is 230 days old in Minecraft days, but in real life days, it's 300 something days old now. So I think this is one of the very few Minecraft worlds out there. Maybe I'm... Yeah, I think most people play more than 1 day per day. This is one of the few long-term worlds where it's older in real days than in Minecraft days. Enjoy your boneless salmon. Yeah, your boneless salmon. Oh, bone meal. Why have you been crushing the bones on there? More peaceful challenges, please. We should do peaceful Minecraft. We should do peaceful Minecraft. It's a silly idea, but a surprisingly good one. So yeah, chat, we've got every one of these blocks is about 500 slabs. 5, 1, 2, 3, 3.5, 5.5. I don't think I'm making it anywhere near where I need to go. I think whatever I calculated yesterday was incorrect. And I'm gonna regret everything. But that's fine. Poor Mac users, no BS bugs and big salmon for them. No BS bugs and big salmon for them indeed. How do they live with themselves? My long-term world may have more days played than IRL days. Honestly, if you think about my world, it's not that far off. If there's 365 days in a year, like obviously my day counter isn't accurate, but if it was, there's 365 days in a year. It's 13 years old, so about, you know, 4,200 days. And so you work out that it's 7,400, and it's like, yeah, technically, Again, it's not accurate, but about 1.5 days per day. But that's probably the healthy amount of Minecraft to play. I think, like, anything more than, like, 6 Minecraft days a day, that might be too many, because that implies that you have days where you don't play, and then the days where you do, you're playing at least an hour. A minimum of an hour. Collect all trims the fastest on Peaceful. Did you know you can't collect all the trims on Peaceful? It is impossible. Crazy how a 232-day old world is a long-term world, but a 1200-day review is a new one. Everything is relative. In my mind, this is gonna be. So I do agree that everything is relative. By the way, Dasher, even morals. Wow. Yeah, no, I think actually, you know, I want to go into it because I did wrongly describe moral relativism a little bit earlier. I feel like whenever I get something a little bit wrong, I want people to be like, come on, you can understand what I'm saying though, right? But my job here is not to say vibes, it's to say words, and if I say the words wrong, it's my job to correct them. So there's a really interesting argument to be had about, say, you know, we used to torture people in the medieval times. Or rather, okay, here's a fun one. We taught, to this day, if you live in the United States, you are partially responsible for torture. It is widely acknowledged and known that torture is happening on non-US soil to people the US deems worth torturing. This is not okay. But why is this not okay? It's because torture is bad, right? But is torture bad because we have the means not to? Is torture bad because of some modern rule? Or has torture always been bad? Because if you go back far enough, people used to just torture people. The same is true for slavery. Slavery is illegal in most of the world now. There's a shocking number of like people who are in what you would call modern slavery. But slavery is highly unethical and highly immoral. You should not have slaves. But back in the day, lots of people had slaves, and it was not considered like, oh, you know, that there was weirdly enough, there were like 3 phases of it. There's like the phase where it was gone and people were resentful that it was gone. There was the phase where it was really not acceptable and people wanted to outlaw it. And there was the phase before that where people just went like, oh, yeah, I guess you've worked out a new type of property, like having a goat. I have a person now. And I guess you go far enough back than that, and you get to the real origin where it's like, yes, of course people can be traded. Anything can be traded. Yeah, I think that there's a really interesting case for, is slavery wrong because you live in the time where it is wrong? Or is slavery always wrong under any society ever? Was it wrong when you know, like 2,000 years ago and it was wrong 50? And like the obvious answer is, well, it's always wrong. It's not that it's wrong right now. It's wrong because it's always been wrong. But then there are lots of things where our values change over time. And if our values change over time, then we are immoral by standards of different times. And that creates a bit of a complication in that rule set, which is that to come up with our values and our norms, we have to use the information around us. But if that information around us is flawed, then we are, or if we don't have the technology to come up with better ways, like if you know, again, if we imagine right now, if you imagine being a vegan in the caveman era, it means you probably starve, right? Because there's not enough food. So in that way, it's like a luxurious belief. It's one that you can have right now because you don't want to look at the video of the man eating the crab. Or you could say, no, it was wrong when you were a caveman. It's wrong now, and it will be wrong when we can replicate meat that has no suffering. But it's the only thing that changes. You know, the only reason we find it, the only reason it's not widespread acceptable to be anti-meat right now is because we need to feed ourselves. And so, also, whoa, a woodland mansion, chat. Oh, now that has some potential. If I can just kill. Okay, chat, this is crazy. If I can get... Do I have a bow and arrow on me? I do. If I can shoot... No, it won't work. I'd need to kill a pillager captain, right? Oh, but not even then, because you don't get the thing anymore. Our moral systems have changed over time, but at no point have our moral systems been absolutely correct. We continue to be wrong. Yeah, exactly. I fully... There is no such thing, though, as objectively correct morals, are there? We are always adjusting our morals, trying to get closer to the absolute truth. By the way, this is my third Pale Garden. Just got hit. How things going? See you're still building a bridge. I am, in fact, still building a bridge. It's a good still bridge, too. Okay, so tons of slabs. Too many slabs. And then another stack, maybe? That seems right. Another stack. And then we'll combine these together. And then that makes 18. And then we can make a whole extra, like, 42. No, 36. And then we can make a whole extra 36. Yeah, 36 is probably the exact amount we can make. But then we have to do the same. Make this technique. But it works. Okay, lots and lots of slabs. We're getting further and further with each of these. But I don't know how we're ever making it close. The concept of an absolute truth is nonsensical. Yeah, that's a messy undertone in its own right, right? Like, imagine if in, like, if you think about it this way, what we do today, like, if you've ever heard the term, like, wage slave, it's used, like, negatively to imply that, but there's, like, we use, in the same way that you would probably have to eat meat to survive as a caveman, you now probably have to do a job to survive, even if that job is less than desirable. Like, you might not want to you might not want to become a police officer. You might not want to, like, I thought I saw something today, chat. It was, there's a McDonald's near me. It's a really tiny McDonald's. It's the size of, like, two pickup trucks next to each other for my American viewers. It's a small McDonald's. So we can make 48 slabs, or we could make 60. Oh wait, we'll go for 72. And then that's slightly too many to fit, right? Oh no, it is slightly too many to fit. So we'll have to drop it. Whoopsie. Anyway, so I've got a so how do I pick those up? I don't even know. There's a tiny McDonald's near me. And there was a bunch of people there, but there was one woman who was just like, I don't know, like particularly looked like she could, I don't know, like I don't know how I'm even trying to say this, like a very standard looking woman. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. And then I realized, like, wait, why is that interesting? Like, this is there's a certain just assumption that, like, oh yeah, this is a job that no one wants to have. But yet we all understand that it is had. And then also, but like, I think that's like an offensive view in its own right, that like, oh yeah, because I also then saw someone who was running like a souvenir store that had super prime London real estate. And I was like, yeah, no one dreams of running a souvenir store. And so there's always, it's always like, you know, if I'm being honest, like I think that like immigrants or people who come from outside being like, wait, I can earn £7,000 a month running one of these stores. Why are people not running these stores? I have to go back and pick up those blocks. They might be the critical ones that make me make it or not, chat. And I will regret everything if I don't have them. So I'm going to run back and go get them. But yeah, like the souvenir store and the random woman at McDonald's made me realize, like, oh yeah, there is an assumption that there are jobs that you are doing and that everyone goes, wow, isn't it cool that you're a human rights lawyer? You defend human rights. Isn't it cool that you're a musician or, you know, like an artist? Wow, you do something so cool. But there's an assumption for some jobs like, oh, you do that. That must mean that you need money to survive. And so, like, I think that's like a very, like, I think that's like, I don't know what the word is here. I feel like it's like demeaning, and it's like a sign that we are applying status in places that it probably shouldn't be. But yeah, the concept that there are jobs that are understood that way means that, yeah, that if you think of the world as being that way, that people are only doing this because they need to, not because they want to, then it's like, yeah, maybe in modern day standards, we are all slaves to the system. Because, yeah, actually a certain amount of work does need to be done. And so even though you could argue, like, well, if the work needs to be done, we'd better economically incentivize people. It is still a very strong... yeah, I think that... Also, happy Stream Sunday. Thank you, Visit Winchester. Happy Stream Sunday to you too. Also, yeah, how many football fields long will this bridge be? There we go. Anything but the metric system chiming in, I see. Yeah, generally all minimum wage jobs are undesirable. Yeah, that's... I've never... There's a real, like, thing in society against minimum wage jobs. I once, I was with my brother once, and he mentioned, we were going go-karting, and he made the comment, like, we asked the guy, like, so do you get to race here for free? And the guy was like, yeah. And then he made the comment, like, wow, this place would really, like, pay for itself in the go-karting. And the guy got really defensive, like, they pay us really well here, actually. I'm not on minimum wage. And I was like, whoa, okay, you took that much deeper than it probably was. It was like, you misunderstood. And I think when people are threatened, I think I feel this too. When I'm threatened, I can't like properly comprehend people because I go to like this like deeply tribal mind. And so that was how serious it was to this guy. The idea of like, oh, isn't it cool you work at a go-kart track so you can go-kart whenever you want, was seen as, whoa, look at the minimum wagey over here. And it's like, oh, that's a weird, thing, isn't it? I recently learned how horrific many jobs in Victorian Britain were in terms of hour and conditions. Bakers especially. Industrial Revolution did a number on humanity. Yeah, I think that's where we diverge. I think we disagree on this, Dasher. But to me, it's like, oh yeah, like, whenever something is done for the first time, it's usually done in the roughest way, right? And so the thing that was being attempted to be accomplished, like, by a broad, rough mess, was, like, getting more output from society all of a sudden, you know, instead of just being agrarian. I think it's really interesting that, like, it makes sense that the worst jobs would all be in the Victorian era. And it probably also, that kind of also explains why it is that every tech revolution we have now has people who go like, oh no. Because, like, if you look at AI as an example, there's a lot of companies who say they are not hiring entry-level people because of AI now. You know, there is I don't believe there's an AI revolution. I think that we're just going through another wave of tech. I've said this before, but I think that, like, I think a lot of people want AI to be a failure more than they, like, have evidence for it to be a failure. I think that it's one of those things where 95% of it will fail, and the 5% that succeeds will actually be pretty big. In the same way that, like, 95% of websites from the dot-com bubble failed, or 95% of video games failed back in the day. Oh, or maybe like 95% of YouTube channels, if we're being honest. There was that revolution where I don't even know who started it, but there was just this thing of like, oh yeah, being a YouTuber can pay a lot if you get big, so just everyone should be a YouTuber now. Toy Cat's Let's Play is objectively the best Minecraft world. Thank you, I agree. Modern slavery is a very real and complicated crime. It takes a lot of our time to lead and investigate, provide support for victims. Yeah, it's crazy how many people are caught up in that. But, you know, how different is it if you work for someone? You know, it is actually very different, to be clear. But how different is it morally that someone has their passport taken from them and they get given a room to live in, but in exchange they have to work a whole bunch and all the work they do gets taken, you know, like it all gets taken off them besides, like, you know, just a tiny bit to spend on food. You know, like, so that, you know, someone gives them free housing, but in exchange takes 90% of their money and a lot of their rights away. You know, like, that is something that is a modern day crime. But someone else would, looking back from the future, people will look back to today and say, like, oh, so you work a bunch, and then, you know, a bunch of your money gets taken off you without choice. First of all by the government, then by your landlord. And then, you know, there's a bunch of, you know, like utilities that you don't have any control over the price of, and they're always going up over inflation. And then you get some of the rest, huh? That's really nice. And you have to work that job because if you don't, you won't be given a place to live. Very, very sad. Also, I'm a college student and did undergraduate research on data centers, and I can never not hate AI after researching data centers. What's so weird about it? Yeah, I think that a lot of people want it to fail because they don't like it in some way, and there's this like I would say like troglodyte response of life shouldn't change. Life is good how it is right now, and it should only get better if it's going to get better in the ways that I want. And so, you know, if I was like I kind of get it too, that everyone likes how things are now. The only thing you know for sure is that if things change, it might get worse. But if things stay exactly the same, it can't get worse. By definition, things being the same they are right now, it stays very good. Also, I've always found it interesting how water looks from a large distance on Bedrock. Yeah, this water in particular. I can see like, can you see the fish in the water? Or is that like a sword maybe? Chat, what do you see that shape as being? Let's do the Rorschach test, but it's my Minecraft world. What do you see in the water right now? Also, we're now parallel to the Woodland Mansion, but I've got, ooh, I can get out to 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,000 blocks. I think I need to go out further than 9,000 blocks. I think it's 11k. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I just misremembered the coordinates. Let's hope I misremember the coordinates. So this is 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I'm not feeling great about this. Definitely can't do that. AI is a specialist tool to optimize code and catalog spreadsheets. Yeah, I think about it this way, right? If you imagine like the Industrial Revolution, imagine if everyone all of a sudden said, oh yeah, steam engines are the future now. Everything will be steam engines. And so there's like, you put a steam engine in your laundry machine to make it spin round, because steam is really good at that all of a sudden, right? And you put steam engines in your, you know, in your car and your. Imagine if we had like that revolution today. Yeah, most things that use the steam engine would probably be stupid, but that's how you find the things that actually need to use it. So the data centers needed for generative AI use a lot of energy, so a lot of data centers are rapidly popping up, and they use so much energy and water, the infrastructure can't keep up with it. So, interestingly, I looked into this one. Again, this is just from my own research. Like, what is truth? Dasher makes a very good point that truth is very, is a very subjective thing. Dasher also makes the point that AI is developing very similar to biological evolution. Yeah, I think that's what makes AI so effective, but it also is what can make it eventually kill us all if we get this wrong. Whereas the steam engine, the worst it could do is kill a few thousand of us if we all get tied to trolley tracks, you know? And then, you know, the steam engine chooses to run us all over rather than to help out society. Anyway, so yeah, I've looked into the data center thing, because, again, I have to be skeptical. I think you should be skeptical of AI, but because so many people just want it to be a failure, you have to look into, like, why is it bad? With a layer of, like, okay, what are we really seeing here? But what's interesting is data centers do use a horrific amount of energy, and it is going to make, like, the US and Canada, weirdly, Canada has cheaper electricity than most parts of the northern US, but the US and Canada have really cheap electricity compared to most of the world. Like, if you live on a Caribbean island, your energy is costing you absurd amounts. You're not heating your home. You're not, you know, you're turning off your lights at night, and you're being cautious about what electrical devices you buy. Maybe you don't own a fridge, because it all has to come from diesel, which all has to be imported by boat. It's really expensive to run electricity on Caribbean islands, and it's also really expensive to get electricity in Europe, because we have super strong, you know, regulations against how much you can add on, and it's a whole thing. For whatever reason, the US has really, really cheap electricity. And so that's what makes it like the ideal growth place for AI, because it's very energy intensive. But because it's so, I'm just going to make 6 slabs for now, all the way around here. It's so energy intensive that it's going to raise the price for electricity, because all the cheap electricity is going to be used. And so for the average person, AI is going to not just be this fun thing that happens in the background. There is a real cost if you live in the US. If you don't live in the US, you can complain about energy use all you like, but it's like, well, you know, one, it's happening somewhere else. We haven't... Oh, Christ. We haven't minded exporting all our energy uses to China for all of our manufacturing, whatever else. So we can't be that upset about 1/10 as much going to the US. Or you can be upset. I just don't think it makes as much sense. Okay. Gotta make sure I do this right, because I ballsed it up a little bit last time. Okay. There we go. Then we'll make this into planks. And then we'll make even more planks. 36 maybe? And I'll make that into slabs. Yeah, and then we'll just cool that a day. Yeah, very, very much filling up the inventory now. But hopefully we find a mountain, chat. I'm really hoping if we just find a mountain and get some stone, that'll solve all my problems in its own way. So, yeah, so AI is using a ridiculous amount of electricity, and so depending on where you live, if you're near a data center, it's a negative externality because it uses so much electricity that your price will go up. Electricity isn't bad in its own right. I would actively argue electricity is good. The one actually good thing that we are creating as a society, outside of, the Economist joke, right? They're like, well, if two people just eat poop, the economy is not any better off, except those two people. Oh, I guess I'm better off because I tell the joke about them. But, like, the economy is not any better off. Whereas if they made lobster rolls for each other, the economy is better off because they both have lobster rolls. But I reckon the electricity is cheap because of nuclear power. It's the case here, or I'm horribly wrong. Oh, does Russia have nuclear power? I always assumed because of the Pripyat explosion that Russia must not have it itself. But it makes sense, actually, that obviously if it was all the USSR, so you must have a bunch of nuclear. Yeah, nuclear power is the cheapest by a long shot. It's really expensive to build and then really cheap overall. Whereas the opposite is coal and gas. Coal and gas are really cheap right now, but you have to keep buying it right now at whatever right now price is. It's like how you can fill up your... Every day you have to fill up your car with petrol at whatever the petrol cost prices are. But if you bought, what's in a... I don't know, if you have a windmill in your back garden, then it costs you a bunch to buy, but every time it spins, now you get electricity. Or a solar panel. Nuclear power plants are, like, insanely efficient. It's crazy. I think people don't realize that when they talk... Like, a lot of people just assume that we're getting energy from nuclear because we're bored or something. But it's like, no, this is... It's the best investment you can make. It's the ability to turn, $1 now into $100 in 50 years' time. We have an infinite money glitch, but the infinite money glitch sometimes explodes and, radiates a bunch of people. Wasn't Chernobyl Ukraine technically? Yeah, I said Pripyat, but I think Chernobyl is what it's... Why am I thinking Pripyat? I think Pripyat is the town and Chernobyl's the reactor, maybe? Anyway, so yeah, electricity is really, really bad for generative AI, and just AI in general. Data centers are going crazy. But to be clear, data centers were already going crazy. And also to be clear, electricity is the sign of a functioning civilization. It's the thing we're actually all achieving. The more electricity, like, right now, if this were the 1800s, chat, and I wanted to stream this, first of all, no internet. But imagine there's an internet that somehow doesn't use electricity. I'd have to hire someone to hold up a little light stick, or they'd have to... How do you even get light? I guess I'd have to light a little fuse here. But instead, I just run a bunch of electricity to these lights, and now I am lit. Look how white I look. I'm actually Asian. People don't know this. Moscow has 3 nuclear power plants and a circle around it. It's what powers the city. Oh, that's fun. Are they ever like... Do you ever have the fear that they're like targets or something like that, I know a lot of people who live in, I think around 9/11, anyone who lived near a nuclear power plant was like, I am leaving now, and I am not coming back. Maybe we should have nuclear powered cars. Haven't you been there? Yeah, I've been to Pripyat. But I don't know, everyone calls it Chernobyl, and now I'm wondering why I call it Pripyat. Okay, so, yeah, I think that generative AI is using a bunch of electricity. Big problem, right? But if you look at the water use, it's using a bunch of water, like hundreds of thousands of gallons. But if you look at it compared to and that sounds so bad, but actually if you really break down what is hundreds of thousands of gallons, it works out at oh yeah, every day they use the equivalent of a Costco pallet of water bottles, and that's bad. But if you think about how much water if you think about how much water gets into, like... every time you flush your toilet, you use a gallon or something like that. Every time you have a shower, you use dozens of gallons. If you take all the generative AI use together, it works out to the amount of, like, 60,000 homes for a year. Which, again, sounds like a lot. It's just a drop in the ocean, if you'll forgive the analogy, but because there's just so much more water being used by other things that it's not even, like, a relevant comparison. Also, I lived in a nuclear power plant. The school gave us iodine pills proactively on 9/11. See, that's fun. That's a very prime case of, like, yep, no one knew it was coming. Everyone had a spook. Also, basically, AI is the solution to rising sea levels. Well, the funny thing is, like, yeah, visit Winchester. Yes. Honestly, I think it'd be better if we used a bunch of water, if you could use dirty water for it. I was pretty anxious when I learned about it on a random Wikipedia deep dive. Over time, it calmed down. If the bombs come, Moscow will be the first target anyway. Yeah, I thought about that. I thought about it, Dasher, and I think you're actually pretty safe because of that. Like, the only time you are attacking Moscow... Like, so I'm gonna reverse my own logic for London. Because one of the downsides of moving to my country's capital and the most important city in Western Europe... most important city in Europe, full stop, depending on how European you believe Moscow and Istanbul to be. But the one downside to moving to such a big city is like, oh yeah, if there's a war, I'm target number one. If they're not firing here, then they've messed up. They've shot wrong. If you go for Sheffield first, you're just guaranteeing you kill 10 times fewer people. Just really, really stupid. Anyway, so isn't it a huge war crime to attack a nuclear power plant? Doesn't stop it happening, apparently, dazed and confused. That's what I've learned from recent conflicts. Yeah, so I think living in a really big city, if it's the capital, you're kind of safe because if you take out the capital of a country, in theory the country runs around like a headless chicken and that's really good for you. But actually it means, yeah, there's no central command anymore. There's no one to negotiate with. Every war, unless you are going for absolute conquering, which we just haven't done in so long. Like the last country that tried to absolutely conquer their neighbors, was the big 1940s one. But it was like really specifically still about like absorbing it. Because it's too tricky to really annihilate something and rebuild. London's greater than Istanbul in relevance, surely. No offense, Turks. I would argue it's like the biggest city in the Middle East, right? Is that true? It certainly is the most important. I was gonna thank you for saying Western Europe, Lamau. It's funny. I think you could make a really decent case for Moscow being overall the most important city in Europe. I was thinking today, like, it's weird because, like, whenever people say Europeans, or even say white people, right? Like, white people includes, like, 4 of the 6 continents. But also it's, like, the smallest group of people. If you use the lazy, there are white people, brown people, black people, then white people are the smallest camp by a lot. We're a tiny... But off that tiny camp, it's like, oh yeah, the biggest individual group is Russians. There's just 100... There's like 100-something million Russians hanging over there. No one knows what's going on with them. You see them in weird corners of the internet. No offense, Dasher. Actually, is that true for your experience of other Russians, Dasher? Are you like, oh yeah, I was in a niche Minecraft community and I found a Russian. Oh yeah, I was on this really weird corner of the internet, and that's always my experience. It's I think it's absolutely fascinating. It's like how the second most economically active country on Earth is China, and they're just not on the internet. Like I meet Chinese people in real life all the time, and it's like, oh, yeah, you're one of the ones who gets to go overseas, so I get to hear your impression on the country, and it's always like surprisingly nuanced. Like you expect them to be like, yes, the communists are #1, but they go like, oh yeah, it sucks that we don't have like freedom and rights and stuff, but it's nice enough. I mean, she's here. Yeah, this is a weird corner of the internet. Let's be clear. This is a very weird corner of the internet. They're not really white in Siberia, though. At least the ones who are native. Yeah, but there's very few people in Siberia. Like, I think the Russia's not exclusively white European. It's mostly not European by landmass, but it's mostly European by... I don't know why I even made a crafting table here. I guess we'll just make some more slabs anyway. Yeah, I think... Oh! My Minecraft crashed. I hope I'm fine. I hope I come back and it's okay. Chat. Mate, we have our own internet. The communities are huge. It's me who's weird for going outside of it. Yeah, I guess you're halfway to China on that one then. Isn't that weird that that needs to be true? Like, I actually sometimes think about how weird it is that most countries do share an internet. Like, if you have the choice to not be on that same internet, gotta wait for my skin to load. Gotta wait for that little random pause. Oh, I got Colormatic, by the way. That's a rare screen. And we'll go. Russia is Slavic ruling class. Yeah, that's a fun way to put it. So, chat, we might just spawn in the ocean. Oh, no! Chat. The game bugged. What do we do about this? This is the big moment. Thank you for watching this far, but this is the time where my rules were broken by Minecraft and not by me. If you check closely, you will see at 2 separate points, I think I've gone below Y199 as measured by Minecraft, but my head would have still been above it at both points, but it's very different to this, which is of course a giant fall to the ground, and one where I had to not just be below Y200, be below Y100, but actually place blocks to get myself up. This is because of a bug to do with when you leave the game if you're on a slab, sometimes the game just approximates your position to be below it. This is a really rough bug, and genuinely it's the most demotivational one I've ever come across. There are much worse ones that Mojang obviously needs to fix more, but this is one that just made me realize, man, I have just gone through several hours, approaching a dozen hours of time working on this pathway, and what is the point if we are effectively cheating anyway? We had to cheese past Minecraft's own rules, and that is silly, and I 100% understand to anyone saying, Toycat, really? You would sacrifice this much progress? I don't want to, and I think the weird thing about this, maybe the neurotic thing about this, to be honest, is that it doesn't make any sense, and I know that, but yet a part of me lost my passion at this point, but I decided to keep on going because we were working towards one of the biggest milestones, and we did get a lot closer. Although, you're going to have to watch the full next few hours. Don't be skipping around in the video. So now I'm going to lose a bunch of my own slabs. But I don't think slabs can burn. I mean, clearly I'm wrong. Okay, so the fire is coming to get me. And the lava is still dropping. Yeah, that's good enough for me, I think. I wonder if you spawned in the correct place and the blocks you placed weren't there. Yeah, I'm curious what caused that. I'm gonna have to go look at it. Blame Mojang. I blame Mojang a lot. I don't understand. That is like, again, imagine I wasn't over water. Like, ignore the fact that I'm doing the silly challenge that I'm doing right now, right? If I wasn't over water, I would just be dead. And I don't think that... I think that any bug that can cause that to be a true statement is a ridiculous bug. That is my controversial opinion. Yeah, all my blocks are gone. Oh, so, yeah, I think you're right, Chantal. I think the game just didn't place all the blocks, but it stored my location anyway. So that is a bug that can kill you. It's nice to know that that is how that works. So now I'm going to sleep in a bed. Oh, this is tricky, actually. Is this a top slab or a bottom slab? I think it's a bottom slab. So I'll place a block there, and then I'll place a block there, so I can make sure when I wake up out of bed, I'm going to wake up onto something good. And nighttime's done. Oh, and so am I. Very upsetting, chat. Very, very upsetting. If he was over land, he would have lost the world. Yeah, if it was over land, I'd have had to not... It'd have been a nightmare, right? To prevent that from happening. Imagine how many hardcore runs were ended in the free buggy weeks. Yeah, I think that definitely should minimize the amount you should want to play hardcore during those times. Also, I'm playing risky bridging now. See, this is my instinct being like, well, you can fall off at any time. What's even the point at taking it slow and steady? It's crazy. Okay, so you should make a backup now. I've already got the duplicate world. Thank you for mentioning it, though, Malacream. We saw nothing. You saw nothing, chat. You were on a bottom slab. Bottom slabs don't technically count as a full block. Same block. Yeah, that ended the wooden tools run. The wooden tools run, I actually don't remember it, but I remember dying to that bug before. It was a disaster. But yeah, I want to, wacky pilled. I just wanted to finish my point and say, yeah, you can be worried about electricity usage. Electricity usage. I think, though, that electricity usage is bad, whereas water usage is like, well, you recycle water a bunch anyway. Like, unlike electricity, there's a finite amount of water in the world. And so you need to just be good at recycling it. Whereas electricity, you can theoretically generate as much electricity as you want. One day we will harness our sun, and we will create near infinite amounts of electricity from it. Like, the thing you actually want to be upset about with AI is, like, why are my local governments not building enough electricity? Or whoever your local power company is. Weirdly enough, I think it's like Warren... When I lived in Nevada, at least, I think Warren Buffett owned my power company. And that's a weird fact. Like, it should make you feel a bit uncomfortable. You know, as someone who does believe that... I think that even if you're pretty capitalist, you're still going to have a question about, like, why does it make sense for someone to do this? What should it make sense for someone to do this, maybe even? Okay, so now make a bunch more slabs. And we'll keep on bridging now. I don't love that it's raining. I wish I had gone for the trident with Riptide now. Like, chat, this could have saved me everything. Yeah, so go back to the previous topic. I went back and checked. You lost about 10 blocks and placed your crafting table. So do you think it kept those... Do you think it lost those blocks? Oh, it did lose those blocks. Ah. Have you returned your Malaysian iPhone yet? No, I'm gonna work out whatever fun things I can do with it. Worst case, I just play Minecraft Blast all the way to the end. I think I'd like to see the ending. Because it does have an ending right now. It's silly that it's gonna be an infinite game, I'm pretty sure. But right now it looks like it has an ending. I'm looking forward to getting to it. The wooden tools run ended the bug as you were bridging to the end islands. Oh yeah. Balo says I was talking about male urethra. It is funny that the urethra is so different. Isn't it so interesting? Dyson Swarm says Ohio Craft. Yeah, that's exciting. So yeah, the biggest divide in the internet is the language barrier. Oh, you think so, Dasher? You don't think it's the fact that there's the Chinese firewall and the... Like, but why... Okay, the language barrier thing is interesting. Because the language barrier only exists because of Russia's isolation, right? Like, if Russia was consuming more English language media and participating in more English language business... It's one of the reasons I've said this before, and I bet you don't disagree. But one of the reasons it was short-sighted to just cut Russia out of the world economy is now they will be especially out of the world economy, which is bad for them. It's also bad for us, like less bad for us. But now there is less interest to learn English and less interest to, I don't know. I feel like it's there's a lot of decisions that are really good in the short. Actually, you know, the reason that you shouldn't have a dictator, a lot of people might know this, but like, democracies can suck sometimes. But I would rather have a bad democracy than a good dictatorship. And it's not just like on a moral reason. It's because dictators don't know when not to double down. Whereas democracies aren't allowed to double down because there's a limit to how long they'll be in power. I think even just like term limited or, you know, term limits, but you also can't pick your successor in any way. Basically, you know, like that's what makes democracy so strong. Because when something really, you know, like if the people don't want something to happen anymore, if there's a bad decision that's been committed to for too long, you have to say, let's back out of this. And the biggest reason why is because if you don't, your successor will. If we really, really, really dislike something that's happening, we can vote in politicians who will start to change that, right? And that means that you can never double down on something that isn't working now, isn't working in the future, and that you just kind of hope will work in the far, far future, so that it can, like, fix your current so that it will fix the fact that you have the wrong opinion. Because as you know, as most values are quite relative, eventually the world will change to respect you. You know, it's amazing to think, like, I don't know, like, the idea of, like, someone like Stalin dying and realizing that, like, well, in 70 years, people will have forgotten all the bad things I did, and they'll revere me for the questionable things I did, and they'll call those things good things, and then, oh, yeah, wow. Get to point out the huge mistakes leaders are making. Eventually, that has an effect. Yeah, weirdly, though, because in theory, that should be bad, Josh Jones. In theory, it's really bad if everyone isn't, like, I think that you could imagine a world where, or, you know, I'll go out and out and say it, right? When you have a really unpopular president or prime minister, and everyone is talking about how bad they are, and everyone wants to talk about how bad they are, you want your country to fail. You know, like, if you are really, really, really anti-Trump, you probably want him to do a bad job, so it will validate you in your opinion. And that, you know, like, as someone who is, you know, who believes in, you know, like, free trade and all these other things that are currently being thrown out the window, that is, you know, my opinion as an outsider to some extent. But if that is your opinion as an insider, that's bad. Whereas if you said, like, okay, everyone has to say that this is good, and everyone has to believe that this is good, then it would make it better. There are some things that work better when everyone believes in them. There are some things that get created out of thin air just because we believe in them. I would argue the success that AI is seeing is solely because all business leaders, no matter their type, are seeing, like, oh, we can make a bunch of money if we can convince people we're going to do AI well. So even though a bunch of those business leaders, you know, there's a CEO out there like, this is a bubble, this is gonna crash so hard, but I'm getting my pension in 2 years. I'm gonna pump this, and I'm gonna sell my stocks as it goes up. On the other hand, people can be coerced into voting against their own interests. I think it's crazy that arguably a democracy just gives you a yes or no switch. By the way, Toy Cat Tax! Thank you for the Toy Cat Tax, Alejandro. I hope you're doing absolutely desert well today. Do you want to know a fun thing? I don't know why your comment prompted me to bring this up, but today's video didn't have a thumbnail, chat. Do you know that? It's just a fun fact for everyone. A bit of a whoopsie happened today, and yeah, it's really interesting because it has a really high click-through without having a thumbnail. So it's starting to make me question, like, oh, why do we put so much work into thumbnails? Will people click it either way? I want my leader to not mess things up further and then die of old age or of other causes. Yeah, it's an interesting fear that you have, right? Is like, you know, wouldn't it be nice? You know, you could see the argument. So I think Putin is a better example than Trump in this case, because I feel like there aren't that many Russians who are like, yeah, everything has been perfect since he's been in charge. But there probably are more Russians under that camp of like, yeah, well, you know, you got to support the guy. You got to, like, I don't want to support not Russia because I'm a Russian. So I'm going to support the Russia person, even if he's not the person I would pick. Forgetting to put a drainage system under a city is a catastrophic mistake, has to be pointed out. More that kind of meaning. Man, I would vote for no drainage system under a city. Yeah, people do vote for that sort of thing all the time. And then, like, that's the thing, right? The city could the people can't double down on this is a good idea. Or rather, the only people who can double down on we don't want drainage under our city are the people. Sometimes the people will elect someone to do their dumb idea, and then they can campaign against that person. Or even if it's a referendum, right? You can still go, like, the only people who can overturn that, the only people who can turn around on that are the people. And it forces, if after 20 years of floods, a city goes, you know, maybe we were wrong not to install drainage, then they will install the drainage. Whereas if a dictator says, you know, drainage is dumb. We don't need drainage. Drainage is very unpatriotic. And then specifically removes all the drains. Then, yeah, I think it's a huge problem. There's a problem in that the people who would be a good head of state rarely want the responsibility because they genuinely care about people. I've said this forever. It should definitely be random. RNG leadership elections would genuinely be... I also think RNG is how like regular democracy should work if you're trying to be the fairest. The apologists always say it's someone else's fault, not their authoritarian pookie. Authoritarian pookie, is that when someone from our chat gets a big power? What's the word? Like power boner, power surge? I don't know what the word is, but you know when they go on a power trip. There we go. Is that what that's called? So let's make a couple more of these. Yeah, burning through the logs now, but getting a ton of slabs made. So that's something. So we go up to 30, make 60, and then we'll go up to 36. And then make... I hate that it does that. I hate that it doesn't just know, like, if it crafts this, then we'll have space for it. Okay, let's keep on moving. We've come some distance, and we will come some more. I guess we'll go some more. Isn't it weird that we've come up to here, but we will go in over there? Anyway, thumbnailless videos do work because they're mysterious. They only work if most videos have thumbnails. You think in a world where all videos have no thumbnails, the no thumb videos will be interesting too? Toycat tax from Melissa! Thank you, Senator Dingo. A very fun name, by the way. Thank you for the Toycat tax. Wow, entirely voluntary. Didn't even force it off you. Didn't even say that you had to go and make me fries in exchange for that. That's very nice of me. A dictatorship can be a blessing if it's led by the right person. A democracy can be a curse if the people make the wrong choices. But again, I would rather have a... You know, I'll even put it this way. I'd rather have my decisions made by a bad parliament than a good king. I'd rather have my decisions made... Because the good king will eventually die and be replaced by maybe not a good king, but the bad democracy can be replaced. You know, like, the democracy is something we the people can fix. Like, if I'm being honest, we need to fix ourselves as people. Like, I was talking about this of, like, so I think I've been really trying to, like, hone it in. Because it's, as an adult, you especially when you're, like, I think especially when you hit, like, late 20s, early 30s, the world wants you to lock in. Like, I think anything that happens before you're 30 is revolutionary and cool. Anything after 30, it's like, oh, why are they doing this? It was way better the way it was before. So I want to resist that, and I want to resist the idea that, like, oh, people are broken now. It's like, no. Me and my people, and people older than me and people younger than me, we're slightly broken. And so we actually need to fix that. I think that, you know, rather than looking at democracy and saying it's some people who are broken, we've got to concede, like, I think I am one of the broken people. How am I broken, and how do I fix myself? How are we broken, and how do we fix ourselves? What do I do, or how do I work out what the solution is? I enjoy power and control, but I can't say I ever get power bonus. Power boner was not the right word. I saw there's a Toycat stream only once I was watching a British YouTuber playing a silly computer game. Oh, that's what you're watching right now, Dan Marsh. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing desert well, even. Yeah, I think democracy is broken because of us. I think that you have to concede that the group us is kind of changing. And if I'm being honest, I think it's kind of ridiculous when you ever talk about who us even is. I think the concept of countries is falling apart the tiniest bit. The United States' 4-year presidential terms and 2-year term limits give us an advantage in international diplomacy because we are too erratic to make long-term plans against. You know, also, that's a funny comment. Yeah, but I'd love to be dictator, to be fair. Yeah, I would love to be dictator, but as a good dictator, one of the rules you'd have to implement, if you were a genuinely good dictator, you'd have to say, and when I die, back to democracy. Everyone has to agree that right now. No more dictators. I was an accident. I was rare for being good. And then when I die, I have to make sure it comes out that I was actually not that good. Oh, okay, chat. This might solve my problems. That's a mountain. It looks like it's at the right height. It might be slightly too small. If people were perfect, almost all ideologies could work perfectly. Chat, are you gonna, Jeff Shannon, are you trying to bring up socialism while I'm bridging? Don't you do it. Don't you do it. You can't do it. I don't allow it. Okay, we're still bridging. Whew. So, bunch of dictators. Everyone loves dictatorships if they're the dictator. Yeah, I mean, that's a funny thing. The dictatorship in what's the name of the place? Not the dictatorship. So here's the thing: dictators and kings have very different terminologies. I feel like eventually kings like justify themselves, but it's the same concept, right? The king of Bhutan specifically made sure that when he died, the country went to democracy, and the country did not want to do it, but they are better off as a democracy now. When I die, there will be a power vacuum. To prevent that, I must start building new power structures while I'm alive. Yeah, I've been looking into quite a bit of like medieval history and Game of Thrones, because it's really fascinated me on this like visceral, carnal level. That the whole reason we have the power, like someone takes over a place and says, "I'm the king now. I am in charge of you all." And everyone goes, yeah, we're too scared of you. Go on, you're in charge. And then the guy says, well, this is the best position in the land. So I think if it's going to anyone, it should go to the person most important to me, my son. But then eventually someone doesn't have a son, or they have a son, but their son isn't very good. So they say it should go to my brother instead. Or it should go to my good friend over here. And then sometimes what happens is there's a bit of a fight over who should be the leader. Because if all countries are ruled because of a big force, then all it takes is another round of force to get in charge again. And ultimately what I'm saying here is like, the reason that the reason that like kings ever became hereditary was because it made sure that there was like some, you know, like connection in like a familial level, but also because families want to do good things for themselves, right? People want to further themselves, but specifically they want to further their families. It's like one of the most instinctual things. And so to tie your power structure into families is a really, it's like it happens in most systems, with the weird exception being democracies. You know, you get big political dynasties, but they're really, really rare, actually, in the grand scheme of things. Most politicians don't come from a dynasty, which to me tells you that, you know, there's not enough, the benefit-cost ratio of being a politician doesn't swing so... Like, a politician isn't the most desirable job. You go into politics despite the negatives, not because of the positives. I think it's interesting. Say vegetable vitamins in a very British way. There you go, Eric Gauffier. That'll be $3. No, sorry, that'll be €3, mate. I don't know what accent this is, but I guess I'm sticking with it. Then you have the Habsburg jaw. Yeah, that's the funny thing. Okay, you know what? Cat, you're gonna lead me down a rabbit hole, and I need to go down it though. The reason that marrying your cousin is bad, a lot of people think that marrying your cousin is a really bad, like I don't know, like it's one of the things we talk about in terms of like culture. Because there's a lot of people who find other cultures to be quite concerning in lots of ways, just on like an instinctive level. But one of the actually bad things that can happen if you mix certain cultures is if you mix a cousin marrying culture and a not cousin marrying culture, all of the power will end up eventually in the cousin marrying culture because the families grow stronger. You know, one of the things that is like required for a society to work, basically, in my opinion, is that everyone is like, almost that you specifically want to connect all the families randomly. Everyone should be connected to everyone else in some small way. Whereas if you only marry inside of your family, even if it's like second or third cousin, if you only marry inside of your family, there's like again, ignore the incest thing. People focus on that, but it's not that big of a deal. And it makes it like into a bit of a like, It makes it almost like a racist point, if I'm being honest. It feels racist. But the funny thing is, if everyone like cousin marries, you get like families that do things for families. When your king is cousin marrying, you have a bunch of people who are most powerful because they all have the same great-great-grandfather. And that is bad. That is one of the things that makes your hereditary thing the most important. It's legal to marry your cousin in the UK? It is. Yeah, we... it's weird, right? There's a... And that's... When we talk about... I think it's not legal to marry your sister, though. Which I've always thought is a bit interesting. Like, why is it not legal to marry your sister? Okay, I'm going to go the opposite angle for a second here. On a philosophical or moral level, you should be able to marry your dad. I should be able to marry my dad. I should be able to marry my sister. I don't have one. If I did, I bet she'd be hot and I could marry her. Oh, that's weird to say, is it? Is it not okay for me to... But why is it? Why is that not okay? If we both agree... If we agree we're not going to have any children, why can't I marry my sister? The answer is because there's some weird, like... social... By your moral standards, by the moral relativistic standards of today, we say that you shouldn't marry your sister. I bet in 100 years, or I bet in 1,000 years, when we're all enlightened and we know the true meaning, it'll be like, oh yeah, well, if you think about life, if you think about the person who understands you best in the world is the person you grew up with, right? Too close genetically, risk of disability is too high. Oh, we're not going to have any children. My sister, she's hypothetical, she's sterile or infertile. I'm sterile and she's infertile. And, you know, or maybe I am a girl too in this scenario. Me and my sister, we're both girls. Why can't we get married? Using big flashy numbers in the title, I see. Indeed. Also, I thought that mountain was at my lair, but it's nowhere close, chat. It is nowhere close. We can marry someone's cousin, though. Yeah, isn't it crazy? I can marry your sister, and then you could marry my sister, Josh Jones. See, and if we did that, Josh Jones, that would be both legal and moral, but it would create an interesting thing. You marrying my sister and me marrying your sister would bring us closer together, because we'd start to be at the same family events. It'd be like, oh, I just saw you last Christmas, but now I'm seeing you, now I see you at Easter. You're at my family event, and I'm at yours, because you're following my sister around, and I'm following your sister around. So, Kat, what the hell are you talking about? I just joined. I'm talking about why you should be able to marry your sister. Yeah, chat, you gotta follow this one. I've been placing blocks for 2 hours. Let me talk about how much I want to marry my sister. So I think that like the you know, obviously there's like an ethical, but like, should it be that we say that makes me feel weird, or should it be that like, oh well, that's clearly wrong because you grew up, you know, like there's just some moral value that people say isn't okay. Some identical twins marry each other's identical twins, so their kids are biological siblings, but could marry each other because they are cousins. Oh, I've never heard of that, Cat. I have actually seen, yeah, I've seen the twins marrying twins thing. And I always think, like, one of the pairs of these people are liking this more. Yeah, yeah, twins marrying twins is interesting. Anyway, so me and Josh Jones marry each other's sisters, right? And now our families are forever linked. And so now, if, you know, if Josh Jones's, you know, son, now my nephew, wants to get into, you know, I don't know, Minecraft YouTubing, I've got the contacts to hook that guy up. And now when my son is really good at, oh no, wait, when he's really good at car mechanic works, and my son needs a car repaired, he can go there too. And then our families build and start to, you know, we send gifts to each other, and we build a big, strong family unit. And that is just as, you know, arguably it's just as bad, except you make the family bigger. Like political dynasties, basically, or like not political, but like family dynasties basically work. Also, I think that's definitely a mountain, chat. I can see it. That mountain peak better be at Y200. I think I need it to be if I'm gonna make it anywhere. Because I thought I was really close to making it. I thought I was like pushing the boundaries, and it turns out I'm not anywhere near any boundaries. So make all the spruce slabs, all of them, I tell you. Still got a bunch more to make, but it's fine. We just need to go to sleep. And that's going to be great. Next time on things Toy Cat shouldn't have said. Consolidating power through cousin marriage. Whereas if you marry someone random, it's like if you... Like, okay, I think I've spoken about this a lot before. Marrying for love is such a new concept. The reason you would marry your cousin, or you'd marry your second cousin, or you'd marry Josh Jones's cousin, is because you're... specifically because you're trying to consolidate within the family. You know, like, if you spend... Like, the person you spend your life most with is your life partner, is your whatever you want to call them. And so, if that's someone in your family, that boosts your family stronger. If you consider the world to be split into two categories, family and not family, then every moment of time and every penny you spend on people outside your family is money and time you can't spend with your family. I'm going out to... I went out this morning to that boxing class with strangers. I could have gone to a boxing class with my brother or my sister that doesn't exist, but I could have gone with her anyway. Maybe we'd have hit it off, you know. I don't know for sure. But marriage used to be more like a lifelong job. Yeah, it's like a merging of lives, right? And so it's like, oh yeah, if you need a marriage partner, logically, someone in the family would be good. So, if you married your grandma, are you now your mum's dad and mum's son at the same time? Yeah, this makes people really uncomfortable, but I thought about this a lot when I was in school. That, like, you can... there's a lot of terms for relatives that just break if you marry within a family. So, if you have a child with your dad, then the dad is now the dad and the granddad. And then if your dad has a child with that, then he's the granddad and the dad and the and you can keep doing that near infinitely. I think that's like a very Joseph Fritzley thing, or like what's the Game of Thrones guy? Thomas Craster sort of thing. But yeah, it's you can do it infinitely. And you can... This is the Futurama episode where Fry is his own granddad. Yeah. The grandfather paradox, I believe. Oh, chat. Yeah, that is definitely going to be above Y200, right? Chat, we found something. Oh, it's big too, right? It's big. Can I make it over there? It looks like I can. I've been saved from my own terrible mistakes. Nice MCPE gameplay. It's classic MCPE family. Gameplay. Marrying your father will make you a stepfather to your siblings. Oh, yeah. You know, it's crazy because there's enough people out there. I think, this is a crazy one. Elon Musk's mother married his stepbrother. It's something weird, or his adopted brother. There's a really, really weird one in there. Now we're at Sweet Home Alabama. You are now tied with Atlanta with 14 seconds left. Oh, okay. Bird for life. Happy. I'm not tired of Atlanta. Someone is tired of Atlanta. So, Kat, what's your favorite sandwich? We've got to change the subject quickly. Okay, that's enough incest for today. But yeah, I think incest is one of those things where it's like, like, unlike most other things that we say are immoral. Murder is immoral, and torture is immoral. Actually, suicide used to be seen as deeply immoral. Suicide is a great example, actually, by accident, my misspeak. His father married Elon's stepsister. Oh, it's his father, not his mother. It makes sense. It's kind of a dad. You know, without offense, I feel like men are a bit more. That's the female version of Toy Cat isn't imagining marrying her hypothetical brother. I'm just saying, you know, or the lady version of Toy Cat. Also, this is such a big mountain. I am amazed that this is here. I'm happy that it's here. Also, Toy Cat, no, the sandwich. No, I'm going to tell you about my favorite sandwich anyway. My favorite sandwich is a lobster roll. Easy question. Don't even need to answer it. It's the Carolina Panthers, says Bird for Life. So yeah, chat. Okay. To move off the subject. So, okay, you know, suicide's a really interesting one too, because at one point, suicide was deemed as the most, like, horrifically immoral thing you could do. Is that an igloo? No. Like, yeah, what are you gonna do? You're gonna leave everyone behind? Like, if you think about it this way, right? because, like, I think the biggest thing that has happened in society over the last 100 years is we moved from being our parents' property to being our own people that are just raised by our parents. And that has the really interesting shift of meaning that, like, you know, like, again, like, suicide would be depriving, like, you know, imagine if you bought a sofa and it was an expensive sofa. It cost £3,000, and then the sofa threw itself out a window. You'd be so upset. Imagine you came home, you know, you've just bought a brand new iPhone, and you come home and the iPhone's drowned itself in the bathtub. You would be upset. You wouldn't enjoy that. You would blame Apple, you'd blame the bathtub manufacturer. You'd only have yourself to blame for not paying enough attention to it, of course, and not understanding, you know, like, what was going on with it emotionally and being so distant. But, you know, it would still be, you're probably closer to the stripe plans than the end of the bridge. Anyway, is the lobster roll a sandwich or a burger? Oh, I don't like it, but if you really boil down what a sandwich is, a burger is a type of sandwich. Digging troops. I don't like it. I don't like when Americans call us a burger a sandwich. You know, it's like they're right, but it feels incorrect. Like the person suing their parents for having birthed them. Yeah. I think this is a spicy topic. You know, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna talk about, like, if you're born with a preventable problem that your parents could have filtered out. I think you could make a really good case for suing them. But I won't talk about that, chat. Instead, I'm here at this big mountain. It's exciting. It looks like I'm going to have to go through a mountain. This is the first time in I've placed now, like, over 20,000 slabs in a row like this. It's a fun. Don't you prefer Canada or America as a tourist, as just in case? As a tourist, I think I prefer America. I love snowy places. Chat, I'm going to Finland soon. Oh, no, I'm going to the Arctic Circle. Even more exciting. We want eugenics. Ooh. I'd kill my phone if it killed itself. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't think that'll be very effective. That is not a punishment that'll deter it. Yeah, I love Banff. I love Canada a lot. I think it's just like if you're really simplifying it down, America has more because it is a bigger country by people. So I think Banff is better than what you get in Colorado, but Colorado has very close to Banff. I think I like, you know, like Toronto almost or Montreal almost as much as I like New York City. But then there's a bunch of other New York cities. Canada mentions this Crafty Masterman. Yeah, there's you know, Canada. I guess really the worst type of Canada mentioned though, right? Absolutely the worst type. I'm accidentally you know, right now, you know, I'm on Team Canada. Don't get me wrong. I don't have my Canada flag around anymore. But Arctic Circle, you don't mean Svalbard, do you? Or the Spitsbergen? No. I'm going to like the Montreal Mogs, New York. Nah. I think that is an incorrect opinion. I think Montreal has, okay, first of all, big problem. Everyone speaks French there. Don't know what their problem is. I don't know if they realize what country they're in. But they ballsed it up. They're all speaking some silly language, specifically spoken by silly people. But as great as I think Quebec City, weirdly, is my favorite city in Quebec. I love Quebec City. They've got that like artsy small city feel. I love that Quebec. So like if you want like mountain life, Quebec's got you covered quite well too. Like Canada has a bunch of stuff. It's just America mathematically has more stuff, and the cultures are similar enough that, like, you know, from an outsider perspective, you know, outside of. Also, is there gonna be anything, chat? Like, I keep thinking that I'm like right about to make it there, and then I'm looking. Maybe I'm gonna go right over it. If I don't get any blocks, I'm definitely screwed, chat. If I can't get any of the blocks from this little island, then I'm out of it. And there's no way this is going anywhere. Like, at this point, if we look at the number of blocks I have, it is very, very few. It's like one more big rush. So I gotta play. Your favorite place in Quebec is the most European. Yeah, I loved when I first went to America and I saw Boston. To this day, I'm like, yeah. Americans sleep on Boston. If you want the Arctic, go to the islands where the USSR tested nuke. Yeah, it's on my list of places I can't go but would still like to go, Dasher. Yeah, I would love to go to Svalbard. Also need to go to Finland to visit my friend. Yeah, I think Svalbard is on my bucket list. I think I want to go in the summer to Svalbard. Because of the permanent night thing. But because I'm going to the Arctic Circle, I'm going to be... I've checked the sunrise times, chat. The sun is going to rise at 11 a.m. and it's going to set at like 2:15. It's like such a ridiculous day. And so it's going to be... I'm going to wake up and it's going to be dark, even if we wake up late. And then I'm going to... Like, I don't know. I'll eat lunch in the dark, you know? It's going to be fun. But is poutine better than sloppy American bar food? I think you'll find it's pronounced poutine. You didn't pronounce it, it's a comment, but I'm still gonna riff on you for that. Why are you even doing this, says SMG? Oh, why do I even do anything? Have you ever seen the Midnight Sun toy count? I have not. Sorry, I've got a hole in my foot, and I just put my foot down in a place it shouldn't have been. Yeah, chat, I don't like that I have a hole in my foot. It definitely feels like it shouldn't be there. So it's like here in the winter. Yeah, I guess during December, the sun doesn't rise for like 2 weeks in a row because it's in the Arctic Circle, which I think is fun. Okay, so make a crafting table, make a bunch of slabs, so many slabs, too many slabs. Make a place for that. Are you actually moving or auto-clicking, says Razor Gamer. You know, if I was auto-clicking, do you think it would take away from the accomplishment? Would you auto-click if you were doing this? I'm not auto-clicking. If you think I am, though, that's like a real compliment to my consistency. Oh, spooky. Okay, so now give it a break. Now let's get moving. This way we go. Which country has the best chicken tenders, says Britty No Name. The country that is closest to you. Oh no, chat. Oh no. I think we're gonna be barely touching the tips of these. Yeah, I think these hills all go up to like about Y200. It looks beautiful here, by the way. Like, this is making me want to go to Arctic Circle. Why'd you have a hole in your foot? Oh, I don't even know. I think I put on the wrong socks one day or something. It hurts a lot. Sometimes. I really like Slim Chicken's tenders. Oh, Slim Chickens. Slim Chickens is, I think, the UK's Raising Cane's. And I don't say that lightly. Should I just craft more slabs? No. Let's not craft slabs yet. In Soviet Russia, slabs auto-click you. Yeah, I just joined. What's happening, says Abel Jackson. Abel Jackson, I'm walking out to where there is dripstone and an exposed mountain. The nearest one I've found is 19,000 blocks away. And so what I must do is I must bridge the blocks, those 19,000 blocks. Slim Chickens is overpriced. Yeah, it is, right? Or is that what quality costs? You know, I've been thinking about, like, fast food a lot. Because fast food isn't cheap anymore, at least to most people's estimations. And some of that is the fact that, you know, we're getting old. Money is just worth less. I could buy a Freddo for 5p when I was young. Now I can buy 0 Freddos for 20p. What will you do when you run out of blocks? I don't know. I really don't know, Vera. Kill myself and then sleep with my sister is the only logical combination. Which of those two things is less moral, though? That's the real question. What's one place you'd really love to visit with anywhere, no restrictions, says Lysababs? I think I really want to see the South Pacific. There's a bunch of islands there. Oh, we're so close. Chat, if the terrain was just slightly taller, I would have a bunch of blocks. It'd be a pain to collect them, but it would... Ooh, my screen just turned off. We're fine. It'd be a pain to collect them. Yeah, I don't know. I went to a bar yesterday where everything was Wisconsin, Wisconsin, Wisconsin. I asked if we could at least share a mutual dislike of Ohio. They were cool with it. It's the funny thing about the in-group problem, right? Is like, if you scream that everyone is part of this thing, then you implicitly feel like you're not part of the thing if you do not share that value. Chat, look at this. I think we're not making it now. Unless those trees are the right height, but I highly doubt they are. They're not worth going to, even if they are. I didn't bring, like, slabs and trees. I didn't... We might be... Toy Cat's about to be in a out-of-context clip with these inset comments. It's my secret plan to make more people watch Skygloo. Think about it. Toy Cat, on the front page of Reddit, streamer advocates incest, says, you know what? I'll kill myself if you don't agree with me. You know? And then everyone's watching and they're like, what's he doing in the background? And then the response has to be, well, he's bridging out to an igloo. It's really dumb. He's trying to survive above Y200. And then everyone watches Skygloo. Boom, profit. $1 billion. Maybe get a snow golem in unlimited blocks. I am missing a pumpkin for that. But otherwise, that'd be a good idea. Yeah, chat. I think I screwed the pooch on this one. If you look at the number of... I need to get out to, I think it's 11,000x. I don't know what number I was using yesterday to work it out. But whatever number it was wrong. And I don't think there's a mountain coming my way. Looks like there's an ancient city down there. Oh, that would explain a lot. Yeah. Should we use your fishing rod and try and get the warden up? So, okay, chat. If I could kill... That is the highest pillager outpost I've seen in a while. If I went all this way and killed a pillager and then got his bottle, that would be good. But I don't have gravel. If I could pick up a bunch of gravel, I could use that for good. But I don't think I can do that. Yeah, no. Okay, so that's a maybe consolation prize. Chat, I'm powering through anyway. I'm powering through. 11,000 minus. So I need to go 3,000 more blocks. So in that time, I need to find somewhere with blocks for me to get. It's not going to be over there. You can tell, chat. You can look at it. You can see. It isn't going to be high enough if it's still regular trees. If we get a wandering trader, he could sell me a bunch of logs, but I couldn't buy them. Yeah, no. You gotta get you some water. I could drop my lava somewhere. Yeah, I should have brought a trident with Riptide. Then at least I could have waited. Although actually, no, a trident with Riptide. I'd have died if I used one, chat, because I'd have ended up here, where it snows, not rains, and then I would have died. So I'm glad I didn't try trident with Riptide. Oh well, we'll find out. So, let's go on a road trip all the way back. That's my type of road trip. You should be able to rob wandering traders. Honestly, visit Winchester. I really agree. Like, I have this like thing in I think that realism is not the most important thing in video games. But there are times where you really start to question, like, but why doesn't that work? And when that happens, it raises questions about everything else. Creative copy, go check out those hills. Oh, that's a good idea, actually. That's a good idea. What coordinates are we at? 7,800, 7,700. Let's go find out. Oh, wait, I might die if I respawn into this world because of the slabs. I'll wait till the next time I go to bed. And then we'll go find out. What are the rules of this world? You're not allowed under Y200. Exactly, Peen. I cannot go below Y200. And so if I want to get things like dripstone, that are usually very easy in a normal Minecraft world, I've got to travel thousands of blocks. So I've made lots of slabs to get myself out this far. But my problem is I've miscalculated how many slabs I need. And so as I make it out here, I am finding that I'm probably not going to make it. And so I'm desperately hoping that we find something. I see lava. That's something. Also, I think that it might be boring, but it genuinely seems like Riptide Trident can only end badly without an Elytra. Yeah, I think you might be right, Casualology. I think you might be right. So, why are we after Dripstone? I have lava, and so once I get Dripstone, I'll be able to duplicate my lava infinitely. That is what will allow me to do this. We will be good. Did you locate the Dripstone beforehand? I did a lot of searching for lava above Y200, and when I did, I found Dripstone. Could you do the thing where you place a slab, then delete the one behind you and collect that? That'll be not fun times. That's actually a good point, Polly. Okay, I'm gonna go as far forward as I can, and if I'm within sight distance, then I'll just start destroying the slabs behind me. Oh, but I could get myself trapped if I do that wrong. I'm gonna start destroying every other block. And then, yeah, I'll do Parkour Society to get back. If/when you get an Elytra, will you be able to fly below Y200? Nope. Also, right now, I don't see a conceivable way that I get an Elytra. Not without modifying the world. Or finding a very serious bug. Can you make a cobblestone generator for slabs? If I could find water, how would I find... Actually, okay, wait. You might be onto something. How do you get water from packed ice, chat? Can you do it? Does it melt into water? If I can make a cobble generator... Chat, how do I get water? If I can get water, I can make a cobble generator. Don't do it. It's all risk for no reason. In Parkour Civilization, no one goes for the lava. Or ice. How do I get ice block? How do I get... Can a packed ice block be turned into water? Melt it? But does packed ice melt? Or do I have to do something... that Cauldron can make water? No? Oh, okay. How much... Oh, yeah. Okay, that's what we have to do. We have to get out of this and then wait patiently for it to rain. It is stupid. It is very stupid, but I think it is what we should do. So we get out and we wait and we rain. So now I hope that it rains in the next few days. Bizarrely enough. I'm just going to keep on bridging. I don't think that that's tall enough. Just looking at it, vibes, chat. It's a very beautiful terrain. Like, these mountains are really making things great, but otherwise some real problems. Won't collect rain in the snow biome, though. Yeah, exactly. We have to get out over there. But it looks like the snow keeps going, which is a concern. Also, that's a blacksmith over there. So that's fun. I kind of want to just pour lava all over a village, chat. I think I would get some joy from that. Does that make me a bad person? Okay, so chat, you can look at my dilemma. Oh, do you like looking at my dilemma? That tiger to the right could work. Yeah, weirdly enough. If it starts raining, I'll go into that tiger. But hopefully we get out of the tiger first. Do you have any blocks that the lava won't burn? I kind of want to just drop lava onto this place. Any blocks the lava won't burn? No. Yeah, I think we wait for water, and then I'm going to make a cobblestone generator in the sky. Oh, I see the problem with making a cobblestone generator out of wood, actually. It'd have to be made out of crafting tables or something dumb. I could make it, though. I've got enough crafting table material. Could you start a world in the Nether on Bedrock, or is that just a Java thing? You can't start a world in the Nether in Java, too, without something weird going on. I don't think so, at least. Unless that's an option I've just never seen. Okay, chat. So I have now 700 blocks of slabs. That won't get me even through this biome. It won't get me over there. It might get me over there. It would probably get me over to those hills. But I don't think it's worth going to the hills if they're not. Oh no, chat. Okay, so this is a precarious situation to be in. It's a very precarious situation to be in. I think I have to go all the way back home. Or I have to wait for it to rain and make a crafting table cobblestone generator. Sounds insane, but I really might have to do it. Or... yeah, it's go home, cobble generator, or there happens to be some magical terrain above Y200. Yeah, well, I'm gonna check that, but I know it can't be. That's too far away. That's more than 700 blocks. Chat, I think that part 3 of this will have me genuinely walking 16,000 blocks home and then walking all the way back out here. I see no other way that this can be done. And I think that that is absolutely crazy. But absolutely crazy is the name of the stream. Yeah, what a fun... This is with the 256 stone we brought. I guess I should have brought way more stone. That's the lesson here. Go black, break ice in a mountain, build around it so it blocks up to you to grab it. So I think, though, it's all packed ice, cat. Let's go find out, though. You know, I don't want to leave it until we found that out. Okay. So, we're under 3,000 blocks from our destination. And I have almost a full 1,000 of those. But I'm under no illusion that almost 1,000 is the same as almost 3,000. And so, trapdoors don't burn. Can you create a generator with them? Oh, yeah, trapdoors don't burn too. That'd probably be the best way. Weirdly enough. Go back with a trader for a water bucket. Make a stone generator. I don't have anything the trader would want to buy from me, sadly. Okay, yeah, if I can get... If it's regular ice and not packed ice, I could stack it up and I could do something. Stephen R says you covered so much distance today. I have. Packed ice doesn't melt, unfortunately. Yeah, I've got to hope that there's some regular ice. I don't think there is, but I can imagine that behind the packed ice there might be. Or underneath it, or like... It's worth trying. I've got a Silk Touch pickaxe. Thanks, Twee. And, yeah. The additional time it takes to mine each cobblestone, you might as well get logs back at the base. That might be true, honestly. That might actually end up being true. Okay, chat, I'm looking now. Oh, okay, that's regular ice, right? Oh, don't want to fall in. Is that regular ice to my left there, or is that just the top of packed ice? That's regular ice. That's regular ice there, too. Okay, okay. So, that is also a regular ice block, right? It is. Oh, okay, there's goats here. I think I just have to kill the goats, honestly. That seems ridiculous, but I think it is the logically consistent move here. He's only got one horn, but I'm keeping my eyes on him. So I can't drop blocks down low enough. I think might be my one big problem here. I can get blocks. Can I break this block, actually? No. I'm as low as I can go. I'm pretty sure, at least. So if I can't break a... Like, I can break the block above it for sure. No, I can't. I can break the top of it just about. So if I sit here, maybe can I break it? No, but I can... Okay, so that's... Oh, it's blue ice. Okay, that's a different block, though. Is that blue ice, chat? I could go home with a bunch of ice, which is nice. So is that regular ice there? I think it is. So we now just place a bunch of blocks around it. Again, being very careful not to be rammed out of the way. Okay, so... This is an interesting one. This is kind of undone territory. I can touch the snow block there, but not the block itself underneath. That is an interesting quirk of behavior. Okay, so I need to put a block on the side of this one here. It's very tricky to nail that. Nope, balls that up. Okay, so yeah, this is a bit of a nightmare. So is any of this actually? We can just break. If any of this is just ice, then my life gets easier. Is anything ice here? None of that is ice. Is this ice? None of this is ice. Okay, but that one there, this block. If I can just... No, is that even ice, chat? I don't see ice anymore. Was it below this one? Yeah, that's an ice block, but I can't mine it, so it's a moot point anyway. So in theory, I could have gotten that ice block, I could have melted it, used it for water, used it for a cobblestone generator. That one over there also looks quite promising. Oh, I hear it go. I don't want to be rammed. Yep, chat. I've got to go home. Use torches to melt ice. Oh, that's an interesting point. Can I scoop up something from that low down? Oh, I'm hearing something I don't like. Okay, is that a cat, by the way? No, it's a wolf. Still an interesting point, but... I have a problem, though, which is that I have no blocks left. Well, I have 31 spruce logs plus 64, but I don't have enough blocks left to actually make it to where I need to go, which means I have the disastrous journey all the way back to 0, and then all the way back here again, and then all the way back to 0 with the dripstone. It is a long ride, let me tell you, but we'll go on it together, and I've got myself, I'm not just Christmasly beverage stressed, I've got a Christmas beverage to drink today. It's going to be a lot of fun, I hope it is fair to say. So hello Plume, hello Dasher, hello Aden Sony, hello Kits Faye. Wow, Kit Kat, you got a new name, or a new handle. I guess, oh, you're like, it's like Kit Kat, but Kit Fairy. Yeah, we're going to be having some fun today, and hopefully you also do. You know, I'm going to have some fun today, and we'll see if you come along for the journey. I'm going to use my controller. I think I am... I'm too, like, nervous using a keyboard and mouse. Like, all it takes is a little jitter of your mouse, and it's like, you're dead. Whereas with a controller, I'm holding my thumb really far forwards, and that's working well for me. So, yeah, I've got my bed, thankfully. I've got, some days. Let's go on a journey. So, yeah, there and back again, says Plume. It's there and back and there again, I guess. But the there is my house. But, yeah, it's what we have to do, so it's what we're going to do. Sometimes in life, you're presented with a big challenge, and it can be really scary when it's such a big one and you think about how long it's going to take. But I think the secret is you've got to learn to enjoy the process. If you enjoy the process, then it doesn't matter how much progress you make, because you're enjoying how it's going. And today I'm looking forward to a long walk. Hopefully it will be a good walk. And yeah, I'm in good spirits today. Hopefully all of you are too. This is a ludicrously long bridge across my world that will be running across both ways. But it's a good opportunity to really see the world once more, because what is the point of a bridge if you don't use it? Are you going to bring dirt and trees along with you this time, says Dan Mahoney? I think that is my plan, yeah. I'm going to bring myself a cauldron. I mean, I've got the iron to make a cauldron, but I'll bring some cauldrons with me, or I'll bring some extra iron for some more cauldrons with me, maybe. I'm going to bring some trees, and I'll like, have some fun in this side of the world, setting something up, even if it's just an outpost. And that idea can keep me roaming and moving today. It's going to be a lot of fun, I hope. So we're going back and there again. Yeah, back and there and back again is the correct way. Hopefully your controller doesn't drift. Yeah, the only way that it would is if the batteries die, and I replaced them last night, although last night is a bit sketchy, now that I say that out loud. I think what I'll do is, just before nighttime, is I'll replace the batteries one more time, just to be extra sure. I had lots of great, great suggestions from Polly E, and by lots of great suggestions, I mean the same suggestion lots of times, about how I could get, like, rechargeable batteries. And every solution I've tried isn't, like, quite perfect for that. But what I've instead got is I've got some super high capacity batteries that should make life easier and less likely to get better. You're about to go half a block, you're able to go half a block lower to mine ice, so you don't have to go back. But I think even a few blocks of ice aren't going to help me enough. I think I need, we're talking about like 1,000 extra blocks that I need, so that's how it will be. I wonder how this series would be without in-game coordinates, but with chunk base. Oh, that would be... Well, I mean, I guess, like, in-game coordinates are just a fast forward for using the terrain to work out where you are. If I didn't know my coordinates, but I knew I was at a point where there was ocean, forest, a village, and then the snow, I could use that to work out where south is, where etc. is. It could be good. STU is short for Stuart. Also, yeah, that is Dash's new name, Dasher Stu. Looking forward to it. By the way, this thumbnail, if you enjoyed it, it's made by Scoopski. I had a comment that said, "Don't change the thumbnail. I've almost finished," and I assume that they left out the word admiring from the end of that comment. And so, you know, it's such a good thumbnail. It leaves people speechless. Scoopski, gotta say. But yeah, no, really loving it. I love these sorts of things. And maybe you do too. So I'm going to quickly change out the batteries just to be 1000% sure they won't die on me. Because it would suck to lose the world to a technical failure. Which is why you got to check... It's why before you go on a long drive, you check your tires. Like, I don't ever. But I remember learning that you're meant to. And that's basically the same as doing it. Because now if something bad happens to my tires, I can blame myself. You know. I feel like a lot of learning things in the world is like learning how to blame yourself for things. Because then when you really want things to not go wrong, you don't have to just hope and spiritually imagine that things will be better. You can actually do the things that will make things better. Stu is the first 3 letters of my surname, so that's something. Oh, you are in fact Dasher Stu then. So Dasher Stu is what you get if you mix red mushroom, brown mushroom, and a... I'm gonna say a lily of the valley. So tell me what happens when you drink Dasher Stew now. That's what I want to know. Anyway, chat. Yeah, today I want to talk about the long process we're going on, because ultimately this kind of is part of the grind, and a lot of people question like, how is it that you're able to do these big grinds? I get so unmotivated. But honestly, sometimes they are fun in their own right. I think that a lot of what you do on a day-to-day basis requires a lot of, like, intent, active thought. And it's really cool when you think the right thoughts and you do the right things and everything's awesome. You know, it's nice if you have a conversation and it goes just right. It's nice if you pick a new design for your room and it's just perfect. Or you make the new Minecraft build from scratch and it's all wonderful. But there are some things that are enjoyable because you know you are making progress without actually having to engage your higher brain. And, you know, I like to believe that there are 2 brains. There's a low brain and a high brain. If you like the Daniel Kaluuya version of this, it's like System 1, System 2. You know, there's your brain that functions on just immediate responses. If someone threw a ball at you, you would catch it without thinking, I need to catch this ball. But then there's the part of your brain that needs to actually engage to say, oh, yeah, there is a baseball flying at me, it is 5 seconds away, I should run away from here. Or if someone asks you, what's 12 times 12? You probably need to think about it for a second first. Or indeed, if someone asks you, what is the worst thing that's ever happened to you, you should hopefully have to think about it. Or maybe actually it'd be better if it was obvious. You know, maybe hopefully you don't have to think about it, but you probably do if you want to get it perfectly right. Also, stream this while I have leftover Thanksgiving dinner. Today is good, said Ghosts. I need to remind myself, every time Thanksgiving comes around, I get jealous, because turkey is like a Christmas thing here in the UK. And, yeah, every time Thanksgiving comes around, I'm like, oh, I had the best Thanksgiving dinner when I was in America for Thanksgiving in, like, 2022, I want to say. Maybe 2021. I had the best Thanksgiving dinner, like, it was at a casino, weirdly. But it was such a good, like, play. It was so good. And it's like, oh, yeah. Thanksgiving is just a day here in the UK. If anything, it was like oddly busy. I went out to a store last night at 9 PM, and it was tricky to like walk around said store. And yeah, basically, I love the idea that you could do this. Also, Mandela said it's a long walk to freedom, but he never played Skygloo. See, both of those statements are factual, Upmost Orc. Any commentary that I add would probably not be factual, but it would be offensive. So instead, I'll say, thank you for your comment, Upmost Orc, and thank you for joining us in the stream here today. I like streaming a lot. It like hits a very specific spot for me and allowing me to like, especially when I like it's what I'm liking about like the current like you know like let's play style, We eat turkey from November till February at home. If you want turkey, come get it. Okay, that is an official invite to Xavier's house. Now the police cannot kick me out. That's the law, right? That's how this works. Couldn't eat much this Thanksgiving. Kind of got sort of sick. I'm sorry, indecisive doctorate. Oh, chat, look at that over there. As you can see, the fire has not been as effective as I was hoping it would be. Indeed, quite the opposite. Yeah, I wanna give you a like a real scoop on this series, just in case you watch this or people come back to this and maybe it's been a few weeks since the last episode.
Let's keep this tip train going. 19
Hey!
19K. Happy Thanksgiving, Toy Cat. Hopefully you can enjoy a good lobster roll soon.
First of all, thank you very much. I'm glad that you, I'm glad the 19 quid for 19K is something I absolutely love. Second of all, thank you very much for saying Happy Thanksgiving and for being thankful for me. Wow, that's crazy. Can't imagine that. But also love to hear it. And yeah, hopefully you can enjoy a good lobster roll soon. I would love to enjoy a good lobster roll soon. I've got one, I've got my heart saved on one, and I've had it for a while. But I have to wait for the next month to come around so I can get a, I'm hoping I get like another delivery promotion so I can get it for £7 off. You know, at some point you don't have to wait for that. But that's what my soul is telling me is like soon I will have one and I will enjoy one. It will be good. Yeah, my favorite lobster roll place actually has started doing lobster burgers now. Like they've got me curious. They've got me very curious. Also, I hate the Bedrock view bobbing. What's wrong with it? It's kind of nice. It's like we're going, I have to be careful about this. Oh god, I can't do it in tune without feeling like I'm going to fall off. But it's like doing a little dance as we go. You don't like the dance? The dance is beautiful. Is Java view bobbing different, or do you just dislike view bobbing and it's cool to add the word Bedrock before something you dislike? And the word Java before something you do like? So it's interesting that the path is a block lower down. Does that mean that these are top slabs? Or that those are these top? How do you find out if something is a top or a bottom slab? Oh, no, yeah, so this is a block lower down than it needs to be. Can I go down on it? Took that out of context, am I right? But it looks like I can. How was your Thanksgiving, says Kevisaw? I'll be honest with you, I did not celebrate Thanksgiving. I'm going to go just now. I'm going to drop my lava down one more time. I'm going to see if we can burn some of the last of these planks away. So, drop that there, and then get nice and far away. Let it really burn for a bit, and then let it drop down. Hopefully it catches some fires on the way. Oh, no, it didn't. Okay, so we'll... There we go, it did. Okay, so hopefully that happens with the rest of the lava as it falls. It can catch a few more fires, and once wood is on fire, it is gone. Okay, so we've now walked out of the 14,000 block return. No, wait, out of the 28,000 block return, we've walked a good 3,000. Isn't that nice? We've had a little chat and it's been good. I think it has been. How was your... But yeah, Kevin, sorry. How was your Thanksgiving is what I'd love to know. I'd be curious to see what you... Did anyone have a particularly special Thanksgiving? It sounds like Brian Harshman did. I'm very thankful that you had a good one. You know, there's a weird thing that we care about, the people that we care about, kind of like at the extent of the world, right? I talk about this is something that's like a real struggle if you believe that everyone is, you know, equally worthy of good things. Because actually, I think every human on some level does believe the people we care about most are more worthy of good things than the average person. And so, Kevisaw, I'm glad you had a good Thanksgiving. Also, Dasha said she had the most life-changing beef ramen. Ooh, beef ramen sounds fun. The only ramen I can picture is pork belly ramen and like fried chicken. Beef sounds like it might hit the spot. So Kat, I came from the Love Star stream. She said hi. Hey, thank you for it's fun. Hello to Love Star. Say hi back. You can now be our messenger, Sir Charlie Chat. This is how streamers chat. It's just the reality of things. It started very sick, but that won't stop me from enjoying turkey. Yeah, I want some turkey now. I'm feeling like I'm left out. Like, the world has been enjoying turkey and they didn't even invite me. I haven't seen most of the streams. Why are we burning floating dark oak planks? So yeah, this is... I want to give a quick explanation for anyone who is just catching this stream, maybe even watching this stream back. So let's give an explanation to anyone in the future. Just to explain where I am right now, I have been kind of putting off playing Skygloo because I was already I was looking forward to goals, but they were kind of a bit further away. But I was making progress towards those goals. But what happened in the last episode of Skygloo with the game deciding to kill me, or trying to kill me, I should say, it really made me feel not good. It really it hit me. Also, Polymush, good to see you. It really made me feel I don't know, like I had a real just like I don't know that I want to do this anymore feeling. Cuz you know, there's something about these grinds makes sense within the concept of, you know, purity or whatever, right? Like the reason I am grinding as opposed to flying in creative is because this is a world where I am doing a challenge and I am proving my dedication to that challenge by doing all of the work that you are seeing today and that you've seen in the previous 240 days. Hopefully, watching this shows you how dedicated I am to the cause to some extent. But the moment something weird happens in Minecraft and we have to work around it, it takes away some of that purity, you know? It's like, you know, if you exclusively want to eat, you know, if you're a vegetarian, but you're locked in the wilderness and the only thing you can eat is meat, the correct thing to do, you know, assuming that you believe your life has value, is to eat it, but it's going to make you feel a bit weird about the challenge for the rest of time, right? About your, you know, you have to have a caveat on your, or, you know, if you're, you know, you're someone who has, you know, like you've gone to church every single Sunday forever, the moment you break that streak, you're like, oh, yeah, I used to believe it was really important, and now it's not. It was rubbish for you and for us. Trauma overloaded that time was. So yeah, it's really tricky. I don't prefer to work on Thanksgiving, but I did work from home last night. Oh, you work? Why? Oh, you know, I might have missed the critical middle part of that. But I'm sorry to hear you to work on Thanksgiving. I don't think I'll ever quite understand the cultural context behind Thanksgiving, because to me everything about Thanksgiving is Christmas, and then Americans also celebrate Christmas less than a month later. So why is it that you have awkward Thanksgiving conversations with your relatives, but you don't have awkward Christmas conversations with your relatives? Is like Thanksgiving a-okay time to talk about politics and gender and religion, but Christmas is the time, you know, that religious holiday, as opposed to the cultural holiday, is the time where everyone has to agree to turn that off? Is it that Christmas is like small family time, like you and your parents, and Thanksgiving is big family time, like you, your uncles, your stepmother, your cat, etc.? You know, I want to know. Also, Christmas 815 says my name sounds like Thanksgiving. It's good to see you, Christmas 815. I recognize your profile picture, but I'm fascinated by how different your name is to your old one. That is a good question. The weirdest non-religious, non-patriotic holiday. Isn't it patriotic by definition, right? I hope I'm not getting it wrong, but I don't know what happened with my brain. I'm going to move the shield off me. I'm going to just take that away. Yeah, it's a little bit better if we remove that. I like having a bit of vision, and I don't think I'm going to get hit by anything during the day, so I'll be fine. Fastest way to fight a stranger, talk politics. Yeah, okay, because I'm not going to argue with Grandma after she gives me $100. So your grandma doesn't give you $100 at Thanksgiving, even though she's meant to be thankful for you. Shouldn't that be... Really, Thanksgiving seems like a better time. Okay, so chat, what I've got myself today. I got a really cool gift. From a very significant other. But I got a cool gift, chat. I got a cocktail advent calendar, but like canned cocktails. This is I love trying. You know, I honestly I'll say it, I like mixed drinks. They're my go-to. A lot of people love beer and they love wine, and as someone who is an endless contrarian, all I can think about if you are a wine lover is like, oh yeah, you like going to places and having that place charge you a 400% markup on something they know you don't know the price of, because it makes you feel good that it tastes vaguely the same as everywhere else. It's the only thing I can think of. It'd be like, you know, like I like different like Coke alternatives. I like green cola. I like Pepsi. But I wouldn't ever pay 4 times as much for one of those versus the others. The same is true for beer people. I feel like beers... People talk about how, you know, Carlsberg is pea water. and the real good beer is insert thing here. And it's like, nah, it all tastes like hops until you get to like the fruity stuff. I like a Jubel or a Creed, but even then, it's like, you know, nah, this is all in the same region of drink. But cocktails you can do, because a cocktail is just like 3 ingredients. That's the definition. And one of them can be ice, by the way, because technically ice is water. Took out Lobster on a stream, all unanimously said meow. Any messages back? Your mods are yelling at me, telling me not to spam, so this will be my last message. Thank you, Sir Charlie Cat, for listening to the moderators. You are meant to not to. It's supposed to be celebrating Native Americans getting along with the Pilgrims before they were, you know. Yeah, so Thanksgiving is inherently a cultural holiday, because a part of American culture, I feel like there's going to be some, bear in mind I'm not American, so I'm allowed to have any opinion I like on this conflict. It's not my, I have no horse in this race, but the American, culture very much is there was a series of mini civilizations here, and we built our civilization on top of it. You know, right? Like a much grander and broader ranging civilization that was much more united, you might say, into states on the continent of America. And I think it is often overstated, like, oh yeah, the entire land is stolen, but actually a lot of the land isn't in existence. But a lot of the valuable spots, like outside of like Salt Lake City, which literally no one would be living there before. They built it specifically on a spot that no one else would be on. Or like, I feel like Las Vegas might be a similar example, and I'm sure there are similar cities way inland that literally no one lived there before. But I do think that there is, it's a part of the American culture to be like, oh yeah, we take, something that exists and then they twist it. Have you ever tried American pasta or American pizza? It's like they got the recipe for pizza and tweaked it a bunch to make sure you could get more cheese in. The rest, American Chinese food is its whole own branch of food. Taking something and being like, but let's do this like our own way. That's how you do it. It's the American way, right? Like Thanksgiving is like, what if we took Christmas and made it our own holiday like a month early so we could have 2 Christmases? When I was younger, I wanted 2 birthdays, and everyone would say only the Queen gets 2 birthdays. Everyone in America gets to be the Queen, but, because everyone getting their own second birthday is too logistically hard, you get a second Christmas. Sounds like the dream to me. If you want something hard enough, and you believe hard enough, it works. I found out Toycat was streaming through Lovestar's stream, even though I have no tips on. Why is YouTube so broken? I'm glad everyone meowed back at me. I would love to have a chat via the stream with someone else, but to avoid disturbing Lovestar, I'll just say I hope she has a good stream. To be fair, isn't a big part of that, like, immigrants coming to the US and then making recipes with what ingredients are available in the US? Yeah, it's specifically, like, this is the thing, though, right? Wacky Pilled, if you want to go, like, a layer... This is, like, the fun thing about culture. But those people who came to the US and took the local ingredients to make it into their culture, those people became Americans. Because unlike, if you are a Thai person living in China, you are a Thai person living in China, even if you spend your entire life there. If you are a Danish person living in Italy, you are a Danish person living in Italy. But if you are a Thai person moving to the United States, you become an American. If you're a Danish person moving to the United States, you become an American. That's the thing that makes the country unique, or it was. I think a lot of countries are trying to emulate that. Who's to say to what success, right? But the being an American is almost, being born there, like, makes you, like, a type of American. I would argue, not in this stream. I'm not going to get into the Native American controversy. You are a type of American who is local, a local American, a born American, but you also can create Americans. Is that, it's a fascinating thing. Also, nice elf suit. What happened to my membership, says Johnny Woodstock. Wow, sounds like you should remember to remember. Yeah, so, chat, I'm looking forward to Streamless. I'm hoping that I have a good time with it. So yeah, anyway, I had a cocktail having calendar. I'm going to drink this first while I talk to you about this. So chat, I got spicy margarita as my first cocktail of the... Ooh, I can smell it all the way from down there. Let's go for a little sippy sip. Also, but yeah, strong. But yeah, I'm looking forward to Streamless chat, and the reason I'm looking forward to Streamless is because it's gonna be a good little holiday. I think it's gonna be an opportunity to do a bunch of streams, and to have like this kind of like the daily streaming vibe. But I am thinking, like, I think I would like it to be like, I still want to do like the one-off streams that are fun, like beating Minecraft, but no armor or no tools or whatever. Maybe no tools and no armor would be fun. I would love to do like my like one-off challenge runs. I think a lot of people who don't usually watch streams will tune in for that. How long is this bridge? Says Kevisaw. It goes all the way to 0-0. It's not exactly 0-0, but it might as well be. So we're now halfway across the bridge one way, which means that it's going to take me 45 minutes to make it all the way home, and then another 45 minutes back, and then I have to go home again. Anyway, so we're in dire need of Thanksgiving-centric bangers. I'm sorry that I cannot provide you sausages, but I'm not going to be doing that on this stream. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to doing some Streamless as an opportunity, honestly, to play a bunch of my Let's Play World. Also, you halfway mark. Yeah, exactly, Raider Dan. Halfway mark indeed. It's technically, I'm gonna accept that it's the halfway mark. It's much happier than thinking about any alternatives. Some challenges with the Illager outpost on that huge spike would be fun. Oh, tell me about what you think would be good for the Pillager outpost on the huge spike. What could I do with it, Dan Mahoney? That would be a good thing. I was talking about music, Toy Cat. Oh, you want music themed around sausages? Not sausages themed around Christmas? I mean, I can do my best for you, but wait, is there Thanksgiving music? Sorry, I'll stop being facetious for a second, and I'll say, I did not know that there was Thanksgiving music. That is a category that I find to be very interesting. Now that I know it exists. You're on a road to nowhere? The talking heads would be proud, sir. I hope they would be proud. So yeah, this little diagonal spur of the bridge makes it feel a little bit more bearable, a little bit more unique, a little bit more special, something like that. Glad that it's here. See, what's funny is I think once we get home, I have to really think about what I want to bring out there and leave out there, Lack of livestock made them depending on wild hunting, unable to create large populations and progress as much as European Asian countries. Yeah, one of the biggest, to be fair, there's no consensus amongst historians. It is one of the biggest mysteries. Jingle Bells is a Thanksgiving song. Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell rock. Jingle bell rock. There's nothing in there that is explicitly Christmas, is there, huh? The joke was we got no Thanksgiving music. Is there not? Also, streaming 9 to 5 again this December, Toy Cat. Streaming 9 to 5, what a way to make a living. It might actually make sense to stream 9 to 5. The thing is, I think I would have to get... The only way that I could, like, do it, right? Because this is the thing about... I work a job where the amount of hours I work is near enough irrelevant to how much I get paid. The thing that would make me want to work 8 hours a day on top of my videos and stuff. The thing that would be required probably... Hey, Bonnie Pillow! Do, 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 do. The thing that would make me want to is if I could, like, crack what it is that makes... It's like a really hard thing with streaming. I feel like I haven't nailed it in a while. But certain streaming concepts and certain titles... Like, the Literally Just series, a lot of people might not know this, but it started because people loved clicking on literally just doing something dumb. Like, anti-clickbait was all the rage on YouTube at the time. And so people loved the literally just doing mining for a bit because it was the opposite of what streams were. Remember when you did it for 3 days in a row a few years ago? Just to be clear, I did a 9 to 5 for a full week. Just my week started on Wednesday and ended on Thursday. And obviously I had a weekend off, or ended on Tuesday. It was a full 5 days, just with a 2-day gap in them. But within 7 days, I worked 5 9 to 5. I had a lot of fun with it. It gave me a lot of time to work in my Let's Play world, which was nice. Who made the thumbnail, Mr. IBX? Wow, great question. The person who made it was Scoopsky Cat. I mentioned it at the start of the stream. It's in the description. And if you want to know more, it's good. I saw your non-edited, no food run today, and new, better, cough version of that could be. So no food Minecraft would be a lot easier now than it has been in the past, that's for sure. Do something else with the Void Seed, it's so fun. Yeah, the Void Seed is like a good, if you were to make a long-term world, it'd be perfect to make something crazy out of that. Otherwise, I'm not too sure. Yeah, this, my spicy margarita is very much margarita and not very much spicy. But it's good in its own little way. It's warming me up, chat. Oh, yeah, I just got back from a big bike ride, actually. Oh, speaking of bike ride, I need to send footage of it to my editor. It is important. So I'm going to crawl forwards while I do this. But yeah, I got back from a nice bike ride, chat. So, yeah, I'm going to just quickly go to the Discord. I'm really blessed. Something most people are unlucky to not have is Discord only lets you send like 5 megabytes if you're a normal user. But if you have whatever the premium level is, you can send 500 megabytes. And it's like the only way to actually just send a file to someone if it's a video, and I send a lot of videos to a lot of people. So, pro tip. For anyone watching this who specifically has a that need in their life. I suggest sacrificing as many mobs as possible to the void. A cow would be simple, but what about a ravager? That is a fun idea. How many mobs can I sacrifice to my terrifying hull? Although now, at that point, why don't I do that in my Let's Play world? How many mobs can I sacrifice? That would be such a silly idea. I kind of like it, though. Instead of having a museum of all the mobs, throw as many mobs as I can into my hull. Andrew Danger Andrews. It's true. Are we still all your wives, or did you divorce, chat? Don't worry, ghosts. I have not initiated divorce proceedings yet. But yeah, one of the things I think I want to aim for this December, I'm going to just give it a trial run. Chat, I think that... You ever heard the phrase, you can take a horse to water, but you can't make it drink? I think that a lot of people don't realize that this is how it works with YouTube audiences. Like, a lot of people think, like, oh, yeah, well, you know, she's an influencer, so everyone's going to buy her tea or her map or whatever it is that people promote. But actually, it's like very few people will. I've launched, like, I launched t-shirts way back in the day before YouTubers did that. And I sold, like, 3 shirts over the, like, months that I promoted it. Because as much as I would say, here is a cool product that I think you should buy, it's like, yeah, if people don't care about the product, if no one wants an IBX Toy Cat t-shirt, then it doesn't matter. Right? Like, you could do a set spawn in the Never Run. Oh, that's fun, actually. You know, let's go for it. Chat, right now, do you have a fun challenge run you would like me to do? Let's hear them all right now, and let's come up with it together. I like the idea of feeding mobs to the void. Toy Cat's terrifying hull is hungry. I feel like that is going to be the most unhinged stream. But it does actually sound quite fun to try and get a Ravager in there. I have some ominous bottles, so I could feasibly make that happen. And it would be very fun, right? It would be very fun. It's crazy how much they sound like a human. Oh, a fox sounds like a human. Yeah, foxes, they sound like a woman screaming. That's my experience. I don't know if we've got different foxes here or there or whatever. But you have to, like, second guess, like, is there a woman being murdered? Or is a fox just having a good time? But yeah, it depends on the strength of your arm. So yeah, set spawn in the Nether is Polly's idea. And I like the idea of Nether set spawn. Because it's a, it's a unique way to play Minecraft, right? Having to start in the Nether means getting wood is harder, getting stone is harder, etc, etc. I think I might enjoy doing a Nether only run. I love the Nether challenge idea. What would the scope be? You always have to make it beat Minecraft, I feel like, but then that means leaving the Nether. So instead it could be how do you get to Netherite without leaving the Nether? And that's kind of fun, like 0 to Netherite starting in the Nether. That's probably the hardest thing that you can do, right? I feel like merch really depends on your audience. I feel like you need an audience that is mostly a set demographic that can't be easy. I guess you could make the argument that the reason for it not working is that, you know, like, but yeah, that's my point, I guess, is that certain people like certain things. So I've got a, for example, the Let's Play world did better than my wildest ambitions. Boss Blitz did better than my wildest ambitions because it made Minecraft harder. I made Toolcat's Toolkit, which was my aim was literally, here is something with every single tool I would want if I was using an add-on for survival. But because it was like a hypothetical, my whole channel was based around, I don't want add-ons that make Minecraft easier, I want add-ons that make them harder. Way fewer people bought it than I thought. I don't want to drop any numbers. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to drop any numbers. But it went way worse than I thought it would. Whereas the Let's Play world outsold it by like, maybe a factor of like 20 or 30. So what I think, to this day, Boss Blitz is still like selling. Like, you know, there are you know, like almost a dozen people a day buying it, even though I haven't promoted it all, right? So that's how successful that initial promotion was. Whereas I could talk about shirts every single day, and you know, I talk about, say, as an example, like memberships quite a bit, and the number of people that become a member seemingly was much more reliant on, you know, having a few good member-only Let's Plays than it was on how much I mentioned it, which is interesting. Also, speedrun getting minus 64 blue wool. Hey, I saw that. I saw that video. I think it was lime wool, but I saw a good video on that. Yeah, I really love speedrunning. It's a shame that the tech evolved faster than like me. Bridge walking simulator. So we're half an hour into the stream and we are getting close to home. Are the shirts still available though? Not the old ones. They might be, actually. I should find out, but I won't tell you where they are because I don't. The money won't go to me if they are still available. IBXToycat.store is the new merch store, but still, I get a royalties payment at the end of the month for like $7. Sometimes it's like a very you know, it's not a productive form of thing. Whereas, you know, I have something that I'm much more excited about. That I think hits all the boxes for people who like this channel. That the plan is to launch this month. The plan is to launch it really soon. In fact, probably during Streamless, actually. I have the... I got one of the coolest opportunities. One of the things I wanted to work with forever reached out to me, which is like... I don't know, like, I think that's, like, so cool. It's like, you know, like... It's like if you were looking at the girl, you know, the girl from across the room, and she comes over to you, you know, says she's got 2 tickets to Iron Maybe, baby, you know, come with me, maybe, don't say Friday. You know, when she said, you know, it's like that, but I had it with a company that works with very few creators. It was cool. It's very cool. Is this the thing I'm thinking about? So hype. Yeah. So we worked with an artist. We got like a special like founders limited edition. We've worked out the logistics behind me signing every single one of them. I'm so excited, chat. But like, yeah, I think that probably it's set up so they actually set up like with makeshift. If you sell too few, you lose money or whatever. Also, classic lyrics. Yeah, I nailed those lyrics perfectly. I'm glad that you understand, Chantal. Okay, so I think I'm going to place... If I've got the rest of these slabs here anyway, I might as well make the bridge on the other side of what will be the ice. Just because it will look a bit more appealing, you know? So let's... Oh, no, I don't know how many spruce planks I have. So we'll make a few, though. We'll make a good few. And then we'll make a good lot few, actually. Let's go for it. Plenty of spruce slabs to make, plenty of pathway right over this way. So, yeah, I'm kind of jealous that your pathway is only 1 row. Due to my stupidity, I require 3 rows due to my attention span. Oh man, that would be a lot harder. I do have to say. Although if I made this just an extra block wide, it would remove a lot of my fears and concerns. Maybe I should bring a bunch of extra blocks so that I can do that. That might not be the most terrible idea. Anyway, though, yeah, I wear my Toycat shirt a lot, but to be honest, most of the image and text is one up now. Yeah, I wore mine so much that it happened too. You know, it's kind of sad. Also, tell me why breeding a perfect donkey is easier than breeding a perfect horse. Why? Because the perfect, you know, Minecraft are listening to the feedback that horse breeding is arse, and so they have applied your feedback accordingly. Okay, so Minecraft, but you're in adventure and it's peaceful and you can't open your inventory and your screen is upside down and the worst marketplace pack is installed, and if you say something sus, the stream ends. Wow, that's a powerful collection of ideas. I'm making a bridge next to your bridge now. So this section of the bridge is going to be an ice boat, James Weston, all the way to the mountain over here, because this is a section I probably will use quite a bit. And just to make sure that if I do make a mistake, I don't immediately fall off, having a guardrail on both sides is a good idea. Although it should have been a guardrail, right? Not a thing on the side of it. It should have been up a... Whatever. I made a mistake. Yeah, that's a dumb mistake, actually. Maybe if I have a third block that's at this level, I could have a guardrail as well. Yeah, that's an idea that I should work on. But yeah, so I've been trying for too long to get it perfect. So, okay, chat. I like starting in the nether. I like feeding mobs to my terrifying hole. What other challenges or fun things would you like to see me? If we got a bunch of streams to do, usually I can't do a lot of ideas that I want to. You know, I'm time limited because I only do so many streams a week. What streams would you like me to see? I can picture you on an ice bridge in a boat humming Coconut Mule. Now you don't have to picture it. Now you've seen it. Oh yeah, my stomach is warm, chat. So, are you going to try Hytale when it comes out? Yeah, of course. I have a lot of people. Chat, this is a scary number of people have become Hytale loyalists to the point where they're like, Toycat said that Hytale's price was good, but he also said that buggy games are not good, and Hytale is going to be a buggy game, but it is going to be good, and therefore Toycat is a Minecraft shell. Oh, look at Mr. likes his games to be functional over here. Such a Mr. corporate man. And there's a large number of people who are in this Hytale hype bubble that are like, yeah, Toycat is the devil. I've seen someone also say, like, and Silent Whisperer. He also said that buggy games are bad. What's his problem? Does he not understand that buggy games are the best? And so, needless to say, there's been a little bit of, you know, chaos in the world. Beating Minecraft, but the controls are inverted. I do like that idea, but like, can you invert your controls? I might need to download an add-on for that. Beat Minecraft using only copper items and blocks. I don't think that... I remember I did it after the Tricky Trials came out, and it was the least, like... No one really minded that much. I like the idea of beating Minecraft with a spear, but we kind of did it already in the preview. Silent knows a thing or two about bugs, though. Yeah, you know, that is a funny point, actually. Okay, so do you think I can do this at full speed, chat, or is this dangerous? I mean, it is dangerous, but I should be able to... Oh, God, yeah, this is scary. I don't know if I can do that correctly. So we'll just do it this way, just to keep things moving. I was excited for Hytales when it was revealed, but now it's like Elder Scrolls 6. I'll believe it is real when it comes out. So they've taken a pretty bold approach, Ghosts. Instead of saying, we will wait till we can meet your ambitions and your predictions, instead they're saying, we are going to release something that is bad, that will become good later. It is not going to be a good game, but by getting it out, they make sure that they start the cycle of, like, actually becoming a profitable game. And I kind of admire the logic on that. Because they're being quite honest about it, at least. So yeah, another lobster roll eating stream, but everyone at home has one too. Let's eat a lobster roll together. By the way, Beth Altair, yes, it's dangerous. Oh, okay, I'm just gonna... Oh no, it's gone forever. So be careful about doing that. Look at that, chat. I've got 2 bridges now, but I still can't beat Minecraft crouching. Okay, so I like Minecraft with no food, giving that a little another try. It's a classic one that I've never quite pulled off, but I bet it will be easier now than before. YouTube says this stream is 13 hours long. Well, I guess I better cancel my plans for the next 12 hours and 20 minutes. Yeah, I beat Minecraft, but crouching is a... You know, Fincraft's... It's a tricky one, beat Minecraft, but crouching, because that should be a good idea in theory. but I feel like it actually might not necessarily be. Play Minecraft, but you install the highest rated add-on. Minecraft, but every time someone tips, I spend their money on an add-on. That's actually like a silly idea, right? Pay to win Minecraft. Every time someone tips, I add an add-on. I want to download less stuff from the marketplace now, though. It's like the more you download, the harder it is to find the stuff that you own. And I know that's like a very niche problem, but it's like I have a lot of add-ons that I like, and every additional add-on I download that I don't like as much waters down my pool. Yeah, is there any Christmas-themed horror maps you could play? Christmas-themed horror? What happened in your childhood, Polly E? What sort of thinking is that? Like, do you have any birthday, do you have any, like, I don't even know how to link that in together. Do you have any gore-themed Easter Bunny outfits? Like, I don't know. What are you going for? It's a great use of the marketplace store, being in the pause menu. Yeah, that's a good point, Ghost. Okay, now I think that's a really good idea. I think it's the dumbest idea. But like right now, if I went to go and browse add-ons, right? Could I find the highest rated add-on and just download it? So Minecraft add-ons, best-selling add-ons is not the same as... So this is just add-ons right now. So you can see all add-ons, but that's not a useful category. So we go to all add-ons. Oh, so you can't search this anymore. It's just add-ons. So it's you actually can't... They've removed... Okay, so search is here. So we hit search. And then we can go to add-ons. And then we filter by add-ons. And we sort by rating high to low. So the first add-on we download would be craftable mob houses. And then we'd get celebration food. This would be so silly. More simple structures. And then uncaged. And then hermitcraft TCG. How does that become an add-on? How does that become useful? So you can play it? Okay, that's actually kind of cool. I think that's silly, but cool. I think it's fascinating, by the way, the number of Java YouTubers. I've spoken to a few. Also, Love Starsky, hello, happy November, happy Thanksgiving Day. No, happy Black Friday. Actually, there we go. Happy Friday of Deal Friday. Hope you're having a great one. I heard you said meow earlier, and so I'll meow back at you. Meow. There we go. Look at that. Nailed it. Hope you're having a good. Hope you're having a good one. I'm in the midst of what might be considered the biggest nightmare ever. I've got to walk 14,000 blocks on a narrow 1 block wide pathway. So like it's not quite enough to not focus on. I definitely have to keep myself centered. But yeah, it is an important task. It must be done, and so I am doing it right now. But yeah, hello Toycat from Lobstar Stream. I hope you are Desert Well. I am Desert Well. Toycat talking about Hermitcraft is like the maths teacher talking with the English teacher. You know, my PE teacher and my English teacher dated. My English teacher was the most bitter old woman in the world. And she was significantly less bitter anytime he was around. And it was like the kind of like, okay, we need to make sure that he is around as often as possible, because then she will not be that way. It's like, I don't know if anyone else had this. Like, I feel like there are two types of parents. Maybe there's more types of parents, but within my experience, if I went round to a friend's house, my friend's parents would be like, oh, hi, you are my friend's son. Now you are here just like my son is here. Whereas my parents be like, we need to make sure they think this is the best place ever. We're gonna be so nice to these people. We're gonna provide them with everything they could want or need, because they are guests and guests must be looked after. And so my mother she had a little bit of anger inside of her sometimes, but if there were guests around, she couldn't get angry. So she would just give me a look straight in the eye. Just like, yeah, just so you know. Also, yeah, Love Starsky. Good luck on the Nightmare Project, Toycat. Gonna head out. Take care. Thank you. And apparently, I'm guessing by the spike in. Thank you for the YouTube raid. Wow, that's what a cool thing that YouTube has. Have a good Black Friday. All the way over there on the other side of the world. I was just talking about how I want to be back in America for Thanksgiving. I miss a fancy turkey. I've not had a fancy turkey in a very long time, and I would like some. Beat Minecraft, but only using the worst rated add-ons. Yeah, maybe instead of Minecraft, but every time someone tips, instead of buying the best add-on, we could buy the worst one. Are we sharing childhood trauma? How nice. No, the opposite. I'm saying it would be cool because if there was someone round, my mother couldn't be angry. She had to be on her best behavior. So she'd look at me and be like, ah, yeah, you got me. I can't be mad at you now. We'll have to talk about this one later. A critical turning point in my life was walking my English teacher and my business teacher going at it in the teacher's lounge. You could say that they were getting to business. You know, he sweet-talked her, and she sweet-talked him, and he decided that, you know, they should get right to business. Sounds like a match made in heaven. So how many days are we on in this hardcore world? You know, Lilith, do you want to know the answer? How bad do you want to know the answer? Because depending on your answer, I might just be able to give it to you. But only if you really want it, you know? I'm going to gatekeep the knowledge because there's no way you could find out for yourself. And so I won't, I'll make sure that you only know if you really want to know. I'm being mean. It's 243 days played right now. So we're on day 244 is how that works, if you're curious. Yeah, we want to go all the way back this way. And I think that getting this boat to do it would probably be for the... No. If we break the boat, it splits into two, right? It doesn't keep its inventory. It should, like a shulker box, really, but it doesn't. So we need to make another boat right now. And then we'll leave that boat over there and deal with it later. So here's a boat. Let's ride the boat all the way this way. Okay, chat, the ideal way to get a boat moving is you want to have it, like, be perfectly forwards. So that when you get... Oh, look at this. This is the dream. The boat is perfect, chat. We can zoom along it, only risking... I need to put a shield on, because there might be a skeleton or something that spawns on here. Oh, it's perfect. I'm so bad at putting a boat down on ice perfectly, but I did it today, chat. Oh, it's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. Have you ever seen a thing of beauty like this? I bet not. Oof. It feels like that should have caused some problems, but it didn't. Look at this, chat. Oh man. I'm reacting a bit too strongly here, but it's so cool. Look how fast this is going. If I'd made my entire highway this long, it would have taken way longer. But given the number of trips that I'm making down it, it probably would have paid itself off. So this is where I store my chest boat with all the... Oh, that's not a chest boat at all. This is where I believe I store my logs. Oh, I can't actually go any further this way. So that's a reminder of why you can't have blocks like this over here. There's polar bears ahead of me anyway, so I guess we can't go any further. Just roam right through here. And place blocks below this one. And then get out. And yeah, it's a tricky problem, but one that we can theoretically fix at least. So now we place a block lower down here. And then a bunch of blocks there, and then that should solve the same problem. I don't want it to be possible for me to jump off into the void here. So that is an empty chest, which means I do need to go that way to get more wood. Which is what I will do. Except that polar bear has a child, so let's just kill the polar bear. That is my solution. He will drop a cooked piece of meat into the void. And the baby polar bear, like, whatever. He can do his own thing. Let's go. Did I pick him up? I think I did pick him up, chat. Which means if we come across an adult polar bear, now it's extra terrifying, because the adult polar bear might cause me some real issues. But we'll hope that doesn't happen. So we're zooming, and there is my Skygloo, chat. Isn't it a thing of beauty? I don't know why there's water going down to the ground right now. That means I've made some mistake that I haven't rectified, or some water has started to melt. In either case, though, I'm finally home. It took 51 minutes just to get home. And my Minecraft crashed. Yeah. That's fun. It's been a while since Minecraft crashed on stream. It crashes quite a lot in the current versions, but I'm really lucky it only crashes, like, if I'm loading up a world for the first time. Chantal says, I hope I never walk in Toycat and Hermitcraft going at it. Thank you for sharing that joke. My parents are actually a maths and a first language teacher. Oh, that's fun. Your parents? Oh, wait. It's going to kill me again, chat. It's going to kill me again. No, because it's going to spawn me in the... It's going to do it. Oh, no. I'm lucky. It spawned me here. But my boat is going to be all the way over there, right? Minecraft... I'm just grateful I'm alive. I'm just grateful I'm alive. But you can... Ah! Did you see that, chat? I swear to God, I didn't intention... What the... Okay. I'm fine. I'm fine. Are you fine, chat? I hope you are fine. Because I am lying about being fine right now. Oh. No boat for you. That was very weird. Yeah, Minecraft, when it crashes, it deals with it quite poorly. Which is interesting. Like, entities will be in the correct spot, but you will not be. And then when it tries to, like, reconcile, it does some weird things. Okay, do I have more wood that I didn't bring, or do I need to go chop it down? I guess we'll find out. Let's go to sleep, first of all. Easy peasy. Bug rock moment. Bug rock moment, indeed. So, yeah, I do feel like for a super long-term series like this, you need to be really outside the scope of any bugs. And that doesn't describe where we are in the current world, if I'm being entirely honest. This is like the dream that you're scrolling your phone before waking up. Bingo Lingo, I hate to tell you, but it's not normal to have dreams about scrolling your phone. That is a sign that you might need to use your phone less. Again, hate to tell you that. No one wants to be told that they should scroll their phone less. Everyone wants to be told. Oh, sorry, copper armor. I would love some copper armor. Let's grab some. Oh, yeah, copper helmet. Ah. Chat, I can't get the copper helmet without serious risk to injury. Also, I need to get more cooked chickens and some other stuff too. Okay, so let's grab this all. Have to be a little bit careful about it. But we're up now. I should be fine now. Yeah, let's get a bunch of logs. Probably. Ah! Yeah, I should have dealt with the skeletons first. Why can this guy not be hurt? Oh, there's a single log up there that is keeping him in business. But yeah, let's grab that. We've now grabbed the copper, which is good. We'll do some fun things with that. But first we have to do the annoying... You know, I've been bridging for so many days, but now I need to bridge in this world to get that last bit of the other tree gone. So, block, block, block. Eat, eat, eat. Drop, drop, drop. And now the tree will finally vanish. But we'll do the same for the other tree too. It'll be good. I've never once had my phone in a dream. How odd. Yeah, it's a fun thing. You can tell if you're in a dream because your phone won't work. And, like, whenever my phone isn't a dream, I try to use it. It doesn't work, and I go, oh yeah, my phone's not working. This is a dream. So my dreams try not to give me my phone, I think. Like, a lot of people say light switches don't work in dreams, but that really doesn't come up very often for me. Like, it has come up, like, once. I think recently, I realized I was dreaming because the light switch wasn't working. But it's way more often that I realize I'm in a dream because of my phone. I used to be so into the concept of lucid dreaming. It's, like, such a fun idea. Like, you know, if you're going to be imagining scenarios in your sleep anyway, shouldn't they be good scenarios? Like, we have such a negativity bias wired brain that, like, our brain is like, yeah, it'd be much better if you imagined how if you went to school and you were naked, even though you last went to school X number of years ago, than if you imagined that you had superpowers. I love dreaming. I've maybe only had like a dozen lucid dreams in my life, but I always imagine like I can jump in the sky now, and I have it's fun. It's like, oh yeah, it's like playing a video game. Because if you try to like get your dream to like render things, it can't. You'll break the dream and you'll wake up, or you'll start to wake up. So instead, you gotta like make the changes minor. You gotta be like, and now I can jump 5 times as high. Now I can run real fast. Now, you know, when I was a teenager, wow, look, here is my teenage crush. Wow, look how excited she is to see me. You know, like I feel like, you get your dreams are a fun opportunity if you ever get that. And so, some people like claim to be really good at lucid dreaming. I just don't believe them. I think that it's cool I think it's a cool thing to imagine. I think that in reality your brain is kind of fighting back against you because it wants you to be dreaming and not actively awake. Because the opposite of that is sleep paralysis. Sleep paralysis is absolutely terrifying. Have you ever had this chat where your body wakes up, but your mind wakes up, but your body does not, and so you're there trying to move, but your body just can't move. Anytime you imagine moving, you go back into your dream, and you have a dream about how you're moving, and you're like, oh, I'm awake, and then you wake up again, you're like, oh no, I didn't move. I'm trying to move so desperately, and you get like real anxiety. Is that just me? Okay, that's just me. Wow, trauma sharing with Toycat. Isn't today going well? Toycat's true form is an anime girl? Yeah, exactly. Is your true form not an anime girl? Are we not all anime girls at heart? You know, is the anime girl not just, you know, in the same way is, you know, like, if you look at religious symbols, it represents something that's inside all of us. Is there not an anime girl inside everyone? Just trying to jump out? My tiniest, most pet peeve is when Toycat says Minecraft, he only means Bedrock. I always separate the editions. Yeah, there's Minecraft and there's Minecraft Java edition. Dasher, look at it. It's called Minecraft right here, right above Browse Add-ons. I've had that twice. It's terrifying. Yeah, it really is. I used to have a phase of getting it frequently. My pro tip, if anyone deals with this a lot and I don't know, it makes them scared of being asleep, just hold your breath until you wake up. Or until you go back to sleep, I guess. That's started happening to me recently. Is I'll hold my breath and then my body is like, you are holding your breath in the dream. And then I like slip away. But yeah, like if you hold your breath, your body will like forcibly wake you up to let you, you know, like get your breath out and you go, you know, that sort of thing. Your dreams, your body doesn't allow you to hold your breath to death, thankfully. And so that is the way past it. So yeah, I think that I realized there was one 7 months ago. It says Crash Gaming. Yeah, it's a very common thing on the internet, right? Everyone's secretly an anime girl, maybe even without the anime in some cases. But yeah, I had sleep paralysis and woke up my face on top of the pillow. Says Bill Gates fan. I thought I was gonna suffocate. So can I ask, Bill Gates fan, are you a fan of Bill Gates or is the name ironic? I literally, like, Bill Gates to my mind was like the example of like, oh yeah, you have a bunch of money, so you do philanthropy. He's obviously become wealthy, which like technically goes against that idea, but he's giving away ludicrous amounts of money. And then it wasn't until like somewhere in the vaccine thing that like, you know, I had a family member be like, yeah, everyone hates Bill Gates, Andrew. Don't you understand? Like he's funding and blah 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 blah. He's buying up all the farmland in America is what he's doing. And then there was like a lot of like money being spent by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, right? A lot of money being spent on like, you know, like their image specifically. So I want to know, like, am I out of touch? Like, am I out of touch for thinking that you might not be a Bill Gates fan? It was ironic. I made it when I was 11. See, okay, see, that's interesting. I remember, maybe this will tell you, I don't think some people will like this fact. I think it's like, it's meant to be shameful now. But I remember being in school and being like, looking at the rich list and thinking like, okay, it's like a RuneScape high scoreboard. Bill Gates is 50 billion. That's the number to beat. If I want to be the most economically successful human, I need to work out a way to make 50 billion. And then I spent, you know, the next 3 years of my life working on a project that earned me like $5,000 total. And I felt like I was basically Bill Gates. Like to childhood me, $5,000 in 3 years was like, I am unfathomably wealthy. I didn't even know what to spend the money on, chat. I bought Mountain Dew. But, yeah, Bill Gates is a real-life supervillain. Oh, no. See, yeah, I'm out of the loop. Or either I'm out of the loop, or I would, like, you know, in my mind, I'm not. I'm like, I am the only person who is in the loop. But I feel like, yeah, it's interesting. That's the capitalist mindset. You know, but, you know, again, I feel like, isn't that the, you know, I wouldn't say it's capitalist, right? It's like, it's my RuneScape grind set. It's like, if you see someone with a 99 skill in RuneScape, your first instinct isn't, no one needs 99 in a skill. Your instinct is like, I should go for 99 myself too. You know, you see something big in Minecraft, you don't, yeah, actually, no, weirdly enough. I see something big in Minecraft and I'm like, you know, maybe you should have built something, you know, like that you can actually, you know, maybe I am secretly the anti-capitalist Minecraft player. I just want everyone to enjoy themselves in Minecraft. If you just want everyone to enjoy themselves in life, then it's terrible when people go out and earn money, especially if people are motivated to earn money. Also, oh yeah, is Iron Brew full sugar or not? Wondering if you got a tax break by doing that bath video sooner rather than now. Yeah, quite a lot actually, Chiliest Bean. No, actually, was it Diet Iron Brew? I think it was full sugar Iron Brew that I used. I think it might have been a mixture. But yeah, the sugar tax means that... Well, okay, you know, if you want to... So, Chiliest Bean, I don't know if you live in the UK. I remember vaguely that you don't, but I hope I haven't got that wrong. So if you don't live in the UK, what you might not realize is that because of the sugar tax, it's not that you pay more money for drinks of sugar now. Every manufacturer decided, rather than paying this tax, which is like hilariously small, it's 17p per litre. So, you know, like it's like a 5% tax. Every manufacturer decided rather than paying this 5% tax, they would replace something like 50% of the sugar. Sometimes it's only like 30%, but it's somewhere between 30 and 70% of the sugar with sweetener, sucralose, aspartame, etc., etc. And so you just it's really hard to pay the sugar tax. The sugar tax is a tax that means, you know, it's a really effective government policy at removing sugar, but a really bad policy at raising revenue, because it's so rare you can find a drink that has enough sugar to have the sugar tax in it. Not because they didn't exist before it, but because they've stopped existing because of it. Bill Gates personally added the marketplace button to the pause menu. Man, okay, now I understand why everyone hates him. But also, cheers, Bill Gates. You probably got me a few more sales of the Boss Blitz add-on right there. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. So yeah, let's make some more spruce boats real quick. We gotta make sure we do that as often as we can, because I know I'm gonna need more emeralds eventually. I'd rather have them locked down now. Then we'll go to sleep, and then in the morning we'll get back to this. When I get soda, I mix diet and regular soda anyway. Oh, Kirby dude. I'll be honest with you. Everyone says that tastes better. I watched a game theorist video on why. I've spoken to a chemical scientist, and they've explained to me, but it just isn't my experience. Sugar just feels good on a deep level, and sweetener is like 80, 70% is good. And so on a per calorie, or even if it's like 20% is good, on a per calorie basis, sweetener is way better. I drink so much diet. I drink so many diet drinks on a weekly basis. Maybe like the equivalent of like 10 Diet Cokes, right? Probably more like 8 or 9. That's not that ridiculous now that I'm thinking about it. But I drink probably one a day. And it's like either I can take away 100 calories, like a slice of bread, or, you know, like every week that's a slice of pizza or something. Probably a couple slices of pizza. Either I can have a couple of slices of pizza in a week, or I can have my drink taste slightly better. And I choose the former, not the latter. Sounds weird. I like zero sugar or full sugar, not some hybrid. Yeah, exactly, Chiliest Bean. Okay, yeah, Texas Freedom. I did think you were American, but I wanted to be sure. Try some Iron Brew if you find it in America. The Iron Brew that got exported, you know, last time I looked, I had a friend whose son was Scottish. And they really loved Iron Brew. That's a weird thing to say out of context, but they really loved Iron Brew when they tried it. But they got the good Iron Brew, whereas if you live in the UK, you don't get the good Iron Brew. It's a bit confusing that gave me full damage, but I'll roll with it. So I'm going to start placing some. I'm going to start mining some ice now. That is an important thing, and yeah. So I only drank orange soda as a kid, and now I can't drink fruit-flavored sodas. Oh, I love Fanta still. It's, I can't drink, like, more than 1 can a week, though. It's like, I have one, and it's like, yeah, that's good. That's good for a while. I'm good. I don't need any more. Thank you for offering, though. It's weird, actually. What's the Soviet equivalent of girders? I do not even know what the Soviet equivalent of girders could be. I love Pepsi Max, but after dieting, my body started rejecting it violently. Oh, that's interesting. Finn's Crafts. I kind of have the opposite. My body really tells me not to drink more sugar, full sugar drinks. My body is like, you do not need this. Whereas I can drink an unlimited number of diet drinks, and my body doesn't care. I mean, I say that I have stomach issues. Maybe it's the diet juice. Also, fun fact: Scotland is the only country in the world where Coca-Cola isn't the best-selling soft drink. So, Pickled Witch, again, you don't have to believe me. I'm just gonna tell you what I know to be true, and you can even choose not to fact-check me. You can choose to say I'm being paid off by Big Coca-Cola. But fun fact, that fun fact isn't true. I believed it the first time I heard it because it makes sense. But first of all, if I'm not mistaken, Coca-Cola is the best-selling drink in Scotland. I think Iron Brew is sold at, like, McDonald's and stuff there. But I believe that that's true, but that bit I don't know for sure. But second of all, there are lots of other countries where Coke isn't the best-selling soft drink because they don't sell Coke in every country. If you go to North Korea, Coke is not the best-selling soft drink. But even countries where it's sold, it's not popular everywhere. Iranian Coke or Venezuela, there's a surprising number of places where Coke is not the best-selling drink. And you can do with that information what you will. But I feel like I should share it nonetheless. By the way, this is my first Copperama chat. Isn't that fun? So let's make a few more boats. Make like 10 of them even. Or 8 of them, I guess, is where I'm going to be limited. And yeah, it's just nice to pick up some emeralds, isn't it? So yeah, let's now chop down a couple more trees, and then we should be good in our way. Every single stack of these is worth 500. So an extra 2 stacks should get me where I need to be. And then we'll also bring some stuff with us. I mean, anything is the best-selling anything in North Korea. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. That's not true. Iron Brew told me it's true. Oh, that's interesting if Iron Brew was saying it. Google says in Scotland it's Iron Brew that's the most sold. Okay, I'll trust that I got that bit wrong, but Coke is definitely not the best-selling drink in every country in the world. I fact-checked that last time it came up. Okay, you know what? Let's find out. Let's see if we can quantify. How many sales does Coca-Cola get in Scotland? Is that quantified? It's not publicly available, but it is a top-selling drink, recently surpassing Iron Brew in market share for some metrics. A 2023 report said that in specific takeaway platform, Coke accounted for 36% of the sales. That's not very useful, though. Iron Brew isn't Scotland's best-selling fizzy drink. Is from... that's from Reddit. Anyone who says... Okay, so fun fact. This is... I don't think it's true. Ugh. Yeah, I'm gonna say that I believe, like, I think based on, if you think about just how many more units there are of Coke, and how many, especially if you consider how many products of Coke, but I think that the only way Iron Brew could be better selling is if you consider there's one major Iron Brew. There's Iron Brew Extra as well, but it's basically Iron Brew versus, like, Coke, Diet Coke, you know, Coke Cherry. If you consider per SKU, then maybe it's better selling. But all the information I'm finding is saying it isn't the best selling drink. I looked at Google and other stories, not AI. Yeah, the AI story is what I read out loud, but you should not trust Google AI. It's wrong way more often than it's right, which is shocking, right? That's sad. Chat has forced the streamer down a Coke and Scotland rabbit hole. It's true. You really have. Yo, IBX, we know wood is renewable. We all know wood is renewable. Do we all know wood is renewable? I don't know that wood's renewable. Where are you getting that information from? Okay, so I'm gonna bring some sherry logs. I could have just brought some of these logs to begin with. It'd be cool to have a little pale oak thing at the end. But let's now bring some ice so we can extend the ice pathway as we go. And let's go on a journey, chat. Let's go on a journey. Okay, chat. So an hour and 12 minutes, an hour and a quarter into the stream. We're now heading back in the right direction. Hopefully for good. I've got 500, 1,000. 1,500, 2,000. I think I've got enough blocks. I hope I've got enough blocks. Yeah, I've probably got enough blocks to go all the way that I need to go. I mean, I need to be absolutely sure, actually. No, I think I need more blocks. Yeah, I think that this many stacks is not going to be enough stacks. I'm going to wait for another tree to grow. I'm going to chop that one down first. Or, in fact, I'll bring the stack of pale oak, and I'll use that as my last pile. Or, like, half a stack of one of these. So let's quickly take this pile out and put it over. So let's put one of these in. Okay, so just let's grab a couple more stacks of just anything. Because even if it's overkill, it'd be better to have overkill than underkill. So cherry logs. Let's use a stack of those cherry logs as my last little bit to get to the dripstone. Sounds good? Sounds good. That now means that I have 3,500 blocks worth of something. Which still doesn't quite feel right, does it? It still feels like there's potential for something going wrong there. So we'll grab any spruce logs that we can find hanging around. So we've got some extra dark oak logs here, which means I can take this 64. And so the last little bit of the road might be these, but hopefully it doesn't need to be. Keys, phone, wallet. I said I would bring some trees with me, which means I'm going to need to bring some grass with me. I can bring the grass back later, obviously, but I should still bring that. Or should I bring grass or should I bring dirt? I'll bring some dirt and some gravel. Yeah, I'll bring a bunch of gravel. I'll turn the dirt and gravel into something. That way I can leave some of the gravel there and it'll be good. Yeah, that's my plan, chat. That is my plan. Is it a good plan? Let's certainly hope so. I've got spruce wood. I'll bring that pile too. I just really want to be sure that I'm not coming back here, chat. Can I be sure of that fact? No. But I'll do my best anyway. Let's go. Actually, let's make this into slabs first. Let's just cut that, and then put that there, and then put that there, and then put that there. I'm very, very good at making slabs, as you can see. Then I'll leave those on the ground, and I'll come back out to grab the giant spruce log pile. Instead of these snowballs, which will go on the ground. Okay, we're going, chat! It's, in the morning, we are going. So like Pickled Witch says, phone, keys, wallet. If you push a wither into the terrifying hole, will it float down? If it doesn't see any targets. Oh, that's a fun idea. I could leave a wither with a name down there. That might be one of the strangest ideas ever, Dasher. And I will probably come to regret it. But I bet that would be so cool. I kind of want to give that a try. So you know, if we're on day 5 of Streamless, and I'm curious for what to do, let's try and do the most ridiculous thing in my Let's Play world. Please take food of you. Yep, phone's key wallet. I forgot the most important thing. So, yeah, let's put the saplings away, which go down here. Let's replace the saplings with the oak ones, because oak is probably better. Or even jungle. Jungle would be fun. Let's take some oak saplings. Yeah, let's take some oak saplings with us. It'll be good. And then let's grab some more food, because I don't have any right now, and food is important. So I've got 17 emeralds. I can trade that with the butcher. Are you a butchman? You are not. Are you? Yes, you are. No, you are. Back here. You, sir, need to give me your entire supply of this. So let's drop that on the ground. So trade. 64 looks pretty good to me. Let's go, chat. I'll put these away. And we're going on a journey. Have I got everything I need? I certainly hope so, but I honestly am just going to go. I realize that you have not been saying Dasher in every video I watch. I don't catch streams very often. I've not been saying Dasher in any videos. That's rude. Why have I not been saying Dash's name? Chat, today I got recommended a video from someone called Dasher in London. I just assumed they were Russian. I didn't listen to any of the audio. But I was like, isn't that fun that it's a common name? Like, because I'm sure to Dasher it is. It's like, yes, my name is the equivalent of Jean over here in Russia. It's common name. I do not know why you are acting like it's very common. That was a terrible Russian accent, and I am sorry. But yeah, on the other hand, if you are in the West, Dasher from our stream might be. We're gonna find a polar bear soon. See, I had it perfectly lined up last time, and I do not have it perfectly lined up this time, but that's okay. Oh, we're probably not gonna fall off the edge. This world certainly confuses me, but I like it. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Lenny Halloween. Your comment is all I need in life. Confuses me, but I like it. That's what I want to do to everyone that I interact with. I want to confuse you, but I hope that you like me anyway. Because confusion is it's a scary negative emotion. I mean, like, if we really psychoanalyze this one, I think that confusion is something that most people feel, especially people who that XP. A lot of people feel confusion more than the average person, I feel like, who watch these streams. Because it's, if you understand the world perfectly, or you're just prone to understanding the world perfectly, as some people are fortunate enough to do, then it's like, yeah, the world exists and follows a perfectly reasonable set of rules, and it all makes perfect sense. But I think that, actually the world doesn't make perfect sense. And there's a lot of things that are seemingly random that people get wildly upset with you for not knowing. I think the world is filled with moments like that. Like, whoa! Did you just eat your food because it was placed in front of you and someone said, please eat your food, I would love it, please don't. It's like, whoa, no, that's crazy. There's a bunch of etiquette rules in life that basically say the exact opposite of what you mean, and expect that people understand that what you are saying is the opposite of the words that you are saying. Like, one of my favorite examples of this is actually the food one, chat. If you, this is something I have no sympathy for people who are caught in this. We have accidentally built ourselves a culture war around what happens if your food arrives in a restaurant and everyone else is waiting for theirs. It's a problem in people's private houses too, I guess, but it's a problem for the restaurant mostly. They're like, what are you meant to do if your food has arrived, but the people around you's food has not? Oh, I don't know. There's nothing you can do besides be really confused, I guess. And it's like, well, no, actually, it's okay. This is nothing. Actually, the answer is like, you work out what the people around you would be most okay with doing. That's the actual correct rule, because most people don't mind, but they want to be consulted first. It's there's a lot of things that this is true for. A lot of people, I did some building recently, and I did some building when I moved into this house in like 2021, chat. No. Okay, so the baby panda's gonna be in here, and I'm just gonna kill the big one. Ah, what happened there? Okay, I don't know what happened there. I know I'm alive. Okay, I don't have a baby polar bear. Life is good. So you're gonna be very careful of stuff like that happening. Okay, so I only wait in solitaire for my kids who are waiting. Everyone else, I'm just gonna start eating. Yeah, the correct rule should be like, well, your food is probably hottest while it's here. So just, eat it, and everyone else will eat too. The only problem is if it's going to be like a significant delay, and even then it's like, well, are you going to wait for your food to get bad so someone else can have their food that is good? Because otherwise you might have the situation where you are, you finish your food before someone else eats, but then it's like, well, then the restaurant has messed up. You can't live your life under the assumption the restaurant's going to mess up. But like one of my favorite examples is like airplane seats. The airline gives you a recline button on your seat. There is a function in every single airline seat ever. Besides if you go on Ryanair or EasyJet or certain budget airlines, I'll concede. They do not have the button. But airlines have this button that allows you to recline. And some people are like, but you dare not recline. This button that you have is exclusively for if there is no one behind you. If there is someone behind you, no recline. The number of people who are like, the person in front of me just reclined their seat. Now my legroom goes from this to this. They're so selfish. And it's like, the airline gave you a button and you're mad that they pressed the button. And rather than adjusting it, because you get the same amount of legroom if everyone is reclined, the only thing that's really bad is if the person in front of you is reclined and you can't. If you're in the back row, I think you should be angry. You don't have a recline button on your seat, but the airline gave one to the person in front of you. Baby polar bear, not panda, thank you. Places ice next to bridge. Exactly, yeah, this is going to go all the way out to the ice island, so I want to make sure I get this right. Anyway, yeah, there are people out there that get deeply offended at this concept. And to, you know, my kind of take is like, yeah, it's silly that, because the correct answer, if you want to be like good etiquette, is you politely ask, could I recline my seat, please? And the person says yes, because they just want to be consulted. The only reason they're mad is because you reclined your seat. You did a thing that you have the ability to do without asking. So many people are happier if you just ask them first. And what's weird is that doesn't make any sense if you think about the world rationally. You asking has not changed what you're going to do, but it has changed the emotions of how someone receives that action. And so it's the exact same thing with like eating food before when it gets there. Any single person you ask, besides the most like 99% of people will say, yeah, of course, eat your food, it's right there. But by asking, you are providing them the ability to say no, and you are making it their choice. People value being autonomous and having choices a lot, even if it's being autonomous over your decisions. The airline giving you a button made explicitly to ruin the person behind you's meal. Yeah, so the actual, if you want to go, if you really want to, like, in my opinion, if you want to just say, I don't think I should ask, then the rule is you don't do it during the meal service, because there's not enough food during a meal service. But let's be real, how many airlines have a meal service? It's 2025. You know, the consumers have collectively said via our, you know, we have said via our collective purchasing preferences that the value you place on having a meal is 0. If there was an airline that had a meal on the flight and an airline that didn't have a meal on the flight, one was $308 and one was $300, you would book the airline without the meal. So via the collection of our consumer preferences. Whereas there's also like the argument about babies on planes. You know, it's funny, it kind of is actually, I guess. Is like, there is a baby on your plane, what do you want them to do? You want them to feel bad. That's the, people who complain about it. I used to be in this camp, like, I hate that there are babies on planes. I think it is aggressively upsetting that there are children on planes that scream and make you go, oh god, this already unbearable situation has become worse. Yet, what can they actually do? What can a baby on a plane do? That you just want the parent to look at you and go, pfft. Whereas the only thing that really upsets me is if someone has like a young child, they let run up and down the aisles while they do nothing. And it's like, oh, you've outsourced your parenting to a plane. But if you have a baby on a plane, it's like, yeah, I assume the baby needs to be somewhere. I assume if you could get away with not taking your baby on the plane, you would have. And so there's no actual like harm for that. I think you lined up the boat perfectly on the path the first time because you weren't holding your shield. Maybe equip it after getting in. I mean, that is one of the variables that changed, to be fair. So let's walk, if we can, straight on this path. Or at least let's do it backwards. I think it looks pretty if we do it this way. So yeah, now we've got a nice little pathway to the side of our iceway, chat. Unless it's an emergency, I don't think babies should be on planes. It's not fair to the baby. Yeah, I think that that's probably like a good rule for life. But I also think like what I learned from the pandemic is how if we try to make a rule that something should be only if it is essential, everything happens anyway for most people because no one does anything that they don't think are essential. And so people who bring their babies on a plane, hopefully they're not just going to Malaga to drink a week in a pool. But even if they are, maybe if that's what they need most in life, right? Who are we to say that drinking for a week in a pool is not the most important thing in the world if it is the thing that someone is willing to spend hundreds of pounds doing? It's, I don't know. Even as someone who, like, on a functional level, I hate screaming children. I don't think people get this, right? most people hear a screaming child and go, that's annoying. I hear a screaming child and I'm like, I hate everyone and everything that has led me to this moment. I lived with when I was like 20. I lived with my parents for a year in between moving out and then, you know, like buying a place so I could like save and get everything set up. Very lucky, incredibly privileged position, by the way. Even, you know, like you know, you can talk about all you like how, oh, Toy Cat, it's actually trauma to say your parent used to, you know, be super mad of you for whatever transgression. But actually, I had it incredibly good. That I got a situation to save a year's worth of rent, you know, like $4 grand plus utilities, probably another like $3-4 grand. Like it's effectively like having a bunch of money gifted to you, but you also feel like you did it yourself, so it feels better. Like, you know, people who have rich parents who do gift them money, you know, the parents don't say, here's a bunch of money for free, because it feels bad to get money for free out of pity. It feels good to feel like I did a great thing. But the great thing I did was living somewhere where they only charged me 100-something pounds a month for rent and utility. Yeah, it's great. Anyway, I know a lot of people who are taking babies under 1 on random holidays. Okay, you know, in that situation then, absolutely insane, and someone should really look at someone should really analyze what they are doing for and to themselves there. But yeah, I hear a baby and just like everything in my soul is telling me like this someone, and it makes sense, right? Like as a human, you're meant to be like, oh, this crying baby should be my #1 concern. But actually, I just think like I hate everything and I want to die. I want to be like I don't. Okay, you know what, chat? I'm sure at some point, you know, I'll have been around a young child that I care about. It hasn't happened yet, but maybe at one point I'll get it. Why is it not the standard that we get those? We have noise-canceling headphones. I think if you have a baby, you should get a noise-canceling bubble. Like we should, you know, like those baby carrier crates. Just have one that's sealed off and has tiny little air holes. That should be the standard. Why is your baby's noise my problem? Like have it so the bubble glows if it detects a loud enough noise, and then you know there is a problem with my baby. Like, why are we all suffering through one of the worst noises that, like, has been biologically engineered for us to have a bad time when we could solve this with technology? And it's like one of those things. It's like if you talk about, like, eugenics or something. People are like, whoa, I didn't pig you down for one of those people, so you can't. It's like, no, I just think that one of the worst things in life is avoidable and also doesn't add anything to anyone's life by having it. Like, if you are a bad parent and you would ignore the red light, okay, you need that child to be screaming at you. But in the same way that, like, I don't need an app on my phone that yells at me, you are committing a crime, stop committing the crime. I just don't commit crimes. Well, I mean, I commit crimes. You know, I have been known to, I did go through a red light recently, chat. It was terrible. It was only by a 0.2 second, but it was the worst. Anyway, also I sped in France. I broke the speed limit, maybe by 10 kilometers an hour or something like that. And the camera did flash at me, but French cameras can't give British tickets, British license plates tickets. So I'm entirely fine there. But you know, should I be entirely fine? Could you just place the babies in the baggage place? Yeah, I don't understand why you can't. On the one hand, good kids are fun to be around, but if they're not acting reasonably and hurting your ears, it's really not fun. Yeah, chat, what I want to know, okay. This is like the #1 decision. Like, you know, I'm in my 30s. I have to make this decision in the next 10 years. I need someone who is not invested to give me a real scientific answer. Is having a good or a bad child based on what you do with the child? Is it like teaching a dog tricks where you can do a really good job teaching it or you can do a bad job teaching it? Or is having a good or a bad child pure chance? If it's pure chance, I'm not taking a 40% chance that I get some little, you know, nightmare baby. I'm not taking that chance. You can't make me. But if it is, if the way it works is like, oh yeah, you just have to teach the, you know, you gotta teach the baby, or not baby, but you gotta teach the 3-year-old, like, don't be a little nightmare in public. Then also, does that mean you can speed as much as you like when you're in France, says Joe Daly? Oh yeah, it does. In theory, if you sped, in theory, a police officer could stop you, and they could issue a fine on the spot, but you would have to give them your address, and they would have to trust that address is correct. It might be a crime to give your address wrong to the police officer. So if you don't respond, then maybe... I'm sure it's like here, though. If you were stopped by a police officer and they ask what your name is and where you live, and you don't have ID on you, you know, the system relies on honesty. And so even if you were stopped by a police officer, it would probably be fine. But yeah, you can speed to an unlimited amount. But after a certain point, they will send people to take your car away from you. So you can speed, you know, French people can't speed even 3 kilometers above the limit. But British people can speed maybe up to 30 above the limit. Yeah, that's the answer. Poke hair holes in your suitcase and bag check your baby. Yeah, that would be the right response. I think it's a combination of both. No, I want to know, but I want to know the percent then. I want to know, like, you know, I feel like I'm a gambling man. I might take a 5% chance at a terrible baby. Or I would be much happier if it was like 0.5%. It's percent DNA, percent how you raise the child, in my opinion. Oh no, I don't want it to be DNA, because I was a bad child, and I'm sure therefore anyone that I care about will be a bad child. Does that mean that I shouldn't have a child? I bet, based on the way that I hated my childhood, that I was a bad child. Therefore, I think when you're stopped by police, you have 7 days to bring your license and insurance to a station here in the UK. Oh, but I'm talking about if you were a regular person. Because if you're stopped, your license plate is like a giant, you know, like, I am Mr. Andrew Andrews, and I live at 17 Wallaby Way, and you have all the information in there. Your insurance provider could even give you the police, like, your job occupation and where you work and stuff if you wanted it, right? Whereas if you're stopped on a train or you're stopped on a bus or something, and you don't have ID, or even if you have ID but you hide it or they don't search you, then it's like, yeah, I'm Mr. Steven Stevensons. I live at 1 Downing Street in Surrey, Kent. And unless they know that that's a fake address. And to be fair, most people can't come up with a good fake address on the spot. Because if you want to, your postcode and your rest of it have to match. So if you do want to do that, you have to come up with a good fake postcode. And all the good fake postcodes I would come up with are ones really close to places I've lived. So I could give you, there's a few things on the internet that require fake addresses, but they're all really close to my, not my like childhood addresses. So like an address for something that needs to be fake. I can't say any more legally, but there are some things that you literally have to give fake addresses for, internet. Because it needs a real address, but it can't be a real address, whole thing. Anyway, so there's some things you have to give fake addresses for, like credit cards. There's some bad life advice of Toy Cat. Can't really min-max a child. You get what you get. You try your best. But then I think that, I think you should be able to, Dasher. I think everyone should get a reroll. First of all, like, imagine having a child as a teenager. If you have parents who are lucky enough to take that from you, great. But otherwise, it's like, yeah, for people who really believe that, I'm going to go into the diciest topic in the world here, but if you believe that that's a life, then we need to make it so that you are as encouraged as possible to think, if I can't deal with this, I won't need to. So having a reroll is, like, essential. Everyone should get one. And then also, what if there is a 5% chance for bad child? I know you could argue a bad child would be a better child if it was raised by the man dressed as an elf, than if he was raised by some heartless, like social service. But I might argue the reverse. I can't give my childhood address because more places ask for a zip postcode and we don't have one. Does your childhood... Oh, because you were born in a different country. That's really interesting, assuming that's what you mean. I'm going to guess that's what you mean. Maybe I'm wrong, Xavier. I don't know your childhood situation. But postcode and zip codes are really... So many websites ask for a zip code. I'm really... Again, because a lot of... it's called American defaultism, right? Like US defaultism. A lot of websites are like, you need a zip code and a state for that. And so my state, I put England, which isn't that far off the truth. And for my zip code, I always use my my Vegas one. Because if you put 90210, which is the other most famous zip code, everyone knows it. But I think it's like 89172 or something like that is the Vegas zip code. There's a few of them because they got bigger and needed more. But I know my Vegas zip code perfectly. And it's, first of all, it's got a 69 in there, which is great. But second of all, I was born here but lived elsewhere. Okay, born here, lived in a place without a zip code. That is fascinating. Like, yeah, we assume the zip code system requires everywhere to have a zip code. The whole thing falls apart. The postcode system falls apart if everyone doesn't have a postcode. Small side note, Americans should just call their zip codes postcodes. The rest of the world calls them postcodes. They are codes for post. They're not codes for zipping. There's no zipping being done on any code. Ridiculous. Gotta say. While we're at it, estate agents and estate agents in most of the world, agents who will sell you estate, aka land and property, they're called real estate agents in America. Why do they have to clarify they're real? You know, imagine lawyers being called real lawyers in America. Ridiculous. Because most things in America, when they make it different, I actually kind of like admire. Like a solicitor here is called a lawyer over there because they do law. A lawyer, you know, if you will. I quite like a lot of American simplifications. Like, you know, does the word honor need a U in it? Maybe not. Does the, you know, like I like a lot of American simplifications. Even like pavement turned into sidewalk. I like to walk on the sidewalk. And I don't like people saying sidewalk here because it's like, oh, look at Mr. I've watched too many American movies and I don't understand the real world is not the internet. Like so I have to make this bigger. I don't know why I didn't earlier. But just to make sure I can go there on the way back. I might regret it if I turn out to need those blocks, but let's just hope that I don't. I have a postcode, but it's a code for a general area of the city. I have to go to a specific post office to get packages. So my postcode dasher is two parts. One of them is my specific area of the city, or a general area of my city. It's you know, it's a nice general area, I think. A lot of businesses will like name themselves after that general area. So like, you know, I live in E8. I think that's Canary Wharf. I hope that's right. As you all know, I am the millionaire businessman who dresses as an elf on the internet sometimes. But like E8 is like you know, it sounds like actually the place to eat, right? E8, eat. So that's like the general area, and then there's a more specific part that's your specific area. And so the same is true for zip codes. If I don't know if a lot of Americans know this, but your zip code is 5 digits. Then there's another 4 digits at the end. And so I don't know my 4 digits, but there was a 4 digits just for my apartment building in Vegas. Next 3 are like town and road / area. Yeah, first 2 is like nearest sorting office. Next 2 is general area. And then the next 3 is your road in the UK. It's kind of clever, really. The first 2 like make sense. The next 2, there is some sense to it. I had a you know like this Iron Brew discussion. Can we talk about tautology? I think that's the name. No, I don't think tautology is right. I think it's epistemology. Epistemology. Can we talk about epistemology, chat? What is it to know something? Like, I was chatting about this today over a lovely drink with a friend. But like, there are some facts that I know, but I don't quite get. You feel me? Like, I know that if you drink seawater, it will hydrate you less than it dehydrates you. Drinking seawater will never help you survive. It will only cause you to die faster. It doesn't even taste good. So you shouldn't drink seawater. And so if I'm in a boat with a bunch of other people, I can encourage those people not to drink seawater. But I don't really get it because most of seawater, it's like 99.7% water. So why is it that drinking 0.3% salt dehydrates me? Like, I don't get it, right? But I do know that it's true, and in a life or death scenario, I would use it. But I think it's quite dangerous to just know facts and not quite understand them, because you can first of all misinterpret the facts, and also it can go in quite a dangerous spot, right? And so I had a discussion with a family member about postcodes. This is where this comes in. And so it was because specifically Manchester postcodes. It was someone who had family in Manchester, and they were really proud that their family in Manchester lived in the M1 postcode. I think it's M for Manchester. I'm 99% sure. So they were really proud they lived in the M1 postcode because they're like, yeah, the 1 is always the center of the place. And I said, and then like after that, the higher the number, the further away you are. And I was like, oh, actually, I looked into this once because I assumed that was true too. I assumed if I live in E8, you know, the best place for food, that E1 would be the most central part. And I think actually E1 is. I think I picked a bad postcode example. E is East London. Because you don't have to clarify London. UK represent. Best city. My school's down the road from me, and XXXXXU. They were like XXXSW. Oh, they're sequential, I think, on my street here, but they're really semi-random. It seems semi-random because of the rest of it. Iron concentration, gradient pulls the water out of your tissues. But, like, if I drank a bunch of water and then drank the salt, would I be fine? I lived in M3 once upon a time. Ah, that's fun. You lived in the third most central part of Manchester. But I looked into it once because I assumed that was true. The way it works is E1 or M1 or MK1 or LU1 or WA1 or whatever it is, the first digit, if I'm not mistaken, it's just where the sorting office is. And the sorting office, it makes sense, especially from like olden times, to be in the most central part of the city, but it's not guaranteed to be. I think, I bet MK1, for example, Milton Keynes 1, is not going to be in the center of the city because that city has changed a lot over time. There was probably a sorting office there before. So M1 is the center, and then they try to build it around it, but it's fully random. I think in Manchester... Ah! I nudged my desk, and it almost knocked me off course there. Crazy how stuff like that can happen. Oh. Okay, I'm recovering. That's why the L postcode is for Liverpool. That's also a motorway. Oh, you lived on the M3, Pickled Witch? Man, that's dangerous. One car coming towards you, you'd be dead. I'm getting old. I've been watching you since I was 12. I'm 22. I am getting old, yeah. I'm having discussions about postcodes with people I know about now. You know, you're getting old, 404 Marley. You ever think about how 22... Like, think about it this way. When you were 12, if you dated a 15-year-old, that person would be a nonce. Now that you're 22, if you date a 15-year-old, you're the nonce. That's how old you've gone. You once were the nonce, and now you are the noncer. I hope you're not a noncer. I hope no one in my subscriber base is. But yeah, I think that I'm in the US and my mail isn't even sorted in this state. It's sorted 90 miles away. Mail is slow. No, mail is incredible. You don't understand how incredible it is. You can just put an address on some paper. I'm going to take the shield away now. You just put an address on a piece of paper, and then someone is like, yeah, I guess $1 is enough to send this to the other side of the country or the world. I think it's ridiculous. But yeah, 404 Mally, you are old. You have aged. You are ridiculous. You are, do you have an age where you're going to be like, man, I'm too old to talk about Minecraft updates? Or are you going to wait for life to try and stop you? So it's funny you say that, Codec YT. I think when I first started watching YouTube videos, I watched a lot of people who were around my age, you know, plus up to 5 years older maybe. And then I watched someone who was like 35, something like that. Also good to see you, Codec YT. Yeah, we've had many an internet disagreement, huh? Please don't even give the first half of your postcode out. Oh, I love the first half of my postcode though. It's a nice one. It's a but yeah, so anyway, so staying on my point here. Next episode of things Toycat shouldn't have said. Oh no, that's see right. I think that's perfectly valid. I think I'm not gonna defend it anymore though. But what I am gonna say is isn't mail quite fast nowadays? It's incredibly fast. Okay, so yeah, I think that I watched a YouTuber who was like 35, and then so like during the first like 7 years I watched them, they became 42. They semi-retired more or less from YouTube at that point, but they still post every week. I still see some of their videos. I kind of have the problematic viewpoint that I think YouTube could be a forever career. Would Minecraft updates make sense forever? Maybe, actually, right? You want someone you can trust for news. And the older someone gets, the more you can believe that they're not motivated by some temporary fancy. The only postcodes I know are E20 and E17. Thinks more to the media I consume. I'm guessing E20 is Canary Wharf now that you say it out loud, then. I don't know what E17 would be. London postcodes are easy. They're like NESW, NWSW, etc. Fun fact, there isn't a S postcode. S is Sheffield, I want to say. Or maybe it's reserved for Sheffield. And N would be Newcastle. Or NE, Newcastle. There's a few postcodes that don't exist in London, which like messes the city up. Because you go straight from northwest to north to east. And then straight from southeast to southwest. Alright, I'll delete the message so no one freak out. Oh, you got me curious. Oh, no. Yeah, what's the... oh, man. Also, I guarantee if you pay attention to good with maps, you could locate Toycat's house on the map based on the things he said in videos. Yeah, you have to with things you say, just like, you have, like, you know, I literally, in my delivery stream, you could just use the restaurants there. It's called triangulation. If you know your distance to 3 separate points, you know exactly where someone lives. You could locate my building from that, or at least within a degree of accuracy. You have to assume on the internet that people who really want to find something are going to find something. You can just hide for obscurity. Just don't tell people directly. Because the crazies are the people who are going to listen directly and be like, oh, Toycat lives in E8 10DW. I should come by his house later. Yes, that is normal. I will come to his house. And I will show him that I love him and buy him a marshmallow. We could triangulate him from takeaways. Yeah, exactly. Like, but yeah, you just have to, try and at least say, like, look, if you are interested, please don't. I've had private investigators, you know, like, who watch the streams be like, yeah, look at what I found. And it's like, but it's not that good. E17 is named after the air, and E20 is for EastEnders. Yeah, I think E20 does exist right now. Is E20 is EastEnders? That's fun. They have a fake tube station where they live, right? Oh, it's crazy that people have completely thrown out internet anonymity. Yeah, I think I could have done a better job at internet anonymity if I had started earlier. But because of there's so much that, like, once it's on the internet, it doesn't leave it. And so you know, if I tried to private that stream where I did delivery after 5 hours of it's like people take evidence of something being hidden as reason to share it. To this day, internet, I am still aggrieved at the number of people who are like, Toycat, I don't think this video was the right call. And so I said, okay, I'll unlist it, and when I get back, we'll talk about, you know, what's going on with that. And a lot of people are like, oh, Toycat privated the video, so I guess that means that he's trying to hide it from us. And there was a huge outrage based on that. It became the top post of the day on that one subreddit that loves YouTube drama. You know, there's a post on, like, you know, another popular one being like, oh, look at Toycat. He hates us so much that he's hiding his views from us. And so then I'm like, oh, I'll put the video up then. Okay, I'll make the ad revenue on the controversy if that's what people love. And then the next post is you know, like 8 hours later, top post of the day. Oh, Toycat thinks his opinions are so good. You know, Toycat stands by what he said as he publics the video. It's like, oh, you guys, you know, like it's actually just fun to dislike something and have a reason for that to be new. Because I even then left I left a comment, and then it was like, Toycat leaves a comment, says he will talk about it later. Oh, it's not so important that he'll interrupt his holiday. Don't read subreddits, kid. Subreddit drama or livestream fails? Yeah, I think it was livestream fails. It could be subreddit drama, though. I did make the mistake if I responded to the most unreasonable person with the most upvoted comment. Because I was like, oh, are you saying I'm literally not allowed? Anyway, I made a mistake. That became a whole thing, and I was like, hey, this never again will I respond to any... Did that private investigator actually find your address? That's wild. I think they found an old address, but the fact that you can, right? I hope they found an old address. Yeah, I think the internet would be a good place. I think internet anonymity kind of is one of those, like, everyone has it, except, you know, like, one of the early, like, we talk about cancellation a lot, but one of the earliest examples of someone being cancelled was that woman who chat. I don't know if anyone remembers this. This is a really early reference, but a woman tweeted out. She was just about to take off for a flight. Bad time to make this tweet. She tweeted out like, you know, just got my test results back. I have AIDS. JK, I'm white. Really, really poor taste tweet, right? Not a good joke. Not an okay thing to say, if I'm being entirely honest. But because it was the first exam, like, and they tweeted it as like Sarah, you know, Gino or whatever their name was, and so they tweeted out this, you know, not very smart, not very wise, not very thoughtful message. Then they got on a long haul flight. They had no internet for as many hours as it was, and so then they land eventually in, I think it was somewhere in Africa. They were going. And as soon as they landed, because they'd been disconnected from the internet for 13 hours, the tweet had gone viral. Multiple people had sent death threats to her family. She'd been fired from her job. Her employer had to publicly fire her. And so she lands, and it's like, oh, my life has been ruined because of this. So you've been publicly shamed. Yeah. So it's by someone Ron Hansen? Ron something. He's a really good author. He's and the lesson is one of like we became bloodthirsty spectators on the internet. One of the things that all of our worst character traits have been found via social media. And it's like, oh yeah, you're anonymous on social media unless people hate you, and then you're not. But yeah, Family Guy made a joke about it. I don't remember that, but the Family Guy episode was very funny. Yeah, it's interesting actually. I didn't know that that was a Family Guy joke. Maybe don't like make stupid, tasteless jokes, kids. See, Scoopsky Cat. That's where I'm torn, right? So many people, and I have this too for some things. Like, you know, like if you are upset that your child is screaming on a plane, shouldn't have had a child. Shouldn't have brought them on the plane. If you're upset that like, it is very easy to be like, oh no, the consequences of my actions, how sad. It's really easy to have that response to people. But at the same time, also, I've started to, one of the things I try to do is to be like, it doesn't matter that someone shouldn't have done a thing. Is the response proportionate? You know, it's one of my like, I don't know, like one of my like earliest opinions I formed was like, I read on the news that like littering was going to now have a £100 on the spot fine. And, you know, like the response, you know, I mentioned like, oh, that's kind of crazy. And I spoke to a family member, I think it was my granddad, who was like, no, you shouldn't litter if you don't want the £100 fine. It doesn't matter, you know, how you know, like, there's an argument we should have the death penalty for littering, because no one should ever be doing it. But actually, it's like, no, I think that... he didn't say that, by the way. I'm putting that on him. But there is a real, like... We often say, like, oh, yeah, well, you just shouldn't have done the thing. But it's like, no, but even when you shouldn't have done something, right? There are lots of things that people do wrong, that we are all doing wrong, you know, on a daily basis. Sometimes people recline their seats even during the meal service, but they shouldn't be kicked out of the plane. They shouldn't have their job lost, etc., etc. Making a mistake... or even not making a mistake, but doing something on purpose, but being tasteless about it. So it's Justine Sacco posted, going to Africa, hope I don't get AIDS. Just kidding, I'm white. That was December 2013. Okay, I got roughly the right time frame on that. That was from Balo999, who shared the tweet from Justin Sacco. So again, super tasteless joke, and she shouldn't have made it. But the point here is, right, but you should be allowed to make tasteless jokes. And the reason you should be allowed to make tasteless jokes is because you don't know the point of humor. The reason comedy works, or at least the reason most comedy works, outside of like slapstick, is because you don't quite know it's going to be funny until you do it. You have to push boundaries. If you have a world where no one's allowed to push boundaries, you know, no offense, Dasher, you get the Soviet Union. You get a place where everyone is absolutely terrified because if they say the wrong thing, or even what could be perceived as the wrong thing, they are sent to a gulag. They are sent into extremely inhumane conditions for what someone else out there says, well, they deserve it. They said the party was not the best solution. Did she do a public apology too? Am I making that up? She did do it. Yeah, there's a whole fun thing about it. Litera's face the wall, says Ellie Wilson. Yeah, there are some people who believe in absolutism, that there is just moral good and bad, and the moment you do something bad, you are bad. But most people understand that you have done something that would be considered bad. You have done many things that would be considered unconscionably bad. But that doesn't make you unconscionably bad as a person. And we need to have responses to things. Ideally, we talk about this a lot, right? That the number one deterrent for committing crimes, it's not the punishment for committing the crime, it's the likelihood of being caught. So the punishment for making a racist tweet, and you know, like, or the punishment for whatever it is, should not be you get your job lost and your family's life threatened, etc., etc., etc. But the punishment shouldn't be that. That's a terrible punishment, if I'm being honest. The punishment should be, you know, dare I say, I think that the punishment should be, like Diane says in BoJack. Tell me the quote, Kit's face. To Kit's face, sorry. You know, Kit's face works too, but tell me the quote. Give it to me. I love BoJack quotes. Yeah, the punishment for racism should be someone going, not cool, mate, and you feeling like, oh, I did something not cool. That's way more effective than if everyone around you go, I hate your guts, and I will never speak to you again, and also I've mailed you dog poop. If anything, disproportionate responses leads people down radical holes. If anything, public shaming, not life ruination. Even the public shaming, right? I think that there is an argument that, like, if you publicly shame someone, you ask them to either double down on, you are encouraging them to double down on their behavior, whereas instead you just say, oh yeah, here's a mistake you made. If you want to fix that, that would be good. You maybe I'll admit I'm a contrarian, so anything that you are not allowed to say, instinctively I'm like, you are not allowed to say lots of things. You're allowed to say lots of things that are wrong, even if they're offensive, if everyone knows that they are wrong. If I said that, like, I have to pick really carefully here. Isn't this fun? Isn't it fun that I can't just say something off the top of my head and then say, oops, I made a mistake if I get it wrong? No, I have to get this right before I say it, even though I've been talking for an hour and 59 minutes straight. You know, if I say some words wrong here, it could be taken out of context and people would hate it. When I saw the joke, I laughed at how stupid she was for making it. Yeah, right. It's the dumbest. I don't think it was like a funny. It's not a funny joke if I'm being honest. It's got like but you know, for some people, I'm sure it was a funny joke. But it's mostly like funny of like, how did someone think that was a good idea? Anyway, yeah. So she was on a flight to Africa. That's how I knew it. Maybe don't. Okay, so but if I say something obviously wrong, like, oh yeah, all tall people are gay, then everyone's gonna be like, well, that's not right, Toy Cat. You can't say all tall people are gay. They're not. I know tall people who are straight. I know gay people who aren't tall. I know a bisexual short man. But yeah, Toy Cat, you leaving broke every thought I had. I'm sorry, Jessup Kane. Anyway, the point there is just meant to be that you can say things that are factually incorrect and no one is bothered, but there are some things that are factually incorrect that will hit a sort of spot. If I replace the word tool and the word gay with two other groups, another group and another adjective, most of the groups and most adjectives would be fine. If I said all Minecrafters are Christmas-loving human beings, if I say that all people from the state of Utah are blonde, that wouldn't be too offensive, but some would get you somewhere. There's no such thing as bad guys or good guys. We're all just guys who do good stuff sometimes and bad stuff other times. Yeah, that's my take is like, and we should build a world in which people are as encouraged as possible to be good guys. Or to do good things like good guys. You concede that people are going to make mistakes and you try to make those mistakes undesirable. What will you do for your 2 million stream? Oh, how close are we to 2 million these days? All British people are people. Whoa, Dasher! You know that's not true. Don't you dare say that. Not on my live stream. Let's see how close we are to 2 million. Okay, so right now, you can't see a live count. 1.944. Hey, my video essay's doing well. I forgot that went live while I was riding my bike somewhere. Actually, it's not a video essay. It's like a mini video. Yeah, people are liking it. 20 people subscribed because of my most recent video. Now I feel good about myself. Okay, so 1.944. So we're 55,000 subscribers away. We have a good year next year. Maybe we'll be there. Whew. But yeah, I can't believe you implied that Xavier is a person, Dasher. Can't believe you implied that me and Pickled Witch are people too. You know we're not people. You know that that's not true. What? Oh, you think you know a person? I see why Dasher wanted to get the colors going now. Oof. Okay, so chat, what's your, before we cause a controversy, what's your favorite mode of transport? What's your favorite way to get around? Chat, give me your answers now, quickly. We need to bury that in chat before anyone comes back and cancels Dasher. No wonder you love the toothless jokes, Dasher. You try one edgy joke and all of a sudden we gotta make sure you don't get any planes to the UK soon with tweets like that. Okay, so I'm dumb. I thought it was 550,000 to go. Only 1/10 as many. Paraglider, plane. Chat, I took a bike ride today that was just so good. I'm going to upload it to YouTube, actually. I did a really bad job at, like, talking about what I was meant to. But I had a fun time biking, and it was fun. It was just like also train. Oh, I love trains. Choo-choo. Yeah. I love a good train. I want to... It sucks. Being in the UK, the only interesting train journeys all start with the Eurostar, and the Eurostar is just not a fun train journey. So if I want to get on the train anywhere interesting, I've got to get on a plane first. And I feel like that defeats the point. Cars, only ones that hurt the environment. Oh, Bill Gates fan, 4557. I love petrol cars, and I hate that I have that opinion. I'm like such a nerdy futurist in my heart, but I love the feeling of... I hate that I love it. It goes against... My personality says, oh yeah, because electric cars are better in every technical sense of the word, but there's something insane about having a boom, 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 boom box in my car that makes explosions and makes it move, and I love it. And I think I'm gonna be, especially because I live in I live in London. You can't electrically charge a car here unless you get one of those weird cables under the street, or like it's really tricky for me to charge an electric car. And so as a result, I'm probably gonna be the weird holdout when everyone has electric cars, and I'm like, oh yeah, my car's powered by dinosaur juice. Don't worry about why. The smell of petrol's also top tier. Petrol smells good. It makes fun noises, and it makes you feel like you're doing, it makes it feel like it's like a sport. Toycat said, vroom vroom. Contrarian Toycat strikes again. I feel like I'm in the majority though. I hate it. I don't want to, I feel like the contrarian position. I loved, when electric cars were new, I loved speaking to my uncle, who's like a traditional car fan, and being like, electric's the future. And he'd be like, no, mate, electric's, it's going to die any day now. And then he got an electric car, and now I have to be the guy who's like, yeah, petrol's the future, actually. Electric's kind of just for rich people with electric car chargers. You know what's crazy, chat? Is if you, let's not. Car noises are peak. Electric cars have no noise. Gas cars win. Car noises are great when you're in them and terrible when you're not. It's going to be seen as a wild thing that I'm allowed to just turn on the noise machine. I'm going to be the man with a baby on a plane, but it's my car's ability to go around. It's weird that in a few years, electric cars switch from being associated one side of the political spectrum to the other. Yeah, no, okay. If I'm being honest, Bill Gates fan, again, this is someone's controversial opinion, so everyone get your favorite color at the ready. I think that the greatest thing that like Elon Musk could have done to accelerate electric car adoption was to become known as one of the right's favorite political figures, because a bunch of people who were buying electric cars suddenly started thinking, ooh, I won't buy a Tesla, but they just started buying other brands. You know, being like, or like saying like, I bought this car before I knew he was crazy or whatever. And then the people on the other side of the political spectrum who are like, I love oil and gas. Oil and gas is so good. My family is employed by the refinery and we love it so much. Oil and gas is all I'll ever use because my family works at a Chevy dealership. You know, all those people are like, yeah, all the libs can't handle it when I buy a Tesla. Like, again, I don't know if it was intentional. I genuinely believe in my heart that it was, but it's really hard to tell when you've got a man, the social media man. Everything that the social media man, everything that he says about the UK is factually inaccurate. Literally, at sometimes it's a gross exaggeration, and most of the time it's factually accurate. So I therefore assume that he either doesn't know or he says things that aren't based on truth but are based on what he wants to do. But in either case, it's like, yeah, the move towards electrification massively got up by that. And it's kind of dumb because I think that that's true for a lot of products. A lot of people use their emotions first and rationalize their behavior around it. And so when it became emotionally, it's pretty good if it was marketing. Yeah, I think it worked for a huge number of people. My uncle is one of them. My uncle was a huge anti-electric car person. Now he's a huge pro-electric car person. I remember again, just after it all happened, I had a conversation with him and I was like, yeah, well, the quality from the Tesla's like not that good. Like there's a bunch of panel gaps. I was like, no, they fixed the panel gaps. They've got better range. They've got better. I was like, oh yeah, we flipped our side. You know, I guess it's not that I flipped side, but I went from like, oh yeah, electric cars are cool to like, well, but Tesla specifically, maybe I bought into some Kool-Aid from some people who were just ideologically motivated. I'll concede, but the build quality issues were really bad at the time that it switched. But yeah, I think it's an interesting thing that if you only appeal to people in one particular part of the emotional or political spectrum, you can just never succeed as a product. And I think, man, this is such a long pathway. We're 2 hours in, chat, and I've made it back to where we started the stream. The only interesting train journey in the UK is the Eurostar. This is incorrect. Britain is the inventor of the Heritage Railway. You have some of the best train journeys, especially Wales. Oh, I have been to Wales for one of those heritage train journeys. But I mean, like, I want to go somewhere interesting by train. I want to get on a train and then see where it takes me. I spend my days dreaming of being on a Swiss train in the countryside, going up a hill, doing one of those loops. I spend my days dreaming of that. And I don't currently get it. I hate Tesla because of the failure of the Cybertruck. Oh yeah, we should all drive nuclear-powered cars and blast the toxic waste into space. Yeah, the lack of nuclear... The fact that we fumbled nuclear... Like, imagine... Okay, this is my genuine opinion. We're 2 hours in. I've said much worse things, so I can have a pro-nuclear opinion here. Imagine if we had fumbled coal power in the 1800s, chat. Imagine if when the British worked out, if we burn coal, we can spin things, and then everything can happen. Imagine if we had fumbled coal, and we'd messed up the Industrial Revolution. Instead of playing Minecraft, imagine if we had one giant coal accident, like a coal explosion. I learned today, by the way, I haven't fact-checked this yet, but apparently on the first intercity train journey, a member of the government went up to go see the train, and then got ran over by the train. Imagine if we'd heard that and said, we shouldn't be running trains anymore. And so imagine if that member of the government dying was our sign that we're like, yeah, we're never going to run a train again. It's too dangerous. And we thought of trains as being death machines. Because they're totally death machines. If a train, have you ever seen trains hit cars? The car just vanishes like it's not there. The same is true for a tram. Scottish Highland trains are pretty good. Yeah, I've considered taking whatever that train is called, up to Scotland over the night. And then just taking trains around Scotland. I think I'd love that. Imagine if like we had stopped doing trains or we had stopped doing coal, because without trains we probably would have never gotten cars. Without coal we wouldn't have gotten the Industrial Revolution. I think that we did that with nuclear. I think that Chernobyl happened. I think Fukushima happened. I think America had one too. I think we had too many back-to-back nuclear disasters that it became a widely acceptable position to say nuclear power isn't okay. Because nuclear does have the huge downside of you have to store that waste forever, and if you live in a world where we have extremist groups, which sadly we do, if they get their hands on any of that waste, they could use it to ruin a bunch of human beings' lives. If you've ever looked into the concept of a dirty bomb, it's terrifying. Like, be glad that every terror attack, people are dumb enough that they just use cars, or in that one famous case, planes. If terrorists wanted to just kill a bunch of people, and they were really effective at it, they could kill entire cities worth just with the lost nuclear material that's out there. Terrifying to think about, so I don't like to think about it. Sorry for making you think about it. Yeah, if we had properly just said, oh, that's a weird failure, let's make sure it never happens again, which is actually what happened. But if as a society we had accepted that, things would be so much better now. Nuclear power is so ridiculously cheap that instead of like right now, chat, I'll be honest, I live in the UK and I'm very happy. I like to believe that I'm in some more comfortable than average percent of the population. Yet I don't turn on, like, I freeze in my office because I don't want to spend, like, I know how it's so expensive to heat your home in the UK. I have heat pumps, and in the rooms where I have those, I don't mind. But, like, if you don't have a hilariously efficient home, then you are spending a ridiculous amount on your heating and electricity. Electricity is wildly expensive in the UK. It's a UK-specific issue. But even around the world, like, electricity could be borderline free. It could be like water. Who thinks about how much water they're using? I could leave the tap running all day, and my water bill isn't going up. It goes up by a little bit, but like, I can leave my tap running for hours, and I'm not stressed about it. You know, bananas are so cheap, internet. Have you ever looked at how cheap bananas are? I didn't realize. I watched a video when I was like 23 that was like living off £1 a day at the supermarket. It was by this guy called Mike, and he lived off £1 a day at the supermarket. I was like, how's he gonna do that? He's like, well, I bought a bunch of bananas for 36p. It's like, oh, yeah, bananas are insane. They're actually, it's a pretty decent fruit too. I used to not like bananas because of the gross bits, but you just chop both ends off the banana, take the skin off. Don't eat anything that doesn't look good because they're so cheap. I like my central heating. Yeah, it's great. Being warm is an incredible luxury. That shouldn't be an incredible luxury. Why is it an incredible luxury? You know, growing up, I was really lucky, even though I grew up quite poor. My parents did, or my mother did not care at all about the heating. It was like, the price comes in, it's what it is. I'll spend whatever it costs to you know, live at this temperature. And anytime anyone came round, they'd be like, it is hot in winter. What have you done wrong here? It's like, why shouldn't it be hot in winter? Well, the answer is because it costs too much. I waste so much electricity here. Part of me thinks since there's 24/7 electricity, I should enjoy it. That's the correct response, honestly. Anyway, so I watched a guy surviving on £1 a day, and I was like, oh yeah, bananas are cheap. We could have electricity as cheap as bananas, but we now have electricities that are as expensive as avocados. Where it's like, yeah, you can eat one anytime you want, but like, you gotta want one. You can't have one and let it go bad. That'd be insane. Also, is Euroredafa, Snowden, or Blanau Festinog not interesting enough for you? Oh, so Blanau Festinog is the one that I was most recently near, Mr. Balo. I should go to the... I want to take the Snowdon Railway, but I think I'd be way more interested by taking a Scottish one. I like Wales. I think Wales is really good because it's so underrated. No one thinks about Wales. No offense to Welsh people watching this. But you know that people don't think about Wales. We have to keep our house warm because of arthritis and other issues. So my parents' house is nice and warm. Oh, that is good. That is good. Yeah, I'm almost done with the stream now, chat. It's been 2 and a bit hours, but we're now closing in on the mountain. Soon we will see it. It's gonna be like over there somewhere. I am excited. Electricity seems cheap enough, but we're kind of running out of water, so that's fun. Wait, electricity seems cheap enough, but running out of water? We are running out of water, but specifically like desalinated water, right? Like we have enough water, it's just not all drinkable. Which I know, like I guess that sounds like being pedantic for no reason. But I think we are doing fine on water. Like I think it's like we need to just work out a good technology for water, because we have all the water, it's just not in the right places. I think really what we need to do is work out... Also, Toycat, even the most ripe banana is still edible. So long as it doesn't start growing mold, it just begins to ferment. Yeah, but my point is, if it's 22p, I don't care. Right? I want to eat good bananas. I want to eat bananas that make me feel good. And I want to be able to have electricity be the same way. Like, if I want to leave my lights on overnight, I shouldn't stress. If I want to leave my heating on overnight, it shouldn't be a stress. If I want to leave my Minecraft, you know, running, because I need to, you know, get some more sticks, it should be fine. Also, this has been a 50-day project, chat. I thought going all this way out would be smart, but I definitely should have used the redstone machine. Industry's allowed to hog too much water. No, my hot take is, it's just too easy to be anti-corporation without thinking about what a corporation is. And so, yeah, fucking companies, bastards, I tell you, going out there stealing our water. That should be for humans, not for companies. Companies can't even drink a water, I tell you. How many bananas do you want to eat? 15, says Baylor. No, I don't want to eat 15 bananas. I don't think I would enjoy eating 15 bananas. But I love that if I did, the cost would not be my biggest concern. Too many hot takes on this bridge. Yeah, bridges are risky places for this stuff. We're growing almonds in the desert. We are, in fact. It is true. So yeah, that island favors a big white bunny. What did I just read? Is that you know, isn't it crazy? Can I talk about like a not hot take? The problem with AI chat, in my opinion, is not AI's existence in itself. It's that now anytime someone sees something low quality, they say that is AI. We've forgotten that humans can be bad at making things too. And it's a problem, if you ask me. Bathe in bananas next. I would love to bathe in bananas, actually. The bridge just spawns hot takes. Yuki Kui, you are entirely correct. Hey, Bill Gates fan 4557. Thank you for having an edgy username, but hopefully correct take on how supporting channels that you like works. So long as the hot takes are about left-wing economics, it should be fine. Oh, that's true, yeah. So the thing about socialism, chat, is that it is objectively an easily definable ideology with no loose holes, and it's perfect in every way. Hey, yeah, we're alive. YouTubers and bridges have just not historically gone well. I mean, you know, we did start talking about not getting AIDS when going to Africa earlier, so maybe we can. If anyone finds that controversial, we'll blame the bridge. Can't believe the bridge did that to me. They were saying the island below you looks like a bunny. Oh, that's fun. Yeah, water is recycled, but it does take 5 liters of water to make 1 liter of soda. I saw a really good point from Michael from Vsauce recently that was that every single thing that you drink is water. Every single thing you drink is water. Coffee, 99% water. Tea, 99.9% water. You know, I think the thing that is like least water that he brought up was Coke. But like, yeah, if you're drinking orange juice, it's orange juice, but most of orange juice is water. That's why you can concentrate it, because most of what you can get rid of is the water. You just have to put it back in. So yeah, by the way, where am I? What are the coordinates? It's been so long I've forgotten. What was the goal of this stream? I got sidetracked, so I forgot I was trying to accomplish something. Dasher, what coordinates were we going towards? I think it's 7,700, right? But I think it might be that way a bit. Should we turn up our render distance? Tea is 99.9% water, 0.1% leaf or flour. I think it might be even less than that. It's like, imagine any other beverage that worked that way. Imagine orange juice was you put your water, you put a little orange in your water for a few minutes, and then you took the water out. That's what tea is. 11,000 minus 8,000. Okay, so we do have some distance to cover. But it's fine. We'll work through the night, I tell you. Through the night. What is the seed for this world? It's probably linked in the description. You can find it by searching Toycat Igloo, or you can just search floating igloo seed. It probably comes up. I'd be surprised if it didn't. Okay, so I'm gonna check on the video, see if everyone's liking it as much as I believe. No way, a snowy village. A snowy village indeed. So yeah, 2,000 blocks to go, chat. We're on the way now. Do you think you could build a Christmas village for a Christmas stream? So I can't stream around Christmas. I have travel plans for Christmas this year. It's my first Christmas I'll ever be outside of the UK, which is exciting. I think I spent last Christmas. It was not a sad one, but I spent it at the pub, chat. You cancel me, yet you come back running back to me when you need coordinates. You know, everyone is cancelled until we need them. That's the lesson I'm learning. And everyone, yeah, I mean, honestly, everyone is cancelled because we don't need them. You know, like, you know, I'll be honest with you. Every single person who's like, oh, I don't want to watch Toy Cat anymore because of something I read in a single post on the internet. Not that I didn't listen directly because it's, you know, when things are evil, you're not meant to listen to them. I just heard what someone else said, and now I'm going to continue my trend of not watching Toy Cat. The green screen isn't green screening correctly. It perhaps should be an orange square. It's frustrating. It changes based on the time of the year, and I'm sorry. I need to... I think it's crazy that my green screen changes so much. But it is. And that sucks. They have to water the corn for corn syrup, and that takes more water than the soda, I guess. Oh, is that the logic? But all the water from the corn, it's all going into the ground otherwise, right? Or I guess it becomes drinkable water again. Spending Christmas as a pub is how I envision British Christmas in general. Yeah, I should have done a pub quiz or something. That might have been fun. But yeah, it was nice to... I had a Christmas gin and tonic. It was good. Don't forget about phantoms. Oh, God. Don't remind me that phantoms exist. Imagine dying to a phantom, chat. It'd be beautiful, wouldn't it? So, Kat, would you like to spend Christmas in Australia where it's summer? Yeah, I don't know why I'm not spending Christmas in... Well, I'm doing the opposite. I'm going somewhere where it's snowy for Christmas. I've always seen Christmas represented as being a snowy thing on TV. It's never snowy in the UK. The last time it snowed on Christmas... Like, if you live in the north, maybe it snows every 10th year. If you live in the south, it's like, yeah, maybe there was a bit of snow on Christmas Day in 1988. Seasonal green screen doesn't need to be in bloom to work. Yeah, I have to adjust the colors every now and then. I don't understand. My biggest lesson though is don't live in a room with too much natural light. It really messes things up. Let me see if I can fix this with this. Okay, did we fix it, chat? No, we did not. So Toy Cat, what's your favorite color combo? Great question. Don't have a great answer for you. Okay, so let's make a pile of these, 3 piles of these, in fact. And then let's make a pile of slabs, a lot of pile of slabs. And then let's place one there, and then a bunch around here. Okay, chat, this might... so just because of the phantom comment, I've been scared about sleeping now. Even though I'm pretty sure I've been sleeping most nights, just to avoid them. I think you should come to South Africa for Christmas and Beachmas. Oh yeah, South Africa has been on my... I think South Africa would be a really cool place to spend Christmas. Probably better than Australia, like it's the same time zone, so I wouldn't have to stress about anything. I wonder if Australians still listen to Christmas songs, and they'd listen to Snow is Falling in the middle of the summer. Yeah, I think Australians are more aware of the fact that the other hemisphere is flipped than we are of Australians. It's like, Canadians know more about American culture than Americans know about Canadian culture. Or, Scottish people know more about England than English people know about Scotland. I think there are some cases where that gets reversed. Like, I think that Europeans know more about the UK than the UK knows about Europe, to make a broad point. But maybe that's just my perspective, because I live in the UK. I don't know any... Also, look at this iceberg biome. Isn't it ugly as heck? They took so much from us, chat. And they didn't need to. They had no reason to. But they did. Snow glues should be posted more in December because winter. You know, you got a good point, Merry Kelly Christmas. Also, it's Skygloo, not snow glue. Every igloo is a snow glue. Whew. In New Zealand, we have Christmas in the summer and get grumpy if it's not a hot sunny day. But weirdly, we still have a large roast for Christmas lunch when we just need a salad. Why do you just need a salad, Victory Sat? That's confusing to me. Okay, we're getting there, chat. I'm really hungry. I've had like a... I'm hungry, chat. I figured like, yeah, this would be a quick 2-hour stream in out bish bash bosh. It has not been a quick 2-hour stream in out bish bash bosh. There is a shipwreck hanging around in the ocean there though. It's weird, you rarely see them floating on the surface of the ocean. You see them on land, you see them at the bottom of the ocean, you even see them in the sky. That's just hanging out in the middle of the air there. Yeah, Jaden's from New Zealand. He despises Christmas music because it's always, oh, it's cold outside because by the fire and the asphalt's melting on the street from the heat. Yeah, it's like an inaccurate thing for the hemisphere, right? We need a salad because it's too hot to be eating a large hot roast lunch. Yeah, New Zealand is less big on AC, right? I actually, chat, I went to New Zealand in like 2018. And I actually visited I visited of all people, I think they were a stream moderator. I could be wrong. But yeah, they were like, oh yeah, in the summer, you just don't sleep at night. You just don't sleep until it's like 4 a.m. Because it's too hot. And I was like, that's interesting. That is the British way to just say summer is too hot. It sucks. But yeah, I would have guessed that. It's weird because I feel like Australians are pretty big on AC. Like, I feel like Australians complain about the heat and then go inside to their air-conditioned houses. It's an interesting difference. But yeah, okay, we're closing in now. We're really closing in, chat. It's the last 1,500 blocks. Oh, we're hitting a swamp now. That's quite interesting. Isn't it fun how many structures we passed on this journey? It feels like we could use them. Like the pillager outpost. I don't understand how farming them works, but I bet if we burnt that down, we could like farm. We could make a raid farm above it if we needed one. I wonder where Bish Bash Bosh even comes from. It's a good question, isn't it? I think some things are just really fun to say, and they become popular because of that. You know, going back to epistemology, some facts just are really commonly shared. Like one of the facts I've heard from everyone, even my like dumbass stepdad, is like, oh yeah, did you know Antarctica's actually a desert because it's based on rainfall? There are some facts that people love to share, and there are some really useful facts that aren't that widely shared. And why it is that some things get shared and some things don't is interesting to me. And I think that one of the big parts is you need to feel like you're sharing something the other person probably doesn't know, and which makes you look smart or at least informed. And so how do you find that? I don't know. But then like Bish Bash Bosh is like, no one seems informed for that, but it just sounds good. Bish Bash Bosh, real good nosh. Oh, there's a second part that comes from Kitsfay. I love that. You should expand the render distance so we can see the mountains approaching. It will crash Minecraft, but we'll do it anyway. Let's take that render distance up to the max. So that should allow us to see it from basically as far away as it should ever get. If Minecraft crashes right now, we will get hit by some. We will have some problems. You know what, Balo? It might be you who ends the stream. I want you to have that on your conscience right now. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Wow, nice. Can we see the mountains yet? I can't see the mountains yet. But they should slowly appear ahead of me, chat. Slowly but surely. Stream is lagging for me. It's probably, you know, just crazy idea here. It's probably because I upped my render distance to 85. Dude, set your render distance to low. Yeah. Oh, lag is fixed. Oh, the lag was before then? Oh, thank you, Chantal, for letting me know. So, Cat, you're better than a lobster roll. Thank you for the second tip of the stream. Only 2 tips today, chat. Wow, do you not love me? But yeah, so I'm gonna, it's true, Toy Cat's better than a lobster roll. Thank you. It's good to see that you're still here, Brian Harshman. I was just thinking about it as the thing came in. But yeah, it's been a fun stream. It's been a bit of a grindy stream. But I still do feel weird things about the Skygloo world. A part of me does say, like, well, it's Christmas, we should do it more. And a part of me recognizes this is a weird niche series. Okay, yeah, I think this render distance might cause me issues. We'll lower it as we get closer. But I want to be able to see it before we do. If only you had a giant fishing rod to pick up the shipwreck. Love him. Streamlabs.com/toycat. You were planning to come in South Africa in 2021. Is it still in the books? Hey, Luke Griffin, you remember? Yeah, I had flights booked with Virgin Atlantic, I think, and they cancelled them. They were pretty good about it. Most airlines were like, aha, when we cancel flights, we can keep the money, and then that's like having an interest-free loan to bail us out of COVID. They did a real sneaky one, I think. Yeah, thankfully, with that flight, Virgin were like, okay, yeah, we'll refund you. Because it wasn't even that the flight didn't operate. It became illegal to take the flight. The government said, don't you dare be going on holiday. Although maybe, I think, first of all, they refunded, and then the flight didn't operate, because everyone got refunded. Yeah, I can't see over to the mountain yet, which isn't a good sign. Hope you got the coordinates right. Can you imagine? I would just rage quit on the spot if we got it wrong. That brown spire is crazy. Brown spire. I wonder what you're seeing. I don't see it. But yeah, everyone lagged when I tried to make a payment. That's weird. Ooh, you have the power to stop time for everyone else. Jessup Kane. Use that power carefully is what I would say. Use that power carefully. Okay, so I think that's the mountain appearing ahead of us now, chat. I think it's getting there. I think we're getting close. People know when I get a job next year, I'm going to don't name it streamers. I spent so much time watching all of you, so I need to hide back, give back. Hiding. You know, you're doing the opposite of hiding back right now. That's for sure. But, do you know the existence of the T-Rex is closer to the iPad than the Stegosaurus? See, that is a fun fact I've heard before, too. That one's a good one, though, in my opinion, because it's like, oh, yeah, it teaches a really valuable fact that we think the dinosaurs is one big age, but actually, not really. I'm nervous of this render distance because the blocks seem glitchy. Yeah, I definitely don't want to stay at this render distance for too long. I want to... Don't kill me for the coordinates you gave yourself. Do you have a way to get an ally? I've been trying to think of a way you could drop TNT on enrichment blocks, then the ally could fly them. Oh yeah, that'd be a clever way to... The only way to get an ally, though, would be for me to... Yeah, I don't think I can get an ally. They come from 2 structures that are not going to be this high up. Unless somewhere on this seed there's something crazy. But it would have to be like hundreds of thousands of blocks away. I think. That's a tiny swamp. Yeah, that is a funny point, actually. This is a ridiculously tiny swamp. There's the mountains, chat. I hope it's the mountains. I assume it's the mountains, based on the coordinates. Pillager outposts can spawn in mountains. Yeah, that'd be ideal. If there's no sound, you're cooked. Good point, chat. Listen for sound. When you hear the sound stop, be very scared. That's the life rule. That's how we do it. Fun fact, snails have thousands of tiny teeth. That sounds like a fact for Carlisle, our resident snail enthusiast. Okay, so I am starting to sweat a little bit by... It's like every 4th block that I place just goes a bit laggy, which I don't love. But you can definitely see the mountain appearing now, chat. So now we're going to lower our render distance a little bit. Hopefully just a little bit is enough to make things better. Okay, so now it's vanished, but we have less render distance, less instability, hopefully. If I'm still seeing blocks vanish, we could lower it even more. But again, as long as we're hearing the noises of the blocks, things are probably good. We slept last night, so we're fine. Stream idea, map your Minecraft world, but instead of a game map, you have to do it on paper, like the same process explorers did long ago. You're allowed a snack break. We don't want you to faint just before you get there. I think I like, a lot of people are like, you cannot enjoy a meal if you are standing up. You must sit down to enjoy the meal. Otherwise, it is not a true meal. Some people are like that, right? I'm a believer you can have a meal on the go. But if I can have the choice between a meal where I'm, like, eating it hurriedly and a meal where I'm, like, sat down, relaxed, I'll choose the latter. Yeah, that's my opinion, at least. So, the render distance should come down soon, but not just yet. Yeah, no lag this time. Yeah, it does seem as though getting down to where we are now has substantially reduced the lag. The accent is crazy, says Kalak. 8482. You see, you are not crazy enough if you do not have this accent. Want a piece of cherry pie? I'll triangulate it to you. Okay, so I am excited by these mountains. Seeing them is a big motivational factor, but it's making me appreciate just how long this pathway takes. That we are not there yet. I felt like, oh yeah, we're pretty close. We'll be there in no time. But it's definitely like, you know, it's gonna be what, like another 1,000 blocks. So we need like a whole extra inventory worth of placing. It's starting to break me a little bit, to be honest. I'm gonna load up RuneScape on my phone so I can do some fire making while I do this. So I can feel like, hopefully the extra productivity helps me, chat. Hopefully, like, feeling like I'm doing something elsewhere will make this feel better. Remember the turkey that you invited yourself over for is still here? Oh, I would love some turkey. Yeah, don't worry about that. Oh, okay, I don't know why my phone's on max volume. Oh, it's because I was listening to the Q&A audio to make sure I could get the last bit of it added in there. Okay, I'm burning, what I'm doing is I'm just burning logs. Every 2 minutes I need to make a click. But that way I feel like I'm doing two important things at the same time. And I'm not focusing on my hunger. I'm like, yeah, I'm doing important things right now, chat. So yeah, if you hear fire cooking in the background, it's just me putting some logs on a fire. Getting my fire making level up. I've become addicted to, watching him do this makes me feel better about a project I'm doing right now. Oh, look at it over there, chat. That's the mountains. Play sea shanty from your phone. Do you want to see? Are you playing RuneScape behind our back? Do you want to see my RuneScape in front of your back? There you go. I have been doing a lot of sailing behind your back, chat. Honestly, I do feel like I think RuneScape's like a fun. I think it's pretty good at being a stream game, and that there's a lot of like you are just doing stuff and chatting. Yeah, but I also feel like it's yeah, it might be a good like active stream game, like do some quests or whatever. So how much is a speaking chat? I think it's $10. Like it's something like $9.50 actually, but it's $10 or your regional equivalent. I think £10 maybe or your regional equivalent. Okay, so look at it. You can see over there. So Kat, what's your favorite animated movie / show? Oh, BoJack Horseman. Oh, Kit Spay, I didn't see your Diane quote. Did you ever give it to me? I bobbed my head to your rendition. Clearly what I need is I need to get some, I need to get the note blocks going in my world. Okay, let's turn the render distance down some more now, because we did just have a laggy block there and I don't love that. Let's turn it down to the point where Minecraft stops giving me that warning. Okay, 50 recommended. There we go. Look at that. No more warning, but also no more mountain. So 50 chunks is 800 blocks. So if I can't see the mountains, they're at least 800 blocks away. That is something concerning. So Kat, what's your favorite animated movie / show? Oh, sorry, I just answered that. There's no such thing as bad guys, good guys. We're all just guys who do bad stuff and good stuff. Oh, I did read it, but I didn't know that was the Diane quote. It is a good Diane quote, but I didn't realize that that's what it was. So now, literally, it took that long for my single stack of wood to be done, and now I can start cooking again, chat. And that's how few blocks I'm misplacing. And now I can get myself some XP while I make myself a bridge. I spent like 10 minutes watching a silent toy cat play Minecraft as I tried to connect my headphones. Thank you to Jova. Your watch time is appreciated. You know, I've been thinking about this, chat. I've been thinking about ways to ask people to support the channel that aren't directly financial. Because, you know, I talk about love language money all the time. It's like, what is a good way to make sure that you can feel like if you want to just do something nice, if you have that desire in you, but, you know, maybe you can't for whatever reason. And I was thinking one of the weirdest ways you can help is for like to pick like an older super long video and just to watch it all the way through. You boost the average watch time. Like I think my 10-hour Let's Play video, for example, if you watch that for more than an hour, you are drastically boosting its average watch time and its average blah, 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 everything. And so that is I was thinking like, you know, like I hope that I wouldn't be breaking any YouTube rules to be like, oh yeah, if you like this stream, go and watch my 10-hour Let's Play all the way through, please. Or indeed my Super Flat, the movie. I think it's the YouTube trend for that was what it was called. Don't hurt yourself because of him, Dasher. I started bobbing my head along again. Why did you start? Okay, you know what? Let's keep going. Tonight's sleepy time video sorted. Yeah, I think literally even like if a dozen people do that, the statistical increase that has, it's got to be massive. I fell asleep, says Kodak. Have I got to yell at people? I love doing that on the full VOD of the Bastion teardown. Oh yeah, that might be my longest individual video. You put a playlist and go to work and leave it running. I think that might be bad. I think if it's multiple videos in a playlist, YouTube's gonna know like, okay, clearly you're not actually watching these all the way through. You know, like something like that. I bet a single video, they're like, yeah, you're just so enthralled that you're watching 8 hours. Who's to say? But also, how come metal trapdoors are crafted by hand, but wooden trapdoors aren't? Oh. That's a good point. That makes no sense. You're right. So I can craft. Can I craft? Oh, wait, I can't see them in here. Trap. That is insane. Wait, okay, so these are wax. These aren't actually trapdoors. Yeah, I could craft an iron trapdoor. Oh man, that is insane. I'm not going to be able to stop thinking about that now. Okay, I'm not going to do sea shanty. I'm glad Dasher likes it though. I'm glad we have a shared love, Dasher. But yeah, I think so you're saying you leave YouTube on autoplay overnight? I think actually maybe the opposite. You whistle nice, by the way. I can't whistle. Oh, I was really embarrassed by that whistle. I think I can whistle nice, and that was a bad whistle. Yeah, my lips are quite dry. I think because I drank a margarita and then drank nothing else for 2 hours. Yep, still can't do it. I'll get better. Why is my political news channel playing Minecraft? Honestly, sometimes I wish I committed to doing the daily news things, and some days I'm like, nah, it's way more fun this way. I think that's one of the ways in which people need. I don't know, like you know, some people think it's a great thing, I'm sure, and I'm like happy that there are people like that. But I do think that, like, you know, I do believe, chat, that I am doing a service by daily uploading on my Minecraft channel, like I have done for the last 13 years. It is hard some days, and it's like, oh, what are we gonna do today? I think your whistle, even at that volume, is maxing out some frequencies on the mic. I'm sorry, Hacker1MC. Are you gonna do a Biomes O'Plenty stream once that comes out? Yeah, sure. Why not? That sounds fun. Steve just beats the metal into trapdoors, but he can't with wood. Steve can't beat the wood is an interesting phrase for sure. So you're an elf today? Just got here. Yes, I am an elf every day. Because I want to help Santa in any way that he will let me. But yeah, watch all the Let's Plays. Yeah, I bet that probably helps. Whistle, whistle, use Skygloo. So yeah, chat. Now, within 50 chunks, I can see the mountains. I don't know exactly where the dripstone is, though, funnily enough. First, it was a snowy biome, then a frozen ocean, then a forest. Oh. Don't forget your wood burning. Don't worry, it's still burning. It takes 2 minutes and 30 seconds between every wood burn. So it's really, really good as an AFK method. I went on the RuneScape wiki earlier today because I was gathering Q&A questions. It's like, I'm always tempted to like put on a podcast or like put on music or something. But I think, I withdrew my still helms instead of my... I'm always tempted to like put on a podcast or like... But it's like, no, I think that messes with my ability. But I also feel like it's... I don't know, maybe this is like... My attention span is fried. But there's some tasks where I can't do them by themselves. So like having some logs burning in the background made it feel better. And I was like, oh, if I'm at the place where I can burn logs, it's gonna help me with this last 1,000 blocks. Because I'm hungry, I'm thinking about food, but I know that I'll enjoy the food more if we just make it there first. Speaking of making things there first, option key is fire, says... Wait, let me check. Who says? Jonathan King. The option key is fire. But what other... those are a lot of options. Also, Carolina Cyclone James says, howdy, howdy. Hope your day is going well. Thank you, Carolina Cyclone James. I hope you're having a great day yourself. Dasher... Okay, so... Yeah, I am now very close to these mountains. I think it's those ones. But we should probably go to this one as well, right? Like, keep the path straight and then bridge up it when we need to. Or maybe we should go diagonal because this is the more useful mountain. I don't know. We'll have to make it close. But yeah, my logs are burning, and it makes me feel a little bit better about life. It's not going to be too long, chat. If you listen closely... Wait, let me hear you can hear it. Yeah, you can hear that, right? You can hear the little my thing smirching. So you get to hear something fun soon, chat. Why are you doing this, lol? Says Death Radish. Why does anyone do anything? I think it was a really fun opportunity to hang out with chat for a few hours. If we assume that this activity has no value, which isn't true, but if we assume it has no value, wasn't it a good opportunity to talk about all the things we spoke about? I liked it a lot. I hate to concede that I have a parasocial relationship to internet, but I do. It's a fun little. So yeah, these are the logs being burned, and so what you're gonna hear soon, right? You're gonna hear something real cool, like fire logs. Yeah, I'm burning U logs. Like I'm burning the logs you get when you chop down a level 60 tree in RuneScape. Yay! How long till you're there? A few hundred blocks now, I think. Level 62 fire making, chat. See, look at that. Doesn't it feel good to have done something? Are we there yet? I hope we're there yet. I hope we're there yet. But yeah, it feels good to have done something while I am doing something. I think that's why I enjoy these chats while we do other things. I like... Also, in RuneScape. Oh yeah, sorry. I am also burning planks in my world, to be clear here. That is a thing that I am doing. But yeah. It's like multitasking, but it's like have you ever heard the genre of... They're called AFK games, or I think AFK games is the name. But there's a bunch of games that basically play themselves, like Cookie Clicker. They work in the background. You get grandma mines where grandmas go into the cookie mines and find cookies for you. Or Adventure Capitalist was a really good one, actually. I still think there's great space in making a Minecraft version of this. You know, like it effectively is a sub-genre already. I think it's over there, chat. I think that is not the right mountain. But we'll wait till we're like parallel at least. Do you ever look at the community page of your channel? Oh, I'm terrified by the community page of my channel. I set it up thinking, oh, this would be cool. And I don't know. I feel like it's yeah, I don't know what we've created, but it's something. I feel like multitasking isn't wise with this task. So nothing can go wrong while I'm crouched. The only thing that could go wrong is I could place a block that's not really there. But as you've seen, if that happens, the game either kills me or it doesn't, and it's been choosing not to kill me. But there's no way for me to know in time, because it's usually a bit after I placed it that it goes invisible. Sounds like an iron farm. Toycat casually looks down and burns his logs some more. So yeah, chat. It took me 52 Minecraft days. But this is the mountain that I was traveling for. Why was I traveling for this mountain, I hear you asking? And the answer is, I don't know, no good reason. Sometimes you just do things, you know? Commenting to prove I was here, says That Lord of Pie. That Lord of Pie, it's great to see you. Happy Friday. Oh, it's a Friday. Happy Friday, everyone. I could see Mojang making an idle game if presented properly. I think, weirdly, Minecraft Blast is not that far off in terms of how casual it is. I think if you really think about it, it isn't that far off. But yeah, just by literally all I've done is like 4 inventories worth of logs. But knowing that I'm also doing that, I flexed over how many hearted comments I got from Toycat over the years on the community page. Oh, does it show you how many hearts you've gotten? It shows me how many hearts I've given sometimes. I didn't realize other people could see that too. Yeah, we're gonna keep going forwards here, and then we'll take a left. Yeah, I'm like fairly sure it's that way, chat. So you can see that we did really push it to the absolute limit of our spruce planks. I think that if we had relied on spruce planks alone, we might have been screwed. So that is something worth thinking about. Spruce slabs, 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 slabs. Yeah, we would have just about made it. But we'd have to use stone for the rest. We'll definitely make it 2 stone, but maybe not beyond. Why did we bridge the mountain? Just stone? No, okay. For everyone who's forgotten why we came here, I've got really exciting news for you. There is a reason that we are at this mountain. It's not just stone. It is not just stone. Hot take, no one wants Minecraft spin-offs. We want improvements and updates. No, that's like saying hot take. No one wants a new flavor. No one wants a new beverage or a new type of food. We want more of the existing food and better versions of the existing food. Or like, you know, like, and it's like, yeah, but also we want new things. Most new things you don't want until you see them. That is the reality of life as we live it. We're so close to that meadow biome over there. And, okay, so, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not there, but instead it's over there. But I'm still not quite at the point where I think I should turn left. You can maybe find the answer by looking at the thumbnail. Yeah, imagine that, Scoop Ski, knowing what we were over here for. But yeah, you're going to get a real surprise about why we're over here if you think that we're just here for stone, internet. It's going to be great. So we'll get the pathway to 11, 11, 11, 11, just because I think that's a beautiful X coordinate, and then we'll turn left. Sitting here strip mining for diamonds and bust up laughing, realizing my fire making is level 67. It sounds like while you mine for diamonds and watch your Toycat stream, you too should be fire making. Again, pro tip, they've I think this is a feature they added in 2023. It's called you can do something with a fire. I forget the actual name of it. But you can convert the fire into like an AFK fire. So now I put my logs on there and they automatically just burn themselves. Which is pretty cool. So yeah, I'm currently... And every 2 minutes and 32 seconds, you have to click and then, you know, like get new logs for the fire. Okay, this is 11... Okay, look at these X coordinates, chat. Aren't these beautiful? Now we're going this way, where I believe the dripstone is. If he goes to the wrong one, I'll cry. Can you imagine, chat? Oh, whoopsie. It was actually negative 11,000. But these are some nice mountains anyway, so I guess we're here now. We're Minecraft players. Bold of you to assume we can read. We're Minecraft players sounds a lot like it's going to be the start to like one of those, you know, we're Minecraft players. You know, we like to craft our iron using our bare hands. but won't be able to craft a fishing rod without a hammer and a saw for some reason. We're Minecraft players. If I ever get most of my organs shot in... If I get my intestines stabbed and an arrow in my face, I can heal myself by eating cookies. We're Minecraft players. When we want to travel long distances, we open up an eldritch portal to another dimension and travel in the literal vestige of hell. Look at these coordinates, chat. Are these not beautifully satisfying? Oh, amazing. Okay, so I think it's over there. It might be over there, though. I'm not sure anymore. Okay, we're going to have to look around now. Not that great, but it's fine. We are 300 blocks short. So yeah, this mountain is correct based on the coordinates I gave Dasher. I think it's actually a little bit deeper this way. Like, it's not this first mountain, it's one further in. Steve can pound our metal rod, but he can't beat our wood. That is a comment for sure. That's a comment on the internet that exists. I already asked, but I'm wondering what's next from IBX Toy Maps. 3 projects are on the go right now. The only one that I think I can comfortably talk about, because I'm sure it will happen, is I am going to release my creative world. A lot of people have nostalgia about seeing like Black One-Legged Steve or any of the many things we built over the years. And so I figured it would be cool if they could play it like how the Let's Play world is. The plan is to release it for, you know, $4 or less, for it to be like a thing that's out there. And then we've made, just like with the Let's Play world, the version that has all the things inside of it is also going to be my production copy, so we could do updates in the future if people care. But yeah, I'm excited about that. We're Minecraft players. We really like villager trades. Yeah, we're Minecraft players. When we go to the village, we steal all the food, burn down the civilization, and then specifically farm people for everything they're worth. Yeah, this is not correct, chat. Is it over there? Was I wrong for thinking it was right here? Chat, we came all this way for dripstone. We can't not get dripstone. I'm going to check the document that I wrote this down in. Okay, so it's called Not Don't Buy Mine Coins. That's a different document. Okay, not this one either. Oh, Igloo. There we go. Okay. So the coordinates are 11,800 minus 8,300. Okay, well, looks like we got some distance to go, huh? So once we get to negative 8,300, we've got to go a little further. Will you cover up the Spyro Majora's Mask? Oh, that's a good point. Thank you, Scoopsky Cat. I was doing a compliance check. I had a communist flag and a gun on a sheep, and I had to remove that. You are right that I should probably remove the Spyro. I think Majora's Mask is bad enough that it wouldn't get copyright struck in. But you're right, I should look into that. Thank you, Scoopsky. We're Minecraft players. All we need is bread and beds to get frisky. That's true. It's all I need to get frisky. That's for sure. Bread is so good, chat. You don't know how good bread is. I don't want to sound too much like a villager. But bread is incredible. So we're still 1,000 blocks away. Chat, I'm broken by this discovery. I don't think I can do it. I think we'll go to the... Yeah, I think this discovery is the end. Sure hope we have enough slabs for that. I think with all of the extra stuff we have, we probably do. But we will see. We will see. For reals, it gave me an ad while you were giving coordinates. So yeah, I think it's that mountain over there in the distance, not this mountain in the foreground. I thought I was here, chat, but I am still not, as it turns out. So this isn't right yet. Break that, get it back. Hope we're not one slab short. Yeah, I kind of want to go to that little hill here. Yeah, I feel like we should. Okay, I'm gonna reconnect to RuneScape and chop down some more things. Stream thumbnail look nice. You can thank Scoopsky Cat for that Delightful looking thumbnail. They drew it, and it is delightful. Okay, so I am now... Am I right? No, I've got to go a little bit further. Chat, do you think we're lined up with that mountain? No, I think we're like way to the left of the mountain, or way to the right of the mountain. You think we have to move it a little bit? I think we do have to move it a little bit. Used to hate bread, now it's all I can eat. I've learned to appreciate it. Yeah, you go to enough fancy restaurants where it's like, oh yeah, bread and butter is like... It's the free thing, but it's so good, especially when you're starving. Fancy bread, too. Real delta between fancy bread and regular bread. The real mountains were the logs we burnt along the way. Exactly. Thank you, Dasher. Save extra slabs for sleeping on the way back. Oh, yeah. Good point. I should sleep soon, actually. I should sleep really soon. Let's assume we have... There we go. That's the mountain there, probably. We're so close to having somewhere, chat. But so close is not quite a cigar. So there's quite a few mobs on this mountain. So actually going past it is relatively dangerous. We'll be cautious about that. Yeah, I figured it would like perfectly touch, but we're still quite a few blocks above it. I am sad to report. Close enough that the zombies are coming towards us. If a skeleton comes towards us as well, we would be boned. So we should be really careful to make sure that we stay ahead of all of that. Whew. Thank God. Nothing happened. Okay, so now we're bridging this way to get to that. This is such a crazy part of the world. The terrain here really is wild. They'd copyright green hats if they could. I hate white bread, but I love fresh bread. Yeah, people love bread so much that we made cheap imitations. But the cheap imitation should not define bread. It's, you know, we love cheap things more than we love good things. Is a reality of humans, I think. Okay, we're awake, chat, and I'm not dead. I am pleased to report. It's crazy that there are two separate pale gardens here, though, right? I liked your grounded. Is that the right word? Stance. I just finished your last video. Oh, you did? I'm glad you did. I was worried, like, you know, there are a lot of people beating the dead horse that, like, the only correct opinion right now is hate. But I think that it is right to acknowledge that hate is a valid feeling. But also, very pretty part of the world, yeah. Yeah, chat, so I've got this great seed to recommend for you. You spawn in a floating igloo, and if you travel just 19,000 blocks away, it gets beautiful, let me tell you. It gets beautiful. I am the average seed video on TikTok now. I love crunching seeds in my bread. Leftovers with bread, tasty. Ooh. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I feel like something's wrong with that. I feel like leftovers... You know, honestly, leftovers, chat, let me give you my most privileged opinion. I think that leftovers are bad. I think... Toycat, what was your favorite or best year to work on YouTube? That's a good question. My favorite year was somewhere around TU31, I want to say. There was this real sense that Minecraft Xbox was exploding, because it was. I think the game had gotten to a crazy point. And there was a sense that I was nailing what I was doing on YouTube. It feels good to be good at what you are doing. As a financially motivated person, I could see every day. I would be excited. Once a day you get updates on how much you've earned on YouTube. Every day I'd be excited because there was a good chance that that day's number was higher than one that I had seen before. That was exciting to me. We have 1,000 blocks left. Yeah, we're really going to be cutting this one close, chat. I'm glad I brought these extra blocks. I would be so boned if not. I'm still scared that I might be boned. Should I bridge over to like a... No, I'm going to have to play this how I play this, chat. So let's now make a bunch of... Should we just make it all into slabs besides like... Most of it into slabs, I think is the answer. Yeah, like most of it into slabs. Has to be the way. Chat, if I don't make it, I don't know what we will do. But there is a real chance we don't make it. I'm a little scared of that. So, okay. Am I crouching? I'm definitely crouching. Let's go. Oh, okay. I should be able to make it to that mountain with the number of slabs I have. If I'm doing my maths correctly, we will barely make it, chat. Yeah, I think honestly, it is understated how good it is to feel good at what you are doing. I think that so much of life assumes that you can only be so good at certain things, but you can be really good at even things that we like. You know, one of my most like, I don't even know what type of belief do you think this is, chat? I think you should be able to be like, cause, okay. A lot of people talk about the CEO pay gap, the idea that CEOs are paid on average something like 1,000 times what a worker is, whereas it used to be a few hundred, and in like the 1950s it was like 100 to 1. So the gap between the CEO and the lowest paid employees is going up. And a lot of people point to that gap and say it's the CEOs that are the problem. And I would make the point that, like, you know, actually, if you think about workers, CEOs are the highest level worker. If you want to complain about someone, it should be the business owners, because they're not doing any work yet they're reaping rewards. Different point, different time. But I think that you should be able to be good enough at being a McDonald's employee that you should be able to earn 100K. I think there are some McDonald's employees who are worth that. I think there are some who are worth, like, less than the amount they are being paid by a dramatic amount. I think that, like, that's my controversial opinion, that some people are really good at what they're doing and are underpaid because you have to just assume everyone in that class isn't good at what they do. And some people are dramatically overpaid because you just assume they're really good at what they do. Some CEO, like, you know, some CEOs get paid millions a year and are horrible at running companies. Whereas if someone is really good at running a company and can bring hundreds of millions of new customers or sales or whatever, like if someone ran Microsoft, or let's say someone runs Mojang specifically, someone could run Mojang in a way that customers loved and that their employees loved and that made Microsoft way more money. And that person would be, if they got millions more customers and they sold millions, they made a game that millions of people wanted to buy, would they not be worth some of those millions? You know, the people who like hate CEO pay would say, yeah, actually, you can never be worth millions. Your time is never worth that. And it's like, they're not selling their time. They're selling their, like, ability to do what they are good at, right? A dripstone cave is not useful if it's below Y200. That is factually accurate. Hello, do you live in a £2 million house yet? Says Caden. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. How much do you want to tip towards that, Caden? We've got $29 today. So if we just have another 200,000 days like this, I will in fact have that £4 million house. It'd be a nice house too. Oh, I'm cold, chat. I don't know why I'm cold, but I am cold. Chat, I'm gonna need people fall asleep. This stream isn't compatible with sleep. Don't die and actually reach the goal. This stream is not compatible with sleeping. It's terrible. I can't believe you would think that. Do you like corn chips? Who doesn't like corn chips? Oh, me actually, now that I think about it. Okay, chat. Now for real, we are almost there. It's just there, chat. It's just there. I think we have to go diagonally. No, we don't have to. We just should. Let's go diagonally. Let's do something fun, actually. Let's go diagonally with our two colors. Yeah, this is fun, right, chat? This is really fun. I might be risking absolute annihilation here. Because I don't think I would... I can't bring myself to do this whole journey back and forth here, chat. If I run out of slabs, I think it is over for my desire to play Skygloo. But I'm not going to run out of slabs. I'm relatively... Look at this beautiful pattern we're making. If I run out of slabs, I can take some of these back, actually. So we won't... But if I do, it's not going to be good. We'll invest along the way and you'll need less in tips per day. Ah, that's a good point. Okay, everyone take the $2 you would give me in tips and invest it in a very risky stock. And as long as some of those investments succeed and you give me all of the proceeds... You don't give me 75%. Take 25% for yourself. Take a tip from me. It's not over. We persevere. We do persevere. And we will get here. Okay, chat. So the reason that we are doing this giant journey, for anyone who is just joining right now, curious about why I have wasted 7 hours of my life on this job, the answer is that I need dripstone. And the nearest dripstone... Hey, fire making 63. Wow, I've been doing this too long if I've gone up 2 fire making levels. So let's reset up our fire with a max inventory so I can not have to click this for a while. Investing in poop coin. Yeah, we need more poop coin investments. Everyone, you need to pick your silliest investment and do it. Okay, so... Yeah, my hunger is kicking in. Soon, if this somehow isn't the right mountain or there isn't dripstone, I will have to end or I have to eat just to maintain my strength. But we will be good. We will get there. Are we a waste to you, Toy Cat? No, you're not a waste. I'm a waste. Oh, I don't know what prompted you to say, are we a waste to you, Toy Cat? But in some sense of the word, I'm sure you are. Okay. My brain is doing pretty bad at this, like, pattern of, like, right bumper, left bumper trigger. Left bumper trigger, right bumper trigger. Left bumper trigger, right bumper trigger. Okay. We're so close now, chat. That is the mountain. There is an endless amount of stone, but are we going to make it? I don't know. We're close. Bro was feeling a little blue. Does this count as Streamless, or is that only start in December? I figured I would stream one more time before Streamless to give everyone a heads up for what to expect. So chat, if you are watching this, or if you are AFK, now is an important fact. I'll be streaming most days in December. We'll take Saturdays off, specifically. Maybe I should have picked a different day, but I'm picking Saturday as my day. I'll be streaming most days in December. That's why I said you should snack. Don't faint on us now. Oh, I never faint. I don't understand people who faint. Like, I've never had the whole, oh yeah, I was standing there and then I was not standing there. Even like sitting down. Like, I have to actively choose sleep and then my body is like, okay, if you're in the right headspace, you can sleep now. You know, it's a tricky one for me. Have I slept recently? I have slept recently. Okay, chat. We're closing in on it. We're so close now. We're so close. We are unbelievably close. But can we make it the final cigar? That is the question, isn't it? Because you don't want to be close but no cigar. You need to be close but yes cigar. That is what we want right now. That is what we will go for. I fainted once and it was the scariest thing. Yeah, that sounds scary. Kits Faye. Thanks to the stream, IBX Toycat, and bye everyone. Yes to Toycat streaming. Yay, Clarify, good to see you. I'm about to type in a lot of countries for Minecraft seeds. I think the Philippines makes the top list that we're going to be using. So that will be a fun one. My blood sugar hates me, so sometimes I faint if I'm not on top of it. Ooh. That sounds really... I'm quite lucky, I guess. The worst thing that happens with my blood sugar is I get a bit tired and want to take a nap. But it's still like it's my choice to take the nap. It's just my body is really heavily pressuring me. I guess I am in more control of my body than I think I am. Okay. We getting there. We so close now, chat. Look at it. It's spitting distance. I know I definitely have enough slabs now. Now that I can see it, I know it's not just my poor perception. I am running out of dark oak slabs, so it will be a bit cherry-based. A bit more cherry-based than we might like. But chat, look at us. Oh, this is the first mountain above Y200 in literally 15,000 blocks. And Yeah, the reason we are out here is because there is a dripstone cave that is above the surface. Dripstone caves are fairly common. Exposed dripstone caves are a little less common. Exposed dripstone caves that are in the mountain biomes, really uncommon. I love to spend my time here. It supports my projects. Hey, thank you, Jessup Kane. I'm glad that you love spending your time here. Because it makes me want to... Oh, God, there's a skeleton there, chat. We can't be going towards the skeleton. We need to sleep. So we'll have to make a little block off to the side. I'll make a crafting table here. I don't want to risk any chance that this goes horribly wrong for me. Then we'll put a block over there. And we'll put enough blocks around it that we can't be knocked off in our sleep. I shouldn't be using these. I should be using cherry, right? Okay, so let's put the bed down. Oh. Okay, chat. This is my last sleep today. We are there. We just got to wait for that skeleton to die. I should have slept a little earlier. I wish I'd realized this was a possibility. So what I should probably do is walk way back away. Isn't this amazing to look at, by the way? Can we take a second and appreciate it? I hope that we can. Is the skeleton gone? The skeletons are not gone yet. The skeleton is gone now, right? The skeleton is gone. Okay. Chat. Last journey. You need to do states as seeds, and so Kentucky can be used. Alternatively, just secede from the Union, and then Kentucky would be a country. And then Kentucky would be usable. Sleep well, Dasher. It's good to see you, Dasher. I'm sorry that you missed it by a minute. Oh, been a long stream today, huh? That's the one shame about Streamless, is I'm imagining we won't have that many super long streams. Because we probably shouldn't. So chat, we got more logs, which is great news. If we need them. And the other great news, I'm going to be very careful about what I do and where here. Oh, God. Wait, if these leaves fall on me, that'd be really bad, right? So let's just get down there. Okay, I'm here, chat. I'm at the mountain biome. Now we pray that the generation is the same as when we looked at it. Minecraft Bedrock is Bedrock, so who is to say? And let's pray that we can actually get to some of these dripstones easily. There's a lot of iron. This is the biggest mountain by far. I'm going to have so many resources to bring back. And there are the dripstones, chat. Are they at Y200? Or are they not? They look like they're a bit too low for it. Oh, here we go. Here we go. We did it. Dripstone achieved. As of right now, I now have dripstone. And it gets even better than that, chat. Because with my dripstone, I can go right up here. I'll pick somewhere nice and central. All I have to do is make myself a little crafting table. Can't ever have too many crafting tables. We make ourselves a cauldron. Cauldron goes here. Stone block, I guess, goes here. Dripstone goes below that point. I don't think you need a gap between the dripstone and the thing. But then all we have to do is place our blocks around. And you know what's going to happen in the background? We're officially going to get ourselves some lava. Okay, so I need another one of these blocks. So I'll take that one. Place it over there. Okay, chat. Look at this. Wait for it. Wait for it. Yeah, we're filling up lava. It's renewable. Grab the block. Take the block for farming. Oh, yeah, true. Wait, what can I do with the block for farming? Oh, do you need it to be a dripstone block to get the thing through? Am I wrong about something? Get a dripstone block to grow more. Oh, you can farm because you get water and then you... So if I get some ice, we could break it and farm dripstone. And then we can do some cool stuff with that. Okay, awesome. Let's go, chat. So that is what our next port of call is going to be. Waiting for our lava to become more lava. It's going to be some fun. So here comes the question. Now that you've seen all of the footage that exists for Skygloo so far, what is the future of this world? Well, as much as I'd love to be one of those YouTubers that says definitively, yes, I have deleted it now, it is gone forever, that is not how I like to actually do things. I want to leave the possibility of coming back to this world, at least as an idea. I'm not going to pretend that it's non-existent, but for me, even though we were at such a pivotal moment where we finally were going to be able to go to the Nether, the truth is, going to the Nether would have only allowed me to get, Netherrack and the occasional bit of Nether brick, because most of the fortresses were going to be below the point that we could go to anyway. It was going to be a monumental challenge, but then what could we have done with it? We couldn't have gone to the end portal anyway. I am personally at the point where I feel like we proved that we could go as far as we could in this world, which is when my brain immediately says, well, this isn't my forever world, what do we do next? And if we're going to listen to my brain, I think right now I'm really tempted towards doing another super flat challenge, but one that's even harder than the 2 layers of dirt and 1 layer of grass. And so, yeah, let me just say that I've got some silly ideas planned, but in the meantime, thank you for watching this one, and it's been a journey, huh? Thank you to everyone who's just tuning in right now, but if you have watched this video and are somehow not subscribed, then honestly, you have the rights to continue to do that, because clearly you have a good reason for not doing so, and otherwise, I hope you all enjoyed, and I'll see you when I get back from my big trip for a brand new live stream, perhaps in a brand new challenge. Wouldn't that be fun, huh? Anyway, thank you, and I'll see you then. Goodbye.